Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist with a welcome from the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Like Rexall Milk of Magnesia, for example. Here's the milk of magnesia that's so pure and creamy smooth, so free from that unpleasant earthy taste. Even children spot the difference. Ask for the Rexall Milk of Magnesia at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. With camels who know their detectives best, it's Diamond 2-1.
Ricky?
I won't admit a thing. Last person who called me Ricky sold me stock in a bubblegum factory. Whole deal blew right up in my face.
Ricky, this is Pat. I'm in trouble. Bad trouble.
Somebody steal your last name?
This is Pat Stens.
Pat Stens. An old friend of several years' standing. Blonde, attractive, and the owner of a plan to eliminate cranium luster. To the aging juveniles of the world's biggest city, she might easily be called the mother protector of hairlines. In other words, like the sign says on the front of her uptown salon, she grows hair.
You've just got to come down to the place.
Honey, I've graduated. You told me so yourself. Another treatment, and I'll be wearing a snood.
Ricky, I'm on the level. I'm in trouble. Something's happened to one of my customers.
What's the matter? Did he sprout feathers?
Well, almost. He sprouted wings. He's dead.
Now, phone games with Pat weren't a hobby. She might kid a customer about the condition of his scalp, but when she called me to say she had a corpse on her hands, I knew she hadn't been sampling her hair tonic. I told her I'd be right down, call Helen, broke my date, locked the office, set a few traps for impatient clients, and 15 minutes later I was in Pat's office talking to a pretty frightened little blonde.
Oh, Rick, I just don't know what to do.
Oh, now, honey, first calm down. Now, who's dead and where?
A man named Wiley. John Wiley's on the vibrating table.
Why didn't you call a doctor or the police?
Because I think he's been murdered.
Murdered?
Looks like his neck's been broken. I didn't know what to do. I was afraid of calling the police.
Well, baby, if one of your customers got his neck broken in here, you're going to get mixed up with the law sooner or later anyway.
The publicity will ruin my business.
Honey, murder always ruins something. You got any idea who might have done it?
No.
Well, who was in the place when you discovered the body?
My usual 3 girls and 2 customers.
Anybody leave or come in?
No.
How many people know about it?
Just the girls. Neither one of the customers.
Oh. Well, first we lock your front door. I don't want anyone to leave. Then we'll take a look at the dead man and find out if his neck really is broken. If it is, we call homicide. We locked the front door, and Pat let me down a hall with booths on either side. In 2 of the booths, I spotted the customers relaxing as girls in white uniforms worked on their receding foreheads. At the end of the hall, we stopped at another booth, enclosed by a white curtain.
In there, Rick.
Okay. The vibrating table was centered in the middle of the room, an enclosure about 6 by 14 feet. The table was built at an angle so that when a patient climbed up and stretched out on his back, his feet were elevated a good 16 inches above his head. The angle and the vibration increased the flow of blood to the scalp, and under normal conditions, it's considered very healthy. But the man lying on the table now wasn't getting the full benefit of the treatment. His shoulders extended over the end of the table, leaving his head hanging down at a grotesque angle, rolling from side to side with a monotonous rhythm of the vibration.
Oh, Rick.
Not very pretty, huh?
I forgot to turn the table off. I think I'm going to faint.
Just take it easy.
Was I right?
You had to be. A circus rubber man would need vulcanizing if he turned his head that far. Busted neck, all right.
Guess we better call the police.
Can you keep the customers out of here?
What if one of them gets inquisitive?
Tell them the table's out of order. I'm going to call homicide and tell them Mr. John Wiley's in the same condition. As frightened as she was, Pat played it pretty well. She tipped off the girls and started swapping jokes with her balding clients to keep them happy. I went in the office, put in a fast call to the 5th Precinct Homicide, and 10 minutes later, Lieutenant Walt Levinson and Otis, his trained anthropoid, were looking at the late John Wiley.
Sure looks like murder.
I guess it would be better if he had a knife in his chest with a sign on it.
Who was in the place when it happened?
Pat, 3 girls, 2 customers, and a dozen assorted gay gypsies.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Pete has an alibi.
What was the dead man doing on the table anyway?
Trying to grow hair.
Oh, that's silly. Who ever heard of anybody growing hair on a table?
Sergeant Loveloon.
Well, I thought it was pretty funny.
Go out and round up everybody in the place and take them into the office. Then call the precinct and get the coroner down here. Then, if you're a good little boy, you can go out and play in the traffic.
Well, a murder's a mess any way you look at it. A man lying on a table with his neck broken. 4 women and 2 men, the only ones around when it happened. Bad publicity for a nice little working gal named Pat Stens. But you can't hide it when it happens. Someone gets killed, someone gets hunted. And everybody concerned gets mixed up in it. Walt herded everyone into the office, and the questioning started. The men were very unhappy. That bad publicity, it couldn't be helped. Mr. Robert Wells, songwriter.
Look, I don't know anything about it. I never saw the man before. Surely you can't possibly suspect me. Why in the world would I want to kill him? It's ridiculous.
And the other, Mr. Jacob Green, jeweler.
Oh, my goodness, my head is still wet. John Wiley? I never saw him before in my life. Not in my whole life. Hey, Pat, get me another towel, will you? Kill him? For why? I got a mother-in-law. First things come first. Yes. Now, you see? You see? My debt I'll catch from Jersey.
2 prosperous men, 2 prosperous denials. The girls came next. 3 girls who worked for Pat. First, Mary Carroll, the girl who had worked on John Wiley. The one who had helped him up on the table and massaged his neck and forehead for 5 minutes.
Sure, I put him on the table, but I left him like always. We let them lie in there and relax for about 10 minutes, don't we, Pat?
That's right, Lieutenant. That's the way it works. Mary left him and went over to start on Mr. Wells.
That's right, Lieutenant. She did.
Mary's a pretty strong girl, isn't she, Mr. Wells?
Yeah, she could break...
Break your neck?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Lieutenant.
You think she could, Mr. Wells?
She's pretty strong, I guess, but she wouldn't do that.
Any one of us could have gone in that back booth at one time or another, Lieutenant.
You found him, didn't you, Miss Stens?
Yes.
Do you usually go back to see how your customers are?
Sometimes. Sometimes they go to sleep and the girl who left them's too busy with someone else, so I wake them up.
Next girl, Lillian Wooster.
Yes, I went back by that booth several times.
Why?
Wants to make Mr. Green some coffee.
You're black and strong. She brung it to me.
And the other times?
Wants to get some hair formula, later to get a clean comb.
A clean comb for him?
Don't laugh. I got a few left. Look, up here on top, you see?
You're fairly new here, aren't you, Lillian?
3 weeks.
How'd you know that, Rick?
Well, I completed my treatments last month. Lillian wasn't here then.
You mean you?
Now. People laugh at psychiatrists, too, Walt, and some of them end up playing canasta with Lady Macbeth.
We were rejuvenating his spit curls.
Thank you, Patricia Stens. They've been spitting better than ever.
All right. You're the last girl. What's your name?
Nancy Cummings, Lieutenant.
The last girl in her story was no different than the others. Yes, she had left her customer and walked down the hall past the last booth. No, she had not slipped in and popped Mr. John Wiley's neck while he lay resting. The coroner arrived, and the whole party went down to the precinct to sign formal statements. They were then all released and sent home, pending further investigation. I took Pat home to her apartment.
Don't you drink, Rick?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Water?
Mm-hmm. You didn't kill him, did you, Pat?
Don't be silly. He was growing hair. Kill off my advertising? Here.
Thanks.
You got any ideas, Rick?
No. How long has John Wiley been coming to the shop?
Oh, about 6 months.
What do you know about him?
Not much. He was a wolf.
By your standards or Kenzie's?
He got grabby occasionally. Put him straight.
Know what business he was in?
Well, whatever it was, he had a lot of money. Big tipper. Oh, excuse me. Yes. Oh, yes, just a minute, Lieutenant. For you, Rick.
Thanks. Hello, Fatty.
I got something on the dead man. Got a record. Blackmail.
Oh, know where he lives?
We're checking.
Now, wait a minute. Pat, you wouldn't by any chance know where John Wiley lived, would you?
Well, I send a bill to him every month. I've got a duplicate set of books here in the apartment. I'll get the address.
Walt, Pat's got his address.
I found something else in his personal effects. Key to a safety deposit box. Otis is checking to find out which bank.
Well, we should at least have the answer by doomsday.
Here's the address, Rick. John Wiley, 709 East 45th Street.
I told Walt I'd meet him at Wiley's place, downed my drink, gave Pat a pat, and a half hour later we were tearing Mr. John Wiley's apartment to pieces.
Nothing.
No? Well, I at least turned up a kazoo, grab a comb and some tissue paper. We'll do a fast course of Swanee.
Hey.
No tissue paper?
No, here's a date calendar.
Good, good. Maybe we've been working on a holiday.
Here's a name, Nancy.
That comes after April, doesn't it?
Same name on some of the other pages here. The 28th, Nancy, 6 o'clock. Again on the 22nd. Nancy, 8 o'clock. Again on the 18th and the 12th.
Hey, one of the girls who works at Pat's is named Nancy.
Yeah, I know it.
Well, do you think we should go over and see her, or sit down around a card table, hold hands, and make her pop out of the wall?
You know, someday I'm going to get very mad at you, Rick.
Only when you find somebody prettier. Come on, Grouchy, let's go over and see Nancy Cummings.
Here's her apartment. She lives with that new girl.
Lillian Wooster?
Yeah, and stop flexing your claws.
Who is it?
Please.
Yep. Open up or we'll huff and we'll puff and we'll...
My, what big noises you make, Grandma.
The better to scare the men out of your closet, my dear.
We'd like to talk to you, Miss Cummings.
Certainly, Lieutenant. Come in. I was just making some lemonade. Would you like some?
Oh, thanks. It's pretty hot out.
Maybe you'd like something stronger?
Lemonade's fine.
I'm on duty.
He's on duty. You better give him some torpedo juice.
Miss Cummings, you didn't tell us that you had dated John Wiley.
Would you like your lemonade, sweet Lieutenant?
Medium.
Here you are.
Thanks.
You never asked me if I dated John Wiley.
The lieutenant found your name written on Wiley's date book.
I've been out with him 6, 7 times, I think.
Know what his business was?
We never discussed it.
Ever meet any of his friends?
No.
Did he ever mention any of the other girls in the shop?
I don't think so.
You live with Lillian Wooster, don't you?
That's right.
Hey, whose picture is that on the piano?
Lillian's father.
You still don't have any idea why anyone would want to kill Wiley?
No.
How did Lillian Wooster happen to move in with you?
I asked her to. When she went to work for Pat, she was living in a terrible place. One small room. I told her she could come in with me and share the rent.
Well, how well did she know John Wiley?
She'd seen him at the shop, seen him here when he came to pick me up.
Where's Lillian now?
Shopping, I think.
Well, thanks, Miss Cummings. We'll be talking with you again.
More lemonade?
Or later, maybe. When things start getting a little hotter.
Before we continue with the adventures of Richard Diamond, private detective, here's your Rexall family druggist.
Here's an important fact about Rexall aspirin I'd like you listeners to remember. It's simply this. There's no faster-acting aspirin made.
Oh, but what do you mean by fast-acting?
Well, ma'am, aspirin itself is too fine to hold together in tablet form. So it has to be bound with an ingredient that will quickly disintegrate. That is, break up the tablet. So the aspirin itself will immediately be free to do its job.
Well, you mean the aspirin can't go to work until the tablet breaks up?
Exactly. And that's why Rexall scientists developed a binder so low in moisture content it begins to break up the very second it touches water. Now, that means that when swallowed with water, the 5 full grains of pure aspirin in every Rexall aspirin tablet are ready to go to work for you even before they reach your stomach.
Well, that's fast enough for me.
And it's fast enough for 10,000 family druggists, too. Quality like that is what we're talking about when we tell you you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
3 in the afternoon, out of Nancy's cool apartment and down in the blistering street. The thermometer crowding 90 and the humidity sticking to us like a steaming blanket.
I feel awful. A terrible day to solve a murder.
Yeah. I want to go look through some newspaper files.
What for?
That picture on the piano.
Lillian Worcester's father?
Mm-hmm. I've seen that someplace before. News story connected with it.
I'll drop you off. I got to get back and see if Otis has found the safety deposit box that fits John Wiley's key.
Walt dropped me off at the newspaper, and I went down to the morgue file to do some hunting. The air conditioning made the job easier, and by 4 o'clock, I walked into Walt's office with an interesting bit of information.
We found the bank and the safety deposit box.
Oh? Anything turn up?
Wiley was doing some pretty fancy blackmailing. Here's a bundle of evidence and a list of names.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can understand why someone would pay to keep these out of circulation.
Lousy photography. What did you find out?
Well, here.
Newspaper clippings.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Picture of Lillian Worcester's father.
Same picture as the one on the piano.
Prominent banker leaps to death. William Baker. William Baker? The girl's name is Worcester.
That's what she calls herself.
William Baker. Give me that list we got out of the deposit box.
I've just been looking at it. William Baker's name is on here, all right. That clipping I just gave you mentions that he left a daughter and a wife.
Well, let's go pick up Lillian Worcester or Baker or whatever her name is.
Well, it might not have meant a thing, but at least we had found one person who had a strong connection with John Wiley other than socially. The girl who called herself Lillian Worcester was the daughter of one William Baker, deceased, and one of John Wiley's blackmail victims. We climbed to the squad car and hurried back to Nancy Cummings' apartment, where Lillian Worcester lived as roommate.
Let's go.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's wrong?
Hold it. Lillian Worcester coming out of the building.
All right, we pick her up on the street.
The doorman's hailing a cab for her. Let's see where she's going.
Wouldn't it be easier to just ask her?
Oh, stop trying to ruin my afternoon. There's nothing more relaxing than a pleasant drive through quiet, peaceful little old Manhattan. We started tailing Lillian Worcester's cab, across town, along the river, and across the George Washington Bridge.
She's headed for Jersey.
You looked at your compass. That's not fair. We kept going through Hackensack, past the outskirts, and on out Route 17.
Pretty expensive cab ride.
Pretty expensive makes it pretty important. We kept following like that. Lillian's cab a good quarter of a mile ahead, so she wouldn't notice us.
They're turning off on that road.
Oh, you're absolutely amazing, Fatty. I probably would have missed it completely.
Oh.
We took the road to the right off the highway and spotted the cab up ahead, pulling into the entrance of a large white building. The sign over the tall iron gate read, Woodview Sanitarium.
She's getting out of the cab and going in.
Wait till she gets inside. Then let's go up there and find out who Lillian Worcester's visiting in the Woodview Sanitarium.
Yeah? Something I can do for you?
I'm looking for a girl.
You know, honey, something that doesn't look like a man.
Now, you stay out of this, Diamond. Don't you start getting me confused again.
He gets confused?
At the drop of a hat. Watch, I'll drop my hat.
Now, you stop that.
He doesn't like it, does he?
Oh, it nearly drives him with... Now, you understand.
Yes, of course.
Where are you going?
I think you better talk with Dr. Gerson.
All right, run him out.
Temper.
Rick, I swear if you don't stop these confounded routines.
Routines?
Well, you know what I'm talking about. Who's on first base?
Oh, don't you know who's on first?
Huh?
I'm Dr. Gerson.
My friend here is given to mass demonstrations in the aisle.
Oh, shut up, Rick. I'm Lieutenant Levinson.
I'll bet you're with the cavalry.
You get wise with me, Mac, and I'll bust you one.
Extreme persecution complex ever since Uncle Julius took away his mandolin.
Well, we have some lovely mandolins here, Lieutenant.
I am Lieutenant Levinson, New York Police.
Now, it's more fun in the cavalry.
Maybe you'd think it was more fun in the South.
Well, it's wonderful. We have some very nice ones. Let me show you.
Now, listen, I am Lieutenant Levinson, New York Police, 5th Precinct Homicide. And if you don't lay off this foolishness, so help me, I'll tear you limb from limb.
I'll get some help.
You won't get anybody. Get away from that phone.
Look, I think you better let him tell you why he's here.
Will it calm him down?
I'm here trying to catch a girl. Oh, Rick.
That's right. He's here trying to catch a girl.
Certainly. Why don't we all try and catch one?
Look, would you do me a favor, friend?
Why, of course, Lieutenant.
Take a look at those credentials.
Certainly. Oh, my goodness.
I'm afraid he's a real policeman.
I need no help from you, Mr. Diamond.
Grouchy.
Oh, my goodness.
Satisfied?
Well, yes. Aren't you a little out of your territory, Lieutenant?
I am not making an arrest.
Just trying to catch a girl.
I am following a girl. She may be a murderess. She came in here a few minutes ago.
You mean Miss Baker?
Then Baker is her right name?
Who's she seeing?
Her mother.
What's wrong with her mother?
Mrs. Baker is seriously ill.
Have anything to do with her husband's suicide?
Everything to do with it? I doubt Mrs. Baker will ever recover.
We went back out to the car and tried to put it all together. Lillian's father had jumped off a roof. He was being blackmailed and couldn't take it. The shock had driven Mrs. Baker into a permanent breakdown, and John Wiley had been responsible for the whole thing. Motive enough for Lillian to get a job with Pat Stenz so she could get her hands on John Wiley's neck. We waited until Lillian's cab turned out of the driveway and headed back for New York. We stayed close, watched her get off at her apartment. Then we went over to see Pat Stenz.
You going to get a hair treatment tomorrow, Rick?
That's right, honey. I want you to be sure that Lillian takes care of me.
Did she do it, Rick?
I think so.
But why? She seemed like such a nice girl.
Well, she had pretty good reason.
But we need a confession, and Rick's got an idea how to get it.
I want Lillian working on me through the whole treatment, especially when I get on the vibrating table.
Your scalp looks pretty good, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, it's been itching a little.
Losing any?
Some.
Hi.
Oh, hello, Pat.
His hair looks pretty good, Miss Stenz. Let's see. Use both solutions. Okay. I'll see you later, Rick.
Nice girl, Pat.
Very nice. Have you found out anything about Mr. Wiley's death?
Oh, the police have gone to few news. The lieutenant went to see her roommate.
Nancy told me. I hope you don't suspect her. She rather liked Mr. Wiley. She wouldn't have any reason to kill him. All right. Let's go down to the other booth.
Huh? You mean you're going to stick me on that vibrating table?
Not if you don't want to.
Well, full treatment. That's what I came here for. Let's go. You don't mind going in there, do you?
No. Why should I?
Oh, some people are funny about rooms where a murder's been committed.
It doesn't bother me, Mr. Diamond.
Give him a good rub and let him relax for about 10 minutes, Lillian.
Yes, Miss Stenz. All right, up on your back. Lie down, little, please.
All right, yeah.
That's good.
What did you do before you went to work for Pat, Lillian?
Oh, not much. Went to school. Finally decided to look for a job and found this one.
Ever study this sort of thing?
No, there's really not much to it. Pat shows us how to wash, apply the formulas, and rub the neck and shoulders.
And all you need is a strong pair of arms, huh?
I guess so.
Your family live in New York?
No.
Oh. I noticed a picture of your father on Nancy's piano. A fine-looking man.
He's dead now.
Sorry.
So am I.
Mother still living?
No.
Oh, wow.
I'm sorry. Am I rubbing too hard?
It's okay, it's okay. Well, you've got the strength for the job.
Did the police find out anything about Mr. Wiley?
Yeah, he was a blackmailer.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I'm a little nervous today. Maybe I better get one of the other girls.
No. That's okay. I'm just a little tied up. Neck stiff.
Yeah. Try and relax.
I guess I keep thinking about Wiley and his broken neck.
Think I might break yours, Mr. Diamond?
Well, it wouldn't be hard. If I was good and relaxed, you could snap it in a minute.
I guess I could. So Mr. Wiley was a blackmailer?
Yeah. I had a record.
They're the foulest people on earth.
They certainly are.
You think he was blackmailing someone here in the shop?
Oh, not necessarily.
Well, if he wasn't, then no one in the shop would have a motive for killing him.
Well, I've got a theory about that. I think someone in the shop hated him so much they waited until no one was looking and the girl was out of this booth. And they slipped in on him and twisted his neck until it broke.
Why would they hate him that much if he wasn't blackmailing them?
Oh, somebody else he might have blackmailed. Someone very close and dear to the killer. Maybe the person Wiley was blackmailing couldn't stand it and committed suicide.
Interesting theory.
Take your family, for instance. Ouch.
Sorry. You weren't relaxing.
Supposing Wiley was blackmailing a member of your family, your father, for instance.
I can't rub your neck unless you relax more.
Maybe your father couldn't take it. Maybe he couldn't pay him anymore, and instead of disgracing his family, he committed suicide.
Just turn your head a little to the side, Mr. Diamond.
Better?
Much. Well, if that happened to my family, Mr. Diamond, I guess I'd kill Mr. Wiley and not mind it a bit.
Think of the shock. I even put the wife in a sanitarium.
It probably would.
How did your father die, Lillian?
He jumped off the roof. Now, if you'll turn your head a little more, I'll try to pop your vertebra.
We followed you out to Jersey yesterday, Lillian.
I'm going to adjust your neck, Mr. Diamond. It's better if you relax so it won't hurt.
Well, if you wanted to, you could pop it anyway. I couldn't stop you in time.
I don't guess you could. There. Now the other side.
No. Did you kill John Wiley?
Yes. Relax. All right, Mr. Diamond. Let's go down to the police station.
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist.
If you're looking for a way to save money on drugstore needs, buy Rexall MI31, the triple-action antiseptic that makes an ideal mouthwash, a soothing gargle, and an effective breath deodorant. What's more, Rexall gives you a full pint of this quality product at the same price as other leading brands of smaller quantity. Ask for Rexall MI31 at any Rexall drugstore. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and is written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Featured in tonight's cast were Mary Jane Croft, Ted DeCorsia, Wilms Herbert, Virginia Gregg, B. Benaderet, and Larry Dobkin. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go Stag.
Go Stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids, like Stag Brushless Shave Cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on, and presto, you get a clean, close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes, to make girls care. Go Stag.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft Clothes for Men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. this week's adventure, The Case of the Ever-Blooming Roses. Well, here we are again in Dr. Watson's delightful study. Just outside the open window, a black-winged pinobler is singing his evensong from a branch thick with blossom.
We would say it is heavy with May, Mr. Harris. It's the charming custom in England to refer to all the lovely flowering that bursts into bloom at this time as the May.
Of course, I never thought of it, Dr. Watson, but that must be where this month gets its name.
Right. In the British Isles, May is also a very charming and popular feminine given name. Yes, I think I'll tell you of a particularly lovely young thing called May who narrowly escaped death, and all because of a spray of yellow roses that refused to wither.
Sounds quite poetic, Dr. Watson.
Macabre would be a better description, Mr. Harris. It all occurred in May. May, when nature sheds its winter garment.
Yes, and nature isn't the only one to feel that urge, I gather.
I was wondering how long it would take you to notice my new spring outfit.
Well, I noticed it the minute I came in the door. The fit, the quiet authority that's achieved only with good tailoring and fine materials. All the talk about high prices doesn't affect you at all if you wear Clippercraft clothes. Yes, if you wear Clippercraft, you haven't a worry in the world about getting the most for your money. You're certain of long-wearing fabric, superb tailoring, and smart style. You've always been sure of these from Clippercraft. But today, Clippercraft's old-fashioned values are all the more remarkable. They're made possible by the famous Clippercraft Plan, concentrating the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast, providing steady year-round operation, reducing manufacturing and distribution costs, and putting the savings in your pocket. If you've never worn Clippercraft, we guarantee you the finest suits you've ever seen for only $40 and $47.50. Luxurious tropicals from $33.75 to $40, and handsome sport jackets at only $26.50. So join the millions who enjoy Clippercraft clothes. Compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. Now, Doctor, back to the charming lady who was named for this verdant month.
May. Yes, it was rather late in May, as I remember. The year was 1909 or 10, I believe. Holmes had retired to a small property he'd acquired on the coast of Sussex and was deep in bee culture.
Leaving you alone and deserted.
Except for a delightful and devoted little wife. Yes, exactly. Well, to begin at the beginning, I'd gone down to Sussex for a long weekend of fresh air and relaxation.
You might have known better than to expect relaxation around Sherlock Holmes, Doctor.
Oh, how right you are, Mr. Harris. Well, it was Saturday morning. Holmes and I were finishing a leisurely breakfast which had been served up on the east terrace overlooking the channel. I had just filled my pipe and was offering my tobacco pouch to Holmes when, to my surprise, he refused.
Never touch the stuff.
Never touch tobacco, Holmes, you prevaricator. When I think of the tons I've watched you consume, a regular inferno.
Just the same, I've given it up.
What, anything wrong with your health?
No, I've given up nicotine because my bees don't like it, you know. You go out among the hives reeking of nicotine and see what happens to you, Watson.
I have no intention of going near the silly things.
Bees, my dear Watson, are not silly. If the human race conducted its affairs with half the discipline and intelligence, we'd have fewer fools like the latter-day Jehu, who is at this moment scorching up the cliff road in this direction.
What? Oh, you mean the chap driving the automobile, I take it.
Naturally. The blithering idiot must be courting death at close to 40 miles an hour.
Holmes is coming in here.
Made the turn on 2 wheels. It's a wonder he missed the gatepost.
Ooh, look at the dust he's kicking up. Well, at least he did manage to stop the juggernaut. For a moment I thought he was going right on through the kitchen.
Well, this is a bit of luck. I'd hoped to see Holmes, of course, but to find Watson as well. My dear fellow, the pleasure's mutual. Isn't it, Watson?
Huh?
You know, Holmes, I don't believe the old boy remembers me.
How can I tell if I remember you or not, all done up in that cap and goggles?
My dear Dilly, you'll have to forgive Watson. I've never been able to teach him to recognize people by their immutable features, the shape of the ears, the set of the jaw.
Dilly? Don't tell me it's old Peter Dillinghurst.
Now, the Reverend Dr. Dillinghurst, rector of Basham Church, I believe.
Yes, worse luck. That's what I've come to consult you about, Holmes. Things have been happening at Basham Church. Every morning, there are fresh roses on the late Lady Elfrida's tomb. And the old bell in the tower started to ring again.
Well, but look here, Dillinghurst. People often place flowers on tombs, and church bells are quite frequently rung, you know.
Yes, but the people didn't place the roses, Watson, and people didn't ring the bell. Matter of fact, the bell hasn't been rung for 5 years. Not since the time it was hit by lightning and badly cracked. The stairs to the bell tower were destroyed by fire at that time and never replaced. No one can reach the rope.
Oh, well, then, what...
It's those confounded roses that are really the most disturbing phenomenon, Holmes. Basham Church is locked up. It's locked up every night after evensong. I attend to the locking up myself. Every night when I make the rounds to extinguish the candles, I notice the day's spray of yellow roses on Lady Elfrida's tomb. And every night they are faded and drooping.
Well, yellow roses always seem to be particularly perishable, Holmes?
Don't interrupt, Watson. The next morning, when I unlock the door and air out the church, there are the roses, as fresh as though they'd just been plucked. And no one has set foot inside the church.
Amazing, Holmes?
My dear Dillinghurst, what makes you so positive that no one had entered the church?
I'm not a fool, Holmes. On several occasions I have scattered ashes, not only around the doors, but around Lady Elfrida's tomb as well. There's never been so much as a mouse tracked through them.
By Jove.
Furthermore, a group of schoolboys who've joined that new organization, what is it they call it? Oh, yes, the Boy Scouts.
Oh, I've heard of them, Holmes. Remarkable lads. They can rub 2 sticks together and make a fire, don't you know?
They didn't invent the process. Go on, Rector.
Well, as I was saying, the boys and their scoutmaster, the local librarian, volunteered to spend the night in Basham Church to see if they could find out who was responsible for the blooming roses and the ringing bell.
What did they discover?
Nothing, Holmes. Absolutely nothing. At exactly midnight, the bell rang and the roses bloomed afresh. Nobody, absolutely nobody, was within arm's reach of either.
Why are you so perturbed about all this, Dilly?
Because this occurrence is killing May, the present Lady Danesfield. May was the late rector's daughter, Holmes. I've known her since she was a child, and I came to Basham to act as her father's curate. May is, of course, much younger than Sir Albert, and Elfrida, his first wife. In fact, I think May was always afraid of Elfrida, who was a strange, cold throwback to her Danish ancestors. It's on Lady May's account that I ask you to investigate this matter, Holmes.
Well, what do you say, Watson? Shall we take a run over to Basham, Dilly's newfangled perambulator?
I'll go and get my coat and hat.
Oh, you won't need them, Watson. I brought along caps and dusters for both of you. Come along. We shall have to drive like the devil if we're going to get back in time for choir practice. Hens. I never realized the utter imbecility of barnyard fowl until I started to drive a car.
Dilly, look out! There's a boy on a bicycle.
Never touched him.
No.
Tell me, Dillinghurst, first about the church bell. You say it sounds at midnight. How often has this occurred?
Every night since Lady Elfrida's birthday, the day those confounded yellow roses were placed on her tomb. That's nearly 2 weeks ago.
Yellow roses. Is there any significance to yellow roses?
Oh, yes, Holmes. Sir Albert Danesfield's first wife, the Lady Elfrida, came from Castle Odo, which is famous for its yellow roses. When the Lady Elfrida married Sir Albert, she brought along a half-dozen of the rose bushes in the family garden to plant them.
What happened to him?
Hugo, that's his name, still lives at the Hall, although he must be well over 80 by now.
Oh.
Well, he was always particularly devoted to Elfrida. And somehow he always managed, whether the season was early or late, to have those rose bushes covered with blossoms for Lady Elfrida's birthday. And every year, after his mistress died, on her birthday he'd bring a sheaf of yellow roses to Sir Albert, who'd carry them to Basham Church and place them on her tomb.
But every year up to now, the roses have withered in due course of time.
Well, not every year, Holmes. That is, the Lady Elfrida's been dead over 10 years.
Oh?
3 years ago, when Sir Albert decided to take a young wife, well, you know how it is. He sort of neglected to keep up the custom of decorating his first wife's grave on her birthday.
Thoughtless of him, eh, Holmes?
Possibly.
Well, this year on Elfrida's birthday, old Hugo stopped Sir Albert and his young wife as they came out to take their morning stroll in the gardens.
Morning, Hugo.
Oh, Hugo, how beautiful. Look, Albert, the lovely yellow roses. Are they for me, Hugo?
No, Mum. Begging your ladyship's pardon. They're for her whose birthday this is. They're for her who loved and tended them. and who lies in her grave in Basham Church, buried there before her time was due.
That will do, Hugo.
If you take my advice, sir, you'll not forget to take her the flowers she loved this day. The Lady Elfrida was not one to take a slight without getting her own back.
Rubbish! You can't bullyrag me, Hugo. Life is for the living.
But we all must die sometime, Sir Albert.
Give me the flowers, Hugo. I'll see they're placed on Lady Elfrida's grave.
Thank you, ladyship. And may heaven protect you better than it did her.
Really, May, my dear, this is a bit ridiculous.
Oh, please, Albert. I'd like to put these on Elfrida's grave. They're beautiful this year, and it means so much to poor old Hugo.
Are you sure that's why you're doing it, my dear?
What do you mean?
Are you sure it's not because you're still a bit afraid of Elfrida?
Well, maybe it's for both reasons, Albert.
That's the second time, Dillinghurst, that you've mentioned the Lady May was afraid of her predecessor.
That's not as startling as it sounds, Holmes. Oh? Confound that man with his sheep. Does he have to take up the entire road? Oh, what was I saying? Oh, yes. Everyone was terrified of Elfrida. She was a cold, forbidding sort of woman, even in her affections. She should have had children. That might have made a difference. You see, she knew how desperately her husband wanted them, and, well, when the years went by and there were no heirs to carry on, Albert turned rather cold towards her.
Oh, unfeeling of him, eh, Holmes?
I've often suspected that Lady Elfrida's drowning in Sea Creek that runs past the hall wasn't as accidental as we were led to believe.
You mean, you think it was suicide?
There was no autopsy, I suppose.
Oh, good Lord, no. They just pulled her out of the weeds. She'd been missing for 3 days before the grappling hooks found her. They were afraid she'd done away with herself when they found the note.
What did it say?
I have gone to answer the call.
You say that May was always afraid of Lady Elfrida. What was the older woman's attitude toward the girl? Did she suspect her husband felt an attachment for her?
Oh, good heavens, no. May was only 12 years old when Lady Elfrida drowned. She was 19 when Sir Albert asked her to be his second wife.
You say they've been married 3 years. Are they happy?
I suppose so. Of course, Sir Albert's disappointed again that there are no children.
Maybe it wasn't entirely the Lady Elfrida's fault the first time, eh, Holmes?
Don't interrupt, Watson. Then Sir Albert's family may die out with him.
Oh, no, Holmes. There's Robert, Albert's brother, a half-brother, as a matter of fact. He's much younger, but he's rarely at home, always off hunting big game in India, Africa, some other outlandish place. He's just returned from Canada about 6 weeks ago.
How does he get on with Sir Albert's new wife?
Hardly has a word to say to her. Just keeps looking at her with those strange black burning eyes of his. His mother was Spanish, you know. They do say he takes after her.
I say, look at that magnificent sunset there, over in back of that steeple.
That's the steeple of Basham Church, Watson. We're nearly home. The town begins on the other side of the railroad tracks at the foot of the next decline. Would you care to drive to the church immediately, Holmes?
Oh, I say,
Oh, control yourself, Watson. I know you're famished. Suppose we pay a visit to the local inn first, Dillinghurst, and postpone our investigation of Basham Church until the witching hour of midnight.
Despite rising costs of materials and manufacturing, you still get the most for your money if you insist on Clippercraft clothes. Clippercraft's values are so remarkable that people constantly ask us how we do it. Well, the answer is the Clippercraft plan, which, from a production standpoint, simply has modernized the fine old craft of clothes making. It brings you these amazing savings by concentrating the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast. Your own leading local establishment, the store you can trust. When you see these remarkable suits at only $40 and $47.50, fine tropicals at only $33.75 to $40, and sport jackets at only $26.50, why, you'll be high on Clippercraft forevermore. For selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now back to Basham Churchyard. It is a few moments before midnight. The good rector, followed by two silhouettes, one tall and lank, the other rather more substantial, is picking his way through the moss-covered tombstones by the light of an old-fashioned lantern.
Careful, Watson. One of the headstones has fallen over. Some of the graves are very old, and their families have died out. The more important families, of course, have their tombs and vaults inside the church proper, where the local historical society cares for them.
Dashed undemocratic, eh, Holmes?
What difference does it make when you're dead?
Now, up these steps. Just a moment till I find the key to the side door.
I say, listen to the wind. Sounds like a lost soul.
Here we are. I'll go first and light the way.
The hinge could do with a bit of oil, Dillinghurst.
Good Lord! Phew. Something just swooped past my face.
Probably a bat, Watson. Old churches are often inhabited by them. Yes, there's another hanging from that clerestory up there.
This way, Holmes.
I say, the old place looks much bigger and gloomier from the inside, eh, Holmes?
Quite. Now we're standing directly under the belfry. If you look up, you can see the bell and the rotted end of the bell cord up there. Completely out of reach.
He's right, Holmes. No human hand could ring that bell. Oh. Hello, I slipped on something.
Yes, there seem to be quite a few pebbles here on the floor.
Bits of masonry are always coming loose, I'm afraid. One of them rather ruined the postmistress Easter bonnet. The Danesfield vault's up this way, to the left of the chancel. Basham Church is one of the oldest in all England. Here at the entrance to the choir lies the daughter of Canute, folded in her golden hair. It's still growing, they say. Every 100 years or so, they open up the tomb and cut a length of it off.
I say, do you believe that?
I don't know, Watson. I wasn't here at Basham at the beginning of the century. I'll let you know in the year 2000.
At that ancient altar, Harold knelt before setting sail on his ill-fated voyage to Normandy.
Here we are. The entrance to the Danesfield vault. One of the oldest family vaults in the entire church. It was completely filled long ago. The more recent members have been buried in the floor beside it. This is Lady Elfrida's tomb, here, with the wilted roses lying against the wall.
Yes. Give me that lantern, Rector.
Holmes, what are you doing with your stick?
Testing the wall behind Elfrida's grave. Yes, quite solid. And the door leading down into the vault. Yes, hasn't been opened for years, I should say. No rust or dust on the grating. The grill works sound as the day it was made.
Those old dames could teach us a thing or two about ironwork, eh, Holmes?
Yes. Suppose we take up our places in the first pew over there. It's nearly midnight. We may as well wait in comfort for this phenomenon of the roses.
No, I have the strangest feeling that someone is watching us.
Considering all the ancestors who lie buried here, is it any wonder?
Oh, Holmes, really, you...
Sit down, Watson, and stop fidgeting. Let's see. 20 seconds to midnight. This church is, of course, one of the old foundation.
That's right, Holmes.
10 seconds. The important thing is to watch the roses. Don't take your eyes off them. 5 seconds. I hope this occurs on time. 3 seconds. 2. 1. Now.
Midnight exactly.
Holmes, look at the roses. They're fresh. They're absolutely blooming.
Why, so they are. Let's have a look at them. Did either of you take your eyes off them?
Well, just for a second, perhaps, when the bell rang.
I'm afraid I'm guilty of that lapse as well.
Lucky I was along, assuring us of at least one person who can concentrate. Yes, these roses are as fresh as they look. Remarkable. I think I'll take this one along for my buttonhole.
Holmes, look here.
Tomorrow morning, Rector, I think we shall take a look at the bushes that are supposed to have produced these very remarkable roses.
That can be arranged, Holmes.
Excellent. You know, Watson, there's only one thing more remarkable than the freshness of this rose.
What's that?
The time it chose to renew itself.
But it was midnight exactly, as the rector told us.
That's right, Holmes. You yourself said it was midnight by your own watch. That's what makes it so remarkable, my dear Rector. You see, my watch is 5 minutes fast.
It's very good of you, Mr. Holmes, to take such an interest in our little problem of the everlasting roses, but after all, I imagine a person of your reputation has many more important crimes to investigate.
It's not the importance of a case that interests me primarily, Sir Albert. The Shah of Persia might be murdered in cold blood in Trafalgar Square, and I should probably pass by without a glance. But if a well-known member of a county family should, shall we say, go about popping off his neighbor's top hats with a slingshot, I might just possibly consider that worth investigating.
What a droll fellow you are, Mr. Holmes.
Am I, Sir Albert?
Oh, yes, here we are. These are my former wife's yellow rose bushes, Mr. Holmes. Now quite bare of blossoms, as you can see.
I thought they might be. Yes, let me see. Yes, basically a rugosa with a later grafting of something. Yes, I rather imagine the rose these bushes produce resembles that early flowering yellow rose now called the Father Hugo.
Why, yes, Mr. Holmes, that's absolutely correct.
By the way, Sir Albert, you have a gardener named Hugo.
Oh, yes, poor old Hugo. He's failing fast, I'm afraid. This business of the yellow roses is preying on his mind almost as much as on my wife's.
My favorite rose is a Frau Druschke, which blooms about now. It's a pure white rose, as you know, and should remain so.
I agree. I quite agree. People who are forever cross-breeding and grafting...
Robert, are you sure? Are you sure you didn't hear it? Last night it called again, just shortly before dawn. It was down by the bend of the sea creek where they found Elfrida. It was a woman's voice, and it kept calling my name. I had an almost irresistible urge to go to it.
What rot, May? You must have been dreaming.
It wasn't the first time I heard that voice. It called to me 3 nights ago. Oh, Robert, I was terrified. I knocked on Albert's door, but he didn't answer. Then I knocked on yours, but you didn't hear me either. And all the time that voice kept calling to me.
The men in this household must be remarkably heavy sleepers.
Robert, who's that?
Some confounded eavesdropper on the other side of the head.
May, my dear, come round the hedge here a moment and bring Robert. I want you to meet 2 distinguished guests, Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, my wife and my half-brother Robert.
We've come to solve the riddle of the yellow roses.
Oh, no!
Leave her alone. Leave her alone, all of you.
Why you dragged me out here, Holmes, to sit in this blasted insect-ridden duck blind in the middle of the night. That rat, the blasted things. It's not even the duck hunting season.
Exactly. Our object, my dear Watson, is to discover who and why someone's trying to frighten the Lady May out of her wits.
Well, then you don't agree with her husband and her brother-in-law that the voice calling to her from the water was only a dream?
The ringing bell and the ever-blooming roses weren't a dream, Watson.
Very well, then why not solve that mystery first?
Oh, but it is solved, Watson. It's been solved since 5 minutes to midnight last night.
How so?
I was quite convinced that the trick of the bell and the roses were not 2, but 1. Any sleight-of-hand artist knows that the important thing is to divert his audience's attention at the moment his stunt is pulled. Hence the bell.
Oh, I don't understand.
My dear Watson, those smooth pebbles, one of which unbalanced you, those were what rang the bell. They were projected by a noiseless weapon, in short, a powerful slingshot. Our sleight-of-hand artist aimed his pebble through the grating of the Danesfield family vault. A second later, he shoved the fresh roses through with his foot as he picked up the old ones with his hand. Very quick, very neat.
But how did he get inside of the vault? You saw the ashes around the entrance. There were no footprints but ours.
Basham Church, as I said before, belongs to the old foundation. The Danesfield vault was undoubtedly used as a priest's hole during the religious wars. There's another entrance from the fields directly under the chancel.
And you deliberately tricked the fellow into going off half-cocked 5 minutes ahead of time? Holmes, you are a wonder.
Yes, I rather imagine there'll be no further nonsense in Basham Church. But that doesn't mean that Lady May is out of danger. The roses were meant to terrify her, you know. The poor woman's on the verge of a nervous breakdown, or worse.
Well, then, why not let me take over?
No, Watson, not until we can prove who it is who's threatening her.
By Jove, of course. The brother. He wants her out of the way so there can be no possible heir except himself.
The roses, by the way, were white roses dyed yellow, inasmuch as the yellow rose bushes had ceased to...
Good Lord, Holmes, did you hear that?
Yes, I suspected as much. It's coming from the marshes on the other side of the stream. The tide's high now. The stream's deep. He would wait for that.
Here she comes now. The Lady May. She's all in white, Holmes. She looks as if she were sleepwalking. Look, she's heading for that boat tied to the landing.
Yes. Yes. Now someone's following her into the shadows.
It's Robert, the half-brother. He's carrying a gun. Holmes, we must stop him before he does her any harm.
Leave him alone, Watson. He knows what he's doing.
May, come to me. May.
The Lady May's getting to the rowboat. She's poling it out into the stream.
She's in trouble, Holmes.
Yes. There were fresh holes bored just above the waterline. When she stepped into the boat, it started to fill.
Help me! Somebody! Help!
Holmes, we must save her.
It's all right, May. I'm coming.
Relax, Watson. Robert's going after her. The situation is well in hand. That's what I was waiting for. Now, Watson, we can go home.
But you heard that scream. A man was shot over there in the marshes.
Right. It was Sir Albert who was luring his second wife to her death by the same means he used to do away with his first. He was shot by the one person who suspected that death was not suicide. When he saw him try it again, he killed him.
But Robert couldn't have shot his brother, Holmes. He left his gun on the bank when he went to rescue the Lady May.
Right, Watson. Yes, I think that when Sir Albert's body is discovered, it will be found he was shot by his own fowling piece at close range. The coroner will probably decide it was a hunting accident.
Well, the Lady May was rescued, I take it, Doctor.
Oh, yes, Mr. Harris.
But why did her husband want to do away with her?
Because she, like his first wife, had produced no sons, and because he suspected his brother had fallen in love with her. As a matter of fact, the Lady May married Sir Robert, and in due course of time they had 5 bouncing offspring, all boys.
Well, good for her. But, Doctor, who did shoot Sir Albert?
Well, Holmes took no interest whatever in solving that mystery. Of course, I always had my suspicions.
You mean the old boy who had the same name as the Yellow Roses?
Possibly, Mr. Harris, possibly.
I see. And now, Dr. Watson, what story are you going to tell us next week?
Now, let me see. Next week, I think I'll tell how Sherlock Holmes outwitted 2 of Europe's most famous jewel thieves and confidence tricksters by beating them at their own game on the platform at Waterloo Station. Yes, the story concerns a missing parrot and a lady who played a nasty trick on me by means of her false teeth. I call it the case of the accommodating valise.
The makers of Clipper Craft Clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clipper Craft dealer, write Clipper Craft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Case of the Accommodating Valise. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clipper Craft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Greetings, friend. Time again for Let George Do It.
Oh, which reminds me. How would you like to sit in on a nice little card game? I happen to know 4 charming fellows who are just dying for a 5th. On the other hand, though, maybe you'd better forget about it, because these boys would not only take your bankroll, they'd just as soon take your life. But it's a pretty good game at that. So while we're waiting for George Valentine to show, let's take a look in on this happy foursome.
Well, it's 10 o'clock already, gentlemen. Shouldn't we... I mean, my watch says 10. Chester has the cards and...
Sure, what are we waiting for? We're going to do it, let's get...
No! No.
Ames, Salto, this is crazy. It's insane.
Was your idea, wasn't it, Norton?
Yes, but a man's guilt is no more to be bandied about.
Oh, get off the words.
There's the good name of the man to be thought of afterwards.
Let's get it over with now, now!
All right. Need a piece of paper. Envelope here in your jacket. Do you mind?
Of course I do, if it's got my name on it.
Valentine. George Valentine.
What?
Oh, your wife's letter. From somebody named Valentine.
If I'd know her friends.
Here's a blank sheet, club stationery. Couldn't we get on with the...
Dear Mrs. Ames, I am so sorry to hear of your concern over your husband. Naturally, I will do whatever I can to help. Sincerely, George Valentine.
You mean concern? How do you
For
like...
heaven's sake, stop the stalling, both of you. Will you get...
All right. I draw one. Go on, draw a card.
Me? Go on, Salto.
All right. 9 of diamonds.
Yeah. Norton?
9 of clubs.
9 again? Give me one of those. Jack. Diamonds.
All right, Chester. Chester.
Huh?
Your turn. Draw.
Oh, I'm all right. Draw? Oh, yes.
King. King of hearts, look. Chester drew the king of hearts.
Shut up.
You understand, Chester. High card.
Yes. Yes, the paper.
Here. You can use the pen there.
I'm all right. I, Geoffrey Chester, hereby confess 1 year ago to this date it was I who murdered Miss Dorothy Fullman.
It is after 10 o'clock now, Chester.
I'd like to have a drink or two. I'll have to run down to my boarding house. There's a bill I should pay.
The watchman's spare gun is in the locker room, and it would look better if you did it at the same place that...
Leave him alone, Salto.
I'm all right. I could run downtown first, then come back, have the drinks, if I could borrow your car, Mr. Ames.
Sure, Chester. Let's go over and get you my car. Sure.
Thank you. You can mail my confession of guilt to the police. I got the high card. I'll be dead by midnight.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment. Now back to George Valentine and Let George Do It.
Where are you, Sylvia? It's the big idea, that letter in my coat pocket. It's Valentine. Who is he?
Honey?
Oh, there you are. So sorry to hear of your concern over your husband. Of all the meddling...
Please.
Hello?
This is Mr. Valentine. Miss Brooks, my husband, Mr. Ames. Oh, how do you do, Mr. Ames?
With my foot in my mouth. Just who are you?
Did you have a nice time, darling? Where have you been?
Huh? Oh, over to the club. Yeah, they let me in. Just playing a little cards, that's all.
Look, Mr. Ames, I had a letter from your wife.
My wife
I'm
is
only...
leaving me. What difference does it make? Go on, get out. She's hired snoopers before, my friend.
Victor, you can't.
Oh, shut up.
Listen to me. You were beaten up the other night.
Get them out of here. Get yourself out of here.
Oh, no, you won't.
Stop it. No, listen.
What's the matter with you, friend?
Victor, that was your car, wasn't it? Driving away?
Yes. Yes, I loaned it to. Somebody needs it for a while tonight. He's got some things to do.
Mr. Ames, I know I'm butting in, but your wife has been worried, and
Please.
I'm only here.
I'm going. Back over to the club. There's nothing anybody can do now except to make things worse.
What? Darling!
Send him home, Sylvia. I'll take care of myself.
Oh. I put your letter in his pocket on purpose, Mr. Valentine. He'll never listen to me or believe me.
It was certainly an understatement when you said he was upset.
Yes.
But you haven't said why yet. Now, just what's going on tonight, Mrs. Ames? Where's your husband really been?
I don't know. Playing cards, I guess. He doesn't generally, but no harm could come out of that, could it?
Maybe not. You said he'd been beaten up.
Oh, yes, I know he's in danger.
Go on. Your husband's a lawyer, isn't he?
He was until a year ago. His practice disappeared on him.
What do you mean?
Suspicion, distrust, whispers. This is a small town, Mr. Valentine. A very nice town. My husband used to be a very nice person.
What happened?
Have you ever heard of the Dorothy Fulman murder case?
Well, yes, I think so, only I don't remember the
It was
details.
never solved. She was murdered, beaten up. It was horrible. They never even found the weapon. Police, experts, everyone's been over it 1,000,000 times. It was a whole year ago. They'll never get a confession from anyone.
Mrs. Ames, was your husband...
My husband was very nearly tried for that murder.
Oh, I see. But then if he weren't tried, then...
There are people in this town who really believe that he killed her. Who'll always believe it. There wasn't any actual evidence. But the circumstances... horrible, sordid, awful.
Mrs. Ames, just tell me one thing, will you? Do you think your husband killed this Dorothy Fulman?
Mr. Valentine, I don't want anything worse to happen. That's all.
I say, excuse me. You're Mr. Valentine, after all? George Valentine?
Yeah. I was looking for the club doorman.
My name is Norton. This is quite a pleasure. I've heard of you. Seen your name here and there.
Oh, is that so?
See here, join me on the veranda for a cup of coffee, will you? Hospitality of our little club isn't
I'm
much,
sorry,
but-
Mr. Norton. I'm looking for a man named Ames.
Oh, yes, Victor Ames, splendid chap. Haven't seen him in some time. Might be here later. We can wait together.
I said I'm sorry, Mr. Norton.
Well, I certainly don't intend to be pushy. Oh, wait a moment. Perhaps I should be a bit more honest and say there's a little matter I'd like your advice on.
I'd still go looking for Mr. Ames.
Even if I said the little matter concerned Mr. Ames?
You twist my arm.
Then we can do better than the veranda, I think. People there. There's a lounge in the locker room.
All right. Through here?
To your left. Generally closed at night, but there we are.
Okay. Now, what's the story?
Nothing so very important, but sit down.
How'd you know who I was out there?
Well, Ames had mentioned your coming.
You said you haven't seen him lately. Try again.
Really, Mr. Valentine, shh.
Who's that?
Hey, anybody in here? Walking up.
Blue shirt. Private police?
Just a moment. Yes, he is. Mr. Valentine, let go of me. Well, what are you doing here?
What do you mean?
Stop it. Who are you?
Hey, what is it?
Jimmy, I found this man.
Break it up.
Break what up, John?
I found him in here. I left my wallet in my
of
locker.
All right. Oh, it's you, Mr. Norton.
He was snooping, Jimmy. Now my wallet's gone. He took it. He must have.
Oh, brother, if
What
this
am
is...
I supposed to do?
Search him. Oh, but he won't have it, will he? That's not the way they work. But he's trespassing. You can lock him up for that. I'll see the steward. Prefer charges.
I'm sorry, Mr. Norton.
What?
I said I'm sorry. You're not going to prefer anything. Good night.
Jimmy, my father was the founder of this club. When I issue an order to one of the painting boys, I expect that...
Yeah, sure, issue away. Only someplace else, huh? I'll handle this end. Good night, Mr. Norton.
Jimmy, I have never in my life been so... Good night. Yes, good night.
Well, that was something.
Okay, Bud, hand it over.
What? Oh, now, wait a minute. You don't mean you believe that old school tie's gag about... And still you put him out?
The wallet, Bud.
Oh, sure. Mine. Here. Credentials. The works. Good enough?
Well, I didn't exactly figure. Valentine, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Only look, Buster, why? Why'd you treat him like that? Will him like lettuce before you even know what he had to say?
Because I have no use for the high and mighty Mr. Norton. And don't worry, I won't get in trouble either. He maybe don't know it, but he's being eased out the side door of this club anyway. All 4 of them are.
All 4? Will you clear that up?
You ever hear the Dorothy Fullman murder? Well, that nice, dignified man there, that Norton, for my money, he's the one that killed her.
All right, so you've got your opinions, Jimmy. It's just an opinion.
I'll stick to it, Mr. Valentine.
But there wasn't any concrete evidence against either him or Victor Ames. And what did you mean, all 4 of them? And why did Norton want to stall me like that? That's all he was trying to do, keep me away from something.
You're the detective, mister.
Excuse me.
Huh? Hello, Mr. Chester.
Oh, Jimmy. Just standing here having a couple of drinks. I was downtown. Yes, that's done.
Looks like you've had enough.
Oh, no. I'm all right. I'm fine. I'm all right.
Sure, Mr. Chester. See him?
Oh, that guy?
He's one of them.
Say it faster, will you?
One of the 4. Dorothy Fullman was murdered in her house just over the bluffs across the golf course.
Yeah?
They never got enough evidence. They never will. But the police did prove that it couldn't be anybody else. It had to be one of the 4 men mixed up with her.
Who are they?
Mr. Norton, Ames, big fool always in trouble. Another man named Salto. He asked me he couldn't have got to first base with her. And Chester there.
Oh, I get it. Not much left of Chester, is there?
All of them have changed. But he don't even know what he's doing anymore.
Nobody will confess, no evidence.
Oh, Jimmy, come here.
Now, excuse me, Stewart, back to business.
No, I'm right behind you.
Huh?
That's Victor Ames with him, isn't it? With the steward? Sure it is.
Valentine.
Yeah, we catch up again, friend. It's a busy night.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Jimmy, there's trouble in here.
What?
The card room, the one with the back entrance. I put those cards in there myself just this evening.
Valentine, I've got to see you alone.
Hold it, will you? Go on, Stewart.
This deck of cards. Some men have been playing in there, apparently, or drawing high man or something.
Well, what is it? What's the matter?
Well, sir, it's more puzzling than anything else. At a club like this, someone was being dishonest. A rather hasty job, but here you see, this deck has been marked.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment.
And now back to George Valentine.
9 of diamonds.
9 of clubs. Jack, diamonds. Your turn, Chester. Draw.
Yes, I'm King of Hearts. I hereby confess 1 year ago it was I who murdered Miss Dorothy Fullman. I got the high card. I'll be dead by midnight.
your name is George Valentine, all you know is that Dorothy Fullman murder case has never been solved. That there were 4 suspects, but the police have despaired of ever finding out who her murderer was. Yes, all you know is that Mrs. Ames was worried about the strange behavior of her husband, and more recently that 4 men have been playing cards in the back card room of the local club, and that the steward says the deck of cards is marked.
No, they can't be. Give me those.
Hey, take it easy, Mr. Ames. Let's see, Stewart.
They're not marked.
What's bothering you so much, Mr. Ames?
Kind of a crude job.
Yes, Jimmy, little ticks on the edges, like this. But the person who did it could tell the cards, all right.
Get out of here, both of you, Jimmy, Stewart.
Hey, slow down, Buster.
Look, I've got to see you, Valentine. I've got to see you alone.
Have you been sampling some of that stuff Chester uses, Mr. Ames? What's so important about...
Chester?
Hey, where are you going, Miss Ames?
He was downtown. He's back now.
Look, Buster, will
the
you
bar.
please?
He's here in the bar. He's having those last 2 drinks.
Well, there you are.
Oh, hello, Angel.
Oh, Mr. Ames, I saw your wife to the station. She said to tell you...
Yes, of course. Where is he?
What?
Little guy, Brooksy. He was in here a few minutes ago.
He was having a couple of drinks.
Yeah, he's gone now.
Well, I did see somebody leaving just when I came in. He looked like he could use a little sleep.
It's 5 minutes to 12.
Time for you to clear it up, friend. Where's Chester gone? What's happening tonight?
Could have been any one of us. I mean, the cards marking them. But I didn't try to save my own skin. I would have gone through it if I'd been high man.
What on earth?
I'm trying to remember. The watchman's spare gun, that was it.
Quit fooling, Buster. What?
Yeah, the closet, the back hall. Come on, hurry, will you? The watchman's gun, that was it.
Only the cupboard was bare.
He's taken it already. Chester.
There's certainly no gun in here.
We drew. High man. He had the king of hearts. Little Chester, the weakest one in the whole bunch. Didn't even seem to react.
What do you look with?
I know I'm talking wildly. I'll explain later. We've got to find him first. Hurry.
Oh, we're with you, all right, but who's he going to use this gun on?
Who's he? Oh. Isn't it perfectly obvious, Mr. Valentine? On himself.
It's just like Jimmy said. House over by the bluffs across the golf course.
It's certainly deserted looking. For sale, for lease.
Chester must be here. It's where he'd come.
It's Dorothy Fullman's house, huh? Where she was killed?
Yes, in the living room. Found her body there.
Beaten to death.
Door's open, you see. Chester? Chester!
Well, he's not here. The fall guy. Well, we're a long way on the outside of that old crime now, aren't we?
Perhaps we beat him here, missed him in the dark. Chester!
What do you mean, George?
Ames here knows what I mean. This is where it happened. It wasn't a pleasant crime. And inside a man, a terrible thing like that can get bigger in a year, huh?
Mr. Valentine, I didn't kill her.
Sure, that's what they all say. But Buster, I'm just finally beginning to realize what a hopeless, crazy thing is happening tonight.
Wait a minute, George, listen.
Upstairs.
Come on.
Chester? Where are you, Chester? It's me, Victor Ames. Salto? Salto, what are you doing here? Mr. Valentine's all right, Salto. He knows the whole story now.
But I didn't mark any cards. It wasn't me.
Then what are you doing here, Salto? Hiding?
Leave him alone, Ames. Leave him alone. And never mind who marked the cards. But what do you think, Brooksy? 4 men actually drawing to see which one would be a fall guy. Which one would confess to a murder?
I don't believe it.
Oh, yes, it's very easy for the 2 of you to talk like that.
I told them it was ridiculous.
Same as Russian roulette. Spin the cartridge wheel. See who gets the bullet. Yeah, they couldn't stand to be pointed at. The suspicion, the shadow of guilt. The crime that would never be solved otherwise.
Yes, I told them that, but Ames and Norton kept saying...
You were willing enough, Salto. You didn't have any solution anyway to keep yourself from going insane. Maybe you can't believe it, Miss Brooks. Why should you? You don't have a private hell to live in.
I don't think that's exactly what she meant, Ames. Sure, I know it's not like in books where people just forget about murder. But to try to dig yourself out of a swamp by drawing, taking 1 chance in 4 of being tapped for guilt, just to lay all the ghosts for the others.
If we did it, so what? We did it. We've nearly killed each other trying to make each other confess anyway.
I was thinking about the second part of the bargain. Suicide for the elected guilty one.
Yeah, to make sure the police would accept that confession.
Mr. Ames, you might have gone through with it. You're that kind. But I just don't believe that most men
Shake,
would...
Angel. All right, how about it, Soldo? That's why you're here, isn't it? To see if Chester would go through with something that you wouldn't do yourself.
That I'm sorry, Victor. I wouldn't have. I couldn't have. I went along with it, of course I did. If I'd been high card, I don't know what I would have done, but...
Okay, there's one down. Wet feet. By this time, Chester must be aboard the nearest freight train headed for parts unknown.
Chester? You signed the confession.
But he wouldn't do it. I know he'd been
At
drinking,
the last
but...
moment, it's a little hard to pull the trigger.
Is that so? You're so sure, aren't you?
Huh?
Moonlight out there. Window, come here. Look.
It's him. It's Chester.
But he's not coming toward the house.
Just walking. That's the path runs up by the bluffs.
Yes, and if anything happens to him, it's our fault, Salto.
Come on, step on it. Run!
Chester! Chester! What's the matter with him?
He doesn't even listen. Oh, look out, George.
Now, these bluffs are pretty steep, aren't they?
Chester! I'm going to climb up this way, too.
Oh, no, you don't, Buster.
Huh?
You
What?
just stay behind me with Miss Brooks.
Valentine.
There's another way this whole thing tonight can work, but I'm going to see that it doesn't.
George, look, he's up on one of the edges.
Stand still!
Oh,
What a... Norton.
get out of here. Leave him alone.
Norton, wouldn't you know?
Stand still! I'm warning you, I have a gun.
Oh, yeah, sure. The one from the watchman's locker?
He didn't take it. Chester didn't take
Hey,
it.
what's all this?
So you did. Sure. You guys wouldn't just make a deal for somebody to commit suicide. You'd get him to write a confession and then murder him.
He killed her. He killed Dorothy Fullman. He confessed.
George, he's up on the edge. Look at him.
Leave him alone. He'll jump, I tell you. Look at the way he's acting. I just followed
To
him.
give him the gun he didn't take.
Ames, listen to me. It will all be over. For all of us.
Oh, you inhuman old...
Let it happen. If you don't, it'll be the same thing over and over and over again.
Yeah, look. We can't stop him from here, and he does look like he wants to jump. Okay, so I've been wrong, so I...
Valentine!
Get out of the way with that gun!
I just...
Okay, now you're all
I've
right,
got it.
Norton. Stay there, all of you. Chester! Mr. Chester!
I'm all right. Yes?
Mr. Chester, now you listen to me. I can't reach you,
But get away now. There's something I'm going to do.
Yeah, I know. Kill yourself. But you were supposed to do it where she died, weren't you? Wasn't that the agreement, Chester, to make it look good? Can you understand me, Mr. Chester?
Oh, I'm all right.
That's it. Just keep looking at me. It should have been the living room, though. Or were they always wrong? She was beaten, bruised. I remember they said they never found a weapon. Was it really up here that she died? Was she thrown? It would have looked the same if somebody then carried her body back to her house.
I'm going to jump, you know. Get back, get back.
No, you're not. You're too curious, Chester. This year, since Dorothy Fullman died, must have been the worst for the one who really killed her. Don't you think so, Mr. Chester?
What do you mean?
But admitting it is worse. Some people can't ever do that. They'd rather die than do that.
I'm going to jump. You can't stop me.
But you don't even want your death to be a confession, do you? Well, they gave you a chance, the little card drawing. You knew the masked deck, the marked one, would be found sooner or later. You deliberately left it behind.
No, go away
The
now.
world would say your confession was a fraud. You were a poor little patsy.
Well, any of them could have marked the cards. Norton, Salto,
The high man marked him. The guilty man, Chester. All I've said is built on that. When there's a drawing, a man can't make another man take a certain card. So if he marks them, he only marks them for himself. Check?
Yes, I understand,
To
but...
pick his own card. But the lowest card picked tonight was a 9. If a man wanted a low card, that's not very safe, is it, with 52 cards in the deck? You know, it baffled me for a while, until I saw that you really did want to die.
She was faithless. She was bad. Get out of my way!
Oh, no, you don't. Now, just hang on. You're going to live, Buster. You're going to write a real confession.
Back to the conclusion of our Let George Do It adventure in just a moment.
George, it did work out that way, didn't it?
Yeah, Brooksy, they pieced it together again. That's why Chester went up to the Bluffs instead of taking the gun. That's how he had killed Dorothy Fullman a year back.
And if the first confession had gone through, if he'd shot himself, nobody ever would have believed it.
Well, the other three would have always thought they railroaded the poor little Punchy.
Trade their private little hells for new ones. If Mrs. Ames weren't still in love with her husband and called you here.
Mm-hmm.
George, isn't it remarkable what a woman will do for the man she loves?
Remarkable.
Forgive, forget, protect.
I'll remember that.
Darling.
The very next time I'm suspected of murder.
Oh!
Good night, Brooksy.
You have just heard High Card, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
The makers of those increasingly popular cigarettes. Sano, the cigarette with far less nicotine. Encore cigarettes that filter the smoke but not the taste present Martin Kane, starring Mark Stevens.
What's your name?
What's that?
Don't try anything. I said, what's your name?
Thompson. Albert Thompson. Why? Something wrong, officer?
You sure this is the man?
He's the one I saw, all right. He did it. Did what? I don't know what you're talking about. Who are you?
I saw you running out of that store after the shooting. You killed that storekeeper.
I don't know what you're talking about. What store? I haven't done anything.
He's the one. I'll swear to it. Come along, mister.
Oh, look, officer.
Behave
you're making
yourself.
Officer, please.
I'll need you too.
But you're making a terrible mistake. I never saw this man in my life.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're all set on our end. Oh, no, nothing's going to happen to that witness. He's in a real safe place. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Any time you want him for the grand jury, he'll be there. Well, thank you. Yeah, I'll be checking with you right along. Right. Well, the DA's a very happy man. He's got a cinched case against Albert Thompson. Oh, what did you drop in for, Kane?
Congratulations.
Yeah? What'd you do?
Not me, it's you that rates the medals, Lieutenant. You and your department, the way you solved that murder, that's pretty good.
Well, the whole case just kind of walked in here. Fred Wallace, the guy who spotted Thompson at that bus stop, he's the one who gets all the credit.
You got anything new on Thompson?
Well, the identification looks pretty solid, Kane.
You got a smart lawyer, Ed Randall. He could beat you in court, unless you come up with more evidence, including the murder weapon.
Yeah, we're working on it. You know, Kane, the take of that robbery was about $200. When we examined Thompson, he had $207 on him.
Yeah, maybe he saved it up.
Yeah, how? His wife didn't know anything about it.
Look, Lieutenant, when a fellow's planning on buying his wife a new coat for her birthday, he doesn't tell her what he's saving up for.
Tell me, how do you know so much about Thompson?
He's Ed Randall's client.
So?
Ed Randall's a client of mine.
Oh.
He thinks Thompson's innocent. Thinks that your witness made a mistake.
He's a good lawyer.
You're smart, too.
Mm-hmm. Oh. You think the witness made a mistake, too?
I don't know. That's what I'm hired to find out.
Well, you sure picked a tough way to make a living.
Some guys climb mountains.
You won't even get off the ground. Fred Wallace made a positive identification.
By the way, I called his house. You've taken him somewhere. Why?
For his health gain.
Oh, come on, Lieutenant. Thompson couldn't hurt anybody. He hasn't got any mob connections. He's just a little guy that fell in a great big hole. I want to see Wallace.
You're wasting your time, Kane, and that's straight.
You're convinced that Thompson's guilty. I can't be, not yet.
Well, I'm only about 90% convinced because we still haven't found the gun. However, Fred Wallace kind of makes up for it.
I still want to see him.
Well, you'll see him all right. But not alone. I'll be there, too.
Everything all right, Mr. Wallace?
Fine.
Yeah? Yes, sir.
How are things?
What did the commissioner see this guy's food bill? Hello, Kane.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Hello, Mr. Wallace. This is, Martin Kane.
How do you do, Mr. Kane?
Hello, Mr. Wallace.
Kane's a private detective. Right now, he's working for Thompson's lawyer.
I see.
He'd like to ask you a few questions.
Oh?
Mr. Wallace, you're sure you couldn't have been mistaken in your identification?
No, sir.
What makes you so positive it was Thompson you saw running out of the shop after you heard the shots?
Why, it just was, that's all.
Tell me, was he wearing a hat?
A hat?
Yeah. Hat.
Yes, he was.
Thompson doesn't wear a hat, Mr. Wallace. Never does, never has.
Well, he could have on this job, Kane.
Do I have to talk to him?
Why not, Mr. Wallace? We're both after the same thing, aren't we? The truth?
That's just why I went after that policeman the moment I saw Thompson. Why, it's my duty as a citizen. You think I like hanging around this hotel room, not being able to go about my normal business? Or seeing my name spread all over the newspapers? I have to testify at that trial. It's the right thing to do.
You know, Kane, most people would be afraid to stick out their necks. We could use more men like Mr. Wallace.
Yeah. Civic virtue is a great thing, Lieutenant, as long as it doesn't convict the wrong man.
Why would I do a thing like that?
Just a mistake, Mr. Wallace. A simple, ordinary human mistake. It happens all the time. Every day, just like it happened here. You couldn't possibly seen Thompson run out of that store. He was clear across town at the time.
That's what he says. I saw it.
Tell me, Mr. Wallace, what was the weather that day?
What kind of a question is that?
Would you answer it, please?
I don't see what difference it makes. I think it was a nice day. Yes, it was a nice warm day.
The man who ran out of the store, was he wearing a top coat?
He could have.
Was he?
No, I just told you it was a warm day. He wouldn't be wearing a top coat.
Your logic's good, Mr. Wallace, but your memory is bad. It was a warm day, and Thompson was wearing a top coat. The people at his office will swear to that.
He's just trying to trick me.
Now, I just want you to think and think hard, Mr. Wallace. Isn't it possible that you made a mistake in your identification?
Mr. Kane, I'm not a fool. If I listened to you and changed my story, I'd be a fool. Some people would say I was scared off. Others said I was bought off. No, sir. I said it was Albert Thompson. And Albert Thompson, it stays.
Well, convinced?
Nope. But I got a better chance of talking back the tide.
Albert's in here, Mrs. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Randall.
Why don't you go right on in, and I'll wait out here for Mr. Kane.
Albert?
Hello, Helen.
You all right?
Yeah, they're treating me all right.
Mr. Randall's here with me.
Yeah, he said he was coming. He's a very fine lawyer, Helen. He tried to get him to lower the bail.
He's still working very hard.
Yeah, I know. They won't do it. The guard told me that $25,000 is the lowest bail he ever heard of. For a murder.
Mr. Barnes came to see me from the office. He wanted to know if we needed any money.
What'd you tell him?
I thanked him very much. I told him we'd manage. Well, but he said all your friends believe in you.
Helen. Mr. Randall's very optimistic. He thinks this Mr. Kane is sure to find some new evidence. I may not even have to go to trial, Helen.
Oh, Albert, what's going to happen to us?
Oh, Helen, I want you to meet Martin Kane.
Hello, Mr. Thompson.
Kane, can you help us?
I don't know yet.
Have you talked to Wallace?
Yeah, I talked to him. He'll make an excellent witness for the state. How do you see it, Ed?
Well, it's not good. It's not bad. District Attorney's Office has been working just as hard as we have.
Has he got enough for an indictment?
Afraid he has. See, Albert, our main problem is your alibi. If we could only prove that you were nowhere near that store when it happened.
No, but I wasn't. I was on my way home. A dozen people must have seen me. 2 dozen.
100 people could have seen you, Mr. Thompson. Nobody ever sees you on a subway or a bus. I'm afraid you have no alibi. Ed, I'll keep right on working, mainly on finding the gun. The big job will be yours in court.
I know. I'll need everything you can get me to shake Wallace in cross-examination. Oh, no, look, let's not give up the ship. You never can tell about juries. Sometimes they go for the strangest stories.
What's strange about Albert's story? That's the truth. Well, he never hurt a soul in his life. Well, he's an honest, decent, hard-working man. Well, what jury would believe he's a murderer?
Yes, I know, Inspector. Yes, sir, I know this isn't that big, but the district attorney's been on my neck all week. Yeah. He says he's got to have the gun that killed Thompson or else. That's right. So I put all the men I could spare on it, sir. No, sir. No, sir, nothing so far. What? Well, Inspector, I think my men know their jobs. I pick most of them myself. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I understand you. Yes, I certainly do. Thank you, Inspector. Good night. Want some, Kane? Warm out tonight.
Not for a private detective.
What do you want?
I want some help.
Still working for Ed Rendell?
That's right.
Well, come around and see me when you quit.
Maybe that'll be too late.
For Albert Thompson?
No, for you, Lieutenant. You want to find the gun, don't you?
What do you think? I get it, or I get fired. I don't know whether it'll be the inspector first or the DA.
Maybe neither. If you want to help me.
Hey, Kane. Are you holding out on me? Hey, do you know where that gun is?
I know where that gun isn't, and I know a little fella that doesn't know anything at all about it, Albert Thompson.
Now, Kane, say what you've got to say.
All right, you won't find the gun until you find the man who used it, and it wasn't Albert Thompson. You've already proved that.
Yeah, how?
You've had your best men out looking for the gun, and they can't find it. They've questioned every enemy, every friend that Thompson ever had. They've looked every place where he could have bought or rented a gun.
Yeah, and they're going to keep right on looking.
Well, they can keep on looking from now until next year, but they're going to come up with nothing.
Yeah, maybe and maybe not. We'll see.
Look, Lieutenant, stop wasting time.
Now, look, Kane, tell me what you want or take off.
Get me a rundown, a description of every stick-up artist that looks like Thompson.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Well, how many can there be?
50, 100, 500, I don't know, and I can't spare a crew on the files
One
to
of them
find
killed
out.
that storekeeper.
Yeah, well, then you find him, and while you're at it, try and find a witness who saw him do it. Meantime, I'll go along with Thompson. I got a witness for him.
Lieutenant Gray. Yes, sir? Oh, she did, huh? Yeah, that's too bad. No, I didn't think of that. Well, all I can do is keep right after it. Yes, sir, of course, as soon as I get anything. District Attorney. They just took Mrs. Thompson to Bellevue. A complete nervous collapse.
Not much you can do about that, is there?
Kane, everything we've got so far says that Thompson did it. You show the DA one solid fact on the other side of the ledger, and Thompson's practically a free man.
Look, will you give me the rundown? I'll try to get that fact, and you show it to the DA.
Did you ever meet Mrs. Thompson? Yeah. Real nice woman.
That's right.
Sergeant, meet me in the photo gallery in 5 minutes. This better be good, Kane. For everybody's sake.
Especially for my clients. If we miss, we get another... He doesn't get another chance, Lieutenant. This is his last time at bat.
Hello there, Mrs. Malone. A carton of your usual?
No, Hap. I've decided to make a change.
My goodness, after all these years, a change?
That's right. You see, I smoke so much, I thought I should try some of those cigarettes they claim have less nicotine. Do you know anything about them?
Well, Mrs. Malone, it just so happens that I do. More and more people are switching to Sano cigarettes for exactly the same reason that you mentioned. Oh, care to have one on the house? No charge?
Thank you. Well, from that sample, I'd say people are switching to Sano cigarettes not just because they contain less nicotine, but because they like them.
That's right, Mrs. Malone. And speaking of nicotine, do you realize that you have never seen any?
Really? But I thought the stain test showed just the amount of nicotine in a cigarette.
Ah, no, you see other substances, but not nicotine. Nicotine is absolutely colorless when it's removed from the tobacco.
Removed from the tobacco? You mean they can take nicotine right out of the tobacco even before the cigarettes are made?
That's exactly what I mean. That's the reason why there's less nicotine in the smoke of a Sano cigarette. The nicotine is removed from the tobacco before Sano cigarettes are made.
Well, that's really getting rid of nicotine.
Yes, indeed. The fact is there's less nicotine in the smoke of a Sano cigarette than in the smoke of any other leading cigarette. Actually, less than 1/10 of 1%.
Hap, that certainly answers my question. As I said before, I don't know when I've smoked a better tasting cigarette. You've just sold me a carton.
All right, Mrs. Malone, you'll never have to change brands again because you can stop worrying about nicotine when you smoke Sano cigarettes.
Thank you for telling me about them, Hap.
You're entirely welcome.
Well, Kane, I hope you pay your taxes. I had 3 men working on that list all night.
Thanks, Lieutenant. Only 9 names, huh?
That's right, out of about 400. We eliminated everyone who didn't correspond, at least roughly, to Thompson's physical description.
Only 2 possibilities.
3 are in prison. 2 are on the West Coast. 2 were in the hospital at the time, and the other 2 are right here in New York.
Carl Shaw, Larry Spencer.
With a complete rundown on each. Oh, Kane, this isn't a lending library.
If I tag one of these guys, I'll buy you a set of cast iron bookends for your birthday. You'll be hearing from me. My first possibility, Carl Shaw, was working in the garage. He told me a straight-sounding story about not being crooked anymore. He had a wife and kids now. His past was really behind him. And so on and so on. I thought he'd never stop telling me how he'd become a new man. But all I wanted to hear from him was his alibi for the time of the killing. And he had one. He was working here. The fellow at the next bench could prove it. Carl Shaw was in the clear.
What'll it be, Mr. Kane?
A little information, Charlie, on a guy named Larry Spencer. Well?
He comes around.
Regular customer?
He was till a couple of weeks ago. Then last night he showed up again.
How come?
Says he was away, vacation.
He wouldn't have gone away around the day after Columbus Day, would he?
Maybe. Why?
On October 13th, the druggist was killed in a heist. Yesterday, they indicted a man named Albert Thompson for the murder. The 28th. Between those two dates, Larry Spencer decides he needs a vacation. That's quite a coincidence, isn't it?
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Kane.
Charlie.
I've got customers, Mr.
Yeah, I know you got customers. You got customers because you still got a license. Remember when I proved that those high school kids didn't pick up their booze here?
I remember.
What's Spencer been up to lately?
I don't know. Honest.
You got any money?
Oh, I let him run a tab once in a while. The last one had me worried.
Oh, why?
Well, when he didn't show up this couple of weeks, I figured he was gone for good. And yesterday he came in and settled up.
Okay, Charlie.
Thanks a lot. Who is it? Hi, Kane. Lieutenant Gray phoned me. Come on in.
Hello, Mr. Wallace.
Well, Mr. Kane?
How are you?
What do you want?
I want you to look at a picture, Mr. Wallace.
What picture?
Well?
Who's this? Where'd you get this?
The guy named Larry Spencer. He's got a police record. He's got a hobby also of holding up storekeepers. Are you sure, Mr. Wallace, this isn't the man you saw run out of that store?
What are you trying to do to me, Mr. Kane?
Never mind what I'm trying to do to you. Think of Albert Thompson. Are you sure this isn't the man you saw run out of the store after the shooting?
No. I told you once before you're not going to make a fool of me. Not now or not on the witness stand. I'm not changing my story.
Lieutenant Gray. Oh, yes, Kane. Say, I'm glad you got my message. Listen, some of the boys down the hall brought in quite a gang.
Me any tickets. I dance with him for free.
Well, I hope Spencer doesn't come in, that's all. Sandy'd be awful sorry. So would that dreamboat. Spencer'd kill him.
Larry Spencer'd kill him? Why, you kidding?
You know, I don't get it. What's a guy like you doing in this place?
Maybe I like to dance. There we go. Here.
Hey, you must own an oil well. Anyway, the next set's on me.
No, you keep him.
Well, I could use them.
You getting tired?
A little.
Want to sit down?
No. I like dancing with you too much. It's not a job. I like it.
Oh, that last one was sure living it up. One ticket. Hey, Sandy's still dancing with that guy.
You blame her?
Maybe somebody ought to tell Larry Spencer about it.
Oh, mind your own business. Say they look nice together.
Make yourself at home.
Thanks.
I'll get some coffee. You're awfully nice. I'm glad you're here.
I was glad to be here, too. But all I had in mind was finding out if Larry Spencer used this flat for a gun drop. Who's the guy?
His name's Larry Spencer.
The girls told me about him. The guy you're going to marry, huh?
I don't know. You haven't helped much.
Oh, come on, Sandy.
Now, please, let me say something. You know, things happen quick. Too quick. If you want something, you have to put out your hand and grab it, or else it goes right by. Larry thinks fast. He gets things. I never wanted to know how, but you get what you want, too, don't you?
I try, Sandy.
Only maybe with you it'd be different. It'd be a chance to stop being scared.
Scared?
I try to tell him every time I see him, but I don't know. Time rushes by and there's never enough left.
What are you scared of, Sandy? What Larry done?
I don't want to talk about him.
What's
You're
he
here.
done, Sandy?
Why?
Tell me.
Well, why? Why do you have to know?
A long story, Sandy.
Hello? Oh, yeah. Yeah, there is someone here. Well, who told you? Hello? You can ask Larry yourself. He's coming over right now.
There is something new under the sun. A filter cigarette that lets you taste what you're smoking. Encore cigarettes. The one filter cigarette that gives you complete taste satisfaction, as well as full filter protection. The secret of this unique advantage can be found in Encore's own open-end filter mouthpiece. It draws so freely and easily. It filters the smoke, but not the taste. Yes, Encore filters the smoke, but not the taste. It gives you the protection you naturally expect, yet it does not diminish the full flavor of Encore's superb tobaccos. And since Encore's filter element is set deep within the mouthpiece, where it cannot touch your lips, you enjoy a neater, cleaner smoke as well. Get Encore.
Oh, get out. If I ever catch you around here again, I'll break your face in. You hear me? I hear you. Who is this guy?
Let me go.
I said who is he? Ah, what do you want?
I want you to change places with a nice little guy that's being framed for murder that you committed.
You're nuts.
Pretend I went out and came back. Go on, beat my face in.
Let me alone.
I'm going to start paying you off now.
Get the gun. Go ahead, get it. Sandy, help me.
Thanks, Sandy, for not helping him.
I couldn't. Not after what you said. I always thought Larry was small time. He killed somebody and hid the gun here. Kane, I told you, didn't I? If you want something, you have to reach out and get it. Will I ever see you again?
If you ever need me, Sandy, if you're ever in trouble. Right now, I want to start the wheels rolling for somebody who is. Lieutenant Gray, please.
I eased into the alley and waited. Pretty soon, a side door opened, and out came Helen. Just as I got to her, I heard a noise behind me. I started to turn around, but too late. A king-sized comet exploded over my right ear, and the ground came up and hit me in the face.
The New Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. This is
is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to Michael Shane, that reckless, red-headed Irishman, back at his old haunts in New Orleans, in another transcribed episode. We call it The Case of the Gray-Eyed Blonde.
Let's see, maybe Trinidad. Yep. And then, where's that folder on the Virgin Islands? Yeah, here. Yep. Come in. And then maybe Havana on the way back. Sloppy Joes, girls, and... Well... Hello.
Michael Shane?
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Mike.
Oh?
Helen.
Helen. Hey, sit down.
Thanks. From the looks of all those travel folders on your desk, I'd say you were planning a trip.
No, just taking a poor man's vacation.
Reading travel folders? Well, probably almost as much fun as actually taking the trips.
I doubt it.
Is something the matter?
Matter?
You've been looking at me sort of...
I've never seen gray eyes like that before.
Oh.
Make quite a dent. Gray eyes, red lips. You, come to talk about trips?
In a way. Short ones.
Oh. Cigarette?
Thanks. Well, I have a match.
Thanks. Trips?
Yeah. You run errands, Mike?
Errands? Depends what kind.
Well, I made a mistake quite a while ago, Mike. Big mistake. I've been paying for it ever since. Regularly.
Blackmail?
Mm-hmm. One more payment, the account's closed for good.
So?
So, I want you to make that last payment for me. Tonight.
Just for my own information, Helen. You're not by any chance asking me to...
I'm not asking you to kill anyone, Mike.
That's good to know.
No, this is all on the up and up. Here are 2 envelopes. The instructions are in this one.
Instructions?
Yeah, where and how you're to meet the man you're to meet.
Uh-huh.
When you do meet him, you hand him this other envelope. In return, he'll give you a small package. You bring that back to your office. I pick it up here.
How would I go about getting in touch with you if anything went wrong?
Well, I don't expect anything will, but in case of emergency, try my hotel. Fedora.
I just remembered a charge I might have to make in this particular case.
Oh, what is it?
It might be for you to have dinner with me or something.
Dinner or something might be arranged, Mike. You'll take the job?
Sure, why not?
I'll pay you $100. I'm sure you'll earn every penny of it.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shane and the case of the gray-eyed blonde.
Well, maybe it was those gray eyes of Helen's. I don't know. At the time, there was something awfully compelling about them. Plus everything else about her, from her honey-colored hair to her alligator sling pumps. Plus, of course, the fact that I'd just gotten my license reinstated a couple of weeks before, and that $100 she was offering looked like a lot of good living for a change. So when she asked me to take the job of making a blackmail payment for her, I said yes. After she left, I opened the instruction envelope and read them over carefully. They were so thorough, I knew whoever this guy was, he wanted to be awfully sure he had the right party. I arrived at the indicated corner of Barrack Street 10 minutes before midnight. 10 minutes early. The street was deserted except for a little red and white peanut wagon that a small olive-skinned gent was pushing down the street toward me. When he got to me, he stopped.
A peanut, senor?
No, thanks.
They are fresh, senor.
You're working kind of late, aren't you?
Si, senor. These peanuts, senor, they are the best.
Tell me, you, seen anyone around here in the last 10 minutes? A man?
Oh, you are looking for someone?
Yeah, in a way.
Then perhaps while you wait, senor, some peanuts.
No, not now. Thanks. He gave me a very unhappy stare and then shrugged his shoulders and pushed his cart around the corner and out of sight. I started walking down the deserted street. My footsteps echoed on the pavement. It was darker than I thought it would be. No streetlights in this section. I kept trying to look over my shoulder, but I couldn't see anything. I knew that somewhere in that block somebody was supposed to tap me on the shoulder, and I was wishing he'd hurry up and get it over. I was almost at the end of the block now. Still, nothing had happened. The building ahead of me on the corner was getting some work done on it. They had the front boarded up and had a boardwalk in place of the sidewalk. The street side of the boardwalk was boarded up, too. It was like a tunnel. I took a few steps into the pitch-black tunnel and stopped. Something started bothering me. For a moment, I couldn't figure out what it was, but then I got it. Somebody was in that boarded tunnel with me. Before I could do or say anything, a hand slid across my mouth, and I could feel the muzzle of an automatic against the side of my neck. Brilliant boy that I am, I got the idea that Mum was a word. Then the hand left my mouth and slid down and started going through my pockets. Pretty soon it came to the envelope I was supposed to deliver. It patted the envelope and slipped it back into my pocket. Well, that I didn't get at all. Then the gun pressed a little harder onto my neck. I suddenly knew that his finger was tightening on the trigger. I dove for the ground, the gun went off. Red-hot poker seared the top of my head, and then blackness. After what seemed like about a month, blackness started to fade. It faded still more, started turning to white. I knew I was in a hospital. Then I spotted some bars across the windows, and I got a strong hunch it was the receiving ward of the prison hospital. I tried to open my eyes more, which was pretty hard to do because my head at this point felt like two little men were playing ping pong with a hunk of hot lead. But I did manage to see someone bending over me. It was Police Inspector Lefevre.
You're not going to die after all,
What odds could I get?
You were lucky. Just got creased.
That's lucky.
Looks like you had a little argument with your sidekick.
Pretty one-sided argument. But look, Inspector, maybe you wouldn't mind telling me what this is all about, huh?
That's funny, Shane. I was just going to ask you that.
Huh?
Mr. Graber, will you step in here now, please?
Yes, Inspector?
Mr. Graber, I want you to take a good look at this man. He the one?
I can't be sure. He might be.
It might be what? Look, I'm the one that got shot in the head, if that's...
Just a minute, Shane. I'm going to tell you something you might possibly already know.
At this point, what I know is just a drop in the bucket of what I don't know.
Mr. Frank Graber here is a vice president of the South Atlantic Exporting Syndicate. Ever hear of him?
Yeah, they ship to Cuba, South America, lots of places. I did some work for them last year.
Yeah, I know.
What's that got to do with...
Coming to that. Day before yesterday, there was an unusually large deposit to be made. So large that Mr. Graber here himself started out with it. Something like $60,000, wasn't it, Mr. Graber?
62. In $1,000 bills.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Graber never... Suppose you tell him what happened, Graber.
Well, I went out the back door of the office building, and it wasn't until I opened my car door that I saw the man sitting inside. Had his hand up to the side of his face so that I couldn't get a clear look at it. But in the other hand was a gun. He forced me to drive down near the river, made me get out of the car and go into an abandoned warehouse. There he hit me over the head with his gun and took the money.
That's too bad. But outside of welcoming you to the Battered Heads Club, I still don't see
that
what...
That guy could have been you, Shane.
What do you mean?
We found one of those $1,000 bills in an envelope. In your pocket.
About then, a lot of things started making sense. Why that guy in the dark wanted to be sure the envelope was in my pocket before he tried to kill me. Yeah, it looked like somebody was very interested in having me found dead with some of that robbery dough on me, thus getting me elected as chief suspect. But I knew it was going to be a tough story to sell the inspector. He ushered Graber out of the room and then came back and stood beside the bed, slowly shaking his head.
Oh, I don't get it, Shane. Not 3 weeks ago, you were telling everybody what a good boy you were going to be if you could just get your license back. So they give you your license back, so here you are, right in the middle of something that smells to high heaven.
Look, Inspector, I'm going to give it to you straight. It was a frame.
No sale, Shane.
Believe me, it's the truth. A girl named Helen...
Yeah.
Oh, I know it sounds phony, but it happened. She gave me a song and dance about hiring me to make a blackmail payment for her. But what she really wanted, she and her boyfriend, I guess, was to have me found dead with some of this dough on me, thereby taking the heat off.
Mm-hmm. I suppose you can back up your story by producing this girl.
I can try.
Still not buying.
Look, Inspector, I've always cooperated with you.
Yeah, well, that's the only reason I'm even listening to you.
So now I need a break, a big one. You can give it to me.
The only thing I can give you is time. And not much of that.
How much?
My next way out.
I know that. You're not exactly alone, though.
Well, it's 7 a.m. I'll give you until 10 o'clock tonight. Huh?
Tonight? Have a heart. That doesn't give me...
I said 10 o'clock tonight.
Make it midnight, then.
10?
Okay, 10 o'clock tonight.
And Shane.
Yeah?
That's it. One way or another.
Funny thing about the inspector. He always meant just exactly what he said. So I had something like 15 hours to find one woman in a city as big as New Orleans. A beautiful woman with gray eyes who'd almost done a very neat job of fitting me for a coffin. I lost 2 of those 15 hours getting part of my strength back and talking the doctor into giving me my pants. The only thing I had to go on was what Helen had told me about reaching her at the Hotel Donna. The desk clerk there remembered her just as soon as I mentioned the gray eyes.
Oh, yes, sure. Let's see. Helen Collier she was registered under. Not bad. No, not bad at all.
Was registered?
Yes, checked out first thing this morning. About 6, I guess it was.
No forwarding address, huh?
No, asked her, but she said none.
Well, thanks anyway.
Might ask one of the cab drivers out front.
Yeah, I'm going to. Thanks. It didn't take me long to find out that none of the 3 cab drivers in front of the Hotel Donna could have taken Helen, because none of them came on until 7. But I did get the address of the driver who worked nights there, and 10 minutes later I was pounding on his door.
What do you want?
Are you Joe, the cab driver?
Yeah, why?
You have a fare this morning about 6?
You woke me up to ask me that? Beat it.
Hey, come on, Joe. Open up.
Look it, friend. I don't know who you are, and it's just the way I want to keep it. Now, suppose
I'm not leaving until I get an answer from you. A girl about 5'4", gray eyes at the Hotel Donna. Where'd you take her?
I don't know what you're talking about now. Beat it. Get your foot out of the door.
Okay, we'll go inside.
Hey, what's the...
Now, look. The more you talk, the more I'm convinced you did take her somewhere. Now, open up. I've been through too much on account of that
Look, I tell you, I don't know what you're talking about.
If you're trying to cover for you, you're making an awful big mistake, Joe. A mistake that could put you behind bars. She paid you to keep your mouth shut, huh? Okay, here's 10 to open it.
Look, from a friend. Be smart. Keep out of this deal.
It's too late, Joe. Here's the 10. Open up.
I got more than that for promising.
Look, I haven't got all day, and 10's all you get. Maybe that's too much. Maybe I could beat the answer out of you and save myself a 10 spot. Now, which is it going to be?
Okay.
All right, now, you picked her up at the Hotel Donna at 6 this morning.
Yeah.
Where'd you take her?
From a friend. Let me give you a tip. Don't hold your breath till you see her again.
What do you mean?
Where I took her was the airport.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shane and the case of the gray-eyed blonde.
It all started when a gray-eyed blonde named Helen hired me to make a blackmail payment for her. Only I found out too late it was a frame. I got shot in the head and woke up and found myself accused of a $62,000 robbery and was given just 15 hours by Police Inspector Lefevre to find Helen and clear myself. So far, all I'd found was she'd left the Hotel Donna at 6 that morning to go to the airport. Well, I was out there now talking to all the ticket clerks. Finally, I found one who remembered her.
Oh, yes, surely. Those eyes of hers will be hard to forget.
Well, which plane did she leave on, do you remember?
Let's see, New York? No, that wasn't it.
Come on, try to remember.
Now, wait a minute. Oh, I remember now.
Don't tell me it's that plane that's taking off out there.
No, she didn't leave at all.
What?
No, bought a ticket to Havana. Midnight plane. Tonight.
Well, at least I knew she was still in New Orleans. Of course, finding her would be something else again. And then I got an idea, a long shot maybe. But right now the welcome mat was out for anything that would pass for a starting point. I went back to the Hotel Donna and over to the desk clerk.
Yes?
You, remember me? I was in here a couple of hours ago asking about that girl
with the gray eyes, yes. You, really got it bad for her, hmm?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, but she hasn't come back, and I told you she didn't leave a forwarding address.
I know. Look, her room, has it been straightened up yet?
Well, probably not. Cleaning girl's a little slow. We're thinking of letting her go at the end.
How about letting me in the room for a look around?
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Why not?
You've got it bad for the girl, and that's tough, but we can't have you traipsing through that room looking for her forwarding address. It's, against the policy.
Whose?
Mine?
Uh-huh. Okay, I'll make a deal.
Deal?
Yeah. Now, here's a 5. Let's just say I'm engaging the room for a couple of hours as is.
Oh, well, now, why didn't you say so in the first place? Here, I'll get the key.
My only chance was that Helen wouldn't feel any reason to cover her tracks too carefully, since according to her plan, I was to have been long dead by now. I practically tore the room apart. Nothing. Then I thought of the wastebasket. There were 2 things in it, a piece of Kleenex with the imprint of a mouth and lipstick, and a torn half of a paper match folder. There was some printing on it. All I could make out were the first 2 letters, R.A., and below was the word cocktails. The name of a bar. And possibly, just possibly, a hangout of Helen's where she might be passing time and keeping under cover until that midnight plane to Havana. Oh, but which bar was it? How many of them started with R.A.? My guess was quite a few. But it didn't matter how many. I had to try all of them. I went back to my office. That was a mistake. I dropped into my chair and propped my feet up on the desk. That was a big mistake. I figured I'd just rest a few minutes before I started out. That was a bigger mistake. Closed my eyes. That was my biggest mistake. When I opened my eyes again, I thought something had gone wrong with them. Everything was dark. Then I looked at my watch and almost went right up through the ceiling. 10 minutes to 7. I'd slept all afternoon. I had 3 hours left. I started out. The nearest bar on my list was a place with the quaint name of Rat Race. When I got there, things were already in high gear. I went in, and I knew how the place got its name. The music was tailgating loud, and it all came from 5 guys in the corner. A few couples were dancing, I guess you'd call it, on a floor about 3 sizes larger than a phone booth. The bartender sat at the end of the bar near the musicians reading a paper. I had a tough time making myself heard.
What'll it be, Mac?
You happen to know a girl
What's
named...
that?
I say to you...
Can't hear you.
A girl named Helen. Gray eyes, 5 feet 4. Do you know her?
Oh, yeah, lots of girls around. I don't know, I don't think so.
I suppose you've been asking too much to hit the jackpot on the first nickel.
Talk louder, will you?
No, skip it. I threaded my way through the dancers and the smoke and went out. 1 down, 8 to go. I checked the Rat Race off my list, went to a place called Rady's in a pretty seamy neighborhood. It was a lot darker than the Rat Race here and a lot quieter. Hospitable, too. I'd hardly gotten inside before a furnace-eyed brunette sidled up.
Hello.
Hello.
You looking for someone?
Yeah.
Here I am.
No. The girl I'm looking for is named Helen. Gray eyes.
Oh, no, Helen. What's wrong with my eyes? They're brown. And nice.
Yeah, so I see.
Would you like to dance? Have a drink?
Thanks, anyway. So I crossed off Rady's and kept going. And I kept drawing blanks. Rays, Ravicini's, radio room. And it got to be after 9, and I could practically feel the inspector's official and heavy hand on my shoulder. My head was throbbing again, and I was getting weaker by the minute. So I guess I was none too steady as I walked down the street. And then as I passed a little red and white peanut wagon parked at the curb, an olive-skinned little gent darted out in front of me.
Senor.
Oh, you again.
Senor, is something wrong?
No, just tired.
Here, senor, have some of my nice peanuts. Nice fresh peanuts.
No, thanks. You kind of get around town, don't you?
See, but, senor, they're the most delicious peanuts. They will help
I don't want any peanuts now.
But I tell you, senor, they're fine peanuts. The best peanuts this side of Havana, senor.
Can't you understand it? What about Havana?
Senor, what have I done? What have I said to offend? Please to let me go.
What'd you say about Havana?
Nothing, senor, nothing. It's just a place where I was born, senor. Havana, my home, that is all, senor.
Do you know anything about that midnight plane to Havana tonight?
No, senor, I swear it. I know nothing about the midnight plane to Havana, except I would like to be on it.
Okay. I let go of him and he darted around to the other side of his wagon. I staggered on down the street. I still wasn't sure whether he'd been trying to tell me something or not. I didn't have time to figure it out. I had to keep going. Then I went to Ramon's, the next place on the list. It was a small place, no music. Only a couple of people at the bar, and the bartender was watching me very carefully. Hello.
What can I do for you?
You happen to know a girl named Helen, Gray eyes?
No.
I see. You happen to have a light on you?
Light? Yeah.
Thanks a lot. I walked back to the door and went out. I was trying hard not to tremble, because the trail had gotten hot, very hot. That bartender had been just a little too quick to say he didn't know Helen. If I needed any more proof, he'd given it to me. The matchbook he'd used to give me a light was the same kind as the fragment I was carrying in my pocket. Yeah, I knew I'd finally found the place. I went around the corner, eased into the alley, and waited. Pretty soon a side door opened, and out came Helen. Hey, wait a minute.
Well, hello, Mike. You really shouldn't have, you know.
Found you?
Mm-hmm. Better look behind you.
Oh, no. That's too old a gag to...
In a moment, we'll be back with a thrilling climax to tonight's Michael Shayne adventure.
I guess the business of one thing canceling out another is true. That hit on the head sort of blotted out the throbbing of the wound. When I came to and found myself lying on the floor in a little room, my head was a lot better than I'd figured. Numb, I guess. I could hear voices. Two of them. And suddenly they began registering.
I couldn't help it, Helen. I had to see you. Well, it's a good thing I did, too. Shane was almost ready to grab you when I hit him just now.
It's all your fault anyway. Why didn't you finish the job last night when you had him on the boardwalk?
I tried to, Helen.
Oh, he's coming to.
Yeah, I've come to. So, trustworthy Vice President Mr. Frank Graber is the big boy of the deal.
Now, you shut up, Shane.
We might get an argument as to who the brains really was, Mike, but it doesn't matter now.
Pretty neat. Graber walks off with the money and tells the police a fairy tale about being robbed. Then the two of you nominate me for the fall guy. Graber's supposed to kill me, so I'll be found with some of the dough and therefore become the chief suspect. Only Graber misses.
Figured it all out, didn't you, Mike? Well, Frank, I guess there's only one thing to do.
Yes.
And I knew what that one thing was. I knew I had to think fast and act fast to prevent that one thing from happening. If I could just divert their attention from me long enough for a dive at the window or door. And then I thought of something. Something that might possibly take their minds off me for just a second.
Come on, Frank, get it over with.
I suppose you've told Graber about that plane ticket, Helen.
What?
To Havana on the midnight plane.
What ticket?
Why, he doesn't know what he's saying,
No,
Frank.
wait. What ticket?
Don't you see, he's just trying to upset you.
You bought a ticket on the midnight plane to Havana.
Frank, I didn't...
You were going to run out on me.
Oh, don't be
You were
silly.
going to take all that money and run out on me.
That's not true. I told you I wasn't.
I guess I knew all along, Helen. Only I just wouldn't face it. But I guess I knew all along.
What are you talking about?
I knew. All the time you were telling me you loved me. How we'd wait until the heat was off, and then I'd retire on account of ill health, and we'd take the money and go to South America and have a wonderful time.
Frank,
all the time you were telling me those things, I knew you didn't mean them. I knew it. I wanted to believe it. I wanted
you're
to.
all wrong.
You kept working on me. You finally got me to do this thing. Because you were like a disease. You were in my blood. Now you were going to run out on me. But I won't let you.
No, Frank, that's not true.
It's too bad.
No.
You won't get to use that ticket. Helen, my darling.
Frank?
Suddenly there was a gun in his hand. It was pointed at Helen, and I could see she didn't believe it. But I did. I dove at him, and just as I hit him, the gun went off. Helen slowly sagged to the floor. I got hold of his wrist, but I was off balance, and he was bringing the gun slowly around toward me. And then, just as it got to me, I twisted as hard as I could, and we both went down, and the gun went off again. Then the gun dropped out of his hand. He just sort of crumpled over and lay still. I stared hard at the widening red stain on his coat, right over his heart. Well, I got a call through to the inspector right away, and he sort of took over from there. And that was just about that, with all the loose ends tied up one way or another. Oh, yeah, except one, that plane ticket to Havana, the one Helen had bought. Nobody seemed to know quite what to do with it, because she'd bought it with her own money instead of the robbery dough. Of course, I had an idea what to do with it, but, well, I gave it up after a while. I guess the little peanut vendor needed it more than I did. Of course, I didn't just give it to him. It was strictly a business deal. I traded him the ticket for his peanut wagon. So now, if the detective business ever gets too tough, well, I've always got a sideline.
is your director, Bill Russo, again. Our story is based on characters created by Brett Halliday. The music is composed and conducted by John Duffy, and Michael Shane is portrayed by Jeff Chandler. The New Adventures of Michael Shane is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild. Next week, you'll hear Michael Shane in another thrilling adventure from mysterious and colorful New Orleans.
Hello, creeps. This is Private Z, once again raising the curtain in the Mystery Theater. Well, tonight we have another adventure of the Thin Man for you, a rough and tumble little opus called The Case of the Moon Murder. It all started one moonlight night with Nick and Nora Charles walking home from the movies. They were strolling along the Central Park side of Fifth Avenue when suddenly Nick stopped.
Well, that's queer.
It certainly is.
I mean those two men fixing the gutter over there. Let's go over, baby.
Nick, are you going to give up me on a park bench just to become a sidewalk superintendent?
No, darling, but I was doing some sidewalk engineering at that spot this afternoon. I watched them dig that hole.
Oh, then you're afraid these fellows can't get along without you.
They had the whole thing finished this afternoon, very satisfactorily, too. It was all ready to put the paving on. Why should they dig it up again?
Maybe the night shift didn't like the hole the day shift dug. Or maybe the men just have nothing to do. Come on, darling, let's find a bench.
That's right, pal. Scram.
Am I disturbing you?
Yeah, don't you know better than to stare at geniuses at work?
I'm sorry, I didn't know you were a temperamental artist.
Go on, beat it.
I will not. You don't look like such a good ditch digger to me.
Go on, roll your hoop, or I'll paste you one.
Why, Nicky, tell him I'm no hoop, I'm your wife.
Listen, you Toscanini of the shovel. I'm a taxpayer, and I can watch you fill up a hole if I want to.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
There.
Oh.
Nick, he hit you.
Oh, thanks for telling me, dear. I'd never have guessed.
The big gorilla. Sock him back.
Oh, darling, I don't know how I'd ever get along without your advice.
Oh, good for you, darling. Right on the button. Why, Nicky's running away, and so's his pal. I knew they were cowards. We showed them.
They're running to that parked car.
Well, make them come back, dear. They didn't finish their hole.
It's too late now. They're driving away.
What are you picking up there, Nick?
A dental bridge. Must have knocked it out of his mouth. Look down there, baby. In the hole they were filling in.
What? It's a man's hand.
Yeah. I'm going to clear some of that dirt away.
They were burying someone in the gutter on Fifth Avenue.
Yeah, that's right, baby. New York is the only city in the world where people would see that and mind their own business.
Well, who is he?
Well, his wallet identifies him as Patsy Tonelli. There's a curious quarter-moon insignia in his lapel. I think I'll take it. It may mean something.
What did he die of?
Lead poisoning of the brain. You see them?
Bullet holes.
Yep. Murder. Don't you get it? They were going to bury him here, and in the morning the street would be sealed over and paved, and no one would discover the body.
Have you any idea who killed him? Any clues?
No, baby. Just a page torn from a memo pad I found in his pocket. It says, Ellsworth Gailton, 941 East 57th Street. Oh, I wish I'd had a good look at the guy I socked. I couldn't see him well in the dark. Hey, Nora, duck.
Why?
That car racing down the street. They're holding guns out the window. Watch it. Ah! Stay down. You all right, darling?
Yes, dear.
Well, they're gone now. Why'd you scream?
I just wanted to see if I was in good screaming voice.
That car looked like the same one those two ditch diggers used to get away in.
Oh, Nick, there's a cab.
Now, let's hope it's empty. I want to get out of here. Hey, taxi!
Taxi, Bud?
Yes, sir. Get in, dear.
Where to, Bud?
Home. 60 Park Drive.
Nick, aren't you going to investigate this?
Let's mind our own business and play safe. I'll phone Inspector Gallagher from our house.
Darling, Look behind you. It's the same car that shot at us. We're being followed.
Yeah. Well, that means we can't go home. They'll find out who we are, and I'm sure they'll want to bump us off. Okay, baby. The only way to be safe now is to tackle this.
Well, what'll we do?
As soon as we can shake that car, we're going to see Ellsworth Galeton. Driver. Oh, driver.
Yeah?
Take us to East 57th Street, near Lexington.
Okay. Gosh, on a night like this, you'd think something exciting would happen. But nothing ever happens around here. These streets are so dead.
You don't know how dead they are, pal.
Ellsworth Galeton's apartment is 18B. That must be down the hall.
Come on, baby.
Nick, are you sure we lost that car that was following us?
Well, not too sure. After I got out of that drugstore where I phoned Gallagher, I thought I saw someone following us here. Oh, this is 18B. I'll ring.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'd like to see Mr. Galeton, Mr. Ellsworth Galeton.
And whom shall I say is calling?
Mr. and Mrs. Nick Charles.
Come in, please. Will you wait here, please? I'll tell Mr. Galeton.
A butler and everything. It looks as though Mr. Galeton's having a party.
Oh, this is no party, baby. It's a slick gambling joint. Don't you see it? Over there. They're playing roulette. There's a poker game. In that corner, dice.
Oh, can I play, Nick?
On a night with a full moon? Oh, don't be silly, baby.
If you'll come this way, please, Mr. Galeton will see you in his office.
Okay.
Mr. Galeton, Mr. and Mrs. Charles.
All right, Sampson. Come in, Mr. and Mrs. Charles.
How do you do?
How do you do? Mr. Charles, you've never been here before?
No.
Who sponsored you?
Patsy Tonelli.
Tonelli? I don't believe he ever mentioned you. In fact, I know he didn't. You a friend of his?
Yeah. You ever see this before?
Well, it looks like some kind of insignia. Quarter moon.
That's right, Mr. Galeton. You'll never guess where we found it.
Of course, Patsy used to wear this. Hey, how'd you get this? Now, look, Patsy's my friend. Has anything happened to him?
Yes.
Well, tell me. I'll do anything in the world for Patsy. Where is he?
The last time I saw him, he was lying in a hole someone dug on Fifth Avenue.
Patsy?
He couldn't get up. He found it hard to walk when he was dead.
Oh, was he murdered?
Well, he had 2 bullet holes in his head.
It's the Moon Mummers.
The who?
The Moon Mummers. It's a crazy cult that Patsy joined. That's why he wore that insignia. Tell me, is there a full moon tonight?
Oh, yes, a beauty.
They always kill under a full moon. What's going on out there?
Okay, Tootsies. This is a stick-up. Reach for the ceiling.
Nicky, darling, a masked hold-up man. Aren't you being a little corny?
Shut up. My pal's got everybody in the rest of the joint covered. So don't try any tricks. Galeton, go out of this room. Go on, out the door.
All right, but don't shoot.
Hey, you. What are you doing there? Why ain't you got your hands up?
But I have got him up.
I don't like you.
Oh, that's because you're a man. All the girls like him.
I don't like you either. I think I'm going to let you both have it just to show them others we mean business. Out, go!
Nick, you knocked him clean out the door. Did any of his bullets hit you?
No, they went wild.
Well, why are you locking us in here?
It's safer, baby. Hey, look.
Yes.
There's a central fuse box in this room. We're in luck. I'm going to turn out every light in this apartment. There.
Why'd you do that?
With all that dough in there and those gunmen loose, there should be a nice riot to take their minds off of us. Yeah, there it starts.
How are we going to get out of here, Nicky?
Well, there's a ledge outside this window. We can crawl to the neighboring apartment. Get going, honey. We haven't any time.
All right, dear.
Here.
Oh, this ledge is narrow. How high up are we?
18 stories. Move along, baby.
18 stories?
But, Nora, hold on. What's the matter with you? You nearly slipped.
I started to faint. Remind me to finish it later.
You scared, baby?
Me? Scared? Not at all, dear.
Keep going, baby.
All right. I'm coming to that open window. Shall I knock before I go in?
No, dear. Just write and ask for an invitation. Go in before I start slipping again.
All right. There. Well, come in, Nicky.
All right. There. It's very dark in here.
I know. But I can make out someone sleeping on that bed. You can see him there in the moonlight.
Yeah.
Who's there?
Oh, it's just us. Did we wake you?
Yes, I was sound asleep.
I'm sorry to disturb you.
You're very pretty.
So are you. Now you just close your eyes, put your head on the pillow, and I'll tuck you in.
All right. How'd you get in here?
Oh, we just slid in on a couple of moonbeams.
Really? Is that possible?
Uh-huh. Anything can happen on the night of a full moon.
So I've been told.
How do we get out of here?
The door's open that way.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night, dream girl.
Well, Nick, where do we go from here?
We're going to see Big Ears Benny. There are a couple of angles on this case I'm not sure about.
Isn't it queer, darling? That man didn't seem the least bit disturbed by our coming in his window. He seemed pleased by it.
Well, baby, if you walked in on a moonbeam while I was sleeping, I'd be pleased by it, too.
Oh, why, Nicky, the moon's got you loony, too.
Yeah, but I think that man's going to decide any minute that he wasn't dreaming.
Police!
What did I tell you? Let's beat it fast.
Good evening.
Hello. I'm Nick Charles. This is my wife, Nora.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you, I'm sure.
Is Big Ears Benny at home?
Oh, gee, what a gorgeous coat. Where'd you get it?
A Mambouche.
What's that, a saloon?
Well, it's a sort of clothes saloon.
Who are you?
Well, Mrs. Big Ears. Oh, gee, that's a gorgeous hunk of material. Even feels gorgeous. Expensive, huh?
I don't want to interfere, girls, but where is Big Ears Benny?
He's spending the night in jail.
Oh, you had an argument?
Yeah. Once a month they lock him up. Oh, gee, your dress is pretty, too.
Thank you. So is yours.
Yeah. Only 2 centuries and a half. I had to squeeze the dough out of Benny like he was a wet mop through a wringer.
Would you mind telling me why Benny's in jail?
Well, tonight they got a full moon playing in the sky. Every time they got a full moon, they arrest Benny.
On what charge?
Well, they run out of charges. He just goes down to the jail instead of coming home.
What jail? The one at police headquarters?
No, they don't bother to take him there anymore. He checks in at the local precinct on the corner.
Oh, well, thank you, Mrs. Big Ears Benny. And good night. Come, Nora. We'd better go now.
All right, dear.
Gee, Nora, I simply adore your clothes.
Why, thank you, Mrs. Big Ears. Next time I do a striptease, I'll invite you over.
There's Benny, Mr. and Mrs. Charles. Go right over. You can talk to him through the bar.
Yeah, thanks, Sergeant. Come, dear.
Hello, Mr. Big Ears.
Nora and Nick. It's nice to see you again. Are they locking you up on account of there's a full moon, too?
No, not yet, Miss Benny. We just came to see you. Well, they gave you a very nice cell.
Oh, I always get it to look sweet every time I stop here. What's on your mind, Nick?
What do you know about a guy named Ellsworth Gailton?
You're talking in my deaf ear, Nick.
Does this $10 bill help your hearing?
Oh, it makes me hear music, Nora. And when I hear music, I feel like singing. Gailton is ambitious to become the #1 rat in this town.
What else does he handle besides gambling?
Anything he can muscle into.
He's got a mob?
Yeah. He's got a permanent want ad out for evil-minded personalities.
Who's Patsy Tonelli?
I'll need a little more music.
Will, another 10 help?
Oh, considerably. Tonelli is a torpedo who was imported from St. Louis. He specialized in murder and torture. No one knows who imported him or who he's working for.
Does this insignia mean anything to you?
I'm straining my singing voice, Nick.
Gargle with this 10 spot.
Oh, that's a big help. That there quarter moon pin is the insignia of the Moon Mummers, a wacky outfit that's really a racket.
What kind?
Oh, it's got something to do with the moon. A guy named Tamar Luna and his wife Laura Luna run it. They work out of a brownstone house at 999 East 89th Street. I'm not sure, but it smells like blackmail to me.
Well, why should Tonelli be wearing this pin when he was killed?
He was a member of that there cult, maybe.
Do they ever murder any members of their own cult?
Maybe. Them people is nuts. But it takes plenty of murdering to rub out a torpedo like Tonelli.
Thanks a lot, Big Ears. Well, baby, we're going to drop in on Mr. and Mrs. Lunar.
Just a second, Nick. You got some influence with the cops?
Yes, Benny. Why?
Can't you tell them that the full moon doesn't have any effect on me? I'm perfectly normal.
You certainly are, Big Ears.
I'm the most normal aeroplane that ever lived. Watch me fly.
There is someone at the door, Tamar.
I'll answer it.
Good evening.
Welcome to the mansion of the moon, madame.
Why, thank you. Are you Tamar Lunar?
I am Tamar Lunar.
Well, you're just the one I want to see.
Have you been having trouble with your moon, madame?
How'd you know?
Tamar can tell. This is Laura Lunar.
Greetings. May all your moons be cloudless.
Why, thank you. That's a very pretty thought.
Why have you come here?
Well, you see, I have a slight case of lunacy. I mean, I want to join your society.
And who told you about our society?
Patsy Tonelli. You know him?
Oh, yes. He was a quarter moon.
He was?
But never real. He is on his way to becoming a half moon.
What happens after he becomes a half moon?
He becomes a full moon.
And then? Oh, no, don't tell me. Let me guess. He becomes the man in the moon. Right?
Wrong.
Well, don't get sore.
How did you know quarter moon Patsy Tonelli?
Oh, just socially. I used to know him in St. Louis.
Truly?
Truly. By the way, where is Patsy?
If you are joining the moon mummers, you mustn't be interested in men of this earth.
Are there any other kind?
There are moon men.
Where?
On the moon. You can love only one of them.
Well, aren't there any around here?
Yes, my husband.
Oh, that character?
He's the only living moon man on this earth.
Well, how do you do?
Laura, my dear, do you think she has the qualities to become a member of our society?
She is very pretty in an earthly sort of way.
Thank you.
She has a figure that Earthmen admire.
You know, I've got a feeling I'm going to like it here.
Laura, shall I test her?
Go right ahead, Tamar.
What are you going to do?
You will find out, my dear. First, I must see if you can love me. Put your arms around me.
Oh, but won't your wife mind?
Mind? I will criticize you if you fail to show some enthusiasm.
You certainly aren't like the Earthwives.
What do they know on this juvenile Earth? It's only a few billion years old. Not on the moon. Go on, Tamar.
Now, I'm going to kiss you.
No.
Oh! Laura, my dear, she has no love in her heart.
I got love all over, but not for you, Moonface. No, don't!
Tie her up, Laura.
Don't worry, Jerko. I'll tie her up like a salami.
And don't you try to move her, I'll drill you.
With a gun?
Yes, where's Tonelli? Come on. We know something happened to him. You better start talking.
I don't know where he is.
The next one won't miss. You had better start remembering things. What happened to him?
He's dead. He's been murdered.
Who are you? What's your racket?
I'm just trying to find out who murdered him, that's all.
Did Gailton send you?
Gailton?
You know what I'm talking about. Start
I
spinning.
don't know anymore.
Okay, here's where you get
Tommy,
it.
look out behind you. It's a guy.
Nicky!
Hello, baby.
Oh.
I sneaked in the back just as I told you I would. Get up, Lunar. I got your gun.
Be careful. Don't shoot that gun. It's loaded.
I know it, pal. You're both so anxious to squeeze information out of people with a gun, I'm going to see how you like it for yourself. Who killed Tonelli?
We don't know.
What connection did he have with you?
None whatsoever. Oh, where am I bleeding?
Nowhere. But that won't happen the next time. Where does Tonelli fit into this picture?
We hired him.
Laura, keep quiet.
You won't be quiet long. I'm going to call the police.
I have nothing to hide from the police. Laura, Come.
Where do you think you're going?
Oh, we're just going to disappear.
Nick, they're going up in the air. They're going back to the moon. They're gone.
Oh, nuts.
Do you suppose we can call it Monkey Shines?
It's some stage trick, baby. These cult headquarters are always full of them.
But they went right up in the air through the roof.
Well, it's done with wires and a trapdoor in this dimly lit room, honey. They must have got away by this time. Come on, we're going to take a quick look around here, and then we're going home.
Have you got the key to our apartment?
Yeah, here it is, baby. Boy, it'll be good to get home. I'll open the door.
Excuse me, Bud. Do you have a match?
Why, yes, right here.
Oh!
Nick, is that a nice thing to do? You knocked him out for no reason at all.
I knocked him out because he whistled when he talked.
What?
Remember? That hold-up guy at the gambling joint who tried to kill us. He whistled when he talked, too.
Oh. Oh, why? Bridge work?
Yes, you guessed it, baby. And look, that dental bridge I found beside that excavation on Fifth Avenue fits right in this guy's mouth. You see?
What are you going to do with him, dear?
Drag him into the house and make him comfortable. This case is in the bag.
Hello, Charles.
Oh, Mr. Gailton. I've been waiting for you.
I brought a few of my men along. I thought we might need them for this job.
You certainly will. There's the man we found trying to bury your friend Patsy Tonelli on Fifth Avenue. We tried to get him to tell us who killed him, but he won't talk.
I'll make him talk. Hello, Gopher.
Hiya, boss.
Boss?
Yes, you poor saps. You played right into my hands.
Well, you mean you killed Tonelli?
Yeah, I had the pleasure of doing it personally.
No.
Yes.
But why?
I told Tom Luna I wanted a cut of that blackmailing racket he ran with his wife. So what does a dope do? He hires Tonelli to bump me off.
And you killed him first.
Sure. Oh, you'll realize I'm telling you this only because you're going to die, Charles.
Oh, but Natch.
Oh, cheer up, Mrs. Charles. We all got to kick off sometimes. Just think, you'll know when.
Oh, no, Mr. Gailton. You're the one who's going to know when, and very soon. Okay, Gallagher.
All right, guys.
You're all covered by the cops, boys. There's a dozen of them. Now, don't start any trouble, fellas. My wife just cleaned up all the blood stains in our living room.
And so, Mr. Genius, give me the rest of the details.
I knew that holdup in Gailton's joint was a fake. It was an attempt to kill us.
Well, how'd you know? Let's sit on that bench.
Because Goofer got in so easily, and he forgot to frisk Gailton for a gun when he ordered him out of the room.
Then when Goofer turned up here, you connected him with Gailton.
Yeah, that's right. I knew that Tamar Lunar and his wife were innocent of the murder because they tried to torture information out of you.
The police caught them?
Yeah. Yeah, they were nabbed in Grand Central. They found enough material in their moon mansion to send them up for a long time on blackmail charges.
Oh. Oh, Nicky, darling, I don't think Central Park ever looked so lovely at night. Put your arm around me.
Well, what's the matter? Afraid of a moonbird?
I'm chilly.
I fell for that line once before.
What happened?
Nearly wrecked my life. I married the girl.
Oh, is that why you can't do it now?
Well, of course, baby. I'd have to marry you. Since I'm already married, well, that would be bigamy.
Oh, I don't mind if you're a bigamist, dear, as long as I'm both your wife.
Well, there's nothing like a few murders to keep your married life a happy one. Just ask Nick and Nora. It's time once again to close the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. So until next time, this is Private Z saying good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Swan song, sweetheart, so you better start singing.
Don't try standover tactics, Catch, or I'll make a hot curry for you.
Does she talk to me or to the cops? Take your pick. It's all the same to me.
You T-men are all the same. Think you're wonderful, great big heroes. Don't think I don't know.
Glamour boy.
She's the one I want to hear from, not you. What's it to be, sugar?
I've got nothing to say unless my lawyer says so.
And her lawyer doesn't say so.
When I get through with her lawyer, Buster, he's going to need a lawyer. Now, why don't you both be sensible and admit it was a frame-up?
Prove it.
Dare me?
I defy you.
Okay.
Mr. Ketch, wait.
Pipe down, you pin-headed little... Why, you...
Good for you, sugar. I've been dying to take a poke at him, too.
Okay, Mr. Ketch. Now I'm ready. Now I'll talk.
T-Men, the true-to-life adventures of the men whose job it is to discover and bring to account those citizens who, by concealment, deception, or fraud, evade their lawful taxes. T-Men, with Gordon Glenwright as Jack Ketch. Here is Jack Ketch, one of this nation's T-Men, to tell you the case of the subtle approach.
This is a great country. It takes a lot of money to run and keep running. That's why we have taxes. Taxes are scaled so that everyone pays a fair share of the cost according to his or her true income or profit.
Malarkey.
Hmm?
I said that's a lot of malarkey. Taxes are scaled so that characters like you can squat in safe jobs. By the way, my name's Cromer, Public Relations.
Oh, sweet. You'll have sorrowing relations if you come busting into private offices that way, friend.
Your apology is accepted. Well,
now, just a minute, Elephant Hide.
I know you're now going to tell me that you're a busy man and you don't need whatever it is I'm selling anyway, but that's just where I'm going to fool you, Mr. Ketch. Oh, yes, I saw your name on the door, by the way. Yes, that's precisely where I'm going to fool you, because I have nothing to sell.
No.
No, Mr. Ketch. I have something to give.
I've a pair of them, and they're heavy brogues.
Mr. Ketch, how would you like to wake up in the morning and feel worth 10,000?
10,000 what? Usually I feel like a 2-cent cigar butt. However, I mustn't keep you chit-chattering like this. Beat it, Buster!
10,000 of these.
Money? Now, why should you give me that dough?
It's quite simple. It's yours. As a bribe.
I slugged him. Yes, against all the rules, I slugged him. And then had him tossed out on his ear. What did he think I was, anyway? Well, I'd satisfied my lust for violence, but what about my curiosity? I'd flattened the clot before he'd told me what he wanted me to do. Marty Burke thought he could make a shrewd guess. He was 1,000 miles off.
Well, I just don't get it. I've gone through Cromer's file and he's clean. Not a query. Not a mark. Pays up his assessed tax on the dot every year.
Hey, he's a public relations man, remember? Perhaps he was acting on behalf of a client.
Aren't they all? But what a dope to go at it bald-headed. Why, it was almost as if he wanted you to toss him out a window.
Next time, I will.
Is there going to be a next time?
Sure there is. And if Cromer doesn't make it, I will. And soon.
Watch it, friend. Curiosity killed the cat, remember?
9 times. Well, there it was. A goon comes at me in a barefaced way with a bribe. To do what? So we're both guessing. Actually, I didn't need to worry about Cromer's next approach, or to wait. It came at 10:30 that night. Pat Frood had a date with her cousin, she said. So I was home. All right, take your foot off that. Oh. So it's you again.
Mr. Ketch,
Come in! And sit down! That's the one you ducked out on this morning.
You'll be sorry for this slasher. I come to do you a good turn, or you're going to beat me up.
Cromer, you surely haven't come to renew your offer, have you? I hope so, because I'm very interested.
I thought you would be. But the price has gone down. 1,000 a punch.
Lovely. I've still got 8 for free. Tell me, what do I have to do to stop spending your money on athletics?
I want you to get me a certain file.
I thought so. Cromer, as an up-and-coming public relations man, you ought to know that stealing taxation files from the record section went out of fashion with button-up boots.
At the price I'm offering.
Whose file do you want?
Do I get it?
Tell me.
Glove Plastics.
Did you say Glove Plastics?
Bring me their file and you get the money.
Glove Plastics, eh? Fine. I'll turn them over in the morning and see why they wanted their file removed. In for plenty, I'd say. Well, we'll make them sorry they started this.
Oh, so you're crossing me up, are you?
Yes, sweetheart, I am. And starting with a right blow. The stairs to my apartment have brass edging strips to save the carpet. The blushing bribe didn't miss one of them. I got to the office next morning with a happy smile on my face and a song in my heart. I like bribers like I like death adders. And you can see me dating a death adder, can't you? Gaily, I buzzed records and asked them to slip a yellow jack in the filing cabinet and shoot Glove Plastics' file over to me. There were complications.
I couldn't call you back sooner, Mr. Ketch, because...
Never mind about that. Where's that file? I've been waiting nearly 20 minutes.
But I'm telling you, Mr. Ketch, you've got that file already.
Do you think I'm a dope and don't see straight? There's nothing on my desk but varnish.
Well, there should be, because you got that file yesterday, according to the...
What do you mean, yesterday? I didn't even know Glove Plastics existed until last night. Look at the right card, Sugar.
I have the right card, and it's got your signature on it.
Say that again?
It's got your...
Okay, I'll come over. This is getting funny peculiar. Marty.
Now what's wrong?
That file on Glove Plastics that Cromer wanted me to swipe. It's gone already. And marked out to me.
The bells are ringing, Johnny. Watch it.
You can say that again. Let's go across to records and inspect Exhibit A.
Wrong. Exhibit B. I've got a feeling that Exhibit A is your hide.
This started to look very interesting. My hair started to stand up at the back of my neck, and little chilly tingles played tag up and down my spine. It was my next move. I made it. I don't care if Cromer's as busy as a one-armed paper hanger with a 7 years itch. Get him on this phone. What? Well, tell him it's government business. Yes. Well, it's about time.
Yes?
Cromer?
Speaking. Who's this?
Ketch, Taxation and Revenue.
Yes, Mr. Ketch, what can I do for you?
You can grab a cab and be here in 5 minutes. That's what you can do. If you're a split second late, so help me, I'll take you apart.
Steady on, Johnny. Now, what sort of a fool gag is this? Who's this calling?
Ketch, the boy that money couldn't buy.
You drunk? Talk sense, whoever you are.
Sense, is it? I'll give you sense. What about that little job you wanted me to do on Glove Plastics? What happened? Did you get yourself another boy?
Oh, go and jump.
Hey, Marty, he hung up on me. How do you like that?
I don't like it at all, Jack. You've got to do some fast thinking.
Some fast action, you mean? Where does this character have his office?
I was turning him up while here we are. Pioneers Building, 10th floor.
I'm on my way. The 10th, huh? Hey, Marty, 10 minutes from now, if you listen intently, you're going to hear a dull thud. Guess what it'll be? I made it in 8 minutes flat. Surprise, surprise. I'd never seen Cromer before in my life, or he me. My Mr. Cromer was a phony. Why? What was the racket? Why offer me 10 grand to swipe a file that wasn't there? When I got back to my office, I knew why.
Look, I tell you to keep your story until you hear mine. Your bank's been on the phone. They want you there right away.
My bank? Hey, I'm not overdrawn, am I?
I hardly think so, Mr. Ketch. They want you to sign the pay-in slip attached to the 10,000 smackers you banked in their night safe last night.
This was it. This was the last side of the frame being nailed on. File gone, the dough in my bank account. I was as good as behind bars already.
We'll return to Jack Ketch and the case of the subtle approach in just a minute. Meanwhile... we return you to T-Men, with Jack Ketch continuing the case of the subtle approach.
Here at the Special Investigation Branch of the Federal Department of Taxation and Revenue, you should never be surprised at anything that happens, even to yourself. I've had people pull guns on me. I've had blondes say, I think you're cute. I've had husbands say, hey, mister, that's my wife. In fact, I once had a character come in and say, you haven't charged me enough tax. We had him locked up right away. But this is the first time I've ever been framed for bribery and corruption without my permission. The sad point is, how do I convince anyone that I am an innocent party?
Look, Jack, don't get me wrong. I'm on your side. I believe everything you tell me. You say this character pretended to be a public relations counselor named Cromer, and he's not. Okay, I accept that.
I've just seen Cromer. They're two different men. Now, about this dough.
Skip the money for a moment, boy, and get back to that missing file. Your Cromer offered to pay you $10,000 to swipe the complete taxation file of Glove Plastics. You say you refused.
Refused? I flattened him twice, didn't I?
Now, take it easy. Here's the way I see it, and the way the DG upstairs will see it, too.
The DG's not going to hear about this until I've thrown our friend into the can.
Are you crazy? Look, the longer you hold off telling the top brass about this, the more suspicious they'll be. Twice in one day, you're offered $10,000 to hand over Glove Plastics' file. You say you refuse.
Why?
Now, wait a minute. Yet next day, Glove Plastics' file is gone, and someone has mysteriously paid $10,000 into your bank. What are they going to think?
It's what they're going to do if I tell them now that's got me bouncing. I'd better get round to the bank and see what I can find out about that pay-in.
Do that. And when you get back, take my advice and go up top and see the Director General before it's too late.
Why? Is he ill? All the bank could tell me would fit on the head of a pin. The dough had been paid in through their automatic time-recording night safe at 8:10 the previous night. That was a couple of hours before the phony Cromer visited me. They showed me the deposit slip made out to my credit, but with a space for the signature of the person paying in left blank. So was I. I told them to hold the dough in suspense pending further instructions and gumshoot back to the office.
Only 2 messages here on your desk. Oh, and Pat Frood wants you to ring through about lunch. Doesn't that dame ever do anything but eat? How'd you make out?
So-so.
You better try to clean up this mess you're in on glove plastics pretty smartly, Johnny. I just had the tip from the top that Henderson Grant Building Cooperative is folding. It looks like being a big smell with us in the middle. Meeting of the stockholders tomorrow. Suckers, the lot of them, from what I heard.
Yeah, they've got their worries, I've got mine. I'm not kidding.
Hey, while you were out, I had an idea. Johnny, if you didn't swipe that file...
What do you mean, if?
Okay, you didn't. But someone did. And that someone must be employed in records right this minute. They swiped that file and forged your signature to the Yellow Jack check card.
Marty, really? Is that what happened? Now, who on earth do you think could have done that?
I'm only trying to help you. Listen, why can't we put the finger on the culprit through the handwriting?
A swell idea, Marty. The only catch is, by the time a handwriting expert gets through testing 300 clerks in records, I'll have served half my sentence anyway.
For Pete's sake, we've got to do something, haven't we?
Listen, Marty, that file was stolen for one reason, but I was framed for another. I've a hunch I'm going to be told why very soon. When I know that, maybe I'll know who knocked the file off. Right now, I'm going out to lunch with Pat.
In my day, it was always a hearty breakfast.
Luncheon was a bright, happy little event, with Pat and me snarling at each other as though we'd been married 10 years. I got up, tossed some money at the desk, and walked out on my heart's desire. Some picnic I was having. I hoofed back to the Federal Building in a murderous mood, which reached flashpoint as I went in through the doorway. And who should I meet but himself.
Hey, Catch.
Why, what a pleasant surprise.
Throwing punches is beginning to get a habit of yours. I've got something here in my pocket to break that habit. Get the money?
Get the file? Hey, how about that? What was the big idea of paying me off to swipe a file that was already swiped by someone else?
Was it? How confusing. I've got you over a barrel, Catch. How do you like it, huh?
How do you think you'll like 10 years in the can?
You can't prove a thing. And other people can. Meaning your bosses. A file's gone. You're 10,000 richer. It adds up, Mr. Catch.
What are you really after, Buster?
After?
Look, I'm not such a dope that I can't put 2 and 2 together. You frame me, okay. Either I get out of it, or I don't. But where do you come in? Where's the payoff? Are you squaring accounts or what?
The payoff, friend, occurs right now, upstairs in your private office. We're going upstairs, Catch. And you're going to swipe me another file.
Are you in the wholesale business? Whose file?
You'll get me the file, Catch. Or this bear trap you're in's going to snap your fat head off. You do what you're told, see?
Suppose I don't.
I'll tip off your boss about the glove plastics deal. As I said, I've got you over a barrel. Well.
Come upstairs. By the way, whose file do I have to swipe this time?
Mine.
We got to my office. It was empty. Marty Burke's never around when he's wanted. Now I really was in a spot. Well, Now what, Buster?
Get me the file.
You won't get away with this, you know. The moment you try to leave the building with a file under your arm, bells will start ringing and guards
I'm not going to try and take it out.
No?
No. You're going to get that file from wherever it's kept, and then you're going to sit at your desk and you're going to tear it to bits. After that, you'll burn the bits in that metal waste bin you got over there.
So that you and all your records will vanish in the ashes, hmm? Well, if you feel confident, let's try it. You'll be sorry.
Let me worry about that. Just get the file.
Okay. And the name?
Henderson Grant Building Cooperative. I'm Grant.
Henderson Grant? Hey, wait on. Marty said... Yeah. You are folding. You've got into the stockholders' funds, haven't you, Mr. Grant?
Plenty.
Why didn't you offer your bribe for this file in the first place instead of...
Would you have got it for me for 10 or 100,000?
No.
This way you will. So my way seems to have been best. Now send for it.
Okay.
Records, Miss Grant.
Oh, Sugar, I'd like you to get me...
Oh, yes, Mr. Ketch? You'd like me to get you what?
Grant. Don't bother, Sugar. Just come along to my office, pronto.
Yes, Mr. Ketch.
Now, wait a minute, Ketch. I want that file, and I want it now.
There's not going to be any file, mister, because now I can bust you wide open. Now I know who swiped the glove plastic file and who forged my signature to the card. What's so funny?
That's the pity of it. I can't tell you, you boob.
You wanted me, Mr. Harry.
You don't know me. You don't know a thing.
Yeah, I was right. Brother and sister, I'd say. Come in, Sugar, and tell us everything.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, not much. I ought to break your sweet little neck.
Oh, stop talking like a B-grade movie hero.
By the way, Sugar, what's your real name? I'll want it for the warrant.
It's Leda.
The Swan, hmm? Well, it's your swan song, sweetheart, so you'd better start singing.
Don't try any stand-up tactics, Ketch, or I'll make a hot curry for you.
Does she talk to me or to the cops? Take your pick. It's all the same to me.
You T-men are all the same. Think you're wonderful, great big heroes. Don't think I don't know.
Glamour boys.
She's the one I want to hear from, not you. What's it to be, Sugar?
I've got nothing to say unless my lawyer says so.
And her lawyer doesn't say so.
When I get through with her lawyer, Buster, he's going to need a lawyer. Now, why don't you both be sensible and admit it was a frame-up?
Prove it.
Dare me?
I defy you.
Okay.
Mr. Ketch, wait.
Pipe down, you pin-headed little... Oh, you...
Good for you, Sugar. I've been dying to take a poke at him, too.
Okay, Mr. Ketch. Now I'm ready. Now I'll talk. He made me do it. Said he was in too deep to get out. He wanted me to steal the Henderson Grant file, but I wouldn't. Then he asked me if I'd help him if it didn't involve stealing. And so I did. I made out that card on the glove plastic file and copied your signature. Well, there wasn't much harm in that, was there?
Oh, no. But why pick and choose? You wouldn't steal his file, but you swiped glove plastics. I don't get it.
He doesn't get it, he says.
I didn't take the glove plastics file, Mr. Ketch, because there wasn't any such file to take.
What do you mean, no such file? Didn't he offer me 10 grand to swipe it? Wasn't there a card showing my signature for it?
Part of an elaborate plan to make you jump through the hoop. I invented the name glove plastic and the file and the card to make you think you were in a jam. So you'd swipe the file I really wanted. Well, it nearly worked.
Well, I'll be...
What's going to happen to us, Mr. Ketch?
Not a thing. Is that right, Ketch?
Right, as far as the girl's concerned. But how about this? For you! Well, what could we do? What could we prove, apart from Sugar forging my signature? If I hadn't been such a double-dyed dope as not to check up on Glove Plastic's existence in the register, they wouldn't have got to first base with the scheme. We let them both go. Punchbag got his reward next day when irate stockholders had him arrested for appropriating their funds. Sugar? I couldn't care less. And the 10,000? Well, as there was no Glove Plastic file to steal, there was no bribe. So what else could it be but a gift? I gave it back to grand stockholders. Honest character, aren't I? This is a great country. It costs a lot of money to run and to keep running. That's why we have taxes. Taxes are scaled so that everyone pays a fair share of the cost according to his or her
You have been listening to T-Men, the true-to-life adventures of those men whose job it is to discover and bring to account those citizens who, by concealment, deception, or fraud, evade their lawful taxes. T-Men features Gordon Glenwright as Jack Ketch. The case of the subtle approach was written and directed by Donovan Joyce. All names used in this broadcast were fictitious and bore no relation to any living person. T-Men is a Donovan Joyce production. This is Harp McGuire speaking.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft Clothes for Men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. This week's story, The Case of the Accommodating Valise. Well, here we are again, about to step over Dr. Watson's well-worn threshold.
Yes, that doorstep has seen a good bit of coming and going since I first began my radio reminiscences of the great Sherlock Holmes.
How long ago was that, Dr. Watson?
Oh, just yesterday to an old codger like me, Mr. Harris. But I imagine you were still in knee pants at the time. It was October the 20th, 1930. How well I remember. Many of the experts said our adventures were a bit too dated to interest the present generation.
Little did they realize that Sherlock Holmes is indestructible, Doctor. It's not for nothing your stories have been translated into every printable language, Dr. Watson. It's not for nothing Sherlock Holmes has become the world's most famous fictional character.
Fictional, my foot. I suppose you're going to sit there and tell me I don't exist.
Oh, good Lord, no. But after all, I've never actually met Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, this modern generation. Seeing is believing. You know, I might fool you someday, Mr. Harris. You know, there are a few of the Sherlock Holmes adventures in which I do not figure. For the most part, they occurred before I had arrived at Baker Street to be Holmes' fellow lodger and Boswell. Yes, I sometimes must get Holmes to relate these stories in person.
Well, that would be an event. Not that you're not our favorite storyteller, Dr. Watson, but, well, actually, to meet the gentleman in the flesh, that is, I hope you understand, Doctor.
Quite. The doer outrates the teller. After all, what would I be without Sherlock Holmes? An obscure and not too successful medico, I'm afraid.
Yes, but what would Sherlock Holmes be without you, Dr. Watson? A brilliant, yes, but unknown consulting detective.
Yes, possibly. But before you use up all that emollient lather on me, suppose you save a few glowing phrases for Clippercraft Clothes.
Emollient lather? Oh, yes, you mean soft soap. Well, I'll tell you what, Dr. Watson. There are two products you can sell the public without using soft soap, and I mean Sherlock Holmes Adventures and Clippercraft Clothes.
There I'm inclined to agree with you, Mr. Harris.
Yes, sir. Those are two times when we, seeing is believing guys, as you call us, Dr. Watson, we kind of go off the deep end, and for good reason. These days, $40 to $47.50 for a truly well-tailored suit. $33.75 to $40 for fine-looking tropicals, and $26.50 for luxurious sport jackets are mighty low prices. As soon as you see them, you'll know at once they're remarkably modest for Clippercraft's fine quality. Such value, despite rising costs of materials and manufacturing, makes Clippercraft a must if you're determined to get the most for your money. Without the unique Clippercraft plan, we couldn't bring these top-drawer Clippercraft values to you, because this plan concentrates the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest independent stores from coast to coast, providing steady year-round operation, reducing manufacturing and distribution costs, putting the savings in your pocket. All of this at your own friendly local store, the store you can trust. Simply compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, suppose we get back to Baker Street and Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Yes. The adventure I am going to tell about began rather early one rainy spring morning. Holmes and I were dawdling over some excellent kidneys Mrs. Hudson had prepared for our breakfast. I had just poured my second cup of coffee, and Holmes was about to fill his pipe from the dilapidated old Persian slipper he used in lieu of a tobacco pouch.
The trouble with you, Watson, as I've so often remarked, is that you see, but you do not observe.
Oh.
Any intelligent person who contemplates his fellow man should be able to deduce his occupation, his habits, and previous history after having observed his subject for 30 seconds.
Oh, fiddle-faddle. You see a man, you make all sorts of wild guesses about his past and personality, and even if you guess right, what of it?
My dear Watson, the science of deduction, as I practice it, is not guesswork, but a precise and accurate compilation and interpretation of minutiae that has unraveled many crimes and saved countless lives and reputations.
Oh, bother. One of your clients, Holmes. Why do they always have to try to pull the bell out by the roots?
Because they're harassed, Watson. People rarely consult Sherlock Holmes except in extremis. Yes, here he is. Watson, suppose you see what you can deduce from a first impression of the fellow.
All right.
Come in, come in.
Which of you gentlemen is Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the detective?
I have that somewhat dubious honor. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
Won't you come in?
Thank you.
Here, now, take this armchair. You've come to consult me, I gather.
That I have.
In that case, make yourself comfortable. Won't you remove your hat?
Oh, beg pardon. I'm that fashed I clean forgot where I was at.
Well, Watson, what do you make of him?
Well, I should say, obviously, late middle-aged, bald, past injury to the left leg or hip, which occasions a limp, and the thickness of his speech and the use of the word fashed indicate he's of Scottish origin.
I am not. Born and brought up in Sussex, I was.
Naturally. The thickness of the speech is caused by a faulty upper plate. The use of the word fashed was picked up in his railroading days. In all probability, he was engineer on the run-up to Edinburgh. But now he's been promoted to a somewhat more sedentary position, still connected with the railway. Oh, incidentally, Watson, the limp is not due to a leg or hip injury, but to a rather painful corn on the little toe of the left foot. Am I right, Mr...
George Hogarth. And right you are, Mr. Holmes.
In addition, Mr. Hogarth, you are a Freemason, you smoke a pipe, and you cut your nails with a pair of clippers that have seen better days.
Oh, that's God's truth, Mr. Holmes. But how in the name of all that's holy you found out that
it's all quite simple, Mr. Hogarth. Once Holmes elucidates, which he will now proceed to do.
The damaged nail clippers I deduced from the somewhat jagged outline of the nail edge.
That's right, sir. It's been like that ever since Nellie, she's my wife, pinched it to cut some picture wire to hang up her mother's picture.
I see. The pipe is also self-evident when one contemplates the somewhat charred and discolored forefinger on the right hand, which we use to tamp down the tobacco. The Freemason bit I gathered from the emblem on your watch chain.
Aye, that's not so remarkable now you explain it. But how did you know I used to be a railway engineer?
From the peculiar slant of your shoulders and the way you hold your left arm, acquired through years of leaning out of the cab of your engine to view the track ahead. Furthermore, the callosities of your right hand and the muscular development of the forearm are typical of a man who's held a throttle in his hand for many years. Furthermore, a railway engineer develops the habit of keeping his hat on to protect his hair from soot and grime.
By the Lord Harry, you're right about that, Mr. Holmes.
And last but not least, I deduce the fact that you've not completely severed your connection with the railway from the tiny bits of railway soot which have settled on your stiff white collar and cuffs.
Right again. Just last year they made me station master down at Waterloo Station. And it's sooty enough there, so I still keep my hat on, in spite of the fact that it's a bowler and not too comfortable. As a matter of fact, Mr. Holmes, it's concerning what's going on at the station that I've come to consult you.
Oh? And what's going on? Trains off schedule, wrecks, disorderly conduct on the platforms?
If it was anything like that, me and the station police could handle it ourselves, Mr. Holmes. Oh, no, sir. There's been nothing that you could lay a finger on. And yet, every time one of the new deluxe boat trains comes in with a load of toffs from Southampton, somebody's luggage turns up missing. Mostly it's a valise belonging to some rich American lady with a fine mess of jewels in it.
Well, surely it's not too difficult to keep track of the luggage that's taken off the station platform. Everyone has to go through the small gate at the end.
That's right, Dr. Watson. And no one's allowed on those platforms excepting the passengers from the train and them that has platform tickets. And my porters and the police have been keeping an eye on them. You can bet your life.
And yet, each time the boat train arrives, a valuable piece of luggage disappears, eh?
Vanishes, it does. Into thin air.
Sounds like a bit of legerdemain. Eh, Holmes? You don't suppose Mr. Houdini has taken to crime?
Houdini? Who's he?
The American magician who's come over. They say he's come to consult that writer chap. What's his name? Yes, Arthur Conan Doyle.
Mr. Houdini and Mr. Doyle are both reputable gentlemen, Watson. In fact, there's some intimation that Doyle may be knighted for his literary activities.
Oh, Fodderall is no better than I am.
That's as it may be. To return to the robberies at Waterloo Station, Mr. Hogarth, objects do not vanish into thin air, even for Mr. Houdini. There must be some logical explanation of the phenomena. Tell me, have there been any other unusual occurrences at the time the thefts took place?
Well, that is nothing you could call unusual, Mr. Holmes. But the robberies always do seem to go along with a small commotion of some sort.
I suspected as much. Go on.
Well, there was the ladies' Pekingese that got away. And another time, a steamer trunk got shoved off the platform. The porters just got it back before the 10:40 from Plymouth came roaring in. And another time, an old codger fell and twisted his hip. They had to bring a wheelchair.
And each time after the turmoil had subsided, a valuable piece of luggage was missing.
Yes, sir. And in spite of the fact that I had had the exit gate closed till things got under control. No one got away with a piece of luggage that didn't belong to him, I'd swear. They just vanished into thin air.
Interesting, eh, Watson? And when do you expect your next trainload of jewel-bearing passengers from overseas, Mr. Hogarth?
The Aquitania docked at Southampton this morning early. There's at least 6 American ladies aboard, sir, who are to be presented at court.
I see.
And you know what that means, Mr. Holmes. They'll be bringing enough jewels to outdazzle the Milky Way. The train's due in 37 minutes, sir. I have a cab waiting outside.
What do you say, Watson? Shall we see if we can discover the particular brand of abracadabra used in the disappearing act at Waterloo Station?
Right, I'll get my revolver and my umbrella.
Never mind the firearms, Watson. Just be sure you bring your wits along. Wits and a keen sense of observation will be indispensable in solving this puzzle, I fancy.
Now then, if you stand there, Mr. Holmes, you can get a view of the entire platform. The boat train is due any minute now.
You're sure all the porters who handle the luggage are reliable, Mr. Hogarth?
I've given orders, sir. Only the ones that have seen at least 10 years' service are to be allowed on the platform today. And all of them will be checked as they come out the gate besides.
Well, what about the people who've come onto the platform to meet the train?
Now, there are only 4, Dr. Watson. We couldn't keep everyone off, I'm afraid. The fat gentleman with the top hat and the large bouquet of roses is a famous theatrical producer. He's meeting his new star, Miss Edna Levy, who's coming over from New York. The nervous young man with the monocle and the gold-headed cane is the Honorable Cecil Heatherton. He's meeting his fiancée, a daughter of a Pittsburgh millionaire. And the lady with the tremendous doll and the box of chocolates is meeting her 11-year-old daughter that she hasn't seen for 2 years.
Why not?
Well, the child's been visiting its father in America. It seems that parents are divorced. And then there's the imposing-looking gent in the Prince Albert, carrying the Gladstone bag. He's come to meet his grandmother. It seems she's over 80 and deaf as a post.
Well, certainly nothing suspicious about any of those people, eh, Holmes?
On the contrary, my dear Watson, one of those four persons is extremely suspicious, for a reason which Mr. Hogarth has been good enough to point out.
I did? Blessed if I know what it was I said that...
Never mind, haven't time to discuss it now. Here comes the train. Keep your eyes open, Watson. If you notice anything unusual, anything at all, report it to me immediately.
Well, the producer has located his star, the Swain his fiancée, and Mamma has discovered her offspring. But where in thunder is Grandma?
That's what I was wondering.
I have 2 more pieces, Porter, and I've seen her out in a green hat box. No, leave the alligator bag there. I don't want to let that out of my sight.
I say, look, Holmes, that must be Grandma, the old lady coming along the platform in the checkered greatcoat and bonnet. By Jove, she's carrying a parrot in a cage.
Yes, her imposing grandson has just sighted the old girl.
Here I am, Granny. Over here.
She's seen him. She's waving the bird cage.
Hannibal!
Good Lord, the parrot has got loose.
Hannibal! Oh, the beautiful Hannibal. Catch him, Freddy, catch him.
No, Granny. Don't get excited. We'll get your parrot for you.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear, whatever should I do?
Now, Granny, remember your blood pressure. I'll just put you safe in the ladies' waiting room. Then I'll come back and get Hannibal for you.
Yes, do take care of her. Poor old woman. She looks so frail and...
That's right, Granny. You come along with Freddy. Now, don't you worry. I'll come back and catch Hannibal. He won't get away.
Come along, Watson. We mustn't lose sight of them.
Lose sight of who?
Granny with the bird cage and her grandson Freddie with the Gladstone bag. Above all, we mustn't lose sight of that Gladstone bag.
Holmes, have you lost your senses?
My bag! My alligator valise is gone. It's been stolen. My emeralds are in it. I've been robbed.
Holmes, you heard that? A woman's been robbed.
Naturally, I knew it 2 minutes ago. Let Hogarth take care of her. That's his job. Ours is to follow the grandmother and the man with the Gladstone bag.
He said he was taking her to the ladies' waiting room, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Now, you wait here, Granny. I'll be back as soon as I've caught Hannibal. It won't be a minute. Here, take my bag.
Don't be long, Freddy.
I won't. Take care of my bag now.
Don't you fret.
After her, Watson. Don't let her out of your sight. And above all, keep your eye on that Gladstone bag.
Yes, but what about you?
I'm going after Freddie.
Oh, well, you...
And where do you think you're going?
Well, that is a friend of mine just came in here. An old lady with a parrot cage.
Well, you'll have to wait outside. This is the ladies' washroom. No gentlemen permitted.
Yes, but I mean it's urgent, you know, and all that sort of thing. I'm Sherlock Holmes' assistant.
I don't care if you was the Prime Minister and the Archangel Gabriel all rolled into one. You'll not step into my washroom. Now, be a good chap and wait outside.
Yes, but what if I lose her in the crowd?
What crowd? She's the only one that's come in here this last half hour.
Well, what if she goes out some other way?
There ain't no other way. Now, you look here. I've been matron here for 15 years, and I've never had no trouble. But if you don't shut that door before I count 3, I'll whistle for the police. 1, 2...
Now, look here, you... Oh, the obstinate female. Oh, well, the old grandmother can't very well get out of the door without my seeing her. I'll just sit here on the bench and wait.
If clothing values finer than Clippercraft are obtainable, we've yet to see them, and we've done a lot of looking. You see, the whole idea behind Clippercraft is to concentrate on bringing you out-of-this-world values. That's why we developed the famous plan that concentrates the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast. You won't find anywhere such evident fine quality in suits for only $40 to $47.50. In beautifully styled tropicals at only $33.75 to $40, in handsome sport jackets at only $26.50. See them tomorrow at your favorite local store. For selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now back to Dr. Watson, who is still playing the patient watchdog outside of the ladies' waiting room at Waterloo Station. 45 minutes have passed before Holmes returns, looking rather disconcerted.
Oh, there you are, Holmes. I thought you'd forgotten all about me. What happened? Did Freddie catch the parrot?
To blazes with a parrot. I lost Freddie in the underground. He dodged down into the Bakerloo tube and boarded a train for Queen's Park. I was right on his heels. At Baker Street, he got out rather suddenly, and by sprinting, he managed to catch the metro. I wasn't more than 2 yards behind him, but the door slammed in my face.
Oh, then you mean he never even tried to recapture his grandmother's parrot?
Certainly not. The parrot was merely the means by which the crowd's attention was diverted, so Freddie could annex the alligator bag containing Lady Margrave's rather famous emeralds.
Yes, but neither Freddie nor his grandmother were carrying an alligator bag as they came off the platform. She had an empty parrot cage, and he had his own Gladstone bag.
Exactly. Lady Margrave's alligator bag was inside the Gladstone, which is an ingenious affair with a disappearing bottom and 2 clamps, which catch and hold any object over which the Gladstone bag's placed.
Oh, you mean he just put the Gladstone down over the alligator bag and walked off with it?
If you would only learn to observe, Watson, you would have noticed how much heavier the Gladstone was when Freddie left the railway platform than it was when he arrived.
Well, Holmes, it seems my turn to crow. Freddie may have eluded you, but his grandmother and the notorious Gladstone bag haven't managed to give me the slip.
Oh, by the way, Watson, that is not his grandmother, but his lady friend, Flora the Flim.
The what?
Freddie is known as Freddie the Fop. They're 2 of the smoothest confidence operators in all Europe. You're quite sure Flora and the bag are still in the waiting room?
Oh, positive. There's no one in there but the old lady when I interviewed the matron. And the old girl hasn't come out yet.
Has anyone else gone in?
Oh, I see what you mean. You think she may have passed the loot on to someone else? Oh, no one else has gone in. Well, wait a moment. Someone else has come out, though, now you mention it.
Oh, my aunt. My sacred aunt.
But it wasn't the old lady. It was rather a flashy woman with red hair.
A wig, Watson.
Wearing a purple greatcoat.
Granny's check coat turned inside out.
And a good 30 years younger than the old lady.
Flora had merely slipped her teeth back in. Flora and Freddie are also famous quick change artists, Watson.
Yes, but she was carrying an alligator bag. That Gladstone affair must be still in the waiting room.
Watson, old boy, the Gladstone is also collapsible. This time the Gladstone was inside the alligator bag, not vice versa.
Oh. Yes, but look here, Holmes. How was I supposed to know that Auburn hussy would turn out to be Freddie's grandmother?
My dear Watson, you have a frog in a box. The frog represents the waiting room attendant, let us say.
Oh, go on, be allegorical.
Into that box goes a caterpillar. The box is closed. Nothing else enters the box.
Yes, continue.
In due time, a butterfly emerges. The frog still remains. No matter how different the appearance, the butterfly must be the caterpillar that went into the box. It couldn't possibly be anything else.
Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. Yes. Well, but look here, Holmes.
Now what?
Suppose the frog had eaten the caterpillar.
Oh, let's go home to tea.
Well, Yes, I suppose we may as well. We have rather bungled things. I don't suppose we'll ever catch up with Freddie and Flora now.
Oh, they'll be on hand for the next elegant boat train, in other disguises, of course. Yes, next time, I think we shall play the game their way and see what happens.
Confound it, Mr. Hogarth. The next boat train is overdue, and Holmes hasn't shown up yet.
You're sure he said he'd meet you here, Dr. Watson, on the station platform?
Oh, that's what his note said. Mrs. Hudson brought it to me with my eggs this morning. She said Holmes was up and away before she'd even had her early tea.
I do wish he'd show up. That big steel millionaire, Mr. Ramsgate McGregor, was on that boat. It's rumored he's bringing some pretty valuable papers along with him. It's got something to do with an invention of some sort that'll astound the world, they say.
What will they think of next? Wireless central heating, illuminating gas.
Aye. First thing you know, they'll be flying without wings.
Not in our lifetime, Mr. Hogarth. Well, I don't see anyone resembling Freddie waiting on the platform this time. Just that fat old man who's a good foot shorter and twice as big around. And the horsey-looking woman with the Gladstone bag. By Jove, you don't suppose Freddie and Flora have reversed roles and she's carrying the bag this time?
I thought of that, Dr. Watson. But you can't arrest anyone just because she's carrying a Gladstone bag. Why, there must be hundreds of them just like that going through Waterloo Station every day.
Yes, you're right, confound it. Doesn't look very heavy.
A woman that's as robust as that one could carry the Nelson Monument and never feel the weight of it. Hark, here she comes now.
Yes, and no Sherlock Holmes.
Now keep your eye peeled for Mr. Ramsgate McGregor. He's the one they'll be after this time if we give him the chance. There, look there. There's Mr. McGregor now. Him with the cap and the muffler of Scottish plaid.
He's creating quite a commotion.
No, I don't want a porter. Leave my bags alone. My man Jones will carry them. I'll take this one myself. That's right, Jones. Put them down there. Yeah, now give me a cigar.
Now what's happened? Hello, a tall, bearded man seems to be having trouble getting out of his compartment. He smashed the glass.
Get me out of here! Get me out, confound it!
Impatient old duck, eh, Hogarth? The guards unlocked the door for him.
My bag. What's happened to my black bag?
Good Lord, it's happened. McGregor's been robbed. We'd best go and see if we can help him.
Hey, excuse me, ma'am. You're sure that Gladstone belongs to you?
Certainly, my good man. I've had it for years.
Now, no offense, ma'am. Just wanted to make sure. Wouldn't want anyone to get my bag by mistake. I'm Ramsgate McGregor, and I've got a new kind of high explosive in my bag. I wouldn't want any stranger to go carrying it around. It's too liable to go off.
Why,
However, if that bag belongs to you, I guess it's not dangerous. Just run along, that's a good girl, and get it out of my way.
Well, really, I've never been so insulted in my life.
Follow her, Watson.
Holmes! Great Scott, it's not Mr. McGregor. I couldn't...
Save it till later. After her. Don't let her get out of your sight. I'll keep an eye on Freddie.
Come along, Hogarth. She's not going to give me the slip this time. Better motion some of your police to follow.
Aye, they're right with us. Oh, good Lord! Look at that Gladstone bag. It's beginning to smoke.
Laura's starting to panic.
It'll blow up in her hand.
Freddie, where are you?
Laura! Right away, you fool! Right away, Flora, before it explodes!
Yes, I rather suspected the glass-smashing gentleman would turn out to be Freddie.
You're not Mr. McGregor? Who are you?
Allow me to present myself, madam. Sherlock Holmes, the detective.
Sherlock Holmes?
Who is almost as good at charades as you and your friend, Freddie the Fop.
Why, I don't understand.
Have your policeman take them away, Hogarth. I think you'll find Mr. McGregor's black bag inside the Gladstone.
Take your hands off.
It should be all the evidence you need.
But great thunder, Holmes, look at it. It's about to explode.
Calm yourself, Watson. The bag contains an innocuous little smoke smudge. The only thing it could possibly harm is a mosquito.
Well, that was an interesting adventure, Dr. Watson. It seems Holmes spotted Freddie almost the minute he laid eyes on him. Well, what was it that made him suspicious?
Well, the Gladstone bag, of course, Mr. Harris. It's rather unusual for a person meeting a train to carry luggage, don't you know?
Oh, of course. Why didn't I realize that in the first place?
Yes, I was always saying that to Sherlock Holmes. But now suppose we give our listeners a hint about next week's adventure. Yes. Next week, I think I'll tell you a case that Holmes solved without stirring from his armchair. I propose to give you and our listeners all the facts and see if you can do the same.
That's a bit of a challenge, Dr. Watson.
Yes. The case concerns a young lady who had two suitors, one of whom disappeared on the way to the church the day of their wedding. I call it a case of identity.
makers of Clippercraft clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast, have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Case of Identity. Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Casebook of Gregory Hood. Presented by the American Broadcasting Company. His office is high in the tower of a skyscraper overlooking San Francisco Bay. His name is Gregory Hood. By day, president of the Hood Importing Company. By night, criminologist and man about town. Tonight's story from out of his casebook, The Carnival of Death.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gregory Hood. Let's understand this from the start. I'm not a playboy. But when a hot blonde who's due to inherit a cool million suddenly writes me, "Be sociable, Greg. Drop around for a drink." It's 3-1 I'll drop around. That's how I got involved with Leora Thorne. I was in my office with Sanderson Taylor, my attorney, nose to the grindstone, sticking to business, when along came Leora's invitation. Excuse me, Sandy, but this letter's been lying on my desk all day.
Ah, perfume.
Mm-hmm.
Dear Greg, just because an old flame has got herself happily married, that's no reason to cross her off your books. How's about dropping around for a drink tomorrow afternoon? I want you to meet Bradley, my new husband. You'll like him.
From quite a lady, Greg, judging by your smile.
Remember Leora Littleton? She's now Leora Thorne.
Oh, the one who's coming into old Colonel Littleton's money?
$1 million next year. She wants me to drop over this afternoon.
What for?
Just for auld lang syne, I guess. Probably giving a big cocktail party.
Has she still got that big estate on Shore Drive?
Mm-hmm. Swimming pool and all the trimmings.
Oh, take my advice and you'll stay put.
I'm sort of curious to see Leora again. It's been a whole year.
Now, Greg, don't get involved.
Oh, nonsense. The gal's happily married. She says so.
Haven't you ever noticed, Greg, that your ex-girlfriends never invite you to their homes unless there's trouble brewing?
Oh, Sanderson, you're a cynic. I'll be back later to finish those contracts with you.
Greg, I'm warning you.
My attorney, Sanderson Taylor, is heap smart Injun. I should have avoided that perfumed billy do like rat poison. Because when I got to Leora's, there wasn't any party. There wasn't so much as a friendly Greg. How have you been? Instead...
Greg, you're just in time.
Hey, what gives?
This is Brad, my husband.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Hood.
I've been meaning to drop around ever since I read about you two getting married.
Never mind the chit-chat. Go into that small room over there.
And listen. Listen to everything that's said.
Wait a minute. All I came for was a nice sociable visit.
Greg, I need you. I'm desperate.
That's right, Mr. Hood. We're both desperate.
Before I could say, I'm booked for this waltz, thank you, and walk out, they pushed me into a small powder room. I watched them go into the library right alongside. I watched the butler usher in a little runt who wore a face like a dachshund, plus a twitch. An unsavory type. I listened to Dockleface talking to Leora and Brad.
My boss says to tell you an old Chinese proverb. Confucius say, a Welsher gets it in the neck.
I'm not Welshing.
$3,000 worth.
I don't owe him a penny.
What about the IOU?
The game was crooked. I only signed it to get out of the place.
Better pay it, girlie, to stay out of a coffin.
Say, look, whoever you are, have a heart. That crap game was rigged. My wife was cheated into losing all that money.
Please, I need time. Tell your boss to give me time.
A week from today, my boss says.
What about a week from today?
That's how long you get. Or else. Girlie, that chassis of yours won't look so pretty with a bullet in the upholstery.
Brad, what am I going to do?
Oh, precious lamb, you've simply got to pay off.
I can't.
No, we'll sell your jewelry, rent this house, anything. Just so your life isn't in danger. No, please, precious lamb.
Now, look, you two. You've roped me into this, so you'd better give me the lowdown.
Greg, you heard that little man.
Mm-hmm. Where have you been gambling, Leora?
Out at Pacific Playland.
Pacific Playland? That's an amusement park.
I begged Leora to stay away.
You didn't drop $3,000 on ping pong and darts, did you?
There's a floating crap game out there.
People never tell me these things. Who runs it?
I don't know his name. They just call him the boss.
A rigged dice game at a honky-tonk carnival. Leora, have you lost your senses?
I can't explain it, Greg. Every now and then I get this itch to gamble. It just grabs hold of me and... Well, this time I got in too deep.
I tried to stop her, Mr. Hood.
Well, my advice is square up. I didn't like the looks of Jojo, the dog-faced messenger boy.
I can't pay, Greg.
What?
I haven't the money.
Leora Littleton, NG, on the credit?
I don't come into the bulk of Grandfather's estate for another year. You know that. Right now I'm in debt all over town.
Darling, we'll sell things off. It's the only way.
You're right, Thorne. Take that wristwatch you're wearing, for instance.
What about it?
I handle lots of fine Swiss watches at the Hood Importing Company, but nothing that unusual. I've never seen a heart-shaped design like that.
I had it made like a heart because I gave it to Brad.
As a wedding present.
Well, that watch alone at some high-class hawk shop.
Oh, no, I can't let Brad part with it.
But precious lamb, for your own safety and for my peace of mind.
Your husband's very sensible. Don't risk your life, Leora.
Well, then help me, Greg. Find out who's after me.
Well, I'll think it over.
Oh, you were the one person, Greg, I knew I could turn to.
If you help us, Mr. Hood, you'll never find two people more grateful.
Well, I have to go now, but you'll be hearing from me, Leora.
I'll show you to the door, Mr. Hood. This way. I'm so worried about her, Mr. Hood.
Naturally.
Oh, sometimes I wish Leora didn't have, well, all this.
She's a swell kid. Just needs taking care of.
I'm doing my best.
You know, I think you are. I think you have a pretty level head on your shoulders.
Oh, thanks. Well, I'm so crazy about her. A lot of folks probably think I just married her for the money.
Well, anybody can see that isn't the case. Well, chin up. Don't let Leora get too upset.
Well, I'll try not.
Good meeting you, Thorne.
It was grand meeting you. And please, help us out of this mess.
Well, Greg, how was Leora's cocktail party?
What cocktail party?
I thought so. She only got you out there to rope you into something.
Put your hat on, Mr. Taylor. We're going places.
What about these business contracts?
They'll keep. We're going to Pacific Playland.
The amusement park?
What goes on out there, it seems, isn't so amusing.
What did you find out, Greg?
I've been pumping some of the concession owners.
Do they know anything about a floating gambling game?
They do. They're keeping mum.
What about the man they call the boss?
Couldn't learn a thing.
Oh? What about the little man who threatened Leora?
Dockleface? Yes, he works out here. They recognized my description of him.
Who is he?
Name's Benny Baker, known as Hot Licks Baker.
Hot Licks?
Used to be a trap drummer until he found an easier pitch.
Yeah. Well, he sounds like a charming character.
They tell me he works at one of the concessions, some daredevil trapeze act, the incomparable Florette, whatever that is.
Yes, it's over there. You see that neon sign?
Well, hanging over that big tent. Well, come on, let's go visiting.
10 cents, ladies and gents, only a tenth of a dollar. See Florette. Florette the incomparable. Watch her death-defying leap through the air. The trapeze act of the century. At 200 feet, with perfect precision, the little lady will defy gravity.
Buy 2 tickets, Sandy.
Greg, that Barker.
What about him?
I have a feeling he's looking at us.
No law against giving his customers the once-over.
No, it's just that, well, he kind of nodded when he spotted you. As if... Look out, Greg! That neon sign is coming loose! Greg, get out of the way! Are you all right, Greg?
Me? Sure, Sandy. You. Lucky thing you pushed me.
Oh, I had heart failure. You were standing right under it.
You had heart failure. Brother, I could feel the breeze as that sign went past me.
Everybody okay out there? Accidents will happen. We'll have the debris cleaned up in a jiffy. Now, meantime, just step up, ladies and gents. See Florette. Florette the incomparable. Florette the wonder girl. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
Greg, that was not an accident.
Sure it was, Sandy. The sign just tore loose.
When you were directly under it, I think somebody wanted to kill you.
Oh, nonsense.
He's right, Mr. Hood.
Huh?
I said your friend is right. 200%.
She was dressed in a kind of spangled costume, a carnival performer. She'd inched her way to us through the crowd. She pulled Sandy and me over onto one side and talked in quick whispers, as if there wasn't much time.
He knows you're after him.
Who does?
The boss, the man I work for.
Who is he? What's he look like? Where does he hang out?
What's it worth to you, Mr. Hood? To find out who's threatening Leora Thorne.
Suppose you tell us first who you are.
What's a diff who I am? Make with the cash offer and you'll get what you really want to know.
50.
Oh, chicken feed, Mr. Hood.
100.
Come again. Double or nothing.
Step in, folks. Big show's about to commence. You will see Florette the incomparable.
Oh, that's my cue. I gotta go in the taxi.
Go, Florette.
Yeah, for a crummy 65 a week.
All right, you win, Florette. $200. Let's have it. Where can I find this man they call the boss?
Well, he's always at the same place. You'll find... Oh, look, I ain't got time to talk now.
Why not? Wait, come back here.
After my act. Meet me back at the tent in my dressing room.
We bought our tickets, Sandy and I, and followed the crowd into the big tent. Pretty soon, the girl appeared and climbed a rope ladder, 100 feet up at least. 4 times a day she did this stunt. She must have had nerves of iron.
Ladies and gentlemen, without nets, without safety devices, Florette will now perform her triple somersault in midair. With perfect timing, you will see her move from one trapeze to the other. One mistake, ladies and gentlemen, will mean instant death.
I don't get it, Greg.
Get what?
Well, a trapeze artist, a honky-tonk character. What possible connection can she have with a girl like Leora Thorne?
That is what we're going to pay her $200 to find out.
Are you ready, Miss Florette?
Greg, she missed!
They're taking her to the dressing room.
She'll never live after that fall.
Wait, let's get out of here, Sandy.
Keep your seats, ladies and gentlemen, please. Keep your seats. It was an accident. Please keep your seats.
Excuse us, please. We have to get through.
Keep going, Greg. I'm right behind you.
This time I'll bet my most sincere necktie on it, Sandy. That was deliberate.
What?
Did you notice the fellow who was beating the tempo for her?
Oh, the little fellow with the drum?
Uh-huh.
Yes, what about him?
He took a powder as soon as she missed that second trapeze.
Well?
He was Benny Baker.
The man who went to see Leora Thorne?
That's right. And this was murder, pal. Deliberate murder. In her dressing room, the incomparable Florette was dying a death I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. We pushed our way through before anybody could stop us. An ambulance intern was already there, shaking his head. A policeman was there, too, making duck tracks in his notebook. I could see what was in the wind when I heard the copper say,
Open and shut case, looks like. Just an accident.
We may as well get out of here, Greg.
Not yet, Sandy.
But it's too late. The girl won't be able to talk to us.
Maybe she will. Look at her eyes.
Her eyes?
She's staring at us. I think she wants us to come closer. Can you speak, Florette? Try. Try hard. Who is he? This boss person. The man who made them do this to you.
Oh, Greg, it's no use.
Wait. She's moving her lips.
The death ride.
What's she saying? Something about death.
Something about a death ride. Shh. Listen.
Last boat. On the death ride.
Come on, Greg. She's dead. Well, we didn't get very far, did we?
Not yet, but you may quote me as saying I'm hopeful.
Oh, Greg, for Pete's sake.
What?
Call Leora Thorne. Tell her you're washing your hands of this.
Not a chance.
But we have work to do back at the office. But this is ridiculous, traipsing around an amusement park.
I'm going to find out who the gentleman known as the boss is. He's responsible for Florette's murder.
What makes you so sure that Florette was murdered?
You'll see. Right now, I'm wondering what she meant by that death ride stuff.
She may have been referring to Leora.
Could be. But on the other hand, hey.
What, Greg?
Down there on the midway in colored lights a mile high.
The death ride. 25 cents.
An amusement concession. Well, things are adding up. Come on. We ran down the midway, past the bingo joints and frozen custard stands. For only 2 bits, the death ride looked entertaining enough. It was a long tunnel filled with water. Flat-bottomed boats chained together took you on a dark and dismal voyage. But we didn't go on it. Not yet we didn't. Because just as we got there...
What's the matter?
Did you see what I saw?
Where?
Over there, the ticket booth. He was buying a ticket on the death ride, then he spotted us and ducked.
Who?
Benny Baker.
There he goes up that alley.
Quick, Sandy, we can corner him.
Head him off, Greg!
I'm trying to. All right, slow up, Baker, into the line.
Okay.
You're out of training, Hot Licks. It's the life you lead.
What do you want?
Hold him, Sandy.
Let me alone.
Quite a trick, Hot Licks. Who put you up to it?
Up to what?
Florette's belly flop.
That was an accident.
Slight correction, a murder.
You're wacky.
Listen, Benny, I know how trapeze artists work. They practice a certain beat till every muscle is adjusted to it. And when that beat is changed, even by a split second...
So that's how he did it.
That's how he did it, by changing the drum beat.
A couple of Weissenheimers, huh? Well, try and pin something on me.
We both heard that drum.
So did 100 other people in that audience.
You're cooked, Benny, unless you talk. Who put you up to it?
Suppose I sing. What then?
The deal?
Yeah.
I don't do business with rats, Benny. Here's what I do.
Hey, cut it out! I'm sick, I tell you, I'm sick.
Who's the man that hires you? Start singing.
All right. Only stop. I figure he's a middle-aged guy, maybe. Kind of fat, maybe, judging by his voice. I never actually seen him.
But he paid you to threaten Mr. and Mrs. Thorne and to take care of Florette.
Yeah. Only I never actually seen him.
Well, where is his gambling place located?
He ain't the gambler. He ain't the guy Leora lost the money to.
No?
He's only using that, see? to pull some other racket on Mr. and Mrs. Thorne.
Some other racket? What kind?
Don't ask me. I just follow orders.
Well, how, if you've never seen the man?
The boss gives me orders on the phone.
How does he pay you off?
Well, he meets me now and then, but always in the darkness.
In the darkness?
Oh, Greg, he's lying to us.
I ain't. I swear I ain't. Look, over there, where I'm pointing. That's where he meets me.
On the death ride?
Yeah, the last boat.
You believe him, Greg?
Could be. Remember the girl's dying words to us? Yeah. I think he's telling the truth.
What are you going to do to me, mister?
Until the police take over, I'm leaving you in the capable hands of Mr. Taylor here.
Greg, where are you off to?
A sudden yen has come over me, Sanderson. I haven't tried one of those amusement rides since I was a small boy.
You're going on the death ride?
If anybody wants me, I'll be in the last boat, keeping a date in the darkness of the tunnel. I strayed over to the ticket booth and put down my quarter. It was past midnight now, and I was the only customer. I waited by the entrance gates. The string of tiny boats emerged from the tunnel, slowed up, disgorged a load of giggling bobby-soxers. Then it was my turn. I asked the old geezer who was in charge, "Mind if I ride in the last one?"
Ride anywhere as you please, mister.
The death ride got underway, with yours truly as the only passenger. Suddenly, I felt lonely, as if I didn't have a friend in the world. The boats headed into the long, black tunnel. I couldn't see my hand 2 inches in front of my face. In the inky blackness, I lost all sense of direction. I felt stifled. Beads of perspiration collected on my forehead. But, so far, no fellow passenger. You know that feeling you get in a dark room? That a stranger is right alongside you? Well, suddenly I knew. I could sense him sitting behind me in that last boat. I waited for him to speak. But all I could hear was the water in that tunnel and his watch, the ticking of his watch. I remember how it echoed. Finally, when he talked, his voice was muffled. And when I answered, I tried to sound like Mr. Benny Hotlick's Dockleface Baker.
That you, Benny?
Yeah.
Take care of Fleurette?
Yeah.
Good boy. Got another job for you, Benny.
Okay.
Up near Tahoe. Gonna be an accident up there. Tomorrow morning.
What kind of accident?
Falling rocks. Automobile's gonna get out of control.
Will someone get killed?
A girl.
Suddenly, a shaft of light. There must have been a torn place in the canvas that lined the tunnel. Suddenly, he must have seen that I wasn't Benny because...
Okay, one.
I couldn't turn around. His hands were on my throat. I still couldn't see who he was, and the hands kept gripping tighter. Tighter! And then Roman candles started shooting off in my brain. Bonfires danced before my eyes, and then I blacked out.
So long, Hood. Here's where you get off. Only 2 feet of water, but enough to drown you.
Greg. Take it easy, old man.
Oh, my throat.
Just lie on that bench for a while.
Where'd you find me, Sandy?
On the death ride. Floating face down.
You deserve a Carnegie Medal for life-saving. How come such perfect timing?
Well, he got away.
Baker?
I was running after him. Just as we passed the death ride, I saw a passenger climbing out of the last boat. It wasn't you, and I got worried.
That passenger. What did he look like?
I didn't wait to see. I grabbed a flashlight from the old man and went sloshing into the tunnel to find you.
I never saw that other passenger either. Too dark.
That was the boss.
Yes.
Any idea of his identity?
None. His hands suddenly... Sandy.
Yes?
I just remembered that fellow's hands, his left wrist.
What?
Never mind, it'll keep. We'd better get after Benny Baker. I've learned he's a professional killer with another job on tap for tomorrow morning.
Oh, and I let him get away.
Come on, we've got to stop him.
What are you stopping for, Greg?
We won't have to look any further for Mr. Benny Hot Licks Baker.
Where? I don't see him.
Look. Now do you see him?
Where you're pointing?
Yes. That concession over there.
Hilbert's Waxworks Museum.
Those figures on display outside. Look at those wax figures.
Oh. Greg. How fantastic.
Fantastic was the word, all right. 3 of them standing upright and motionless. Napoleon, Mary, Queen of Scots, holding her head in her hands, and Jack the Ripper, all built of wax. Alongside, slumped over and equally motionless, was Benny Baker. They made a lovely foursome.
Oh, that green spotlight on them, you'd almost swear that Benny was a wax figure, too.
Yeah, except for the bullet hole and the blood. Sandy, let's get back to the car.
There, Greg. Where are you driving to?
You'll see.
This isn't the direction to my house.
I'm not taking you home, pal.
Oh, now see here, Greg. Enough is enough. I've got a home and a comfy rest mattress waiting for me. Yes, and a wife who's probably ready to divorce me for staying out all night.
Here we are. Leora Thorne's house. I know it's late, Leora, but I've got to see you. This is Sandy Taylor, my attorney.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Come into the library, Leora. I want to talk to you.
I'll wait out here in the hall.
Yes, Greg?
Are you, by any chance, planning an auto trip?
Well, how did you know?
A little birdie told me.
In the morning, Brad and I are driving out of town for the weekend.
Up to Lake Towel?
Who told you?
You're not going, Leora.
But, Greg, Brad and I were
The
counting
trip is
on...
off for a very simple reason. If you value your life.
If I... Greg, what are you talking about?
Why, hello, Mr. Hood.
Oh, Brad, darling, you better come in and listen to this.
Oh, I woke up as I heard you going downstairs, Precious.
Greg insists that we call off our trip to Tahoe.
Oh? Well, why's that, Mr. Hood?
Falling rocks.
What?
There's to be an accident on that mountain road to Leora's lodge. Leora is scheduled to be a corpse.
Greg!
You mean they'd actually kill her because of that gambling debt?
That petty crap game operator hasn't been threatening Leora at all.
Well, then who...
Somebody who figures this is a perfect time to put you in a nice marble mausoleum, while he can use that gambling debt as a cover-up.
But who? I haven't any enemies.
You're absolutely sure of this, Mr. Hood.
I've met the gentleman in question.
You've seen him?
I didn't say I'd seen him. We met in the darkness. He tried to kill me.
What?
Oh, he's a bad boy. He had 2 Confederates working with him. When they talked too much, he put them both out of the way.
It all sounds so fantastic.
Laura's right, Mr. Hood. Like a bad movie.
You don't care for melodramatic doings, eh, Thorne?
Well, I guess I'm just not used to them.
You like things to be calm and serene, eh?
Well, yes, I guess you'd call me the matter-of-fact type.
Mm-hmm. Tell me something, Thorne.
Yes?
Don't you ever get tired?
Well, tired of what?
Of playing cat and mouse, you filthy
Greg,
swine.
you're out of your mind.
He knows you love him now, Leora. He knows he's mentioned in your will. He also knows how changeable you are, and he'd rather be a rich widower than a poor ex-husband.
What? Get out!
I'm not listening, Brad. I'm just not listening.
You used to work in carnivals in the old days, didn't you, Thorne? With Florette and Benny. You knew they could be hired for a price.
Brad, don't let him say these things.
That's right, Thorne. Don't let me say them.
Okay, Hood. This is how you want it. Stand up.
Brad, that gun.
You too, precious lamb. You once told me you'd die for me. Here's your big chance.
Oh, no.
You see, he's right. You are too changeable, Precious. You'll be getting tired of me one of these fine days, and we mustn't have that.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Finish up what I started.
Okay, Sandy, you can come in now. Watch out, Sandy!
I'm okay. He's shot with wire.
Drop that gun, Thorne. Drop it. You dirty! Drop it. Grab him, Sandy.
I've got him.
All right, Thorne. You coming quietly to the police, or do we play more patty cake?
I'll come. Quietly.
I knew it was you ever since that excursion on the death ride.
You knew? How?
Say goodbye to your wife.
Goodbye. Precious lamb.
Now take off the wristwatch and give it to her.
I don't want it.
But your love gift to him is what put me onto him.
What?
In the darkness, Thorne, it was like an engraved calling card.
A wristwatch?
Heart-shaped. Extremely unusual. And you forgot all about the luminous dial.
You have heard The Carnival of Death, an adventure from the casebook of Gregory Hood, written this week by Jerome D. Ross, directed by Martin Andrews, and produced by Frank Cooper Associates. Listen again next week at the same time over this ABC station for the story of the Mutton Jade Buddha, another adventure from the casebook of Gregory Hood. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Greetings, mystery lover. Time for your dead time story. That's right, dead time. This Let George Do It adventure has so many bodies in it you'd think the Black Plague hit town. It's called Angel's Grotto, and I think you'll find it a heavenly tale. As usual, it's all about George Valentine and his faithful companion, Brooksy. Companion? Oh, well, I better not tell you any more, as it might spoil the suspense, and that we cannot do.
Dear Mr. Valentine, you are fired. I know that's a clumsy way to put it, but I've been a nurse too many years to learn parlor diplomacy. Besides, you've been here at the Grotto farmhouse for almost a day now, and you haven't found anything. Not a single thing. Not that you should have. Perhaps I was just hysterical this morning when I called you out here. But now even the police seem to agree, don't they? Mr. Moraga's death last evening was an accident. Yes, an accident. And so much as I appreciate your coming to help, why should you stay on? Sincerely, Emily Flood.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment. Now back to Let George Do It and George Valentine.
Oh, Miss Flood. Miss Flood.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, here you are. We've been looking all over.
Did you get my note?
Yes, back at the house, but we wanted to...
I don't like it back there. I came
Look,
out
Miss
to...
Flood, I was a little surprised. After all, I've barely even had a chance to talk to you since we got here.
You see, there's very little factual evidence of any kind.
Here. Did you check here? There might have been fingerprints on the handrail that might show...
No, we checked all that. Best fingerprint man in the state found nothing to prove anything, not even on the wheelchair. No sign of a struggle.
He hated that wheelchair. Imagine a man only 45 who usually couldn't sit still for a minute, having to spend 6 months in that thing. It was from a sailing accident. The bone wouldn't heal.
Uh-huh.
Most of the nurses were scared to death of him. But he liked me, 'cause I wasn't good-looking and I didn't have an eye on his purse. And he had told me about this grotto.
The Angel's Grotto. It's beautiful, isn't it? All that moss and the ferns.
Yes. I saw it first about this same time yesterday. I just brought him out from the train, and he had to come here first thing, even before supper.
Did you try to find the angel like we did?
Oh, it's just a legend. Indians who used to work at the mission across the ranch. An angel of stone, they say. Crossed by the waterfall, I guess.
Yeah. Only it's like all those things, huh? The face in clouds, the mountain shaped like a man's head. You can never really see it.
Angel of death. He used to come out here and just sit when he was a little boy, you know. It was all so different then, he said. A farm, I mean. Just a place in the woods. And an exciting, scary grotto for boys to tell stories about and dare each other to come close to the edge. They were lovely boys, I guess. Herman hadn't met the bottle and the blondes yet. And that whiny stepbrother who still lives here was just like the real brothers.
And John hadn't taken up sailing or broken hips, or even gone out to the city to build his steel mills to become the richest man in the state.
Why?
All been murdered.
Mr. Valentine.
All right, lady, we're sorry. We know you're upset. Anyway, there aren't any facts. But last night at supper, well, those guys aren't boys anymore, are they?
He hated his family. He said this was the last time he'd ever come back.
You want the rest of it? If you're going to fire me, you want my report, why I say murder?
Go on.
Well, you were there. You and he and the boys last night, remember? You were all sitting around the table.
No, I don't want to talk business tonight. I don't want to talk anything. I'm tired. Emily, have you done my unpacking yet?
Well, I thought as soon as supper is over, while you sit outside for a while.
Sure, your nurse will take care of things, John. Here, have another glass of wine. It's special.
No, I said.
Well, farm isn't business. I only waited till you came, John, to talk about buying a new tractor instead of riding.
Oh, for the love
Leave him alone, Jake. He's tired. Can't you hear what he
Well, I
said?
got a setter coming around tonight. Got to get out there, help her with the pups. I only thought if he could spare $1,000 or so.
Leave him alone. Jake, you'll just never understand us businessmen.
Well, farm's a farm. You can't operate
Stop
on
it, both of you, stop it. I came here for a one-day visit, that's all. That day starts tomorrow.
Oh, sure, Johnny, sure, we understand. I don't come out to the old place often myself, but a little reunion is different, huh?
No. I wish I'd stayed in Florida.
Don't blame you. All those classy nurses.
Please, Mr. Moraga.
Well, Johnny, I know the farm isn't very important anymore to you, but all I wanted to say was...
Oh, get out to your barn. Go be a midwife, whatever it is. Now, you nurse, see if you can't give the cook out there a hand with the dishes. I notice Mary's not as speedy as she used to be, Jake.
Stay where you are, Emily. Herman, for your information, I'm sick and tired of the steel business, too.
Huh?
You heard me, Mr. Vice President, in charge of gas and wind?
Oh,
yes. Get everybody out. Leave us brothers alone. Have some wine. You don't want to talk business, not old Herman. Herman, the diplomatic sponge. Well, I wrote you I'm going to retire, didn't I? In the prime of life, and why not? And that means for my family, too. I'm here to cut all strings at once. Lazy relative steel mills, old family homesteads, the works. I'm sick and tired of supporting a worthless bunch.
Please, don't. You're tired. You'll upset yourself. You said everything could wait till tomorrow. Everything you have to say to him.
Yes. All right. I'm sorry, Emily. You two fellas. Wheelchair doesn't make a guy like me very friendly, but I mean it. I'm moving to Florida for good. Only, we'll talk tomorrow, huh?
Sure, Johnny, sure. We understand.
No, you don't. You're going to work for a living, Herman. Well, what's the matter with you, Jake?
Huh?
Earn your own tractor. Me? I'm tougher than all of you, I guess. Well, what's the matter? Want to murder me or something? Well, come on, say something.
Want to murder me or something? And then, Miss Flood, you brought John Moraga out in his wheelchair to sit in the evening air. And you went back to do the unpacking and clean up the dishes for Mary, the cook, who was out helping Jake. Brother Herman, he went to his room, so the testimony says, where he drank that wine all by himself. Jake, he came out and smoked a cigarette for a while with the impatient invalid. Then went to the barn and was busy for some time delivering a litter of puppies.
Your testimony's very complete, Mr. Valentine.
So what? So 10 o'clock, you came out to bring Mr. Moraga in for the night. And he was missing. Because around 9 o'clock, according to police reports, the doctors, his wheelchair parked here overlooking the grotto where you left him got a little bit too close to the edge.
Look out, George! Oh! But there wasn't any evidence. You couldn't find anything.
No, no evidence to show whether the brakes just slipped and the wheelchair rolled over, or whether Mr. Moraga was pushed off the edge. 200 feet down to the rocks.
All those hatreds and everything, even motives. But everybody's story seemed to check.
Yeah, that's it. Nothing so far can be proved.
Mr. Valentine, you kicked that rock just now to see how I would react.
Maybe.
Well, I think you should understand there won't ever be any evidence. His death was an accident. I believe that now. So get out. Get out. Please, go away.
Johnny couldn't have been too surprised, Mr. Valentine. Said he saw the angel clear as death. Omen, I guess you'd call it. We smoked a cigarette together down there, you know, half hour before his death.
Surprised at what, Jake?
Huh? Well, the brake slipped on his chair, don't you think? You figure he was unconscious when it happened.
We don't even know that. Look, we're leaving. I only asked to see...
His own fault in one way. Had a fixation on that place, he did. Ought to be the devil's grotto, I always claimed. Or maybe we could blast the marble and make a quarry.
You see me, Mr. Valentine?
Oh, yes, Mr. Moraga. Look, Jake, do you mind...
Yeah, sure, Mr. Valentine, sure. Got to see about...
Mr. Moraga, testimony showed that last night your brother called you vice president in charge...
In charge of gas and wind, yeah. Old Johnny was the only one had any brains or...
Are you part owner of the Moraga Steel Mills, or just a paid employee?
You mean am I just the boss's brother? Yeah. Yes, if you like.
Uh-huh. And now that he's dead,
Weren't you leaving, Mr. Valentine? Oh, no, don't get me wrong. Jake and I, we appreciate what you've done. But also we're tired of everybody looking cross-eyed at the guys who benefit. I should have told that nurse she was being officious to get you up here in the first place.
She was badly upset.
Well, so am I. Johnny was my brother. These little nurses get more conscientious the richer the patient is.
Oh, how dare you!
Mary, listen to me.
What in the name?
I will not, and I won't leave here until
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit you, but you can't talk like that to me.
I'll talk any way I please. I've been here 15 years. I'll call you all the names I can.
Stop it, I said stop it!
All right, Nursey, now cut it out. Cut it out. What'd she do to you, Mary?
Huh? What'd she do?
Don't look at me that way!
Hey, easy, please.
Huh. Miss Flood. Know what she was up to, Mr. Moraga? She was firing me. Yes, she fired me.
You what? Now, look here, Miss Flood. You've been butting
Take it
in
easy,
and
will you? Here, Emily, you're all right.
It was the way she looked. The way she... I'm sorry, Mary. I didn't mean
You
to...
see, Mr. Moraga, I happened to overhear this young lady and a policeman
Please,
talking.
no.
You just found out the nurse is really a wife, eh, Mary?
What's that, George?
Just guessing. But it would explain why she could try to fire you, Mary. Why you laugh at the word miss. Not to mention some things John Moraga said last night. Or why just a nurse should be so curious and hire me
You
and
mean
try...
this mousy little flat-heeled...
Yes. We were married a week ago in Florida. I did tell the police, Mr. Valentine. I wanted to tell you, but I wanted to wait until... Oh, just because I'm his nurse and he was wealthy. Just because... Stop looking at me like that!
Nobody's looking any way they shouldn't.
I wondered what his big announcement today was going to be. What made that hot-headed sucker want to sell his business, cut us off, go gallivanting off?
Get out of here! Every one of you! This is my house now. Get out!
So you married a week and now he's dead.
Yes, he's dead. He's dead. Don't look that way. Can't you understand? I loved him. And he loved me.
Don't give me that
Oh,
hug.
I wish I were dead, too. Leave me alone or I will be! I will be!
Yes. A good act.
Good act, Mr. Moraga? Are you changing your mind? I thought you were so sure your brother's death was an accident.
You're listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment.
And now back to George Valentine. Angel's Grotto, a place of great beauty, a place where a man fell 200 feet to his death on the rocks below. A man in a wheelchair sitting alone in the moonlight. But, according to the police, that death was an accident. There's no further reason for you to stay around. Still, if your name is George Valentine, well, what can you do except stall for time, pretend you can't start your car?
Say, look, Jake, is there some rope around here? I may need it when the mechanic comes to give me a tow.
Yeah, in the shed over there helps out.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Get out of the way. Good idea. So that fool Emily won't hang herself. Ha! There's a good one.
Come on, Brooksy. Let the rest of them think we've gone. You realize how short our time is?
You mean what he just said about Emily? George, I want to go back in and talk to her.
No, Brooksy, we got to find evidence before somebody else gets murdered. Yeah, these are the tracks, all right, Brooksy. And here's where the wheelchair stood.
George, you and the police went over it inch by inch.
Well, Jake gave me an idea. He was wondering earlier if John Moraga was conscious when he fell, remember?
Yes.
Okay, now look, I'm John Moraga. I'm in a wheelchair, see, and I'm sitting here. I'm a strong guy.
Strong? George, John had been laid up for 6 months.
Well, that's not long enough to break down a dynamo like him. The point is, when he was sitting here, it would have been pretty hard to take him by surprise.
You mean somebody slugged him first?
I don't know. There's no sign of a struggle. Police thought he might have fallen asleep.
George, suppose he'd been drugged.
Huh?
I mean, remember that wine last night at supper?
Oh, yeah, I thought of that. But it's like everything else. Nothing left to show. Nothing left but the tracks of the two wheels here. And hey, Brooksy, look. They just go in practically a dead straight line all the way out to the edge and over. Okay, Brooksy, throw me that rope there.
Oh, George.
It's all right now. It's all right. This tree will hold me.
George.
Just take it easy, will you? There we are. This is one thing we didn't check.
But they combed every rock down below there.
When I kicked that rock loose this afternoon, remember what happened? It bounced. Okay, I'll find out what happened last night, and I won't bounce either. I hope. Hey, Brooksy, I can see the angel from down here. Yeah, it really does look like one, you know. Across by the...
George, your rope's twisting.
I'm all right. There's some stuff to hang on to here. Angel of death, huh?
I can't even see you anymore.
Brooksy.
What'd you say, George?
Hey, not so loud, will you? I was just looking down before. It's a watch.
What?
No. Piece of watch chain. Sure. He did hit here before he dropped to the rocks. I thought so. The way the cliff curves out, it's...
Don't go any farther. What if he did lose part of his watch chain? It doesn't tell you anything
Oh,
about...
doesn't it? Hooked on a little twig, some scrub trees here growing in a crevice. Well, you know, it doesn't have any bark. Yeah, that's right. 2 places here, no bark. I'll tell better in the daylight. But, Brooksy, there are kick marks, too. He grabbed here as he fell. Must have hung on for some time, several minutes maybe, before his strength gave out.
Somebody's coming, George.
Made it. Hey, I called you, but I didn't hear you answer it.
Well, I went to see George. Listen.
Listen to what?
Oh, it's gone now.
Okay, come on. Get this rope out of sight. Here, duck back here.
Yeah.
In the bushes. That's better.
George, I hate high places. You're crazy.
But I learned something, Brooksy. The fact he clung there proves John Moraga was conscious. He couldn't have grabbed on there unless he was perfectly all right when he went over.
He wasn't slugged, doped, anything.
Just pushed.
But those straight line tracks...
Well, I can think of a person he might have trusted. Never guess what was going to happen until the last minute.
Oh, George, any of them could have come down here without being seen. His shouts when he was hanging there wouldn't have been heard.
Oh, Brooksy, look, stop evading it. You know who I'm talking about. All those tears don't hide her motive.
George, I just can't believe that a girl would...
Yeah. You see what I see? Little Emily.
George, she's crying. That's what I heard before.
Yeah, walking like she didn't know where she was.
George, she wished she were dead, too. She was hysterical, but she said
I'm like Jake. I didn't take it seriously.
But she's going where we were. George, grab her.
No,
She's
no,
gonna...
stop.
Emily?
Oh, you startled me.
Oh? I didn't mean to.
It's Herman.
Beautiful night, isn't it?
Mr. Moraga.
What are you doing down here, anyway?
You know, don't you? Why do you ask?
Oh, well, I didn't believe a good-looking girl like you with her head on her shoulders would seriously think of carrying out a threat
You
like...
think I'm ugly. You said so. A stupid, flat-heeled nurse.
Oh, well, really, it isn't anything...
No, stay where you are. I don't think there's room for both of us here, Mr. Moraga.
All right. All right.
I loved your brother. I loved John. I'm 35. I'm not pretty. I know what I am. But he loved me, too.
Now.
Please don't touch me. Don't come any closer.
Oh, it's all right. I know how you feel. It was an accident.
Leave me alone.
Well, just an accident, that's all.
I told you, don't touch me.
Well...
You big fat fool!
Miss
You walked right into it, didn't you?
Look out, my arm.
I've handled patients 10 times as tough as you are.
My arm. Look out, the edge is
Believe
right.
what I said, didn't you? Believed I'd come down here and be thinking of jumping when it's you who's going to go over.
Come on, Brooksy, step on him. He's the one who's liable to be killed.
I'll kill you!
Get back here, I said, get back.
Let go of me!
Okay, sister.
Hey, what happened?
What is it?
All right. Oh. Take it easy, all of you.
Good Lord, what's the matter with
She's
her?
all right, George.
Let go. Leave me alone.
She would have killed me. She was trying to push me.
I know. We saw
We
it.
thought it was going to be the other way around.
Oh?
It never occurred to me. She has the same motive for getting rid of you, Mr. Moraga. You're the only real brother. You're in her way, too.
Herman, for the love of Pete, what the crazy little fool...
I thought that she was...
Shove me. That's what she
All
tried
right,
to
will you
do.
please stop it? Yeah, that's right. We prevented a murder. Now I can prove it. Murder number 2.
Hey, did you find out something?
Mr.
Lady,
Valentine.
will you stop crying for 1 minute, please? I didn't say you killed your husband. You didn't kill John Moraga.
George.
Emily, the tragedy we prevented tonight was you killing for vengeance because you thought the murder would never be solved.
Herman did it. I was sure.
The police couldn't find any clues for you, but you were like I was. You knew it had to be murder, and so you tricked Herman into following you down here. The only trouble was when you tried to take the law in your own hands, you picked the wrong person.
What?
Yeah, that's right. He didn't do it. He's demonstrated that pretty well right now, hasn't he? Only, what's your name, Cook? Mary?
Oh.
Did you ever see the angel?
Did I? What?
Come on, the angel in the rocks. You've lived around here 15 years, you said. You've heard the legend.
Oh, that. No, I don't know what you're talking about.
There's no angel in the rocks, Valentine. That's just an old...
Yes, there is. Because I saw it. And John Moraga said he saw it, too.
Oh, no. No, he
After
didn't.
you left him down here, Emily, he supposedly said it while smoking a cigarette. With you, Jake.
Now, wait a minute. I never said anything.
Oh, yes, you did.
I remember it, George.
And that was your mistake. Because, Buster, that angel turns out to be a real angel of death. You can't see that rock formation from any place except halfway down a straight cliff. No wonder the Indians had a legend. So when could John possibly have seen it except when he was climbing down there after he'd been shoved, clinging there, hanging there? Why did John scream out that he saw the angel? Was he pleading with you to help him? And did you just stand there and laugh at him, Jake?
No, you're crazy. I'm just a farmer.
Sure, you're a big, strong guy. And that's why the tracks of the wheelchair were nice and straight, Brooksy. A man strong enough could just tip it back, load and all, and give it a roll.
Now, you listen to me. I was up with that setter of mine. I was clean out in the barn. Mary helped me.
Mary, do you know what the penalty is for providing a false alibi in a murder case?
No, I don't even know what you're
You
talking
better tell me fast, lady, how many of those puppies you delivered.
Mr. Valentine.
How much of that 2 hours Jake really spent with you in that barn?
Hey, get her. She's running.
No, we'll get her all right.
I don't believe anything that dumb old thing...
That's all, Jake!
Back to the conclusion of our Let George Do It adventure in just a moment.
Angel's Grotto. And the angel really did solve it.
Well, Brooksy, the weak-kneed accomplice didn't help Jake much.
But Mary wasn't really mixed up in
But
the...
she started the ball rolling. Nothing else he could do but confess after that. I suppose she wanted to keep the farm as much as he did. And Moraga was going to take it away, sell everything.
And to think it all started with our being fired. Emily tried to do it the right way, George. She hired you to find evidence of what she thought had happened.
By woman's intuition. So, just on the basis of that, she tries to play angel of destruction, of vengeance.
It was crazy and wrong. But she loved John Moraga. Those tears were all true. She told us how much she loved him. First and only love of her life. I could tell. And he loved her just as much.
I know. Love, love, love. Hey, how come you're such an authority on the subject, Brooksy?
With you around, I'll be darned if I know.
You have just heard Angel's Grotto, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Jimmy Sayer at Inter-Allied Life, Johnny.
Oh, hi, Jim. How are you?
The way I feel now, the way I'm going to feel, depends on you.
Okay, let's have it.
Remember a guy named King Tut?
Egyptian mummy they dug out of a tomb full of treasure a few years ago.
That's right.
Well, don't tell me you held a policy on him now, Jim.
Seriously now. You'll also remember there was supposed to be a curse on anybody who molested his tomb.
Yeah, supposed to be. But of course anybody knows that stuff's a lot of malarkey.
Is it?
Isn't it?
Better reserve judgment, Johnny, until you hear about the curse of Kamashek.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Inter-Allied Life Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenditures during my investigation of the curse of Kamashek matter. Expense account item 1, $1 even. Taxi to the office of Inter-Allied Life to talk with Jim Sayer. The conference was brief and not very enlightening.
I'd much rather have you see Mr. Turnbull and get the story from him yourself. As I said in the beginning, he's a very important client. What's more to the point, he can tell you about it much better than I can.
Jim, to coin a cliche, you're being just as clear as mud.
Also, by the way, he specifically asked for you.
Oh, how come?
Well, it seems he liked the way you handled the Parkinson case a couple of years ago.
Oh, yeah, Emily Parkinson, the widow who died.
Yeah, that's the one. She was his sister. And, Well, go down and see him, Johnny. I honestly can't tell you anything more than I already have about the thing.
James, you have told me nothing.
But he can, and you can pick up a nice fee on it. As a favor to me?
No, for that nice fee. Jim promised to phone Eric Turnbull that I was on my way, and I ran up items 2 and 3, $4.20 for a quick lunch and train fare to Stamford. There I was met by a chauffeured car and driven to Turnbull's house. Far out of the town on Birchbrook Road, it was set on one of the biggest, most beautifully landscaped pieces of property I'd ever seen. The fine old home looked as though it had stood there in all its straight-laced dignity for 100 years, and stolid against the changing world would stand for another 100. In sharp contrast, a lithe, clean Studebaker Golden Hawk was parked in the sweeping driveway at the front. Haskins, the chauffeur, had explained on the way that he doubled as butler, so I wasn't particularly surprised when he opened the door for me.
Since you received a call about your coming, sir, you are to go right in while I take the motor car to the garage. Unless...
He glanced at the Golden Hawk quickly back of me, then, having left the word unless hanging in midair, climbed back behind the wheel and drove off. Well, he said go right in. Inside, the house was a classic. From the tile-floored reception room with its walls of oak and the broad staircase leading to the second floor, I could look into the huge living room, finished in polished mahogany, with a leaded glass window at one side and thick oriental rugs on the floor. A fireplace that seemed to take in a whole wall, and fine mahogany furniture that glowed with a beautiful patina. Beyond that, I could see the library, golden and walnut. And sitting at a broad desk was a man, his face red with anger, shaking his fist at a very attractive girl of 22 or 3 who stood before him, obviously distressed by what was going on.
Don't call me Uncle Eric. I'm not your uncle now, and by heaven, if I have my way, I never will be. You're not married to him yet, my girl, and if I have anything to say about it, you... Oh, Mr. Dollar, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Mr. Turnbull?
That's right. Come in. And Dorothy, Mr. Dollar and I wish to be alone.
The girl stood there for a brief moment, looking at the man with an expression of utter futility in her face. Then, without so much as a glance at me, turned and left by the door that I had just entered.
Come in, Mr. Dollar. Come in, please.
Thank you.
I'm sorry about this. Somewhat embarrassing to you, I'm sure, but it's something I'll have to tell you about later. Sit down, please.
Thanks.
May I pour you a drink? I must confess I feel I could use one at the moment.
No, thanks, Mr. Turnbull. I think I'll pass.
I suppose it is a little early, but, well, good luck. Now.
Jim Sayer, an inner allied, tells me you have an insurance problem.
Actually, not yet. I'll be perfectly frank with you, Mr. Dollar.
Please do.
I'm asking you to help me not as an insurance investigator, but as a man I feel I can trust.
But you don't really know me, Mr. Turnbull.
Oh, on the contrary, I do very well. As a result of your handling of the case of my widowed sister, Emily, when she died a few years ago. As a matter of fact, you and I met very briefly at the time.
Oh, yeah, of course, Emily Parkinson. The case involved a lot of phony relatives who filed claims on her estate.
Yes, that's right. And your clever trapping of those false claimants and their cheap attempts to gain part of Emily's fortune was... I understand that several of them are still serving sentences.
Yeah, I believe so.
Which is quite what they deserve. If there's anything I detest in this world, it's dishonesty.
Well, I guess most of us feel that way about it.
Of course we do, if we have any shred of human dignity.
Yeah. But now, what is your problem?
It concerns Donald, Emily's son, my nephew. I had expected him to arrive here before you, but suppose I go ahead anyway.
Go ahead.
Well, when her husband died, Emily was left with a considerable estate and their only child, Donald. The estate's worth nearly $1 million now.
Mm-hmm.
With not too many years ahead of her, she wasn't well. She had lavished everything on the boy, the best of private schools, traveled to Europe, all the things that befit one of our social and financial status. Before she died, she carefully put all of the money into a trust for Donald, a rather unique arrangement which I control until he reaches the age of 30.
What would happen if he didn't survive you? Would it all pass to you?
Yes. But of course I have no particular need of it. When I sold Turnbull Enterprises some years ago, I think you can see that I'm pretty well fixed. Investments, you know.
Yeah.
At any rate, since his mother died, Donald has been living here with me in accordance with her request that I care for him. And I've been glad to do it, for I love the boy very dearly.
How old is he, by the way?
25. He'll be 26 in October.
And what's he doing for a living?
Now, that's the whole point. There's no need for him to work for a living, as you put it. But in college, against my better judgment, he majored in archaeology and Egyptology.
What did you want him to study?
Business and finance, of course. Forgive me for being so blunt, Dollar, but I see no sense whatsoever in his taking the fortune that his father spent so many years building up and squandering it on a lot of... Oh, Donald, come in.
I received word at the club you wish to see me, Uncle Eric. What is it this... Oh.
Mr. Dollar, this is my nephew, Donald Cronin.
How do you do, Mr.
Hi,
Dollar?
Donald.
We've been talking about you, Donald.
Oh?
As a result of a newspaper item I just read to the effect that you're preparing for another expedition.
That's right, sir. I'm going to the ancient city of Thebes in Egypt.
Egypt?
Since my trip last fall, I've done a lot of reading and research in New York and London. I'm convinced I've located the ancient tomb of the pharaoh Kameshek. An advance party's already begun excavation. I'll join them there.
Do you realize the cost of this thing?
Uncle Eric, it promises to be one of the most important archaeological finds of the century.
You mean it might be if I let you go?
If you let me go? Uncle Eric, perhaps Mr. Dollar...
Mr. Dollar can hear anything I have to say to you. You see, Dollar, we're finally getting to the point.
Yeah.
Donald, I'll make no bones about it. I'm quite fed up with your wasting your time on these stupid, pointless expeditions.
That's not the way the museum feels about them, sir.
Well, that's the way I feel about them.
Wait, sir, please. Donald, isn't that your collection for Yucatan that the museum recently acquired?
Why, yes, sir. My party and I were able to...
I'm sure we don't care about your party and you. You're not only wasting your time, but your money. The money your father struggled an entire lifetime to gain.
That money was left for me to spend in any way I see fit.
Provided your handling of it meets my approval. When you're 30 and the estate passes completely into your hands, you can do anything you like with it. Buy the Brooklyn Bridge if you want. You probably will. But until then, I am legally in control of it. And now, finally, I have every intention of exercising that control. At least to the extent of seeing you don't squander any more of it on these foolhardy expeditions.
I take it you've made several, Donald.
Yes, sir, and he's opposed me in all of them.
Because sooner or later, you've got to learn that as the wealthy son of a family, it's up to you to carry on the tradition that's been set for you. To increase the fortune that's part of your family name, build even greater financial power, not to throw it away.
Do you call my contributions to science and history a waste of money?
Oh, now look, my boy, there's nothing selfish about my attitude in this matter. I'm thinking only of you and your future, the family name that you alone are left to uphold.
Well...
Why don't you give up this asinine idea of going to Egypt?
No, sir.
What do you mean, no? Let me finish.
There's no point in your saying any more, Uncle. I'm going to explore the tomb of Kameshek.
Now, listen here, you
I've
young
made all the arrangements, obtained the sponsorship of the museum, notified the universities that are interested in my work.
I say you're not going.
And I say I am, sir.
You young fool. Don't you realize that I'm in a position to cut you off without a penny?
If you think I care, Uncle Eric, you're crazy.
Then by heaven I will. So help me, Donald. I've tried to avoid this kind of situation, but you and your idiotic bullheadedness, your utter disregard for the responsibility and importance of your family, social status have made it inevitable. Now it's come in spite of all I've tried to do, and by heaven, I'll cut you off without a... Wait a minute. Donald, where are you going?
Egypt.
In the moment or two before Eric Turnbull recovered his poise enough to speak to me, my mind raced. This whole situation offered a big flock of wild possibilities. Obviously, the two were at sword points, had been for some time. Apparently, and I began to wonder about this, Turnbull had no need of Donald's money. Yet he seemed determined to keep him from spending it. And on what looked to me like a very worthy expedition. If Donald died, Turnbull had said, the estate would pass to him. Oh, and something else I wanted to find out about. The girl who'd been there when I arrived. But why? Why did I want to know or need any answers? What could this whole affair possibly have meant to me? I'm no family counselor. I guess I spoke that thought out loud. I'm an insurance investigator.
Yes, Dollar. Which is another reason why I need your help in this affair.
But I just don't see it, Mr. Turnbull.
I'm afraid I must apologize for that little scene a moment ago.
Well, there's no need to. It was interesting, to say the least.
Well, we didn't touch on the one thing that I wanted you to know about. That girl, Dorothy Harkness, his so-called fiancée.
Oh.
Thanks to a generous allowance, plus fees from the museum and some of the universities, Donald's insured his life for $100,000. $50,000 for the museum, and a like amount for the girl.
Through Inter-Allied?
Yes. I'll put it to you bluntly. She has prodded him to go on these expeditions, and I believe she somehow hopes to engineer his death during this Kameshek project in order to collect on that policy. Do I make myself clear?
If anything was clear about this situation, I certainly couldn't see it. More things that come flying at me from out of left field during the past half hour than I could cope with. And I wanted time to organize some kind of thinking. So I used a corny old device, glanced at my watch, said something about being late for an appointment back in Hartford. I apologized, promised to talk with him again tomorrow when there'd be more time. Haskins drove me back to the station and courteously waited until the train pulled in, then left. And it was then I noticed the little Studebaker Golden Hawk that I'd seen at the house pull up beside the platform, and the girl, Dorothy Harkness, jumped out and ran over to me.
Mr. Dollar, I had to wait for Haskins to leave so he wouldn't see me.
Oh?
I must talk to you. Please call me. Here's the number.
Is this about Donald?
Yes, because of the danger he's in.
From Mr. Turnbull?
No, and you must believe me. From the curse of Kamashek.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a little order starts to come out of the Department of Utter Confusion and a promise of murder. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote this week's story. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
I have your call to Stamford, sir.
Oh, thank you, operator. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Dollar, I'm so glad you've called.
Well, you seem pretty anxious to talk about something, Miss Harkness.
I am, about Donald and his uncle, and Donald's plan for the expedition to Egypt.
To dig up the remains of the old Pharaoh Kamashek?
Yes. Can you come over here to see me, please?
Oh, when I talked to you on the station platform a while ago, you said something about the curse of Kamashek.
Yes, Mr. Dollar.
Isn't that nothing more nor less than superstition?
No.
Huh?
I'm afraid that in this case, Mr. Dollar, it can mean nothing more nor less than murder.
I'll take the first train.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Inter-Allied Life Insurance Company, Crutchfield Square, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, The Curse of Kamashek Matter. Expense account continued. Item 4, 320, cab to the station, train fare from Hartford to Stamford, and cab to the modest but attractive apartment of Dorothy Harkness. The short trip gave me time to think. Eric Turnbull, wealthy retired businessman, called me in on this case. Turnbull, uncle of young Donald Cronin, entirely in control of a large trust fund for the boy. Turnbull, who was determined to prevent him from making an expedition to the tomb of Kamashek, on the excuse that he suspected a plot against the boy's life, engineered by Dorothy Harkness, who was not only Donald's fiancée, but a beneficiary of his $100,000 life policy. So a talk with Dorothy Harkness seemed very much in order.
Oh, come in, Mr. Dollar. I'm so glad you were willing to come and talk with me.
How are you, Miss Harkness?
You make me sound so old. It's Dorothy. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. But before we go any further, Dorothy, I think you ought to understand that I'm an insurance investigator, and so far...
I know that. Donald told me his uncle was going to send for you.
But there's been no claim filed, no reason for one.
I know. Mr. Turnbull does, well, kind of unusual things now and then, and I guess this is one of them.
Unless he's trying to prevent whatever might cause a claim to be filed.
Mr. Dollar, I don't know what Mr. Turnbull has told you about me, but I'm sure it wasn't good. I'm afraid we don't get along very well.
Well, it's pretty obvious he doesn't like your interest in his nephew, Donald.
I've known Donald since school, Mr. Dollar, and we hope to get married. At least Donald does.
Oh? And what about you?
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
I got the impression from Mr. Turnbull you were doing a pretty good job of getting Donald into your clutches.
But that isn't the way it is at all. We've been seeing a great deal of each other, and Donald has asked me to marry him. And I'm fond of him, Mr. Dollar, terribly fond of him. But so far as marriage is concerned, I'm not sure.
What do you mean?
I can't help wondering all the time if he isn't hoping to marry me just as an escape from his uncle.
Uh-huh. Would you marry him?
If I were sure of him.
You'd be sure of an awful lot of money, Dorothy.
What?
The minute he reached 30, that is.
Mr. Turnbull has poisoned your mind, Mr. Dollar. What money Donald has or may have has nothing to do with it. That sort of thinking is filthy.
I guess you mean that, don't you, Dorothy?
Yes. I think I've loved Donald ever since my father brought him into the museum.
Your father?
Yes, he's curator of archaeology.
Well, how does he feel about Donald and you?
His only interest in Donald is in the money, the financial support he gives the museum.
Oh.
Since Mother died, he's become a grasping, self-centered old man whose only interest is in the museum.
I see.
So I don't live with him anymore.
Well, then I take it he opposes any thought of your marrying Donald.
He wants me to string him along for his money and scientific contributions. But Donald is making something of himself, instead of wasting his life in idle luxury as Mr. Turnbull would have it.
Or would he rather have Don increase the family fortune?
No, just not spend it. That's all he cares about. So if anything should happen to Donald, there would be more left for Mr. Eric Turnbull. And that's why I called you. Because I'm afraid that if Donald does go on this expedition to Egypt, something will happen to him.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Turnbull has objected strenuously to this latest expedition.
You don't know them yet. Either of them. They're of the same stock, and they're both stubborn, determined, and willful, and his uncle is clever. Clever enough to play on this stubbornness. Capitalize on it.
What's that supposed to mean?
He knows that the surest way to keep Donald from doing something is to insist that he do it. It's always been that way.
Are you sure you haven't been reading too much psychology?
It's true. And in spite of Donald's academic maturity, he's almost like a child in some things, emotional sometimes. That's another reason why I wonder if Donald really wants to marry me. If he loves me enough. Or if he's simply rebelling against his uncle.
You feel, then, that Mr. Turnbull is opposing the expedition to be sure that Donald will make it?
Yes. Because he doesn't quietly reason with Donald, talk things out. He shouts, he storms, he threatens.
And that gets Don's back hair up, huh?
It makes him more determined to go than ever. Wouldn't it do the same to you?
Maybe so.
And I'm afraid that if he does go, he'll never come back.
You honestly don't want him to go?
No.
Just what do you think might happen to him? This curse of Kamashek you mentioned?
I think that would be the excuse for his uncle to have something happen to him.
Well, what is this curse?
Do you remember King Tutankhamun?
Well, I remember hearing and reading something about him, old Egyptian pharaoh.
His tomb had a curse on it, too. But because they believed it would yield important historical data and some of the treasure of those ancient dynasties, an expedition went to the Valley of the Kings and excavated it anyhow.
You're really hip on this stuff, aren't you?
Because of Donald's interest in it, I guess. But listen to me. One after another, people who were involved in that expedition died under very mysterious circumstances.
Yeah, I remember. Even Lord Carnarvon himself.
They said that he died from the results of a mosquito bite and pneumonia. But the other deaths were not so easily explained away. Not even by able scientists and doctors.
You believe in the curse of King Tut, then? And now the curse of Kamashek?
No, I don't.
But from what you just told me...
There have been too many other tombs, all bearing warnings, where the people who dug into them, touched the treasures in them, even touched the remains of the kings, had no harm at all come to them.
Well, then I'm afraid I don't see what you're driving at.
This, Johnny. any mysterious death of someone who's explored one of these ancient tombs will be accepted as a result of the curse. Don't you see? It's an open door to murder.
You know something? To me, it all sounds a little far-fetched.
No. Because of Eric Turnbull. Because I'm sure he wants Donald out of the way.
For his money?
This terrible friction between them, this antagonism that's been building up for years. And it's reached a point where either one of them would be glad to see the other out of the way. But Eric Turnbull is the only one who's evil enough to do something about it.
Well, I gotta admit, the sparks kind of flew between them when I saw them together.
And don't forget it would be to his uncle's advantage if Donald were to die.
He needs the money?
Well, no, I guess he doesn't.
Well, what about you?
I'm doing all right at the museum. I'm earning enough to live on, and I'm happy in my work.
Just the same, as I understand it, you'd collect half of Donald's life policy.
I hate you for even thinking about such a thing. I'd hoped you would help me save Donald's life.
Funny, though, isn't it?
Funny.
Eric Turnbull is my employer in this case. If there really is a case.
Because he's smart. He's clever. He's clever enough to know that calling you in would help cover up anything he might do.
All right, look. Suppose Eric Turnbull did plan to get rid of Donald. How?
I don't know. But this I do know. And it's the thing that has scared me. On his last expedition, and he didn't realize it until afterwards, one of the men in his party, a man he'd selected himself, turned out to have been paid separately by Mr. Turnbull.
Why not? He probably wanted somebody there to look after Donald without his knowing.
Listen to me. This man caused a couple of accidents. At least they called them accidents. That could have cost Donald his life.
Oh, now, Dorothy, look.
No,
please.
no. No, I can see that you don't believe anything I've told you.
Dorothy, I think you're just building up something in your imagination.
You don't believe me. But at least do this. Remember, no matter what happens, remember what I've told you.
Somebody was lying. That was a cinch. But who? And why? Unless one of them really was plotting against the life of Donald Cronin. I couldn't get it out of my head that at least Eric Turnbull didn't need whatever money would come from Donald's death. Dorothy Harkness, on the other hand, would gain what to her would be plenty. Sure, nearly $1 million would go to Turnbull, but that would mean much less to him than the $50,000 insurance would to her. Well, there seemed to be nothing more to say to her at the moment, so I left her, took a cab back to the station. That's item 5, 65 cents, and telephoned to the house on Birchbrook Road in the hope that Donald would be home and I'd have a chance to talk to him. Oh, Mr. Turnbull, this is Johnny Dollar.
Oh, splendid. Where are you?
Well, I'm at the station, but I was calling to try and...
Splendid. Haskins will drive the car down to meet you immediately.
Well, now...
I knew that if you thought it over, you'd be willing to take on this case.
Yeah, sure.
You just wait right there. Haskins will be along in a few minutes. Goodbye.
Come in, Mr. Dollar.
Well, thank you, but before we talk about this
Sit
thing...
down, won't you? Now, from what I've been able to learn, Donald is planning to leave for Egypt immediately. I checked with a friend at the Explorers Club in New York, where the boy's been staying these past few days.
Oh, I thought he always stayed right here with you.
Well, he does, except when he's preparing for an expedition.
Then you are going to let him go.
Well, how can I stop him without making him look foolish in the eyes of his colleagues, the museum, the universities who are so interested in his work? Yes, I have to let him go. But with you beside him there...
Oh, wait a minute.
Of course, I'll expect you to be with him during the entire expedition.
Well, now, look,
And remember this, no expense is to be spared in the protection of my nephew's life. I had to go down to New York to see David Wilt. He's my stockbroker, Harris Dillman Company. While I was there, I stopped at my bank and arranged to have some 5,000 in American Express traveler's checks ready for you. All you have to do is go down there and sign them and pick them up. If you need more, cable me.
You don't waste any time, do you?
I know Donald. He's very stubborn, determined, and willful. In his present frame of mind, he might pack up and take off at a moment's notice. I want to be sure you're at his side.
Okay, you're the boss. But, Mr. Turnbull...
Yes?
You still haven't told me why you think his life is in any more danger on this expedition than on any of the others he's undertaken.
Because that girl, Dorothy Harkness, is smart, is clever. And because of something that happened on Donald's last expedition in Yucatan.
Oh?
He didn't realize it until afterwards, but one of the men in his party, a man he'd selected himself, turned out to be a friend of this Dorothy Harkness.
Not 20 minutes ago, I heard exactly...
Now, listen to me. This man caused a couple of accidents. At least they called them accidents. That could have cost Donald his life. And Mr. Dollar, though lacking any proof, I am convinced he was put up to them by the beneficiary of his insurance policy, Dorothy Harkness.
Did I say somebody was lying? Somebody had to be lying. And by now, that old feeling was beginning to come back to me, that hunch, whatever it is, that told me somebody was planning to kill Donald. Eric Turnbull? Dorothy Harkness? Who? Something told me I'd better get to Donald Cronin, but fast.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, suddenly the reason for a carefully planned murder becomes crystal clear, and a race against death becomes a race for my own life. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote this week's story. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is the operator at the Explorers Club.
Oh, good. Have you been able
Sorry, Mr. Dollar, but I haven't been able to reach Mr. Donald Cronin for you.
Well, hasn't he been there at all?
He was in and out all morning, but he refused to answer any calls then. Since you first telephoned, he hasn't been back.
Well, do you know when he will be back?
No, I don't, sir.
All right, then leave a message. I'll meet him there at the club.
Is it very important that you see him, Mr. Dollar?
It's important that I keep him from being murdered.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Inter-Allied Life Insurance Company, Crutchfield Square, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, The Curse of Kamashek Matter. Expense account continued. Item 6, $9.80, train to New York, quick lunch and taxi to the Traders Bank and Trust Company. There I picked up the American Express traveler's checks that Eric Turnbull had left in my name, had left for expense money to take me to Egypt, to make sure his nephew Donald Cronin lived safely through an expedition to open the grave of the ancient pharaoh Kamashek. The bank teller's brief remark gave me something to think about.
All signed, Mr. Dollar?
Yep.
Yes, now, let me check the amount for you just once more.
All right.
1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 3,500, 4, 45, 47, 48, $5,000 even. Mm-hmm. Yes, here you are.
Good, thanks.
And as I'm sure Mr. Turnbull knows, this will close out this particular account completely.
I thought about that remark a little later when it began to tie in with some other things I learned. Right now, item 7.80 cents cab fare to the Explorers Club. Donald had not yet returned, so I left another message for him, asking him to sit tight until he heard from me. And I meant sit tight. Because apparently, after the latest argument with his Uncle Eric, he was quite likely to hop off to Egypt on short notice. This I didn't want. As a matter of fact, at this point, I wasn't sure I approved of his expedition at all. Both his uncle and his girlfriend, Dorothy Harkness, had told me they thought his life was in danger. And each accused the other of plotting his murder. I was about to leave the Explorers Club when I was buttonholed by a short, kind of cute-looking old character in gray striped suit, tattersall vest, spats, believe it or not, and all but a monocle.
I say there, old man.
Yes?
If you'll pardon me, I believe I overheard you inquiring at the desk for Donald Cronin, didn't I?
Oh, yes. Do you know him?
Oh, I most certainly do. But excuse me, I'm Percival Thronghurst Scatterday.
Mr. Scatterday, I'm Johnny Dollar.
Oh, yes. Donald told me that he'd met you at his home. Tell me, do you plan to accompany him on the expedition to Thebes?
Well, yes.
Excellent. It should result, you know, in one of the most important archaeological finds of the century. Think of it. The tomb of Kamashek.
Yes. Do you know where Donald is now?
Treasures, artifacts, and that should put to shame the ones that were excavated from the tomb of Tutankhamun.
Yes, I'm sure it will, but now...
If history has told us the truth about Kamashek, 18th dynasty, I believe...
Now, that I wouldn't know, but now, Mr. Scatterday, it's important that I reach Donald Cronin just as soon as...
No. Now that I think of it, Kamashek was 12th dynasty.
Oh, Mr. Scatterday,
But he couldn't be, because that was the era... Oh, yes, I remember now. It was the 18th, the same period in which the great temple of Queen Hatshepsut was erected at Daya el-Bahari at Thebes, of course. You've seen that, of course.
No, I haven't.
Oh, magnificent, enthralling.
Now, look here, sir.
But now, Mr. Dollar...
I've got to reach Donald Cronin, so if you'll excuse me...
Mr. Dollar, please, you say you are going with Donald. You do know about the curse of Kamashek. Or do you?
Yes, I've heard of it.
Oh, then you'll certainly arrange not to be present at the opening of the sarcophagus.
Why?
Well, as I'm certain you know, all the preliminary work has been accomplished by the advance party, of course.
So I understand.
The antechamber of the tomb was opened over a month ago.
So?
Well, it simply means that as soon as Donald arrives, they will penetrate to the sepulchral chamber and the sarcophagus itself.
Well?
Mr. Dollar, it was engraved on the stone slab, barring the way to the last chamber, Mantak Ko Fore El, and so on.
Oh, what's that supposed to be?
The warning, my boy, the warning that whosoever violate the tomb and desecrate the body of the noble pharaoh by contact therewith shall quickly die.
You don't believe in those things, do you?
Mr. Dollar.
As I always understood it, those warnings were just put there to discourage thieves from robbing those old tombs.
Mr. Dollar, I only ask that you remember what happened to those who violated the tomb of Tutankhamun.
Oh, well, couldn't the deaths of the people who entered that tomb be due simply to coincidence? Or rather, things, circumstances quite apart from their having done so?
Of course they could, but were they? Mr. Dollar, I assure you that if it were not for the warning of the curse of Kamashek, I would be the first to want to enter that tomb. Instead, I have refused to go on the expedition at all. Take care of Donald.
Well, that's what I'm being hired to do.
And of yourself, sir.
Yeah, sure. Now, sorry, but I'm anxious to reach Donald, and you say you've seen him here at the club?
Yes, only last evening. He was here making some of his final preparations.
Well, do you know where he is now?
Yes.
Well, where?
At his uncle's place in Stamford, Connecticut.
You're sure?
As sure as I am that you've not heeded my warning about the curse of Kamashek. But I beg you, Mr. Dollar, for the welfare of Donald Cronin and yourself.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. If this were a mystery story instead of an accounting of expenditures on a case, I'd tag Percy Scatterday as a prime suspect for whatever might happen later. Like the man who tries to throw you off his own trail by suggesting that somebody else is gunning for you. But I decided he was just an old fogey who'd been turned down on the Kamashek expedition, was trying to justify his own shortcomings with the tales about the curse. But you know something? I was wrong. I should have listened to him a little more understandingly. Item 8, 75 cents, taxi to the office of Harrison and Dillman and Company to see David Wilt, the man Eric Turnbull had named as his stockbroker. The reason? The remark the bank teller had made about closing out an account. As it turned out, my timing was perfect.
Sit down, sir, sit down. I'll be with you just as soon as I finish this phone call.
Oh, sure, thanks.
Hello. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, but someone just stepped into my office.
If you'd rather be left alone, I'll...
No, it's all right. Now, as I started to say, if you dispose of the gold metal mining stock, your holdings will be reduced to practically nothing. Yes, that's right. Well, but Mr.
Look, you sure you wouldn't rather I come back another time?
Very well. It's just that I hate to see what was once a very strong investment program. Very well, Mr. Turnbull, if you insist.
Turnbull?
Yes. Goodbye. Now, sir.
Eric Turnbull, Mr. Wilt?
Oh, yes, but... Now, just a minute, sir. It was very remiss of me to mention a client's name in front of you, at least under the circumstances. Whatever I may have said on the phone just now was quite confidential.
Yeah, I'm sure it was.
I can only ask that you discreetly forget anything you may have heard.
Not by a long shot.
What's this? Who are you, sir? Dollar, I believe the receptionist said.
That's right, Johnny Dollar, insurance investigator. And that conversation told me just what I came here to try to charm you into telling me.
Mr. Dollar, please remember this. That was entirely confidential. None of your business.
Here, my credentials.
Yeah? Well?
Now, you remember something. So far as Eric Turnbull is concerned, my coming here is entirely confidential. None of his business. Goodbye, Mr. Wilt. So the wealthy Eric Turnbull wasn't so wealthy after all. Big investments in the stock market, he'd said. But they didn't look so big anymore. And the closing out of bank accounts. Item 9, 30 cents, phone call to Dorothy Harkness.
Yes, Mr. Dollar?
I just called to tell you, Dorothy, that if it'll be any satisfaction to you, I'm going to make the trip to Egypt.
Oh, thank heaven. Then Donald will have some protection against the machinations of his uncle.
Oh, gal, that sounds like a line out of an old melodrama.
I know you don't believe me, Mr. Dollar, but I'm so sure that Eric Turnbull is plotting against Donald's life.
You know something? I'm beginning to feel a little that way, too.
Then you did believe me, in spite of the way you poo-pooed everything I said. Are you and Donald leaving together?
I can't seem to find him. Do you know where he is?
Have you tried the Explorer's
No,
Club?
not there.
Well, he'll surely call me before he leaves.
Well, if he does, have him get in touch with me.
Where, Mr. Dollar?
Right now, I'm going out to Eric Turnbull's house. After that, I'll be back in Hartford. Item 10, $7 even, train fare back to Stamford and taxi to the Turnbull residence in the hope that there I would find Donald Cronin, the real principal in this case and the one person I hadn't yet talked to. But it was Eric Turnbull who met me at the door.
Mr. Dollar, I'm glad to see you. Come in, come in. Have you seen my nephew, Donald?
Well, no. Isn't he here?
No, nor is he at the Explorers Club. I've called him several times. I'm worried about him in his present frame of mind.
I'm worried about him, too, Mr. Turnbull, but not for the same reason.
Because of that girl, Dorothy Harkness. Yes, it does.
No, that isn't what I meant.
In his present frame of mind, he's likely to jump off on his flight to Egypt without... Look here, I wonder if he's with her.
No, that much I do know.
Oh, I wish to heaven he would call if anything happens
If anything happens to him, you'd love it, wouldn't you?
What? What did you say?
I've done a little checking up on you, Mr. Turnbull, since I last talked to you.
What do you mean?
In a case as involved as this, it's necessary to check all the angles, everything, everyone, even the man who hires you.
Has that girl been poisoning your mind against me, too?
Your banker, from whom I picked up the American Express checks, let it slip that your account is in pretty bad shape. Non-existent now, as a matter of fact.
Go on, Mr. Dollar.
And your stockbroker, quite inadvertently, made it all too plain that the big investments you told me about aren't so big after all.
Mr. Dollar.
All right, tie that in with the fact that if anything does happen to Donald, you'll come into his estate.
You've said enough.
But it's true, isn't it? You laid so much stress on Dorothy and the museum getting his $100,000 life insurance, but you're the one who would really benefit by his death.
Dollar, you have talked with one banker, with one stockbroker. Why, in your snooping around, didn't you talk with the others who hold my accounts?
Like who?
That's none of your business. But if what you are implying were true, why in heaven's name would I ever ask you to come in and protect my nephew?
As a cover-up?
I should knock you down with my bare fists, and believe me, my boy, I could do it. Now listen to me.
I'm listening.
If I didn't have any money, how could I afford to give you the $5,000 in expense money, pay whatever other costs may be involved in your employment? And why do you suppose, in spite of this high-handed attitude of yours, I'm still begging you to stay on this case? See Donald, Mr. Dollar. Talk with him. You'll find that in spite of the angry scene between us, I'm concerned only with his welfare, that I want to protect him, that I want you to protect him. Wait, that's Donald.
Now, let me take it.
Well, now, just a minute.
Johnny Dollar.
Oh, Mr. Dollar, I was calling Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Scatterday?
Yes, at the Explorers Club. Mr. Dollar, I've just talked to a couple of fellow members who saw him off.
Saw him? Donald Cronin?
Yes, last night. His plane has probably reached Cairo by now. Fooled all of us, didn't he?
Yeah. Thanks.
Well, thought you'd want to...
Well?
Donald left for Egypt last night.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Then please, I beg of you, go. In heaven's name, go to him. Stay with him. Protect him.
For a long moment, Eric Turnbull simply stood there, sobbing, pleading with his tear-filled eyes. And suddenly, I don't know why. I found that I believed him. I wish now that he'd been lying. 2 lives might have been saved.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a flight into darkness, and when day has come, there's blood on the desert sands. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote this week's story. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Have you found Donald yet, Mr. Dollar? Have you been... Oh, this is Dorothy Hartnett.
Yeah, I know. And no, I haven't found Donald Cronin.
He wasn't at his uncle's place? Johnny, you must find him. Talk to him. Talk him out of making the trip to Egypt.
Dorothy.
If he does, he'll die. His uncle will see to it that he dies.
Look, Dorothy.
You must find him and stop him.
I'm afraid it's a little late for that. What? He took off on a direct flight to Egypt early yesterday.
Oh, no.
Has at least a 36-hour start, at least.
Johnny, you must go after him.
On the first plane I can get to Cairo.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Inter-Allied Life Insurance Company, Crutchfield Square, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, The Curse of Kamashek Matter. Expense account continued. Item 10, taxi, train to New York, and cab to the airport, $9.45. Item 11, round-trip plane fare to Cairo, Egypt, $1,305. I was tired, and the steady drone of the 4 powerful engines lulled me to sleep in no time. I think I might have slept most of the way to Paris, which was to be our first stop, except for hunger pangs and the appropriate ministrations of a very attractive stewardess. Usually on such a long flight, I try to make friends with everybody aboard, just to shorten the trip. And I did this time, except for one man who sat 4 or 5 seats behind me. He was a rather hefty individual, dark-complexioned, about 30, I'd guess, who didn't budge from his seat during the entire flight. And every time I approached him to pass the time of day, he immediately made like he was asleep. So he wanted to be alone. But when I settled down into my seat, next to a lovely petite brunette named Carolyn, who was... Now, that's beside the point, except for purely personal reasons that I'll pursue further when I get back to the States. Yeah. The point is that in primping a bit and replenishing her lipstick, she held up a small mirrored compact. And reflected in it, I could see that the dark-complexioned man was not only quite wide awake, but watching me every second of the ride. In a rather strange way, too. Concentrated. Like you'd watch a fly you're planning to swat. Then every time I'd turn around, he'd promptly shut his eyes and feign sleep again. Finally, it was early evening. We sat down at Le Bourget, the airport on the outskirts of Paris. Since this was Carolyn's destination, during the short layover, I helped her get her baggage and extracted the promise of a date in New York when she returned in the fall. Yeah, I guess Paris does it to you. Well, anyhow, after she piled into a taxi, I wandered around for a bit thinking and decided to reboard the plane, look up the dark, silent passenger, and have it out with him. But apparently I'd waited too long. As I passed a narrow sort of alley beside a baggage shed, he decided to have it out with me.
In here, Dollar, quick.
Huh? What?
In here, where we won't be seen.
Oh, now, just a minute, fella. Who are you? What do you want?
Just this.
What? Why, you don't. All right, now. What was the big idea, mister? You gonna talk, or do you want some more of this?
All right. All right, I'll talk.
Who put you up to this? Come on.
No, I can't tell you that.
You want to bet? All right, now start talking. I said...
All right, I'll talk. It was Turnbull.
What? Turnbull?
Yeah, that's right. Frederick Turnbull.
Why?
Oh, should I know? I do a lot of strong arm for him.
Go on.
So he pays me good to get you out of the way, so I should ask questions?
Well, maybe he'll have a few to ask you if you ever get back to the States. Now, roll over.
Huh? No. Hey.
All right.
Hey, what are you doing? That's my passport.
That's right, mister. That's exactly what it was. When you get back on your feet, you can try to figure out how to go on from here without it.
Listen, you dirty...
Sorry, buddy. I gotta catch a flight. I suppose I should have turned the unfriendly thug over to the French police, but figured he'd have trouble enough lacking a passport to keep him out of my way for a while. The only charges I could make against him would be for assault. Time was of the essence, too, since Donald Cronin actually was 2 days ahead of me, and it was important that I join him at the tomb of Kamashek as soon as possible. At least so I thought, until I entered the main building of the airport again and heard my name being called on the PA system. The information desk showed me where to take a transatlantic phone call. Johnny Dollar.
Dollar, this is Eric Turnbull.
Well.
Thank goodness I was able to reach you during your Paris stopover.
I'm glad you did, Mr. Turnbull, because there are a couple of things I want to talk to you about.
When you return, Mr. Dollar.
What's the matter with right now?
And may I suggest that you take the first plane back here that you can get?
First, I want a little explanation for a beating I just took for... Wait a minute. What did you say?
Come back here and we'll settle our accounts. The case is closed.
What?
Donald is dead.
Where? How?
I just received word from one of the members of the expedition.
In Egypt?
Yes, the curse of Kamashek has been fulfilled.
Or was he murdered?
I'm afraid it was the same mysterious death that's overtaken so many who have violated those old tombs.
Well, I don't believe it. Any more than you believe in that so-called curse the last time I talked to you.
I know. I was wrong. Heaven forgive me for letting the boy go.
Look, Mr. Turnbull, things just don't make sense at all.
Come back, Mr. Dollar, and we'll talk about it here.
Listen to me.
Yes?
Before I decide what I'm going to do, I want to know why you hired a thug to try to put me out of the picture.
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, you don't? Well, he made it plenty plain that he's handled strong-arm jobs for you before.
That's impossible.
Gave me your name as the man who's hired him many times. Frederick Whoa, hold it a minute.
Dollar, I'm very sorry, but I haven't the least...
Maybe I will go back to New York at that.
Mr. Dollar.
It suddenly dawned on me that I must have been slightly befuddled by the partial beating I'd taken earlier. You know, when the thug made his little confession a few minutes before.
I'll talk. It was Turnbull hired me. Frederick Turnbull.
Frederick Turnbull, he'd said, instead of Eric Turnbull. Sure, they sound alike. But a guy who's done a lot of strong-arm jobs, knows the right name of the guy that hired him, that can mean only one thing. Someone had instructed that thug to say he'd been hired by Turnbull. But who? I canceled out the rest of my flight to Cairo, made reservations back to New York, and then while waiting for that plane, ran up item 13, $82 American. On phone calls to whomever I could dig up among the Egyptian government authorities who'd been overseeing the excavation of Kamashek's tomb. What little I learned was pretty much summed up by the British doctor who'd been a member of the expedition.
Very mysterious, Mr. Dollar. You see, because of the superstition about violating the tomb, only 2 of our people even touched any of the bones we found within it.
Yeah?
And incidentally, that is all we found. The tomb had been thoroughly ransacked by thieves, probably centuries ago.
Yeah, but you were saying, Doctor.
Oh, yes. Only 2 touched any of the remains. One was a native carrier, as soon as the bones had been properly sprayed with a preservative.
Uh-huh.
And the other was Donald Cronin, who, for some reason or other, wrapped up the bones and sent them by air to his uncle, Mr. Eric Turnbull in the United States.
Oh? Well, go on.
Well, that's really all, Mr. Dollar. Except, of course, that both of them have died of some strange malady that the authorities have not been able to determine. And that's why the tomb has been officially closed again.
Hey, listen, tell me something. Could the bones have been accessible to anyone before those 2 touched them?
Yes, to anyone in the party. Well, now, don't tell me that you suspect...
Oh, listen, mister, I don't know what I suspect. But I don't believe it was any curse of a long-dead pharaoh that killed those 2 men.
Oh? Even in view of what happened to those who entered the tomb of Tutankhamun for some years ago, and then the tomb of King...
Look, tell me this, will you? Have any of the expedition returned to America?
Well, of course, the authorities have here no reason for holding them.
You haven't answered my question.
No. Well, only the 2 young men that Donald brought along with him.
Who were they?
Carl Fortina.
Well, who's he?
From New York. Like Donald himself, he's an archaeologist.
And the other?
One of his colleagues at the museum in, I believe it's in Stamford.
What's his name?
He's a young osteological expert, son of a curator at the museum, as I recall.
What?
His name is Walter Harkness.
Well, I'll be.
But surely you don't think...
Doctor, you go right ahead and hang those 2 deaths on good old King Kamashek. Me, I'm going after a couple of live suspects. There was plenty of time before the New York plane for a quick look for my heavy-handed pal in the alley where I'd left him. But he'd either crawled away or been picked up by the gendarmes, and I didn't have time for a session with them. Item 14, $150 for some food. Then aboard the plane, and we took off. It was a rough case to figure. Actually, of course, the insurance angle was done and over with. It ended with Donald Cronin's death. And 2 people would benefit by his death, both of them number 1 suspects. One, his uncle, Eric Turnbull, who would now take over the $1 million estate. The other, Dorothy Harkness, who would gain a big chunk of life insurance money, along with the museum, of course, that her father... hold everything. Her father, Adam Harkness, who opposed her marriage to Donald, who looked on him simply as a source of income for the museum, who... Hold everything is right. There was the son, too, Walter Harkness, who ducked back to the States the minute Donald died. How did he fit into this? Believe me, in spite of all the talk in it, the belief in it, the one thing I was sure had nothing to do with the whole matter was the curse of Kamashek. Nevertheless, call it hunch or whatever you like, the more I thought about it, the more certain I became that I'd find all the answers in a package that Donald had mailed back to the States. A package containing the bones of Pharaoh Kamashek.
Mr. Dollar.
Hello, Haskins. Mr. Turnbull in?
Yes, and I'm sure he wishes to see you. It's a frightful thing about Master Donald, isn't it, sir?
How does Mr. Turnbull feel about it?
Terribly broken up, sir.
I'll bet.
Oh, but please come in. He's in the library.
Thanks.
He just received a package the poor boy sent to him before he...
Wait, Haskins. Has he opened it yet?
He was examining the contents when the doorbell... Good heavens.
Mr. Turnbull.
He's fallen from his chair, Mr. Dollar. Mr. Dollar, he's... Oh, no.
Yeah, Haskins. He's dead.
Now here's our star to tell you about the final episode of this week's story.
Before I do, please let me thank you for the letters you keep sending us about the program. So many come in every day that it's become quite a chore to answer them, but you know something? I love it. As a matter of fact, your letters are appreciated by all of us who are involved in the production and presentation of the show. Our director, the writers, the various members of our cast, and our excellent technical crew. So please don't stop. Tomorrow, the wind-up. And a sorry example of what the lust for money can sometimes do to nice people. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote this week's story. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Dr. St. Clair returning your call, Stinky.
Oh, hi, Leonard.
Where have you been, Johnny? It's been years.
Yeah, I know. Listen, can you give me a hand?
Who got poison this time?
2 of them. I hope it's poison, and that you can prove it for me.
We'll try. What do I do?
Meet me here at the home of Eric Turnbull in Stamford, Connecticut.
Okay, but Johnny...
Give you the address in a minute.
But, Johnny, what do you mean you hope somebody got poisoned?
Because if they didn't, I'm going to go off my rocker.
What?
Because the only other possible cause of death could be a curse. The curse of Kamashek.
Who?
An Egyptian king who died a couple of dozen centuries ago.
What?
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Inter-Allied Life Insurance Company, Crutchfield Square, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, The Curse of Kamashek Matter. Expense account continued. I called Dr. Leonard St. Clair, an old school chum, because I knew him to be one of the foremost toxicologists in the country. And I was telling the truth. I hoped it could be shown that some kind of poison killed Donald Cronin and subsequently his uncle Eric Turnbull. Both apparently had believed in the curse of the old Egyptian pharaoh, a curse that was to befall anyone who violated his ancient tomb on the banks of the Nile. Donald had done this in excavating the tomb, but his uncle here in Stamford had only touched the bones that Donald had airmailed to him.
He was opening the package that Master Donald, God rest his soul, that Master Donald had sent him just before he died, there at the tomb in Egypt. I brought them in here to the library for him, sir.
Go on, Haskins.
Well, then you rang the doorbell. I left him with it, and when you and I came in here...
Yeah, dead.
From the curse of Kamashek, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, Haskins, I don't believe it. A friend of mine, Dr. St. Clair, will be here shortly, and he'll be able to...
Shouldn't we notify the police?
No,
sir?
Later.
But leave my poor employee's body just lying there?
For the time being, yes. Until Dr. St. Clair examines it.
Hey, as you wish, sir.
That's what I wish. Haskins. One person in this confusing mess I hadn't given a second thought to. As it turned out, there wasn't time, for Len St. Clair arrived a few minutes later in a car equipped like a miniature laboratory. No doubt as a result of the police work he was frequently called on to do. First, of course, in his capacity as an MD, he made a thorough examination of Eric Turnbull's body for purposes of death certificate data.
It was poison, all right, Johnny. I'm sure of it. At least as sure as I can be, short of making an autopsy.
But what kind of poison, Len? And how administered?
Well, at the risk of making it sound like a dime novel, I'd say it was an extremely rare, Well,
what? Come on.
Well, it's something I haven't heard of in years, related to the old Indian arrow poison. It's very difficult to detect.
Can you make sure?
Yes, if you'll help me drag some of my equipment in from the car, including a cage of white mice.
What?
Yeah, on which to experiment with samples of the stuff.
Samples from those old bones out of the tomb?
That's right. Now, from what you've told me, only 2 people have touched the bones since the minute they were discovered in the tomb.
3. A native carrier, Donald Cronin, and now the late Eric Turnbull.
And they've all died. But, Johnny.
Yeah?
The poison I'm thinking of would hardly have been put on those bones in the time of the pharaohs. Oh, and by the way, I hope no one's touched them here.
No, I've left them just as they are in that mailing wrapper.
Good. Because it could be fatal. I'll carefully scrape them when we get the equipment in here.
We brought in what Len needed for his work, including the white mice. Then I closed him in the library and left him to his experiments. To a bit of research, too, for he'd brought in a couple of thick books on toxicology. As a matter of routine, I phoned the local coroner and then tried to reach Dorothy Harkness. Her number didn't answer. I was about to drive over to her little apartment when Len came out of the library.
I was right, Johnny. Curaba arsenium.
That the name of the stuff?
Uh-huh. In its powder form, absorbed into the pores of the skin, it could be fatal almost immediately. And listen to me.
Yeah?
Somehow, between the time the bones of that old king were discovered and the time that Donald Cronin touched them, somebody put that poison on him.
How? Without endangering himself?
By keeping it in aqueous solution until the bones were sprayed with it.
Sprayed with it? Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Sprayed with it, huh? A doctor, an Englishman who was on the expedition, told me that the bones had been sprayed with some kind of preservative, even before the native carrier touched them.
You thinking what I'm thinking?
Yeah, right. Instead of preservative, it was the poison.
Well, who sprayed them?
I've got a wild idea, Len. But if it's right, it'll sew up this whole case. I wonder who that is.
Well, while you're finding out, I'm going back and recheck these tests. But only as a matter of routine, because I'm sure I'm right.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yeah, Haskins?
Miss Dorothy Harkness is here, sir.
Huh?
And her young brother, Walter. Shall I ask them in, sir?
By all
What
means.
a terrible thing that has happened.
Is that really the way you feel about it, Dorothy?
Yes, just what do you mean by that, Mr. Dollar? I'm Walter Harkness.
Well, come right in, Walter. Because I have a sneaking suspicion you're the boy I've been looking for.
What?
Your conscience finally begin to hurt you? Would you like to sit down and write your confession now?
What are you talking about?
Or did you and Dorothy just come here to put on a front? You know, as a cover-up?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Johnny, what are you saying?
Sit down, both of you, because I'm going to be saying plenty.
Look here, Mr. Dollar.
Sit down, I said. Now sit down. All right, Dorothy, we'll begin with you.
Johnny, I don't understand.
Now listen to
what you're
me. From what you told me, and I've no other reason for believing it except that you told me, Donald Cronin was in love with you.
It was true. And I
At
was
any
in love-
rate, he made you part beneficiary of his $100,000 life insurance policy. Half of it, I believe. A cool $50,000.
How can you say or even
Oh, be
think...
quiet.
Mr. Dollar...
I'm coming to you right now, Walter. You're working for the museum where your father is curator of archaeology. The museum that has depended quite a lot not only on Donald Cronin's scientific contributions, but his monetary help as well.
That may be true, but now look
The
here.
museum, the other beneficiary of Donald's insurance, also $50,000.
Mr. Dollar, if you're implying that I had anything to do with Donald's death
You
in
can
order
shut
to gain...
up, too, and let me talk. This is the first chance I've had to begin to tie this case up. The first time any of the crazy elements in it made sense. No, wait, tell me this. Eric Turnbull was opposed to Donald's interest in the museum, wasn't he?
Well, yes,
Sure. And I'll bet my bottom dollar that if something happened to both Donald and his uncle, the estate worth nearly $1 million was willed by Donald to the museum.
That's true, Johnny, but there's
No wonder Eric Turnbull was afraid for Donald's life. Because he knew who would ultimately benefit most by his death. No wonder he hated you, Dorothy.
Johnny. Oh, Johnny, you can't mean you think that I would...
No,
that I...
no. I think you were only being used as a tool, Dorothy. You told me yourself how your father opposed your marrying him. How his only interest was in getting money for the museum. Is that true, Walter?
Yes, Mr. Dollar, that is true. But if you mean to imply that I or any of us was involved in Donald's death...
Walter, the more I think about it, the more I'm sure you are directly involved. Now sit down.
It's a lie. I swear to it, Mr. Dollar. You're wrong. It's a lie.
We'll see about that. Because there's one thing you may have overlooked. I know what killed Donald Cronin.
You do?
Oh, yes, Walter. Just as well as you do.
But I don't. I haven't the least
curse of Kamashek?
The curse
Johnny?
of Kamashek. Not by a long shot. Was it, Walter?
I told you I haven't the
All right,
slightest...
then tell me this. Immediately the pile of bones was found in Kamashek's tomb before anyone touched them.
I refused to touch them
Will you listen to me? Before anybody touched them, somebody sprayed those bones with a so-called preservative. And I mean so-called.
I don't know why you should.
Oh?
Well, that's common practice these days, in case you don't know it, but I failed to see
What was supposed to be a preservative was in reality a deadly poison.
What?
Oh, come on now, Walter.
But you're wrong. You must be wrong. It's impossible.
You know, you're very convincing, I must admit.
Well, it's true. I applied that preservative, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Aqueous solution, wasn't it?
Of course.
And I'll bet you washed your hands very carefully immediately afterward, didn't you?
Yes, of course I did, because I was told to.
By whom?
By... Oh, no. No.
Walter? What is it?
Holy... Tell me, Walter. Walter!
Yes?
Do you know anything about a man who tried to intercept me on my way to Egypt? To make sure I didn't get there until the bones of the pharaoh were sent to Eric Turnbull and that Donald Cronin died?
No, I don't, believe me.
Then answer me this one. Did you make up the, we'll call it, preservative that you used over there?
No.
Then who did? And who told you to be sure to wash your hands immediately after using it? Well?
Walter! Oh, no!
I'm afraid so, Dorothy.
Oh, no!
Better tell me, Walter.
Beg your pardon, Mr. Dollar, but Mr. Harkness Sr. is here, too.
Mr. Dollar, I'm Adam Harkness, curator of archaeology at the museum.
Well, Mr. Harkness, I'm really glad to see you.
Dorothy, Walter. Mr. Dollar, I've come to pick up the bones from the grave of Kamashek that I understand Donald Cronin sent to his uncle instead of to me through some misunderstanding.
Oh, yeah, sure. I had a notion you'd want to pick up those bones, Dr. Harkness. And I'll give them to you on one condition.
Oh? What is that?
That you take them out of the package in which they arrived here with your bare hands. That you carry them out of this house also in your bare hands.
Why, that's a strange...
Will you?
Of course not.
Why?
Why, because such priceless relics are too fragile,
Too full of a deadly poison that you had them sprayed with? Kuraba arsenium, I believe it's called.
I don't know what you're... Walter, what have you been telling us?
It's true, isn't it, Father?
Well, Dr. Harkness...
Daddy!
I don't know how you found out, Dollar, but I'll tell you this. You won't ever live.
Wait a minute, put that thing down.
Father!
Wait a minute!
Daddy!
Johnny?
You stopped him all right, Len. But I think he'll live.
Good. I knew all the police work I've been doing would come in handy sometime.
Thanks for barging in at the psychological moment.
Oh, I was only coming in to confirm the results of my tests. But I guess Dr. Harkness had already done it.
Yeah. So, I guess the museum will profit mightily from half the insurance and all of the estate of Donald Cronin. The museum, that is, without Dr. Adam Harkness. Expense account total, including transportation back to Hartford, $985. Remarks? Well, doesn't mean a thing, I know, but I kind of wonder what I might have found if I'd been assigned to investigate the deaths of the people who excavated some of those other old Egyptian tombs. Tombs that had a curse on them. Interesting thought, isn't it? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a search for $80,000 that was never there, and a body that was never there. Yet both of them had to be found. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote this week's story. Heard in this week's cast were Paul Dubov, Alan Reed Sr., Dick Crenna, Virginia Gregg, Ben Wright, Forrest Lewis, Eric Snowden, Barney Phillips, James McCallion, and Les Tremaine. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
Time. The Petrie family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, presents The Case Book of Gregory Hood, starring Elliot Lewis, with our guest star, Gail Storm. In just a moment, you'll hear tonight's story, Fifth Avenue, with Gail Storm as Nida Miles. Say, do you know who's the best judge of wine in all this world? Well, as far as you're concerned, you are. That's right. What other person can decide what kind of wine you're going to like? So here's my suggestion. Try Petrie wine. You know, Petrie wine is the one and only wine for thousands of people. But the only way you can be sure it's the wine for you is to try it. Once you've done that, I'm pretty sure you'll agree that Petrie wine is the wine to suit your own particular taste. And the reason it's so good is because the Petrie family took time to bring you good wine. Many generations of knowledge, skill, and experience go into the making of every bottle of Petrie wine. Only the finest of luscious, big, sun-ripened California grapes are used. And Petrie wine is always made in the Petrie family's own honored tradition. So Petrie wine is a wonderful buy, a real wine value. Why don't you try a bottle of Petrie wine tomorrow? Those 5 letters on the label, P-E-T-R-I, are your assurance of good wine. Petrie wine. Well, it's that time again. Time to join Gregory Hood and his friend and attorney Sanderson Taylor for another story from Greg's casebook. Greg and Sandy are in New York City on business for Greg's world-famous importing house. It's a bracingly cold night, but in spite of the cold, Greg has insisted that he and Sandy climb aboard a Fifth Avenue bus and settle down for a tourist's eye view of the famous thoroughfare. The bus is deserted except for a very beautiful young lady sitting across the aisle from them. Sandy is complaining bitterly about the draft.
This is the craziest thing we've done in the last 5 years, Greg. Could be in a nice warm cab where they keep the doors closed.
Oh, you've lost the spirit of adventure, Sandy. Yeah. We're going back to California tomorrow night. A little cold weather will do us good while we can get it. Improves the circulation, puts a sparkle in your eye.
Hey, what's the matter?
Look, there. That mansion. You recognize it?
That one?
Yeah.
Well, it does look familiar, Greg.
Familiar? We spent 2 of the happiest hours in our lives or thereabouts in that house, Sandy. Night before last.
Are you losing your mind? I've never been in that house. Night before last, Roy Del Ruth invited us to that screening, his latest picture.
Well, that's what I mean. That's the mansion that Aloysius T. McKeever spends his winters in. Remember?
Oh. Well, of course. And that picture, it happened on Fifth Avenue.
That's right.
Oh, yeah, sure, that's that. Well, I'll be done.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Victor Moore in his hobo getup going through that hole in the fence. Oh, what a wonderful character. I don't know when I ever enjoyed a picture as much, Sandy. I'd like to see it again.
You'd like to? Boy, I'm going to. I'm going to take Mary to see it as soon as it opens in Berkeley. You know, Charlie Ruggles has always been a favorite of hers. Oh, wait till she sees him in this part. He was one of them.
Oh, the whole cast. I fell in love with Gail Storm. I've always been mad about Ann Harding. Everyone gave swell performances, especially the leading man, Don DeFore.
Yeah, he sure did. You know, it must be a lot of satisfaction to make a picture like that.
Yeah. Roy Del Ruth's made a lot of fine pictures, but this tops them all. Excuse me. Allow me to pick your bag up for you. Oh, nothing much spilled out.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, you're quite welcome. I don't want to seem inquisitive, but why are you carrying that gun?
Please, give me my bag.
Look, I'm not just being nosy, but if you're scared to death and carrying a gun, that's a bad combination for a little girl like you.
Give me my bag.
My name is Gregory Hood. If you're in trouble, I want to help you.
I'm not in any trouble. Give it here and please go away. I don't want to talk with you.
Okay, Miss Miles.
You know my name?
Yes, on this envelope in your bag. I'm very observant.
You might be sorry you noticed that. Now, please go away. I'm getting off the bus at the next stop.
You want me to get off with you? Bodyguard?
No. Now, go away, please. I don't want to talk with you.
Okay.
Well, you didn't make much of an impression on that young lady, did you, Greg?
Yeah, I'm afraid not. Something the matter with that girl, Sandy.
Ah, because she didn't throw her arms about you?
No, cynic. Because it's a little unusual for a girl as lovely as that, draped in that many $1,000 worth of mink, to be carrying a .32 automatic pistol in that full-grown alligator bag.
An automatic?
Yeah. And she's scared silly.
She's getting off, Greg.
I'm going to follow her, Sandy. I'm not going to get off at the same time she does. We'll jump off in the middle of the block, and we'll keep our eye on her.
Uh-huh.
Let's go.
Okay. Greg, that girl, she left a package on the seat there.
Oh, yeah. Well, give us an excuse for chasing her. I'll get it.
I'll take that package, buddy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to return it to the young lady who left it here just a minute ago.
Give it here. Don't be a hero.
Look out, Greg. Just hang on to that gun arm, Sandy. Give me that gun.
I have to have that package. It belongs to me.
Grab him, Sandy. Yeah. Oh, stop him, Sandy.
Hey, wait until the bus stops. Get away. He got away, Greg.
Yeah, I lost my balance when he let go of the gun. Come on, Sandy. I don't want to lose that girl. Let's get off this bus.
What are you trying to do? Break your necks?
Now, jump, Sandy. Come on.
Hey, what's the matter with you two jumping off that moving bus? You crazy?
What happened to the man who jumped off just ahead of us?
He ran across the street against the light, the idiot. What's all this about? What's going on?
Oh, look, officer, nothing's going on. A young lady left a package on the bus. I jumped off to return it to her, that's all. She got off at the corner back there. Small girl, brunette, mink coat. You notice her?
You think I got nothing to do but watch who gets off the bus? She didn't jump. I didn't see her.
Thank you. Come on, Stanley. You see her?
No, I don't. Now she's gone, Greg.
Well, I know her name. Come on, let's go back to the Waldorf, try to locate her. This package she left behind must be pretty important. Oh, Sandy, there's no Nida Miles listed in the city directory or telephone book. I guess the only thing to do is buy an ad in a paper and advertise the fact that we have that package.
Yeah. What do you suppose is in it, Greg? What does it feel like?
Feels like a leather box, Sandy, because that's what it is. That's not much of a help. Take it down and ask the clerk to put it in the safe, will you?
Aren't you going to look and see what's in it?
Why, Sandy, surprised at you.
I'm the one who's surprised.
Hmm?
I'll take it down, Greg. Meet you in the lobby in a half an hour.
Yeah, I'll be ready by then. Quick shower and shave. Wish I could locate that Miles girl. I want to get this package back to her.
She was a very pretty girl, Greg.
No, it's that, too. Be within a half hour, sir.
Okay, in the men's bar.
Right. Nida. Hello, operator. It's Gregory Hood in the tower. Yes. I want you to check all the Class A hotels for me. I have a friend named Nida Miles. Miss Nida Miles. I know she's in town, but I don't know where she's staying. Yep, that's right. M-I-L-E-S. And there's a $20 bill in it for you if you locate it for me. Well, you're welcome if you find it. Right, and thank you. Nida. Oh, darn it. Nida.
Just step back in that room, Mr. Hood. I don't want to have to use this gun.
Oh, no, not you again.
Sorry. I've been waiting to see you at all, Mr. Hood. I've been telling you ever since you grabbed that package this afternoon. You shouldn't have done that.
Why? It wasn't yours.
But the boss wanted it. The young lady wanted to have it.
Hmm?
You aced your way in where you weren't wanted, Hood. Now, where is it?
I haven't got it.
Get it.
I can't right now.
That's too bad. Now, Mr. Hood, we're going to take a little trip. Boss wants to see you.
Look, you're out of a book. Go away. This is the Waldorf. You can't kidnap me out of here.
Don't go betting your life on that. There's a car waiting downstairs. Walk through the lobby and get in it. I'll go with you just to keep you from making any mistakes.
Well, this is ridiculous.
Isn't it? Come on, get moving. Don't take it too hard. You'll be in good company. We're entertaining a dame there called Nida out of the place.
What?
Yeah, she's waiting for you. If you don't arrive, it might kill her. So don't be tricky, Mr. Hood. Just keep moving. As soon as we get past this light here, Joe, twist it over to Lexington.
Right.
I want to put the blinders on Mr. Hood here.
You're going to blindfold me, huh?
Yeah. I hate the cover of those pretty blue eyes of yours.
Well, thank you.
There's not much semen in the representation anyway. For the love of...
I didn't do anything. The half-witted cab jockey behind me ran me.
Come on, the light's changing. Take out of here.
Yeah.
Lock bumper.
This is pretty embarrassing, isn't it?
Just keep your seat.
No, I think I'll get out and help unlock
you-
bumpers. You wouldn't want to do any shooting in all this traffic. So long, Clancy.
See you later, Lucky.
Hey, Greg! Greg!
Huh? Oh, Sandy.
What happened, Greg?
Where'd you come from?
Well, I saw you leaving the hotel with that fella.
Oh?
Looked to me like he was holding a gun on you. So I grabbed the cab and followed you.
How come you always do the right thing? I was in a little trouble, Sandy.
Well, that's what I figured. So I gave my driver $20 to lock bumpers with the car you were in.
Oh,
see?
sheer genius. Now, let's get back to the hotel and get my suite changed. I want privacy when I take a look at what's in that confounded package. Now, that girl that left this package in the bus, Nida Miles.
Did the operator manage to find her registered at one of the hotels?
No, and please stop taking words out of my mouth. Alligator jewel case with a sterling silver coat of arms.
Black pearl.
Beautiful, Sandy. A fortune's worth of black pearls. It's the most beautiful strand I've ever seen. Now, what in the devil was that Miles babe carrying them around with her for on a bus?
Well, even I can answer that.
Hmm?
She was making a rendezvous with somebody on the bus to pick them up after she left them on the seat.
Sandy, well, you're getting to be a great deducer. This strand of pearls must be well known. The manager of our branch here will probably be able to tell me who they belong to. That's the next move.
You think the pearls were stolen?
I don't know what to think, but we're in it. We might as well find out what it's all about. Tell you what, get on the phone. Mm-hmm. Who is it?
Mr. Hood?
No? Yes, who is it?
It's Miss Miles, Nida Miles.
Huh. Speak of the angels. Hello, Hey!
Get back into the room, Mr. Hood. Please don't make me use this gun.
Well, okay, but...
Back up.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, give me those pearls. And get into that closet, both of you. And don't try to get help for 5 minutes.
Well, you're welcome to the pearls. They're yours, I suppose.
Get in the closet. Forget about me and the necklace. If you don't, you're going to be killed.
Greg Hood and Sandy are riding on a Fifth Avenue bus in New York City when Greg notices that the young lady sitting opposite them has left a package on the seat. He picks up the package intending to return it to her when a large gentleman attempts to get the package away from him. Greg manages to hang on to the package, is kidnapped, rescued by Sandy, and returns to the Waldorf to see what it contains. He opens it, finds a priceless string of black pearls, is admiring them when the girl from the bus comes in, gun in hand, locks Sandy and Greg in the closet of their room, and leaves with the warning to forget all about her and the pearls. Not Greg. Released from the closet, he goes to see the manager of the New York City branch of Hood and Company.
It was the most beautiful strand of pearls I've ever seen, Mac. Graduating from the size of a pea up to the size of as big around as a penny. They were in an alligator jewel case about 8 inches long by about, 3 inches wide. There's a crest on the case, a coat of arms, 2 tigers rampant against a wreath, and a shield. Some Latin words I don't remember. Here, it looked like this. I'll try to draw it.
I know about the pearls, Gregory.
Oh?
I know the man who owned them. I've seen them many times. We restrung them for him several years ago.
Oh, who is it?
The gentleman who owns them is named Carruthers.
Huh?
Charles P. Carruthers. Has an apartment in Park Avenue. Fine gentleman, very old family. The pearls, as a matter of fact, have been in the family for several hundred years.
Had been. Look, Mac, could you call him and make a date for me to drop over to see him? Tell him I want to buy the pearls. Or if he won't sell them to me, at least I want to see him.
I'm sure I can arrange that, Mr. Hood. Just a moment.
Oh, fine.
Get me Charles P. Carruthers on the phone, please.
I hope you don't think this is just idle curiosity, Mr. Carruthers.
Oh, indeed I don't, Mr. Hood. As a matter of fact, I'm quite flattered that a collector of your prominence would be so interested in my pearls.
I admire the tone of your phonographs, too.
Of course, there could be no question of my selling them. They've been in the family for hundreds of years.
Oh, I can understand that. I would like to see them, though. Black pearls just happen to be one of my hobbies. Hood and Company have sort of specialized in them for a couple of generations.
Yes, I know. I'll get them for you.
Oh, thank you.
I keep them here with me in this wall safe. I like to look at them sometimes, even when I'm here alone.
Oh?
I've had them out more than usual lately because of my approaching marriage.
Oh, I didn't know about that. You getting married soon?
Yes, in 2 weeks. To a very lovely girl. One who will wear these pearls as they should be worn, proudly. That's her picture there on the radio.
Beautiful. You're a lucky man, Mr. Carruthers.
Indeed I am, Mr. Hood. Here they are, the Carruthers pearls.
Yes. I see. They are everything I expected, Mr. Carruthers. I wonder if I could borrow them for a few hours. I know the request is a bit unusual, but I'm leaving for the coast in the morning, and I would like to have them photographed before I leave.
Well, Mr. Hood...
I'm writing a book on famous jewels, the ownership of them, their history. Wouldn't be complete without a mention and an illustration of your pearls.
Tomorrow morning, Mr. Hood.
Well, look, you know me. If you don't, you can establish that I am not an imposter by checking with the New York police and Mr. McIntosh, my local manager.
Well,
I have to have these pearls for just a few hours.
Greg.
Oh, quiet, Sandy. Mind your manners. I'm on the phone.
Now, how did you get that necklace back, Greg?
Well...
Patty Desk, Eileen Kilroy.
Hello, Kilroy. Greg Hood.
Now, what makes me so lucky? What do you want to know now?
Charles P. Carruthers of the Park Avenue Carruthers is engaged to marry a girl named Nida Miles.
Well, now, that's startling news. I had it in my column a month ago. What paper do you read anyway, Greg?
I love you, Kilroy, and we'll discuss that fact at great length later. Right now, I want to know where Miss Nida Miles lives.
Well, just a minute. I've got it right here in my file somewhere. Hang on, Hanson.
Oh, flatterer.
What is it all about, Greg?
Well, Sandy, it's pretty involved. I can't explain the whole thing to you while I'm talking to somebody else. You should try to curb that urge to be inquisitive.
She lives in an apartment at 626 East 72nd Street.
Uh-huh.
Now, what else do you want to know?
What do you know about the background of the Miles female? Where'd she come from?
Well, there you have me, Greg. Why, what's up?
Well, if I tell anybody, I'll tell you first. There may not be anything to tell. You must have something on her background. Where did she meet and capture the wily Carruthers millions?
Well, she was singing in a nightclub when that happened.
Huh?
The club, Managua.
Oh?
Old Charles P. saw her, loved her, asked her to marry him, and she said yes, being very much in her right mind.
Oh, I see. Managua. That's Dude Defoe's joint, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'll take you to lunch tomorrow. Good night, sweetheart. Come on, Sandy. We're going to take a cab ride over to East 72nd Street. Clerk?
Yes?
What apartment is occupied by Miss Nida Miles?
Miss Miles just went out a minute ago. I'm surprised that she didn't pass you in the entrance.
Oh, thanks.
Well, where are we going now, Greg?
I don't know, but I expect to find out. Come on.
Dorman?
Yes, sir?
Did Miss Miles just take a cab away from here a minute ago?
Yes, sir, she did.
Would $10 help you to remember where she asked the driver to take her?
No, let me see.
I have a very important message for her. I have to locate her right away. All right, Pirate, 20?
Oh, yes, sir. She asked to be driven to the Club Managua. Oh, thank you very much, sir.
That's okay. Is there any additional charge for whistling me up a cab?
No, sir.
I just hope we get there in time to do some good, Sandy.
Yes. Of course, I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about.
Club Managua on 52nd. Can you make it in 5 minutes for $1 a minute?
I can make it in 4 minutes for $2 a minute.
It's a deal. Get us there fast. Take a look inside, Sandy. Maybe she beat us here.
All right, Dick. I will.
Yeah.
There you are, driver.
Hello, Miss Miles. Fancy meeting you here. Come on.
Where are you taking
Well,
me?
let's just drop in this restaurant for a minute before we go to the Club Managua, shall we?
No, I have
Come
to...
on, or I'll call a policeman. I want to talk with you.
All right. I couldn't be in any more trouble anyway.
Here, let's take this corner booth. Get in there.
All right.
Now, we talk. I'll bring you up to date. You're engaged to marry a lot of money, the Carruthers millions. Somebody's blackmailing you. Who is it?
I can't tell you.
I'll tell you. It's Jude Defoe, isn't it? What's he got on you, youngster?
Why should I tell you?
Because I want to help you. What's he got? Letters? Pictures?
Yes, both. I have to get them back.
Oh, we'll get them back, all right. Let me see your purse.
No.
Yes. Give it here. Still got the black pearls. Gonna give him the dude. He planned this whole thing, didn't he? It'll take a crook like him to plan anything as clever as this.
I had to do what he told me to. I had to. You can think whatever you like, but I'll be a good wife to Charles. He's good to me. He has respect for me. I'll make him happy.
Look me right in the eye and tell me that, baby.
All right. I'll be a good wife. I'll make him happy. I love him. He's good to me.
Okay. Come on, let's see Dude and give him those pearls, shall we? Uh-huh. This is his office, huh? All right, let me handle it.
Oh, hello, Nida.
Hello, dude.
What'd you bring this guy with you for?
I'll answer that. I'm here to see that she gets a square deal. Where are the letters and pictures?
Where are the pearls?
Give them to me, Nina.
All right.
Thank you. Let's have your material now, hot shot. There you are. Look them over, Nina. See that they're all there.
All right.
You look familiar.
Huh? The name's Hood. Gregory Hood. I got news for you, dude. After we finish our little deal here tonight, if Miss Miles ever is bothered by you again, she gets in touch with me and you talk it over with the police. I stand pretty good with them, you know.
Yeah, I know. I've heard about you, Hood. How come you're mixing into this caper?
Dull evening.
Oh.
Just remember, next time you'll be dealing with me and not a scared little singer.
They're all here, Mr. Hood.
Okay. Here are your pearls, dude. Okay?
All buttoned up. That finishes it, Hood. Thanks, Nida.
You're not welcome. But you can have them this time. Tear those letters and stuff up, Nida. We're going to use them as a burnt offering to the god of matrimony. Right here in Dude's ashtray. Okay?
Well, Greg, now maybe you'll tell me why you gave those pearls to that blackmailer. I know sometimes I think you do.
Hold on, I'll make it simple. Jude Defoe knew about that black pearl necklace Charles P. Carruthers owned. He also had a fine stack of blackmail literature on the girl Carruthers was going to marry. So he had her get the pearls one day. He had a paste copy made up of the strand and a duplicate alligator case made. Oh, I see. Good. So, the next opportunity Nida had, she switched the phonies for the real pearls. She was supposed to leave the real ones in her seat on the bus where one of Dude's gorillas could pick them up. We interfered, and that started all of the, excitement.
Well, it's a little clearer now, but
I'll take you all the way. I had in my pocket the phony pearls, which I borrowed from Carruthers, when I met Nida outside the Club Managua tonight. While we were in the restaurant, I switched them for the real pearls while Nida was looking into my eyes. Right now, I've got the real pearls in my pocket.
Huh?
Dude's got the phonies in his safe, and Nida has burned up all the evidence he had to blackmail her with. I return the real ones to Charles P. Carruthers in a few minutes, and everybody will live happily forever after. I hope. Yeah. I'd like to be there when Dude finds out he has his own pearls.
Well, my goodness, Greg. Well, as usual, everything has worked out all right, and you've managed to escape alive, but there's a law of averages, you know.
Hey, it's 11:30. I have to get these pearls back to the owner, and we have a date to meet Roy Del Ruth and Gail Storm at 21 at midnight. I want to tell them my story about it happened on Fifth Avenue. No, I don't think I will. They'd never believe it. Why does everything happen to me, Sandy?
Very interesting story, Greg. You do let beautiful women lead you into the most amazing adventures.
Oh, I'm easily led, Herb.
I should think you'd have been scared. After all, she was carrying a gun.
Oh, but that's it. I like my women with arms.
Ooh, I'll let that one go. And what's our story going to be about next week, Greg?
Well, Herb, next week I'm going to tell about an adventure Sandy and me and Ray Driscoll, the designer, had in San Francisco a few months ago. It concerns a good-for-nothing son-in-law, an irascible father-in-law, and $50,000 in a suitcase. We call it Ransomed. See you next week, Herb.
The Case Book of Gregory Hood is written by Ray Buffum. Original music composed and played by Dean Fossler. Elliot Lewis plays the part of Gregory Hood, and Sanderson Taylor is played by Howard McNear. Gail Storm was heard as Nida Miles. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. The Case Book of Gregory Hood comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Herb Allen saying good night for the Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
You know something? I'd love to be a detective. You meet so many interesting monsters. Take the fellow who's about to get in touch with George Valentine. He's a big game hunter with a cargo of hungry wildcats, boa constrictors, and other charming playmates. Now, what this old codger wants with our George, I don't know. But I do know this. Our Let George Do It adventure is called The Hand and the Coconut. And just in case you don't care for jungle stories, you should pay attention anyway, 'cause you'll learn a dandy new way to keep Junior's mitt out of the cookie jar.
My dear Mr. Valentine, this is a letter about monkeys. My name is Derek Stang, the same Derek Stang whose exploits in the jungle you no doubt read as a boy. Yes, I'm still as alive as an old battleground of scars and fevers can be alive. And today I'm writing my letter on the deck of a sweltering ship, a South African freighter tied up at the port in your town. There's a little capuchin monkey trying to untie my shoelaces at the present moment. Monkeys are strange animals. They're greedy like human beings. I have trapped them many times by the simple expedient of placing a shiny, desirable object inside a hollowed-out coconut to which there is only a single small opening. An opening just big enough for a monkey's hand. Of course, the monkey reaches in to grasp the object. Inside the coconut, he grasps it, his hand makes a fist. But then, Mr. Valentine, he can't pull his hand out. The fist is too big. His greed is greater than his fear of the approaching hunter. Now, Mr. Valentine, will you please come to visit me this evening? I need your help to complete the capture of the monkey. A monkey whose hand is already trapped. A monkey by the name of Lars Mikkelsen.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment. Now back to Let George Do It and George Valentine.
You didn't think I could stay away, did you, Mr. Stang?
Here we are, through here. I'm supposed to be in bed, you know. But I was afraid you couldn't find your way from the pier. And so few people pay any attention to an old man.
I've heard of you too, Mr. Stang, only somehow I always imagined you as...
Taller, yes. More hair in my beard. Perched astride an elephant, perhaps. Isn't it wonderful? The romance there is in those old National Geographic pictures.
Yeah, the greatest hunter in the world. Why, I remember when you...
Oh, but I still am. Yes. Indeed, there's no one who can approach me. My exploits will never be...
Wait a minute. That red sign back there, what did it mean?
Quarantine, Miss Brooks.
Ah?
Animal quarantine. 10 days I've been stewing here because of some ridiculous nonsensical... careful there.
Oh, yes.
Gangplank runs straight into the ship, into the hold.
I'm all right. But quarantine for what?
It's a plot against me, that's what it is. No lights on, the captain disappears. Oh, yes, he's ashore. He's having fun. I have matches. Here, the ladder to the...
Oh!
What in the...
Steady, it's all right. It's a panther. Very rare specimen. Tore a couple of native boys to shreds when he got him. But he's in a cage now, aren't you, old boy? Yes, they're all in cages.
Animals. A ship full of wild animals.
Look here, see? It's a constrictor. 33 feet. Takes quite a crate to pack them in, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You see, through the little bars? And over here, the poison...
Well, thanks. I'm not much interested in snakes.
No, of course not. Too easy, much too easy. All of them are, you know. 60 years old I am. Living from pill to pill, fever to fever.
Well, I guess you're still the greatest
red
animal...
tape, to be finally caught myself in red tape.
Oh, you mean this quarantine?
Yes, not one of my animals is sick, mind you, not one. Zoos all over the country waiting for delivery. But the day we dock, what happens? An officious young veterinary aboard for the usual government inspection, and he and the captain get together.
Well, look, Mr. Stang, this veterinary or the captain, is one of their names Lars Mikkelsen? Is that what you meant when you wrote
No. Mr. Bowling, that's the vet, Mr. Bowling. The captain's name is Teague. You've had trouble with him before. Lars Mikkelsen is... Now, Baba, how many times have I told...
Asleep, stupid like men, big booming feet on the floor. You come booming like elephants.
All right. My wife, Mr. Valentine,
men.
This is...
Oh, no. My wife is asleep, she means in there. Baba, these are friends of mine. We're just going to my stateroom.
Well, go. Do not just talk about it. She's asleep. Be quiet.
Of course. All right.
Men, elephants in the moon.
Here we are.
What in heaven's name was that old thing in earrings?
Baba, Old-fashioned notion of my wife's the personal servant, the devoted slave. I found her in Cairo 25 years ago. Claimed she could talk to animals. She looked just the same then, but she gets more and more obnoxious every year.
Did your wife make this last trip with you, Mr. Sting?
Oh, yes. Has to be somebody to tie my muffler, spoon out my medicine, yammer at the old man.
Mr. Sting, wait a minute, look. What do you want me for?
To be a witness. The hand in the coconut, Lars Mikkelsen.
But who is
The captain left the ship in charge of this man, an ugly, conniving rogue, the second mate, Lars Mikkelsen.
Well, what did he do? What do you want me to be a witness to?
Mr. Valentine, he stole my field glasses.
What?
Especially made ones they were, too. Finest Zeiss lenses. There were several things stolen during the voyage, but I was sick. I didn't notice. First a hunting knife, then other little things. Now you're to see that he has them, that's all. I'll testify to their loss. I'm seeing my lawyer in the morning.
What makes you think Mikkelsen took these?
The hand in the coconut, I told you. The field glasses I placed where he could take them. He won't let go. No one else could have taken them. He's up in his cabin now. Oh. You think this is trivial. I'm being vindictive. But, Mr. Valentine, people can't get away with things with me. I won't let them. Now, you'll find out for me, won't you? You'll come back first thing in the morning. This quarantine, my fevers, those nagging women, you understand, don't you? It's the last straw when somebody thinks I'm so ineffectual I can be stolen from without...
All right, Mr. Stang, all right, yeah, sure. See you in the morning.
The boyhood hero.
How the mighty have fallen.
Oh, George, I feel sorry
Sure.
for him. What are you going to do? He's going to see his lawyer in the morning and prefer charges
What can
against...
we do, Angel? I don't like a thief either. A hand in the coconut. Poor, worn-out, suspicious old guy. Well, least we can do is find out if he's right.
Sure, those are good field glasses. What of it?
Well, we were on the ship here, Mr. Mickelson. I just wondered what the skyline of the city would look like from... Well, I saw you with them around your neck, and...
The name is Lars, sister. Second mates don't rate that mist of stuff on a tub like this. I just been cleaning them in my cabin there. You want to go out on deck?
Oh, wait a second. Zeiss lenses, huh?
Nothing but the best. Who are you? What are you doing aboard?
Oh, we're just visiting Mr. Stang.
Oh, nasty old coot, isn't he? What's the matter, buddy?
Whose glasses are these?
Mine, of course. What are you talking about? They're a gift, that's all. Look, what in the name of...
Oh, excuse me. Mr. Mickelson, have you seen my... Well, how handy. Those are what I came for.
These?
Yes, of course, my glasses. I wanted to take a look at
What? Wait a minute, Lorna, baby. You said you...
Beg your pardon? I don't know who you are, but if this fresh sailor's a friend of yours...
Baby, I don't...
Mr. Mickelson, I want these field glasses. I loaned them to you, remember? Are you so stupid
Here you are, lady. Here you are.
Thank you. You're not stupid at all. But then, maybe you're not a sailor. Bye-bye.
Well, here's one for you, Angel. Tempest in a teapot. So much fuss over a pair of field glasses. Here's.
They're on this ship, tourists. Now get off, both
What
of
are you so mad about?
Who is she, friend?
Passenger. Lorna Stang. Mrs. Stang.
Mrs. Stang, but she was supposed to be asleep.
Look, both of you, there's a gangway off the forward deck through here. Now, come on, be good, will you? I'm busy trying to get ready so we can unload when this crazy quarantine...
Wait a minute. Why can't we go through here?
No, you can't get
the way
out
she came. Here, this is the door she came out of, isn't it? The same one you came from when we came in here?
No, get away from
there. Says you, handsome.
I don't know why you should be so upset, Mr. Mickelson. There's nothing through that door except apparently your stateroom.
I don't know what goes on that ship, Mr. Valentine. I'm just a veterinarian. Strange bunch of people being cooped up together for a long
Mr.
time.
Bowling, I tried to get hold of the captain.
The captain went ashore the day they landed. Known him for years. Nice guy. Besides, that second mate, Mickelson, offered to stay aboard and keep an eye on things.
That's not surprising.
Huh? Oh, well, yeah, I know what you mean. They're about the same age, I guess. I mean, Mrs. Stang.
Yeah, we know what you mean.
I'd like to help the old guy, too. He's one of my heroes. I guess if his wife is giving things away to her sailor friend, your evidence might at least help him get a divorce from her. She's no good, I can tell you that.
Stang says there's something funny about the quarantine.
There is. When the ship docked, we got an anonymous note from one of the crew. Said a couple of the animals had been suspiciously sick during the voyage. Going to take the quarantine off tomorrow. Let them all in. False alarm.
Anonymous letter from one of the crew.
Made sense at the time. Doesn't now.
Will you clear that up?
Well, George, after all, if Mrs. Stang is the kind of woman who'd pull the wool over her husband's eyes in one way,
Not exactly what I meant either, Miss Brooks. Oh, yeah, she might have written the note.
To finagle a couple of more weeks with a sailor? That's not likely.
It's Derek Stang who's sick, Mr. Valentine.
We know that.
He keeps alive from medicine to medicine. Old fevers, something tropical.
Medicine in blue wrappers?
Huh? Yes, as a matter of fact. Tablets of some kind. Something pretty strong, I should imagine.
But his wife...
His wife is also his nurse, Miss Brooks. He depends on her. Aside from his money, she's all he's got. Only, Mr. Valentine, why did you say blue?
Because I noticed a stack of blue papers in Lars Mickelson's cabin.
George.
The greatest hunter in the world. Suppose he's the one walking into a trap.
Yeah. Suppose it's his hand in the coconut.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment.
And now, back to George Valentine. The Hand in the Coconut. You meet one of your childhood heroes, the greatest hunter in the world, Derek Stang. You find that he is still the greatest hunter when it comes to animals, but his observation of human beings is a little less acute. He thought you would trap Lars Mickelson for stealing a pair of field glasses. Instead, you have trapped him for stealing Mr. Stang's wife. Or is it the other way around? If your name is George Valentine, you have begun to suspect that the person who is really in danger of being trapped is the hunter himself.
I don't know what I can do in this situation, Mr. Valentine, dragging me down to the waterfront.
I know, Doctor, I know. I'm sorry we had to get you out of bed.
Oh, look at that fog. Stang must have his own position, you know. I can't interfere.
Mr. Stang's stateroom is right here.
Don't see his wife's watchdog around any place, do you, Angel? Come on, let's slip into his cabin. We'll wake him up.
George, he's not here. He's gone.
Well, you dragged me out to look at a man you think might be sick or... There, you see? He's so sick he's out walking around deck someplace at 6 a.m. or going someplace else. Well, I'm a doctor, Mr. Valentine. Do you expect me to take seriously the idea that...
Here, look at these.
Yeah. Blue papers.
The wastebasket. George, the same as those powders, those tablets were...
Yeah, only look how many of them.
Yes, the accumulation of days, judging from the other trash. Strong. Well, I grant you the old man is taking strong medicine, but men who are poisoned generally die in bed.
Uh-huh.
And if a man had been living on this stuff, he could build up quite a resistance. In fact, Mr. Valentine, while it might hurt you or me, he couldn't be poisoned with it.
There's a Stang.
George, here she is.
Hey, what's the matter? What happened? Hey, lady, snap out of it. Snap out of it.
I'm all right.
Lorna, what is it? What are you doing to her? What's the big idea?
Oh, take it easy, Buster. Take it easy.
It wasn't me.
She's just staring at something down there in the fog.
Baba, she screamed. I heard her, but I can't see.
Stang, where are you? Mr. Stang, look out! Look out!
In the water. In the water. He fell in the water.
George, I can't see him. There's his cane, but it's so far from the wharf.
Not there. He's not here. He's gone down. I could see him go down. The current's so fast I can't do anything.
Hey, there's the police over there. Get a boat for him, Mickelson. Step on it.
The current's so fast.
All right. Do what you can.
He just fall. I could see him
Now
fall.
listen, old lady, will you
there
tell
was
us?
something the matter with him. He walked like the blind. I call out, I shout. I tried to grab him in time, but he falls.
Policeman over there on the deck saw the splash too, Valentine. Looks like Stang's been swept out.
All right. Only Mrs. Stang.
Leave me alone.
My baby, I could not grab in time.
Don't touch me, Baba.
Oh, my baby.
Baba, come here, will you? Now, look, he fell here, huh? Over this rail?
Yes, I think. It was in the fog. I
Okay,
couldn't...
now listen, I don't believe you. And I don't mean just the rail. I mean the scuppers, wide and deep, see? If a man fell, he'd only land against the rail.
Men. He fall, I say. I saw him fall.
They're not doing much good, Valentine.
Mickelson.
The police couldn't get out in time, neither could I. He didn't come up. He's gone. He's gone, you understand me?
Yeah, I understand. It's as phony as a lead nickel.
They're lying. Of course they're lying. But there's nobody aboard the ship except the three of them, was there?
Riley, suppose that old harridan gave the poor guy a
Of
shove.
course she did. What else? You already saw how Baba was covering for Mrs. Stang, didn't you? The good, faithful old duenna helping out in all kinds of cute ways.
No real witnesses. You'll never get a conviction.
I'll get a confession, my friend. You were with the other two, so they couldn't have shoved him. All right, Mrs. Stang, let's go inside and... Mrs. Stang.
Oh, I'm sorry. What?
Leave her alone.
Still staring at nothing, huh? But you ought to stop shaking, Mrs. Stang.
I'm all right.
Oh, sure. You're fine. Just a little upset because you're going to get all of Stang's money at the expense of your stooge, poor faithful old Baba, who'll be locked up for murder.
She told you he fell. She told you, didn't she? She told you.
Well, go on. Oh, Doctor, what's the matter?
Medical convention, Lieutenant. That other man over there with the bag, colleague of mine, Dr. Morrison, just got here. Says a woman called him from the ship almost an hour ago. Before we came aboard, Valentine.
No.
Had to hurry all the way across town. Woman identified herself as Lorna Stang.
No.
Said she'd just gone into her husband's stateroom to give him his regular medicine, only he wouldn't wake up for it. She was afraid he was dead.
Oh.
So it was just his body that went overboard. Don't you understand, Riley?
We'll get a confession. The three of them are in it.
Hey, wait a minute, hold it. Doctor, what else in that wastebasket?
Same wrappers, same medicine.
So they poisoned him. What difference does it make?
Will you ever prove it?
I don't have to.
No. Even if you had his body, you wouldn't either. Tablets are gone from the mate's cabin where I saw him, aren't they?
Huh? What's that got
Hey,
to do
Doctor,
with it?
tell me. Derek Stang lived on this stuff. What would happen if it were taken away?
It's hard to tell. Die sooner or later, probably.
Uh-huh. Well, suppose Lorna Stang had left those tablets with the mate. Suppose they were substituting something harmless for the strong stuff in the blue papers. Suppose that was the idea. Even an autopsy couldn't prove that absence of medicine had killed a man.
Hey, where you going?
Where do you think, Riley? To catch a monkey. Mr. Stang told me you talk to animals. Is that right, Papa?
Why not? They can say more than men.
I already told you we know the whole story, didn't I? That your beloved mistress confessed, the whole thing, all of it?
And so?
And so now tell me he fell overboard.
I threw him overboard. He was dead. I see him dead in the stateroom.
Oh, great. Helpful Nellie, huh? No wonder Mrs. Stang wouldn't let you touch her. No wonder it was she who screamed when she saw you out there on deck. You kind of interfered with their little plan, didn't you?
I know nothing of plans.
You knew enough that when you saw the body, you figured it was murder and thought you'd better be helpful and get rid of the evidence.
She is my mistress. For her, I would do anything. But you say she confessed.
I lied.
You shuckle.
Take it easy, lady. Look out now, look out. Yeah, be careful. Don't get your friends excited. Besides, you're not really mad. You told it too easy, so don't pretend.
There should be cages.
Oh, I'm not afraid of these things. All behind bars, aren't they? All trapped. Monkeys, panther. Yeah, even the snakes. I talk to animals too, you know, Baba.
Ah, you fool.
No, I'm not. You are. The good and faithful servant who spoiled Lorna Stang's plan for a perfect murder. So perfect, so neat, it must have been put right in front of her. Like bait in front of an animal, like a shiny object in a coconut to trap the greedy
Look
monkeys.
out. They move the cages. Sometimes there are accidents.
Cut it out, old woman. I'm not afraid. But everybody else seems to be. Stevedores, policemen. They don't come any closer than they have to, do they? You're only too glad to get rid of this slice of the jungle. Now, let's see. All consigned for shipment to Derek Stang's animal farm.
You talk like the wind. Ah, men.
Old woman, so faithful to Lorna Stang. I guess she believed it. You put up a pretty good act. But then she's young. You can't have been with her very long. And the great hunter told me he found you at Cairo 25 years ago. Faithful to whom, Baba? Now, let's see. Who's everybody most afraid of? Snakes, I guess. Boa
Look out! Don't touch a cage!
The great hunter. Greatest in the world. Hello, Mr. Stang.
Stand very still, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, yeah. Now I get it. The snake was the dead man, thrown overboard. Yeah. Even when I was a kid, I knew how good you were. Don't know why I thought you were slipping.
There is a snake in the next cage under my hand, a live one, poisonous. You will stand here quietly until I am loaded off the ship with my animals.
No, you're not a hero anymore, just a guy who baits coconuts. Waits until the monkeys bite. Think they've killed you, and then mess things up by having Baba throw something overboard with a splash. Then she reluctantly admits it. It was you.
You would have made a good pupil, Mr. Valentine.
I doubt it. You picked me for a sucker, didn't you? Because you arranged this phony quarantine that kept the monkeys aboard, where you'd all be cooped up together, where you could push Lorna and Lars into what they did. Sure, you arranged it all.
It won't do you any good to move, Mr. Valentine. I lift this catch and the snake is released. He's faster than you.
I was hired as a witness, wasn't I?
Yes, a witness, Mr. Valentine, to a murder without a body.
Oh, yeah, that's better, isn't it? It'd be second degree. They'd be put in prison, locked up, put in cages.
Yes. I never kill animals, you know.
So you baited the trap.
In cages, Mr. Valentine. They'll still be here. Perhaps you, too. The biggest game in the world, men. And I am the only hunter in the world who ever
tried... Hold it, Stang, hold it. Now, you listen to me. I'm just an amateur, see?
Mr. Valentine, there's no more time. It's up to the snake.
When I go hunting, now, you listen to me. I'm stupid when I go hunting. Because I carry a gun. There, you see? Now your snake's dead. So you stand still, Buster. I could probably get a game permit for you.
Back to the conclusion of our Let George Do It adventure in just a moment.
But Stang didn't do anything. That's the awful part. He made the other people do things that were wrong, so there's nothing the police can hold him for.
Angel, Derek Stang was really successful. You know that, don't you? Yeah, he kept trying to get bigger and bigger game all his life. And then he tried to trap human beings into a spot where they'd be caged.
Yes,
Until
but
he finally trapped himself, don't you understand? Now, one look at that guy, and what do you think any court would decide? Well, don't worry. He'll be in a cage, all right, a padded one.
Oh, George. Let's forget this nightmare. Take me someplace for a nice, cozy supper.
Okay, the Tropic Inn.
Is it nice?
Oh, yeah, Angel. They serve a delicious kind of drink there. In a coconut shell.
Oh, George.
You have just heard The Hand in the Coconut, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
The confession you're about to hear is an actual recording.
Go ahead, please.
I make this confession of my own free will because it is true. There has not been any force or violence used upon my person to induce me to make these statements. Without promise of immunity or reward or gratuity, I confess.
You understand, of course, that your statement will be made public through the radio program Confession.
I do.
And that your name for the purpose of this broadcast will be Doris Kane.
Yes.
And for what comfort you may find in so doing, you will now be allowed to tell your story. If there is comfort for your listeners, it must lie in the fact that you've been apprehended. You understand all this?
Yes, sir, I understand. In the hope that someone somewhere may benefit from my mistakes, I confess.
You are listening to Confession. The case history of the woman referred to as Doris Kane is a matter of documented record. You will hear the story of her crime experience as told in her own words.
Doris Kane, please state your age.
I'm 15 years old.
And you're pregnant?
Yes, I expect my baby in 3 months.
Now go ahead with your story.
Well, I knew Jimmy was dead. Even before they told me, I knew he was dead. And I...
Suppose you try to tell it from the beginning. You lived in Cleveland?
I ran away.
But your home was there?
Yes, my mother still lives there. I lived with her.
And your father?
My father and her are separated.
What does your mother do for a living?
She sews. She does sewing.
Why did you leave home?
I don't know. Maybe... I guess because she was always treating me like a kid.
Doris? That you, Doris?
Mm-hmm.
You know what time it is.
Yeah?
12 o'clock.
I know.
Bumming around till midnight. Where were you?
Out.
Out. Where?
With some friends.
Friends like Jimmy, I suppose.
Oh, you just don't like
You
him.
spend that money I gave you?
I still got it.
Who bought for you this evening?
Nobody.
Listen here, when I ask you a question, I want answers. Who bought for you?
Nobody. I'm going to bed.
You come back here.
What do you want?
You was out with Jimmy, wasn't you?
Oh, right. I was out with Jimmy.
Don't you give me them talking back answers.
Mom.
Where did you go?
We went bowling.
Bowling? Jimmy bought you liquor, didn't he?
Didn't have any liquor.
Don't lie to me. I could smell it when you come in. He bought you liquor, a kid like you.
I'm not a kid.
Oh. I can't do anything with you. I give up. I've done all I can. You're just no good.
It was like she said I was no good. Jimmy was at the bowling alley. He wanted me to meet him there after they closed up at 2 o'clock. To say goodbye, he said, because he was going away and I might never see him again. Then I got a crazy idea. Maybe I could go with him. I put my clothes in a box and sneaked out the back way. Jimmy was glad to see me. That was one thing about Jimmy. Always glad to see me.
Dory, I thought you weren't coming.
I wasn't.
Your mom, huh?
You know how she is.
I'd have gone crazy if you hadn't come back to say goodbye.
You never did tell me where you were going.
Well, we don't really know ourselves, just west.
I thought you were going alone.
With Frankie. You know, my partner. What's in the box?
Clothes.
What for?
I'm running away.
From home? Gee, things must be rough.
Yeah. Jimmy, take me along.
Take you along? With us?
Please, Jimmy, I won't be any trouble. Honest, I won't.
Gee, I don't know.
Please, Jimmy. Please.
But we might not come back.
I don't care.
Maybe we'll never come back.
Please.
Well, maybe. Okay, why not?
Thanks, Jimmy.
Sure, come on.
We went across town to the Congress Hotel, I think it was. Jimmy said he had to meet Frankie there. He waited out on the sidewalk. And then about a half an hour, a car pulled up in front of the hotel. Jimmy opened the door for me.
All right, up in, Dory.
All right.
I'll put your stuff in the back. Doris, this is Frank, my partner.
Hello.
You didn't say anything about bringing a girl along.
We just arranged it.
I said the two of us.
If you don't like it, let us out at the next corner.
Oh, take it easy. Don't get blisters. It's just that you didn't say anything.
Forget it, will you?
Sure. Sure, if you say she's okay, only she looks kind of young. How old are you?
14.
Your mother know what you're doing?
No.
What'll she do when she finds out?
Nobody can make me go back if I don't want to.
Now, let's not talk about it. We'll decide later. Come here, honey. Comfortable?
Frank drove fast. Jimmy put his arm around me. I felt warm inside. After a while, I fell asleep. When I woke up, it was daylight. Jimmy was sleeping. We were somewhere out in the country. Frankie didn't seem sleepy at all. He just kept driving. When Jimmy woke up about an hour later, we stopped at a little gas station. There was just this gas station, no other buildings around.
How's it look to you, Jimmy?
Fine.
It's pretty out of the way. There's no other customers.
No waiting.
That's just what I was thinking. Yeah, I'll be right back.
It's sure dead out here.
Yeah.
Frank must be tired.
Frank never gets tired, as long as he can get a fix.
He's gone inside the station.
Yeah. You know something?
What?
You're pretty.
What did you mean before? About Frankie?
Hmm?
About not getting tired long as he can get a fix.
H. You know, heroin. He's hooked on the stuff.
Oh.
No kidding, Dora. You're real pretty.
Say.
Yeah?
Where's Frank? What's keeping Frank?
I don't know. Oh, Dory. I love you, Dory.
Jimmy.
You love me?
Yes. Yes, I do, Jimmy.
Hey, I got a great idea.
What?
Why don't we get married?
Married?
Why not? Listen, honey. Frank's got something big lined up. Real big. He's taking me in with him. We'll have plenty of money. We'll get an apartment in San Francisco, maybe. How does that sound, honey?
Jimmy, it sounds wonderful.
Oh, honey.
Here comes Frank.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's get rolling.
You didn't get any gas.
No.
How was it, Frank?
Not bad, not good. 50. That's all he had.
50? That's okay.
Jimmy, what is it? Jimmy, what happened? Something happened.
Take it easy, Dory. Everything's all right.
See anybody in the back?
Just a second. Nope, all clear.
Okay. Now, this ought to hold us for a while.
Jimmy!
Hey, Frank, guess what?
Huh?
Dory and me, we're going to get married.
Married? You're both kind of young for that.
We'll tell them we're older. We'll make ourselves look older. You can give the bride away.
No kidding. Married, huh? Here comes a bride, big, fat, and white. Da 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 da.
We got the license. Then we stopped at a country judge's place and got married. Frank was the witness. By that time, it was getting towards evening. Frank was going to try to connect for some H. He said he was running out of caps. He drove Jimmy and me to a motel. It wasn't much of a honeymoon, I guess, but I was Jimmy's wife, and I didn't care where we stayed as long as we were together. You know. Wonder where they're going.
Out west, too, maybe. Happy, honey?
Jimmy, it's wonderful.
Old married people, huh?
Yeah. Jimmy, what happened?
What happened when?
At the gas station. The money Frank gave us, he got it at the gas station, didn't he?
So what?
But a hold-up.
He did it. We didn't do it. He did it.
I'm scared.
Dory, you mad at me?
No, I'm not mad. But Frank, he's a real dope addict, isn't he?
Yeah, he's hooked bad. If he don't score, he goes crazy.
Are you, Jimmy?
What?
Hooked.
Me hooked? Of course not.
Do you use it?
Maybe a joy pop once in a while, just for kicks. But I haven't got a habit, if that's what you mean. Just now and then.
Who's that?
Frank, probably.
I'll get it.
No, you wait here. Yes?
State Police. You Mr. Kane?
Yeah, that's me.
A partner and I'd like to see you outside.
What for?
There's a gas station held up about 75 miles east of here. We're checking all late arrivals.
Hold up? I didn't have anything to do with a hold up.
Officer? Officer, he didn't have anything to do with any hold-up.
Stay out of this, Doris.
We just got married, see? Here's our marriage license. He's in with me all day.
Let me see that. Huh. Just got married today, huh? Wow, congratulations. Here you are.
Thanks.
Oh, say.
Yeah?
How old are you?
21.
Yeah. Yeah, the man they described was much older. Well, good luck, kids.
Thanks.
Oh, Jimmy! I was part of it now. I'd lied for him. The next morning, Frank picked us up. His eyes looked funny, like he was doped or something. He said he'd found a mule. You know, someone who sells heroin? We told him about the state police, and he got mad. We went about 50 miles, and then Frank pulled up at another gas station. I was scared. Jimmy kept telling me to take it easy. Frank got out of the car and left Jimmy and me sitting there. We didn't say anything. We just sat there. We just sat there waiting. No!
Quiet. Frank?
All clear?
Yeah, all clear. Frank?
Yeah?
Did you have to kill him?
I don't like witnesses.
But you didn't have to kill him, did you?
I don't like cops on my neck.
Why did you have to kill him?
Because I had to, that's why. Now shut up.
You are listening to Confession. Before continuing with the documented record of the woman referred to as Doris Kane, the National Broadcasting Company is honored to present Mr. Richard A. McGee, Director of Corrections, Department of Corrections, State of California.
We in correctional work know the dangers that exist in exposing young people to evil influence. In tonight's case, 3 stages of crime are apparent. The narcotic addict, who is already a hardened criminal, the younger user, who is well on the road to becoming both addict and criminal, and the adolescent girl just exposed to evil influence. Without proper guidance and parental control, she too is destined for disaster. If you expect to help your own children keep out of trouble, know where they go and whom they are with. Most of all, let them know they are loved and respected by you. A child who feels rejected in the home will turn to wrong companions for acceptance.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. Now to continue with Confession and the documented record of the woman referred to as Doris Kane.
We kept driving west. We'd stop in different places on the way, sometimes a week, sometimes only a couple of days. We changed cars lots of times. Frank got them off parking lots. He always changed the license plates, putting on cold plates, he said. We kept on the move. It was almost 3 months now. And I guess the only reason I didn't run out was because I was married to Jimmy. Someplace near Denver, I got sick on the road and we had to stop. After I was all right, we went on again. I was afraid of Frank. He kept using more and more narcotics.
Doris,
Yeah?
you okay now?
I'm okay.
From now on, you earn your way.
What?
I said from now on, she earns her way. No more dead weight.
Now, listen.
You heard me. And I want you coming in on the jobs with me.
Jimmy?
Be easy with both of us where it counts. You can use her for a lookout.
Why does she have to get into this?
Because she's here and we're feeding her, that's why.
Listen.
Now you listen, Buster. After we hit the big job in Frisco, you're on your own. I don't care what you do. You take your cut and scram, but until then, I'm the boy.
I'm not gonna do it.
It's just till we get to Frisco, honey.
I'm not gonna do it.
I'll be depending on you, honey. You don't want me killed, do you?
Why can't you quit, Jimmy? What if they catch us?
That'll be up to you. Right, Frank?
That's right, Doris. It's up to you.
After that, I was the lookout. I don't remember how many holdups there were. It was all like a dream. When we got to San Francisco, we got a room in Richmond. That's across the bay. And Frank got a place in town. Frank had plans for this big job. That's what he called it, the big job. He didn't tell me any of the details. He didn't want me along on this one. For the first time, Jimmy was carrying a gun. I tried to talk to him before he left. Funny, you remember silly things. I remember the landlady was vacuuming in the hallway outside.
Listen, honey.
Don't do it, Jimmy, please.
This is the last one, honey, the last one. After this, we don't have to worry anymore.
I can't help worrying. Oh, Jimmy, everything. Everything.
What do you mean, everything?
Are you hooked now, Jimmy? Did Frankie hook you on the stuff so you can't do without it?
I use a little. Sure I use, you know that. So what? Let's not talk about it, you hear?
Please, Jimmy. Please don't go today.
It's all set, honey. Now listen to me.
What if something goes wrong?
Nothing's going wrong. Now listen to me, will you? It's 3:00. Frank will get back here at 5 with the money. Are you listening?
I'm listening.
Okay. Frank and I are going to have to separate. I'll take the bus back here. It'll take longer, but it'll be safer. You be all packed and ready to go.
I don't like it, Jimmy.
The last job, honey. After that, we go south to where it's warm and find a place to settle down. After that, no more.
Be careful. Please be careful.
Now, don't worry. Everything's going to be fine. Goodbye, honey.
Jimmy. I didn't have a radio or a newspaper or anything. I just sat there and waited. Then I began to feel sick. Sicker than I ever felt before. I thought it was because I was nervous or something. I went out and saw the landlady, and she told me to lay down, and she went for a doctor. The doctor came and gave me something and went away. After 6:00, Jimmy came in. He was all out of breath. I was so glad to see him, I cried.
Hi, honey.
Oh, Jimmy!
No, honey, take it easy, honey. There's nothing to cry about. Everything was perfect, not a hitch.
Oh, I thought I'd never see you again.
Don't be silly. They can't hurt me. Where's Frank?
Oh, he's not here.
Not here? Well, I took the bus. He had the car. He should have been here long ago. Hey, maybe they picked him up.
You think they did?
Otherwise, he'd be here. Oh, boy, I hope not. I told him I should have taken part of the money. We haven't got any dough.
Jimmy.
Yeah?
Remember? I felt sick that time. Well, I got sick again. I had to have a doctor.
When?
While you were gone just now.
What was the trouble?
The doctor was here. He says I'm going to have a baby.
What?
That's what he said.
Honey.
Jimmy, what are we going to do?
A baby.
What are we going to do?
That's wonderful. When Frank gets here, we'll have a big celebration. That's what we're going to do. We'll celebrate all the way down to L.A. I wonder where he is. Frank's too smart for the cops. They never got him.
Did they see you?
I don't know. All I know is we can't stay here.
What about Frank? He's got the money. He's got the car.
I'll tell you what. We'll wait here till morning. Then I'll go down and get a paper. The paper will tell us whether they got him.
Jimmy, I'm scared.
Ah, don't worry, honey. Frank will be here. He's too smart for those dumb cops. He'll be here. Only, I'm getting the shakes. I sure could use a fix.
We didn't go to sleep. Jimmy took a fix and kept pacing the floor all night. I knew now that Jimmy was an addict, too. I got sick again. Finally, when the morning papers came out, Jimmy went down and got one. When he came back, his face was white.
How do you like that? How do you like that?
What's the matter?
Here it is, right here in the paper. But there's nothing about anybody getting caught. It says they got away. How do you like that? We've been left high and dry.
He's got all the money?
Every penny of it. He ditched us. He took the car and all the money, and he ditched us.
Jimmy, we got to get out of here.
Yeah, we got to. No car, no money. You gonna have a baby?
We'll be all right, Jimmy.
Sure, we'll be all right. We'll clean up, honey, you and me. Who needs Frank anyhow? Only, without him, where can I connect for some stuff? And, Dory, I gotta have it now. I gotta have it.
I packed our bag and we left. We were pretty lucky. We hitched a ride out of town and then we got another ride. It was a small truck. The man was going all the way to Los Angeles. We rode a couple of hours and then I got to feeling sick again.
What's the matter, honey?
I don't feel well.
What you need is some coffee. If I didn't have my 3 cups in the morning, I wouldn't be fit to go out the door. That's what it means to me. My wife
Mister.
says... Yeah?
This is a gun in my pocket.
What?
Don't get excited. Just turn down that side road.
Hey, what is this?
Don't talk, just do as I say. This might go off.
Okay, take it easy.
That's fine. Now stop. Hand your wallet over here.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, I got all my identification in there. Take the money, but for Pete's sake...
The wallet, I said. Now get out.
This is plain stupid of you, buddy.
Get out. And walk around in front of the truck.
Where are you going, Jimmy?
Wait here. And hold this. Okay, mister. Turn around.
What are you going to do?
Just this. Okay, honey.
Jimmy! Jimmy, you killed him.
He'll be okay. I just clunked him on the head. Gives us more time.
You shouldn't have done that, Jimmy.
Look in the wallet. How much is there in it?
You shouldn't have done...
Come on. How much is there?
Well, let's see. $20. Just one $20 bill.
$20? That's not bad. When we get to Merced, I'll make a connection and get a couple of caps. We'll ditch the truck, then we'll swipe a car someplace and pull a job that'll keep us a while.
Please, Jimmy, no more.
Are you crazy? We gotta have money. I gotta have it right away.
I'll get a job, Jimmy.
The cop's right behind us and you're gonna get a job. Don't talk silly, honey. Our luck's hot. Besides, I know how to pull him now.
Maybe you killed him.
No,
Jimmy,
no. I didn't hit him that hard. Just hard enough to make him sleepy. I didn't kill him.
Maybe you did. Jimmy, what are we gonna do?
I told you.
I can't take it anymore. Running away. Always running away, and now you hooked. You hooked.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing. Only
You scared of something?
Yes, I'm scared. But not for myself. I'm scared for you.
If you don't like the setup, why don't you just pull out? Go ahead. Grab the first bus back home to Mama, why don't you?
Don't talk like that, Jimmy. I don't mean...
Hey.
What?
Frank. He doesn't know it, but he did me a real favor. Just when we needed a break. Good old Frank.
What is it, Jimmy?
I just happened to remember. A couple of weeks ago, Frank was telling me about a place. Drugstore in Fresno. That's real close to here. A pushover, he says. They'll probably have a big narco supply, too. We'll break it tonight, you and me.
I can't, Jimmy. They'll get us. I just can't.
Quit saying you can't. Now be quiet. I gotta think.
I tried to talk him out of it, but he only got madder. We ditched the truck in Merced, then Jimmy used up his last cap. About 9 o'clock that night, we got a ride into Fresno. We got something to eat. Then we went into a parking lot, took a black sedan, and got out of there fast. Then we drove out to the place. It was closed. Jimmy was like a crazy man. He knew there was narcotics inside the store. I kept the motor running, and Jimmy went up to the front door. My heart was pounding harder than it ever did before. Jimmy kicked in the plate glass in the door and went inside, and a bell started clanging. It was a burglar alarm. Then I saw the patrol car swing into the alley alongside the store, and I started flashing the lights and honking the horn. I could see Jimmy through the window. He ducked behind a showcase. One of the police was running toward the back of the building. The other ran in the front door. I ran in after him. Remember, I was screaming, "Jimmy, Jimmy," trying to be heard over the burglar alarm. And then the shots.
Jimmy! Jimmy! Come on with your hands up! Come and get me! Jimmy! Doris, get out of here! You want to get yourself killed? Jimmy!
Up with your hands up!
Duck down, Doris! You're in my way! Doris, get out of here! Don't shoot, Jimmy! Get out of the way! How do you like that, copper? Jimmy! Oh, you dirty...
Jimmy! Jimmy!
Okay, Harry, I think we got him. Hey, lady, you hurt?
Jimmy! Oh, Jimmy!
Come on, get up. Get up now.
You killed him.
Almost got you, too. What was the idea of running right in the line of fire?
Jimmy! Oh, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do?
You're coming with us.
Oh. Our baby. Our baby.
What baby?
He was my husband. I'm gonna have a baby.
Baby? Let's have a look at you. Why, you're just... You kid. There wasn't $1 in that cash register. Somebody tried to break in last night. We picked him up.
Last night? Frank?
Yeah, that's his name. Frank Leonard. You know him?
Frank! Oh. Sure, I know him. Oh, he's the one you should have killed.
You have just heard an actual confession. This case history of the woman referred to as Doris Kane is a matter of documented record. To protect the legal rights of this girl, names and places were changed or deleted. Technical advice for confession comes from the Office of the Director of Corrections, Department of Corrections, State of California. In a moment, you will again hear Doris Kane.
Doris Kane was arrested in Merced County, State of California, and tried under Section 700, sub-MWIC. James R. Kane's body was claimed by his parents and returned to Cleveland for burial. Franco Leonard was extradited to Ohio to stand trial for murder, and the state of California has holds on him for grand theft auto, robbery, and burglary. Now, Doris Kane.
I made this broadcast in the hope that someone somewhere may benefit from our mistakes. My husband Jimmy was only 18 when he died. Frank's 23, and you might say his life's over too. A lot of boys and girls are following in our footsteps and don't know it. I'm a ward of the Juvenile Court of Merced County at the El Retiro State School for Girls. I'll be a ward of the court until I'm 21. Because of my age, my baby will not have to be born in a prison, and I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful, too, that I escaped becoming a drug addict. I guess I'm most thankful of all for that because I've seen what it does to you. Can I...
Of course.
Night, Mom.
This has been Confession, transcribed statements of actual crimes. These true tragedies are brought to you each week as an NBC Radio Network production in an effort to stem the nation's forward march of crime. Credit for this broadcast goes to our cast: Paul Frees, Joyce McCluskey, Virginia Gregg, Sam Edwards, Stacey Harris, Marvin Miller. Script supervision, Warren Lewis. Music, Michael Samogi. Direction, Homer Canfield. John Wall speaking. Confession, a Canfield Lewis creation, came to you from California.
And now, the Mutual Broadcasting System is proud to present Phillips H. Lord's Counter Spy.
When are we going to start emptying out that thing?
I figure we wait one more month.
I'm glad we're through.
Why?
To tell you the truth, I was getting kind of shaky at the end. I'm glad we're getting out while we're still ahead.
That's just the idea. Always quit while you're ahead. That way you can't lose.
What happens if she finds out?
That's the one thing I'm worried about.
Well?
For her own sake, she better not.
In just a moment, Counter Spy, a program especially transcribed to help investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
They're here. L&M Filters. Newest, best, purest of filter-tip cigarettes.
L&M Filters. Just what the doctor ordered.
L&M Filters give you effective filtration from a strictly non-mineral filter material. Alpha cellulose. Exclusive to L&M Filters and entirely pure and harmless to health.
Just what the doctor ordered.
The L&M filter gives you a light and mild smoke because the heavy particles are filtered out.
Just what the doctor ordered.
L&M filters give you much less nicotine. The L&M filter removes 1/3 of the smoke, leaves you all the satisfaction, much more flavor and aroma. These facts from the statement of Dr. F.R. Darkus, Director of Research for Liggett & Myers Tobacco Company.
At last, a filter-tip cigarette with plenty of good taste. Buy new L&M filters in the striking red and white pack.
This Christmas, give the newest, give the best. L&M filters.
This is David Harding. Here is the latest official tabulation on crime in this country.
Each day, an average of 5,286 major crimes are committed. Among them, 1,144 burglaries, 147 robberies, and 3,141 larcenies.
Now, what does this represent in cost to you, the public?
Over $400 million worth of property stolen.
The middle of last month, right outside of New York City, in the bedroom of a home in a small suburban project, a handsome, well-built man bent his body back and forth on the portable rowing machine, unaware of his wife standing behind him.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1.
Arthur.
2, 1, 2, 1.
Arthur.
2.
Can't you stop for a minute?
2. When the alarm rings.
Oh.
2, 1, 2.
Now will you listen to me?
Hand me the towel.
Arthur, please.
Okay, I'll get it myself.
Arthur, I've got to talk to you. It's about...
I know what it's about. Money. And there's nothing I can do about it yet. You know what I make? I give you all I can.
Arthur, I try not to complain, but I don't know, I just can't make a go of things this way. We owe everybody, and it keeps getting worse all the time.
Now, look, Sue, we've been over this 1,000 times. It's not my fault. I do the best I can.
But you can do so much better. You still act like a little boy. You got to grow up someday. I want you to be a man.
Now, look, there's nothing wrong with me. I've got a great possibility.
Of course you have, darling, but you're not using it. In the meantime, something terrible is happening to us.
So you don't have any new dresses?
It isn't just that, Arthur. Believe me.
You want me to believe you, and yet you don't want to believe in me. When Dan Hadley and I finish our invention, you'll have everything you want, Sue.
That invention. Another of your little boy's secrets.
You'll know what it is when it's completed.
I don't care anymore what it is. All I know is that you keep that closet in the basement workroom locked from me. Like you keep so much of yourself locked from me. That's what makes it so terrible. You shut half your life from me, and all I want to do is help you.
You can help by just waiting.
How much longer do you think I can wait? Arthur, you know what I wanted to do while you were out of the house this afternoon?
What?
I wanted to take an axe and tear down that closet door in the basement.
Oh?
And then I wanted to destroy, to chop to bits whatever it is you have in that closet.
Don't you dare. Don't you ever dare go near that closet.
You're hurting me.
Don't you ever dare have a thought like that again, do you understand?
Please, let me
do
go.
you understand me?
All right. All right, Arthur, but let me go. Please, let go.
I'm sorry, Sue. Sue, wait. Someday you'll understand. What's in that closet is going to make us rich. Then you won't have to worry about bills anymore. And then you'll have all the clothes you want.
All right, Arthur.
That's Dan Hadley. I'll get it.
Hi, you Aunt.
Come on in, Dan.
Hello, Sue.
Dan?
Sue's on her way to the movies, Dan. We'll see you later, honey.
Enjoy yourself, Sue. What's the matter with her?
Complaining about money again.
Look, why don't you break down and give us some extra cash?
You crazy. She'd want an explanation.
Brother, you're going to have an awful lot of explaining to do when we cash in on that basement closet of yours.
You mean when we finally sell our invention?
That's right, Art. When we put all that ice back on the market.
Well, we still have 3 more jobs to pull before we convert any of that jewelry into cash. Remember that?
I remember, Art. That's the agreement. Just 3 more and we're set for life. Headquarters, Washington. To all counter-spy field offices. Special order over Mr. Harding's signature. All important data concerning jewel thefts will be forwarded immediately to Statistical Department for processing. This is A1 priority. End.
Sue?
Arthur, I just...
What are you doing down here? Didn't I tell you never to come down when I'm working here without knocking first?
I forgot, Arthur.
Sneaking down to the basement to see what I'm doing, huh? Trying to find out what's in the closet.
No. I just forgot to knock, that's all. I only wanted to tell you that Dan Hadley's upstairs.
Oh. Well, you should have knocked first. Don't forget again.
I won't.
Come on.
Got here a little early, Aunt.
It's okay, Dan. We can get more work in.
I'm ready to go.
You can run along now, Sue.
All right.
Honey,
Yes?
sorry I blew my top that way. Just on edge now that Dan and I are in the home stretch with our invention. Wish you could understand. Try, huh?
I'll try.
That's my girl. I'll see you later.
What was that about, Aunt?
I thought you were snooping to see what was in the closet. I made a mistake. Now, ready for my trial run?
Anytime you are.
All right, help me with this sofa.
All right. Where do you want it?
Just a couple more feet to the left. No, this'll do. That's all.
Yeah. What's next?
Move that armchair back against the wall.
Okay. This all right?
About a foot nearer the door.
Yeah?
Yeah, fine.
What about this coffee table?
Stays right where it is.
This is the exact layout of that living room, Aunt?
Exact. Only a smaller scale.
I gotta hand it to you. One visit to the Dowling apartment, and you remember the whole layout.
Dowling apartment was a cinch. The other two were tougher.
But not too tough for my boy.
We haven't got time for flattery, pal. Switch off the lights. I'll run through it right from the beginning.
We'll return to Counter Spy in just a moment.
Better get out of bed, dear. You'll be late for the office. Breakfast on the table.
Oh, I'm in no condition this morning. Ate too much with the boys last night. You know, every good wife should know about Eno for just such emergencies as this. It's truly amazing what gentle Eno may do for you when you overeat or eat food that doesn't agree with you. Yes, just a dash of good-tasting Eno and a glass of water before retiring, and repeat it in the morning if necessary. That's all you need. You can say goodbye to acid indigestion, upset stomach, heartburn, and other symptoms of overacidity. Remember, Eno's buffering antacid action gives you real relief over a long period of time.
helps you feel like your old self again. Why not get sparkling, good-tasting Eno today?
E-N-O, Eno, when you're feeling low, Eno, it's mild and gentle and good, good tasting. E-N-O.
Dan, this is Art. All set to roll on the Dowling job tonight.
Time the same as you said it?
Same, 10 on the nose. You pick me up at the corner of 49th and Elm.
10 on the nose. I'll be there.
Now remember, Dan, keep driving around the block.
Okay, but this ain't gonna be as easy as the Dowling job. Look at the size of that wall you gotta climb.
Will you stop worrying? What do you think I've been doing those physical exercises for? My health? All right, let's go, Dan.
How did it go, Art?
Sweet as cake.
You get everything?
You don't think I'd mess up our last job, do you? You bet I got everything.
Harding.
Peters, Mr. Harding. Braden just checked in from Bay City.
Oh, be right out, Peters.
How are you, Mr. Harding?
Oh, a little the worse for wear, Braden.
Well, I can give Braden the rundown in the lab if you want to take a break.
Oh, thanks. I'm okay, Peters. Let's go. Peters, fill you in on any of it, Braden?
Only that I'm to be central control agent reporting directly to you, sir.
Mm-hmm. Well, first, Braden, I want you to see the chart of New York over on the wall there.
Uh-huh. Well, it's quite an elaborate setup to devote to jewel thieves.
Believe me, Braden, these are the most elaborate jewel thieves we've come across, and the most successful. Now, they've operated exclusively in the part of town marked off on the chart here.
Mm-hmm.
This is the area in which we've established our permanent security net. It covers only these 6 city blocks, but we're throwing everything into those 6 blocks.
Well, sort of narrows it down, Chief, doesn't it?
We're taking our cue from the thieves themselves. They've been successful in mining this area. There's no reason to believe they won't continue to work the same vein.
Well, I don't want to tell you how to run things, but,
Go ahead, Braden.
Well, you're not usually one to put all your eggs in one basket, Mr. Harding.
And I have this time. Is that what you mean?
Yes, sir.
This time, Braden, it's the only basket we have.
Uh-oh. Me and my big mouth.
Now, these numbers indicate doormen, elevator operators, and other spotters.
Specially detailed agents?
That's right.
Well, with the amount of numbers there, I'd say the area's pretty well covered.
I only wish I had 100 more agents to blanket it. Well, so much for coverage. Now, the operations and characteristics of the thieves, or thief.
You mean this is all the work of one man?
It's possible that the actual stealing is done by one person, a very agile, clever, and well-trained man. All the robberies have one factor in common. The premises were broken into through a window or French door. Peters, bring that exhibit over here, will you?
Right away. Take a good look at this, Braden.
Uh-huh. The thief's means of entry. Huh?
Mm-hmm. In each robbery, a circular piece of glass, such as this one, was cut out just below the latch. Then the thief reached through and unlocked the window, or French door.
Which isn't particularly new or clever. You said this man was clever, Chief.
I still say he is. Notice these pieces of cellophane tape stuck to the glass.
Yes, so?
So the tape keeps the glass from falling after it's cut. Practically invisible. After the thief was through cutting, he had only to lift the cut piece out, noiselessly. So, Braden?
So I was wrong. Clever is right. Tape-cut glass. Well, it certainly doesn't spell out anybody's name to me, Mr. Harding.
Nor to me either, Braden. But it's all we have so far to identify the people involved.
May turn out to be enough.
We'll find out starting tonight.
It's getting late, Art. Sue might come in at any minute.
Don't worry. She won't be back before 11:30. We'll be out of the basement by then. Well, this one's done. Let's have next.
Here. This ring's the last.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
Well, be tricky getting that diamond from the setting.
Cut the band first, huh?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There. This band goes with the other settings.
Be careful, that stone. It's a butte, you know.
Haven't chipped one yet, have I? There you are. Got a scratch on it. Put it on the scale.
6 carats.
Stone number 872. Cut diamond. Weight 6 carats. Dan, that does it. We're finished.
872 stones. Well, even at 25% of their market value, they're worth over $250,000.
Easy. You'll have the rest of those jewel settings melted down by tomorrow night, huh?
Yeah, sure thing. Same way in bars, right?
Yeah, of course. Nobody's going to identify a bar of platinum as once having been the setting for their diamond tiara.
Yeah, for that matter, no one's going to be able to pick out unmounted stones and say for sure there is.
All right, help me put this stuff away.
Hey, Art. When are we going to start emptying out this closet?
I figure we wait 1 more month.
I'm glad we're through.
Huh?
Well, to tell you the truth, I was getting kind of shaky at the end. I'm glad we're getting out while we're still ahead of the game.
That's the idea, Dan. Always quit while you're ahead. That way you can't lose.
All right, thanks. Nothing positive yet, Braden.
Well, we've certainly lost a lot of time, Mr. Harding. 10 days at it and no results at all from our security net.
No robberies either. Well, that could be a good sign.
You really think so, Chief?
Really? No, they're probably just laying low, and in the meantime, we're tying up our facilities and men.
There was only some way to make them move.
Well, Peters and I have been working toward that end. Yes.
I have Mrs. Rogers with me, Chief.
All right, Peters. Please come in with her, will you? Thank you for coming, Mrs. Rogers.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Harding.
Peters, a chair for Mrs. Rogers, please.
Mrs. Rogers?
Thank you.
Mr. Peters explained the situation to you?
Yes, indeed. And I'm very flattered to have an opportunity to cooperate with the counter spies. I was only saying to my husband the other day, everybody complains about law enforcement. And so few are willing to help it.
Then you understand the importance of this particular job.
I certainly do. Our apartment has been robbed so many times that my husband suggests, jokingly, of course, that we install turnstiles at the windows to make some money from the heavy traffic.
Well, that's the main reason we called on you, Mrs. Rogers. You're well known as a target for jewel thieves.
And you live smack in the center of the theft area, as I explained before.
And you want me to be robbed again?
I want you to help in every way possible to make robbing your apartment a very attractive matter.
All right, Mr. Harding. I'm very willing to help in every way possible.
Look, Art, will you cut that rowing machine just for a minute so I can talk to you?
I can hear you, Dan. Besides, I gotta keep in condition for our next job.
But, Art, you said we were through. You yourself said we should quit while we're ahead of the game. We got enough. Why take unnecessary chances?
There's no chance in this. It's a sure thing. Showed you that item in the paper about that Rogers dame. She lets her jewels lay around like they were cigarette butts. She just bought over $100,000 worth yesterday.
Oh, we have enough in that closet, all we need. In 2 weeks, we'll start cashing in. Art, will you listen to me, please?
I'm listening.
Now, you know as well as I that the area is thick with federal agents. They're just waiting for us to make a move. They know everything about us except who we are.
Glad they know so much.
You're glad?
Makes our job easier for us. Makes it possible for us to pull them out of the neighborhood. Now, sit down, relax, will you?
Hey, Art, you said you could pull the feds out of the neighborhood. How?
How? The old 1-2, that's how. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1.
suspicious loiterers picked up this date and released after questioning. No other contacts to report. End.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Harding.
You're not interrupting a thing, Peters. Braden just radioed in his regular report. Still not a single contact.
And there won't be any.
What do you mean?
T-type just came in from Cleveland. Jewel robbery pulled there, definitely the same as those pulled here.
Oh?
No doubt about it. So our setup turns out to be a complete loss.
Not a complete loss, Peters. Not a complete loss.
Back to Counter Spy in just a moment.
Valentine is light beer with flavor that will hold. Valentine is a wonderful beer 'cause it tastes good when it's cold. And Valentine is fine beer. You can chill it all you will. Valentine is the deep brewed brew with the flavor that chill can't kill.
You know, friends, no matter what the weather's like outside, it's always winter in your refrigerator where you chill your beer. And that's why Ballantine beer is deep brewed to hold its flavor even when you serve it ice cold. The fine, full flavor is brewed so deep in Ballantine beer that chill can't kill it. Every cool, sparkling, refreshing glass just brims with flavor.
'Cause Valentine is fine beer. You can chill it all you will. Valentine is the deep brewed brew with a flavor that chill can't kill.
See Ballantine and Sons, Newark, New Jersey.
This apple pie is terrific, Sue. How about another piece, huh? That's it, a good big slab, huh? My girl.
Here.
Boy, I'm hungry. Hey, what's the matter with you, anyway?
What could be the matter?
Well, you haven't said a word to me since I came home, Sue.
What's there to say?
Plenty. I told you why I went out of town, didn't I? I told you it looks like that man out there's going to buy the invention.
Oh, yes, you told me.
Still haven't any confidence in me, huh?
At this stage of the game? Arthur, you're never going to grow up unless something drastic happens.
Well, don't you worry. Something drastic is going to happen. Very short time, you'll see.
Oh,
Just
Arthur.
you wait and see. In a very short time, everything's going to be so different for us. That's Dan. I phoned him to come over. Wanted to tell him the good news in person. I'll be right back. Cut a piece of that pie for Dan, will you? Come on in, Danny boy.
Sue home?
In the kitchen.
I saw by the papers that your Cleveland trip worked out all right.
Didn't I tell you it would? The counter spies are now closing up Cleveland tight in the drum.
Leaving our old neighborhood wide open.
And we're walking in there tomorrow night to pull the Rogers job.
Well, the way it turned out, you were right, Art.
Sure. Come on in the kitchen. We'll celebrate with Sue over the coming sale of our invention. Let's go, Dan.
Hey, you came out quicker than I expected. You have any trouble?
No trouble at all. Just went as smooth as ice.
You get everything?
Uh-huh. All in this bag. That Rogers dame sure is careless with her jewels. Doesn't deserve to have them.
You want me to hold on to the bag the same as the other times?
Yeah. Bring it around to the house tomorrow night and we'll go to work on them.
Oh, I'm glad it's over. This is our last job, Art. Definite?
I told you yes, didn't I? Now relax, will you? There's nothing more to worry about. What could go wrong now? Sue?
I've been waiting for you to come home.
You said you were going to bed early.
I couldn't sleep, Arthur. I don't think I'll ever be able to sleep again.
What's wrong with you?
You?
Oh, you're not going to start that again, are you?
Oh, this'll be the last time.
I told you in a little while everything is going to be different.
Yeah, and I told you there'd have to be something drastic to make you change.
There will be.
There already has been, but I never knew it until tonight.
Knew what? What are you talking about?
That closet down in the basement.
What about it?
I couldn't stand it any longer. thought it'd be the one way to bring you to your senses. I took the axe.
What?
I smashed that door in. I was going to destroy whatever you had in there.
I told you never
Only
to...
it wasn't an invention. It was gold and diamonds.
You're going to be sorry for doing that.
I couldn't be any more sorry than I am now.
Be surprised.
I know what you are now. All the time I thought you were just a boy who never grew up. Oh, you're a man, all right. Lying and dishonest. Arthur Wilton, a common, ordinary criminal. My husband, a thief.
You're the only one who knows that outside Dan.
Don't be too sure.
The police? Did you call them?
No, I didn't call them.
That's right, Wilton.
Hey, you...
We called your wife right after she had smashed in the closet.
Credentials?
Counter spies.
That's right.
We've been looking for you for a long time, Wilton.
But I went to Cleveland. I thought
That's exactly what we wanted you to think.
Your friend Dan Hadley is waiting for you outside in a patrol car.
All right, Peters, take him out.
Right, Mr. Hardy. Let's go, Wilton.
I didn't know anything about it. Not a thing. Till tonight.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Wilton.
You're sorry. I don't think you realize what it means to be sorry. What it really means.
In a moment, a word about next week's Counter Spy case. And now here's a mutual note for you.
Say, when you feel sluggish and headachy because you need a laxative, chew Phenamint, the delicious chewing gum laxative. It's wonderfully different. Phenamint is different because you chew it, and different because it removes mostly waste, not good food. You see, Phenamint does not work in the stomach where food is being digested, does not take away a lot of the good food you need for energy. Doctors know that Phenamint works chiefly in the lower tract where it removes mostly waste, not good food. You feel fine, full of life and energy. So do as millions do. Get delicious Phenamint, F-E-E-N-A-M-I-N-T, for yourself, for your children.
Say, what do you do when hamburgers give you acid indigestion?
I chew Chews and feel better fast.
Chews, the chewing gum remedy?
Right. Chews, C-H-O-O-Z, for almost instant relief of upset stomach, heartburn, other acid indigestion misery. Chew minty antacid Chews. 10 cents.
Next Sunday, December 27th, over most of these stations, Mutual will present a special broadcast of Counter Spy, immediately following the professional football championship between the Cleveland Browns and the Detroit Lions. So be sure to be listening next Sunday.
Now remember, leave the talking to me.
You do the talking. I'll do the laughing. You're up a creek, Jack. No kidding.
Oh, hello. You're Mr. Ketch, aren't you?
That's right. Investigation Branch, Federal Department of Taxation and Revenue. This is Marty Burke, my off-sider.
Won't you come in, boys?
A pleasure.
Well, gentlemen, what can I do for you?
Is your husband home? I think he should be in on this, too.
Well, he's upstairs for a moment. Can't we begin?
Sure. You sold this house a few days ago, ma'am. Is that so?
Why, yes. I got $30,000 for it. Is there any law against that?
I'll let you know if you'll answer me this, ma'am. In less than 3 months, you've sold this house twice and bought it back once. On those transactions, you've lost in all $20,000.
Well, whose money is it?
That, ma'am, is the precise thing I want you to tell me.
T-Men, the true-to-life adventures of those men whose job it is to discover and bring to account those citizens who, by concealment, deception, or fraud, evade their lawful taxes. T-Men, with Gordon Glenwright as Jack Ketch. Here is Jack Ketch, one of this nation's T-Men, to tell you the case of the Jack that house built.
This is a great country. It takes a lot of money to run and keep running. That's why we have taxes. Taxes are scaled so that everyone pays a fair share of the cost according to his or her true income or profit. Let one citizen... Oh, no, not again. Never I'm alone. Catch investigation. I'm sorry, Mr. Burke is not at the office today. Yes, I did hear the trouble, being his boss. Mr. Burke is confined to his bed with a chill. No, ma'am, I said a chill, not... It's a pleasure, you being the 10th inquirer. Marty Burke has more screwball ants.
Johnny, is Marty Burke being...
Marty passed away peacefully in his sleep at precisely 2:30.
Oh, then in that case, he must have just called me long distance.
He just rang you? What about me? Don't I count?
He tried 7 times, but said your line was busy. Women, he surmised.
Women? I've answered that phone 27 times.
Look, lover boy, I'm not interested in your batting average. All I came in here for... Oh. I see you've got Mr. Colon's file.
Huh?
That's what Marty rang about. Pietro Colon's file.
I knew his half-brother, Semicolon.
Comedy at your age. Is that wise?
What about the file?
Marty got it out yesterday after Mrs. Grace rang and made an appointment for today at 11:30. Marty thought you might...
Who's Mrs. Grace?
She's the...
Hold it, Pat. Yeah?
Jack, Charlie on the desk. There's a Mrs. Grace to see Marty Burke.
Who?
A Mrs. Grace.
Yeah, what's this double talk?
That's what I wondered. I didn't know whether she was this Grace or that.
Charlie, put her in booth number 1. Oh, and Charlie...
Yeah, Jack?
Cut out the comedy.
Jealous.
Apart from the fact that her father was frightened by a double-barrel shotgun, what do you know about this Mrs. Grace?
Me? Not a thing.
Swell. At least it doesn't complicate things, does it?
But Marty says she's laying a complaint about this Pietro Colon. Something about a deal on a house that went haywire.
Why not go to a lawyer? What does she think we are?
Marty says she's a blonde.
Well, of course we'll help her. I might have known Marty Burke would be lying in his bed pretending to be a Black Widow spider. Mrs. Grace was a blonde. Once. As for that deal on the house, all Gracie needed was a house number, and she'd have made a swell Cape Codder herself, right down to the termites. So I shut my eyes and listened, and listened, and listened.
So you can appreciate, Mr. Ketch, I have nobody to turn to but you. I shall have to lean on you.
I'm kind of wobbly right now, Mrs. Grace.
Why not call me Grace?
I did. You know, I still don't see how we can help you. I mean, what's this Colon character actually done?
Done? For Pete's sake, do I have to go over it a third time?
Unanimous. So you sold him a house for $20,000 and lost 10 on the deal. It happens. We can't get you your dough back.
I know you can't. The Pietro Colon can be made a chicken dinner another way.
I hope it tastes as sweet as revenge. There's enough gravy.
Get yourself a spoon. That house is worth every cent of $30,000, and Pietro knows it. Matter of fact, I refused $40,000 2 months ago.
Let it go kind of cheap, didn't you?
Well, I needed the money. So he'd sell it for $40 after paying $20, so...
So what?
So what'll you boys do with the $20,000 profit you make on the deal?
Not a thing, sweetheart, apart from a small penalty.
What about income tax?
Colon's a wine importer, not a real estate speculator or dealer. He buys a house, sells it at a profit, no tax.
But that's outrageous. It's almost criminal. No tax.
So it looks as though you've lost your dough and your revenge. Colon will pay tax on his income as a wine importer. The profit on the house is for free.
Is that so now? All right, Mr. Ketch. We'll see who comes best out in this deal. A fine thing. Allowing a widow to be robbed.
Thanks for calling. It was your deal. Don't blame us.
Thanks for nothing.
A real sweetie was Gracie. I wiped her from my mind quicker than a general wipes a private and let the ensuing weeks drift by in orderly confusion. Marty Burke's cold got cured. The end of the fiscal year was coming up. It got very quiet. So very quiet, in fact, that one could almost sneak in a game of golf at the weekend. Marty and I did.
A 45-foot putt, and you missed it.
Can I help it if they don't make round balls anymore? Hey, where's the 10th tee? It used to be... Look out!
For Pete's sake! Hey! Sorry, fellas, but you did ask for it, walking right in front like that just as I drove off.
Our fault? Forget it. Marty, take that golf ball out of your mouth and smile for the gentleman.
Don't you know an Adam's apple when it's ripe? Why don't they put up a sign there? That hidden tea's downright lethal. Oh, well, no great harm done. Could have been worse. By the way, did either of you see where my ball went? You mean after it left my eye? Didn't your partner see? Well, I'm afraid I'm having a solo round, just working up a 9-hole first. I'll tell you what, why don't we go round together?
And make it a 3-ball? Oh, why not?
Sure.
That way we don't get killed.
Swell. Suits me. I'm Marty Burke. This is Jack Ketch. Glad to know you. I'm Pete Colvin.
I know your half-brother. Pietro Colvin? Wine importer?
Yeah, that's right. You seem interested.
I am. But, let's shoot a little golf first while I think of another target. After that, my golf wasn't very good. I ask you, only hauled out and won twice during the next 9 holes. What way is that to play golf? After a shower, we went to the bar, and then I found what it is that the vintner buys that's half so precious as the wine he sells. It was whiskey. Pete Colon put away half a bottle while Marty and I were killing a couple of beers.
Oh, no. No more, fellas. You boys will be getting high. Look, let's eat someplace. What do you say?
Fine. But not here. This club is strictly for golf only.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. Let's all go to my house and get the little woman to rustle up a plate of this and that. Huh? What do you say? Will the little woman like that? Are you kidding? She loves to have me bring my pals home. Come on, let's go. I'll lead the way in my jalopy. You guys follow.
Pausing only while I phoned Pat Frew to tell him not to wait dinner, Marty Burke and I followed this interesting character to his home. It was in a very expensive area and was quite a shack. Our 2 cars scrunched to a stop on the gravel drive, and we got out.
Hey. Some place you got here, Pete. Get a load of it, Jack. You like it? Wait till you see inside. A sweet setup.
Very, very nice. And expensive, if I'm any judge.
Oh, fellas, you're wrong. Dead wrong. This was the cheapest house in the world. My friend, there is no such thing these days as a cheap house. No? Wouldn't you call a house for free and 20,000 in your kick cheap? That sounds it.
How come you got yourself such a sweet deal, Pete?
Well, fellas, I'll tell you. You see, a crackpot dame owned this dump and wanted 30,000 for it. I gave her 20. Then, I sold it back to her for 40,000.
You what?
You said she was a screwball. Okay, so that gave you a profit of 20,000. But how come you've still got the house? Don't be a dope. After the sale, I married the dame. Mama Company!
Mama was in bed. Mama stayed in bed. Well, I didn't need a lineup to know that Mama was the former Mrs. Grace Grace. And I didn't need the roof to fall in on me to tell me that somewhere in this deal there was a very smelly double cross. Can you guess who the victim was? No, you'd never guess in a million years. So I'll tell you. It was me.
We'll return to Jack Ketch and the case of the Jack that house built in just a moment. Meanwhile... we return you to T-Men, with Jack Ketch continuing the case of the Jack that house built.
Here at the Special Investigation Branch of the Federal Department of Taxation and Revenue, you learn a lot about people. You'll learn, for instance, that not one of the tens of thousands of callers we get each year is there without a motive and an axe to grind. With everyone on the make, why should Mrs. Grace have been any different? Well, I now knew that I'd been crossed up somewhere. But where? Set a thief to catch a thief, and get a dame to trap another dame. So I called on Pat Frew.
What do you say to more coffee, Johnny?
I'd spill. Make it a slug. Stiff.
You know, I ought to part your hair with a meat chopper, coming here at this time of the night.
And kill the goose?
You said it, not me. Here, try this for size.
Good.
Like to tell me about it?
Well, I didn't come here to catch a number 47 bus.
No, but you could have... Skip it. Talk, blast you.
I told Pat the score. She sat and smoked, looking at me the while with those shrewd green eyes of hers. No wonder I lost the thread of the conversation several times. You know, one of these days I'll have to marry this girl. And as soon as I make $1 million, I will.
I think you're wrong, Johnny. I can't see where the department's been gypped. How can it have been?
Me? I got a nose, and it's busy.
Forget that schnozzle and use your head. I figure that Gracie lost $10,000 on the deal so far.
And Pete Collins made a cool $20,000 tax-free.
So what? Isn't that what you told the old bag a couple of months ago when she came in screaming? Don't you start.
Yeah, I'd sure like to know why she came in at all. What was the racket? Sooling us T-men onto the guy she ups and marries a few weeks later. I don't get it.
Could it have been an act? Just to find out for sure that Colon's profit would be tax-free?
What would she care? At that time, she didn't know she was going to marry. Hey, wait a minute. What if they'd already fixed to get married?
That would mean that they'd cooked up a scheme, and I can't see the point. Sure, he gets $20,000 tax-free, but it's her money. She loses $10,000, maybe $20,000 if that house isn't worth the last price she gave for it.
Yeah, suppose it isn't. Suppose it's worth only $30,000. That'd mean she loses $20,000 on the deal.
Which $20,000 is in Colon's pocket. They're man and wife. They're square, as I say. Where does it get them?
Yeah, I wonder. Pat, first thing tomorrow, I'm going to get that shack valued. I'll bet you a night out with all the trimmings, it's worth only $30,000.
Chicken feed.
That's what I'll buy you for dinner. Next day, I had an expert go over the joint during the absence of the Colon couple. Opinion? It wasn't worth a cent more than $30,000. Gracie had done 20,000 cold, or she would if she tried to sell. Now, why would a smart woman do a thing like that? 2 days later, I knew.
Look, Jack, I still don't get it. Here we are, herring out to this legless penthouse, and for what? They can tell us to just go jump in the lake.
They haven't got a lake. Marty, I'm playing a hunch. People don't do peculiar things with no reason.
What about my Aunt Fanny?
You've got me. Oh, here's the house of mystery coming up around the next bend. Oh, you're right, Marty. There's nothing we can do except ask questions. Sometimes you get funny answers.
Silly ones, too. Hey, is this the joint with the signboard?
What the... Here, pull up, Marty, quick. Hey, will you get a load of that sign? Sold. Dew Point Real Estate Company. Now, do you think it's a screwball setup?
The birds have flown. But I can't think why.
But at least we know there's a why, so let's go find out.
Where next, Bub?
You guess.
Dew Point Real Estate it is.
The real estate office was closed for lunch. Marty and I went back to the Federal building. Promptly at 2 o'clock, I phoned through. Yes, the house had been sold. No, they couldn't tell me the buyer's name or the price. Where were Mr. and Mrs. Colon living now? I'm sorry, I have no idea, sir. Nuts. That dumb dame at the other end's as good as 2 men away with the flu.
Why didn't you ask to speak to the boss?
Because right at this moment, the boss is in free flight in an orbit round the moon. Don't you think I'd have talked to the boss if he'd been in? Now, what do we do? Until details of that sale are filed uptown and the deeds start going the rounds, we can't find out a thing.
But for Pete's sake, there must be somebody we can get some information from. What about the lawyers? Don't they sit in on deals like this?
And what do we do? Ring up every law office in the city and ask them if they handled this deal? You're slipping, fatso.
Okay. Then how about this? Call in the cops to pick up the Colon couple.
On what charge? Setting fire to haystacks?
Make it murder.
Whose?
Yours. If you don't get off my back.
Oh, quit snarling, the pair of you. Look, what could be simpler than turning up the Dew Point Real Estate Company in a trade directory? Find out the manager's address, drive out to his house, and get the details of the sale.
Okay. You thought of it, you do it. Marty, get a bunch of telephonists ringing the hotels. Every darn one in the capital. And don't overlook the airlines. I got a nasty feeling something's being put over. And I want the Colon couple.
And what are you going to do, oh chief investigator?
Me? I'm going to sit here and let my mouth water. And so I did, for a while. There was a fine, overripe smell about that house deal now, and dead whales are very seldom found in these parts. Pat Frood came back from searching the trade directory. All she got was a wet thumb.
They're not listed, Johnny.
But that's crazy.
Unless they opened up after the directory was compiled.
Yeah, it could be. How are you going, Marty?
We've tried every decent hotel in town.
Wait on. What's the Colon's former resident's phone number?
Oh, it's there in my pad for all the good it'll do.
Depends. You never know your luck in a big city.
If there is anyone there, they won't know where the Colons are.
Hello? Is this Mrs. Colon? It is. Hold the line, please. Well, boss?
I hate smug women. But what could I do? Marty Burke and I were in a car so fast, it's not true, even though it is. 20 minutes later, we reached the scene of the crime. Now remember, leave the talking to me.
You do the talking. I'll do the laughing. You're up a creek, Jack. No kidding.
Oh, hello. You're Mr. Kitch, aren't you?
That's right. Investigation Branch, Federal Department of Taxation and Revenue. This is Marty Burke, my offsider.
Won't you come in, boys?
A pleasure.
Well, gentlemen, what can I do for you?
Is your husband home? I think he should be in on this, too.
He's upstairs for a moment. Can't we begin?
Sure. You sold this house a few days ago, ma'am. Is that so?
Why, yes. I got $30,000 for it. Is there any law against that?
I'll let you know if you'll answer me this, ma'am. In less than 3 months, you've sold this house twice and bought it back once. On those transactions, you've lost in all $20,000.
Well, whose money is it?
That, ma'am, is the precise thing I want you to tell me.
Well, the boys from the golf club. Haven't seen you around lately. What about a drink, huh?
We're here on business, Colin.
Yeah?
Didn't your bride tell you we rang? We're T-men, Colin.
What you mean? Oh, everything's okay with my tax return, isn't it? I put it in yesterday, so it's well ahead of the due date.
I couldn't care less about that. What we're here for is to discover why your wife is so darn cheerful at losing 20,000 fish over the buying and selling of this house.
Well, she should care. She lost 20 grand, sure. But she lost it to me on those deals, and what's mine is hers.
That means that between you haven't lost a dime.
That's right.
Well, I guess it's your hobby. Come on, Marty.
Of course, DuPont Real Estate's had a bad year.
Hmm? Hey, what do you know about DuPont? Wait a minute. You. That's the racket, isn't it? You own that company.
Sure. Any law against it? DuPont lost $20,000 on these deals because the firm owned the house.
I get it. Hubby here gets 20,000 tax-free, and the firm claims a loss of the same amount.
Which means that it can earn $20,000 to replace its losses and gets that tax-free. What a setup.
Yeah, I thought I was kind of smart myself.
Of course, the thing I like about it is that I can make a profit 20 grand tax-free, and it's legal. Mind you, Mr. Ketch, if it hadn't been strictly legal, I wouldn't have had a thing to do with it.
Sure. I know how you feel. Tell me, Mrs. Colon, have you filed a current tax declaration claiming a loss of $20,000 on the real estate company?
Well, I most certainly have. But there's not going to be any trouble over it, surely.
From us, no. From the police, yes.
Well, for Pete's sake, why?
Tell them, Marty.
Conspiracy to defraud is an indictable offense.
And any capital lost as the result of a criminal act is not deductible for taxation purposes. Furthermore,
all traceable monies profited as the result of a criminal act are forfeit.
Oh, no. What does that mean?
It means that between you, you've lost 40,000 smackers and your house.
But don't worry about the house. We've a nice big house to take its place. And this'll kill you. We can get it for you tax-free.
The court ruled as I predicted. The Colons were lucky to get away with 2 years each. In all fairness, I should say that I believe they had no criminal intent when they cooked up this scheme. They saw what they believed to be a flaw in taxation law and tried to take advantage of it. Too bad they slipped up. If ever you get a brilliant idea to save on your tax, read the rules pretty carefully. You'll find that most times, where we can't protect the people, the police can. It'd be tough to go to sleep thinking you were on Easy Street and wake up on the rock pile like the Colons. This is a great country. It costs a lot of money to run and to keep running, and that's why we have taxes. Taxes are scales so that everyone pays a fair
share. You have been listening to T-Men, the true-to-life adventures of men whose job it is to discover and bring to account those citizens who, by concealment, deception, or fraud, evade their lawful taxes. T-Men features Gordon Glenwright as Jack Ketch. The case of the Jack That House Built was written and directed by Donovan Joyce. All names used in this broadcast were fictitious and bore no relation to any living person. T-Men is a Donovan Joyce production. This is Harp McGuire speaking.
From New York, the makers of Clipper Craft Clothes for Men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our Our stories are based upon the character of Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Well, here we are once again, about to lift the knocker of Dr. Watson's familiar front door. Phew, it's covered with icicles.
Come in, Mr. Harris. Come in before you congeal.
Evening, Dr. Watson. What a night, a real January sleet storm.
You must be chilled to the bone.
On the contrary, in my new Clippercraft overcoat, I'm as snug as a bug in a rug.
And as fashionable as Beau Brummel himself. But come along, take it off now. You're as bad as my youngest godchild. Give him a new toy or hat or shoes, and he has to take them to bed with him. You don't sleep in your Clippercrafts, I hope, Mr. Harris?
No, as a matter of fact, I don't go quite that far, Doctor. But what Sherlock Holmes coup d'essai are we have tonight?
Coup d'essai, dear me. We are elegant tonight, Mr. Harris. As a matter of fact, that is a rather apt description of tonight's adventure. It concerns a coup or stroke of chance with a certain lucky shilling. Holmes was not in the ordinary sense of the word a gambling man, although the chances he took were sometimes too long for comfort. Consequently, you can imagine my surprise when he suggested we take on two of the crack whist players of the Bagatelle Club at stakes that were considerably over our heads. Yes, actually the stakes we were playing for were a young man's honor, possibly his life. But don't you think this would be a good place to mention a certain investment that is never a gamble?
You wouldn't mean the purchase of a Clippercraft suit or overcoat, Dr. Watson?
Touché, Mr. Harris. As you would say, touché.
Well, despite these unusual times, Clippercraft clothes still sell for prices exceedingly low for such truly fine quality. From their custom-like appearance, you never guess just how modestly priced they really are. You're assured of fine materials, exceptional workmanship, and comfortable fit in Clippercraft. Suits are only $40 and $45. Top coats and overcoats but $40, and sport jackets but $26.50. You get these amazing values because of the unique Clippercraft plan that today concentrates the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast. Year-round economies in manufacturing and distribution result from this great plan, and the savings are all yours. See these sensational Clippercraft values at your own local independent store. Compare them with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Doctor, to get back to your game of whist at the Bagatelle Club.
Yes, this was the adventure Holmes always referred to as the case of the lucky shilling. As a matter of accuracy, it was more than sheer luck that enabled Holmes to win with that particular coin. But to begin at the beginning, it was a lazy spring morning in the late 90s. I emerged from my bedroom with a well-developed case of spring fever.
Which Holmes jolted you out of.
He did indeed. Before I had time to down my morning coffee, he bustled me into a hansom cab, my revolver in my pocket, and the scent of adventure in my nostrils. Holmes was cold and stern and silent, his brows knit in thought and his thin lips drawn into a sardonic smile. A sure sign that we were on the prowl in the dark jungle of criminal London. Holmes, do you have to look so sinister? After all, it's a beautiful spring morning. The buds are budding, the birds are singing.
And one of our well-known young men of our town has unaccountably disappeared with a not inconsiderable sum of money, Watson. His mother sent me a frantic summons early this morning. Turn in here, driver. Park Lane. Number is 427.
427 Park Lane. That sounds vaguely familiar, Holmes.
Yes, we've been there before. This is the house, driver. Here you are. Keep the change.
By Jove, of course. It's the establishment of Lady Maynooth, wife of the Earl of Maynooth. It was through that window up there that her second son, the Honourable Ronald Adair, was shot by Colonel Moran's famous air gun.
This time it's her oldest son, Lord Robert, who's missing. Is it any wonder the letter she sent me verges on hysteria?
But you don't understand, Mr. Holmes. Robert is a most devoted son. He'd never leave me in my condition without some sort of explanation.
Your condition, Lady Maynooth?
As you know, Mr. Holmes, I left my husband, who was governor of one of the Australian colonies, the year before last, to return home to England for an operation for cataract of the right eye. My second son and my daughter accompanied me.
That operation, I believe, was a complete success.
It was, Mr. Holmes. But my son's tragic death, and the knowledge that my left eye was also affected and in due time would have to be operated on, left me in a horrible state of nervous depression.
Understandable, Holmes?
Yes, quite.
So, as the time for my second operation approached, my husband insisted that our oldest son, Robert, should be here with me.
How long has he been in London, Lady Maynooth?
Less than a week.
Hardly time for him to get into any scrape with the usual bad company.
Oh, it couldn't be anything of that sort, Dr. Watson. Robert is too shy and, well, perhaps fastidious is the word. He much preferred to spend an afternoon in the British Museum or the National Gallery than galloping up and down Rotten Row or winking at pretty nursemaids in Kensington Gardens.
Pity. A certain amount of kicking up of the heels in the young Lady Maynooth is healthy. It prepares them for life. They learn what to beware of later on.
Mr. Holmes, you terrify me. You don't suppose Robert has fallen into the clutches of one of those theatrical hussies at the Gaiety who are always marrying young men with titles?
Now, calm yourself, Lady Maynooth. Granted your son will inherit a title, I hardly think enough coin of the realm goes along with it to interest one of the Gaiety girls. Am I right?
Unfortunately, yes. That's why I'm so particularly worried about Robert. He's never had the handling of a large sum of money before.
Before what?
Before yesterday. I feel I must have no secrets from you, Mr. Holmes, if you're to find Robert. I need money. Desperately. My second operation for cataract is to be performed by the famous eye surgeon, Sir Lionel Tupper.
Oh, brilliant ophthalmologist. Best in the field.
Don't interrupt, Watson.
He is brilliant, Dr. Watson, but also frightfully expensive. His fee for my last operation was 500 guineas.
Why, it's outrageous.
But he's worth it. Every penny. Well, to make a long story short, I had no cash in hand. No possible way of raising any in the immediate future. So I gave Robert my pearls to pawn. It was yesterday afternoon. That was the last any of us saw of him.
Pardon the question, Lady Maynooth. They were valuable pearls?
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. They were worth many times the 500 guineas I hoped to raise on them.
I see.
But, pardon me, I see Parker, the butler, is motioning me from the front hall. I think he has something to tell me.
Another case of a scion of the upper classes gone wrong, Holmes?
Not necessarily, Watson, but quiet, she's coming back.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, I'm so relieved. Parker tells me that Robert has just come in the back way and gone up to his room.
Oh.
I'm so sorry to have brought you out on a wild goose chase, but you can see there's no further need for you.
On the contrary, Lady Maynooth, unless I'm very much mistaken, this is the moment when there's the greatest need for me. Which is your son's room?
First door left at the top of the stairs.
Come along, Watson, up we go.
What's wrong, Holmes? What do you think is that?
I may be wrong, but... No, the door's locked.
You hear that, Holmes?
Yes, Watson, it's not the first time we've heard that devil's tattoo.
In heaven's name, what is it?
The sound of heels beating against a closet door, Lady Maynooth. Your son has hanged himself.
Oh, confound the explanations, Holmes. Help me break down the door. There. He'll do. Phew, that was a narrow squeak, old man. Don't do it again.
Oh, Robert, how could you?
I'm sorry, Mother. I guess I'm just no good. I lost the money, Mother. The money they gave me for pawning your pearls. There's nothing to pay for your operation.
What does it matter? Nothing counts but having you safe and sound again.
How did you lose the money?
At cards, Mr. Holmes. I guess I'm not as good a whist player as I thought I was.
You young scoundrel. You mean you took the money for your mother's operation and gambled it away?
But I had to, believe me. It was the only way. At Sartorius and Fletcher's, the money lenders where I went to pawn the pearls, I was ushered into the office of Mr. Juan Sartorius himself when they found out it was the Maynooth necklace I had in my pocket. Well, when I entered the door, the old boy was friendliness itself. He stood back at his desk, bowing and wringing his fat little hands. And when I pulled the pearls out of my pocket, he almost snatched at them. His hand fairly shook as he adjusted his jeweler's eyeglass to one shiny black eye.
Beautiful. But yes, they are beautiful, and so perfectly matched. Tell the Lady Maynooth I shall be very generous. To her, I shall offer 7,000 guineas for her pearls.
But, Mr. Sartorius, I'm afraid you don't understand.
No?
The pearls are not for sale. I couldn't sell them if I wanted to. You see, they are part of the estate, and as such are entailed.
In that case, I'm not interested.
But surely a slight loan. It's only for a short time. Until the rents from our Lancaster properties are due. My mother must have that operation.
Tell her to wait till the rents are paid.
But she can't, don't you understand? A delay may leave her blind. Oh, please, can't you let me have the money? It's only 500 guineas. I'll pay any rate of interest.
Young man, you touch my heart. I give you 200 at 15%.
200? But I need 5. I must have it.
300, then. But that's the last word.
300? What good is 300 in my position?
You are a man of the world, I believe. You belong to clubs, no? Seems to me I hear you're a good whist player, as your brother before you. All the Maynooths have what is called the card sense, no?
Yes. Well, that is, I suppose so. I always managed to win a bit. But I never played for high stakes.
Why not, you idiot? A young man with a 300 guinea nest egg who understands cards can do very well for himself, no?
Oh, Robert, you didn't go to one of those whist clubs.
Yes, Mother. I chose the Bagatelle.
The Bagatelle? Merciful heavens. That's where your brother met that dreadful Colonel Moran, who caused his death.
But, Mother, that was an unfortunate exception. Why, the Bagatelle is a gentleman's club. They're famous for having the most brilliant, but most honest games in all London. And besides, you know the old saying, lightning never strikes twice in the same place.
But in your case it did, Lord Robert.
Well, yes, I'm afraid so.
You had a particularly bad run of cards?
No, I can't even claim that.
Then there was no crooked dealing?
Oh, good Lord, no. It was just that, well, nothing seemed to work out for me.
While your opponent's hands dovetailed perfectly, eh?
That's about the size of it, Mr. Holmes.
You played a set game?
Oh, no, sir. We cut for partners after every rubber.
And who was the big winner?
Well, it was Mr. Horatio Webster. If he'd been able to see straight through the cards, he couldn't have had better luck.
Oh, yes, Mr. Horatio Webster. Double or nothing, Webster. He'd rather gamble than eat, I understand.
So would I if I had his luck.
I wonder if it's all luck. No one's luck can be as good as Mr. Webster's unless he's sold his soul to the devil.
That wouldn't be a metaphor for suggesting the gentleman isn't entirely honest.
Go to the head of the class, Watson.
But we can't prove anything. What can I do?
Just this. See that Watson and I are presented with visitors' cards to the Bagatelle. I rather think we'd enjoy an evening at the tables.
Holmes, have you taken leave of your senses? You haven't played whist for over a year.
Even so, my dear Watson, I fancy I may be able to teach Mr. Double or Nothing Webster a trick or two.
After all, Holmes, why I have to crawl into this high collar and a stiff shirt just to spend the evening playing cards is more than I can...
Stop spluttering, Watson. The Bagatelle is a very elegant establishment. We must live up to the tradition.
Bother dash. What's more, I can't say I look forward to having you as a partner for the entire evening.
Come now, Watson. My method of playing whist may be unorthodox, but it is rather brilliant.
Possibly, but it's enough to give your partner nervous prostration. You play every game as if it were poker. Now, please, Holmes, promise that tonight you won't bluff.
I'll try to control myself, Watson. Now, where did I put my lucky shilling?
Yes, and just remember, we've drawn every cent we have in the world out of the bank in order to have this fling.
Don't be so conservative, Watson. We may lose a bit of our nest egg during the course of the evening, but don't let it upset you. Before the game's over, we shall have won back not only our losses, but enough to pay for Lady Maynooth's operation as well.
What makes you so sure of that?
This shilling. My lucky shilling. I can't possibly lose with that on my side. Pretty, isn't it?
Where did you get that silly thing? You never carried a pocket piece before.
Never needed one before.
Then how do you know it's so lucky?
I've been working on it all afternoon.
A gin and tonic for Dr. Watson, Pomfret, a scotch and soda for Lord Beavers, and another for me, and a brandy for Mr. Holmes.
Double brandy, Pomfret.
It's indeed a pleasure to welcome you to the Bagatelle Club, Mr. Holmes. I've heard so much about your mental prowess, I admit I'm prepared to spend a very unprofitable evening. Shall we cut for deal?
Your own reputation is fairly colourful, Mr. Webster. They say you've cornered the market on fortuity. Watson has an ace.
In this club, the ace is low. Dr. Watson gets the deal. If you will each shuffle the cards, gentlemen. Mr. Holmes first.
You next, Lord Beavers.
Well, poor old Beavers is quite deaf, you know. Fortunately, it doesn't affect his card sense. Oh, now my shuffle. And now the dealer. Ah, here are drinks.
Your cut, Mr. Webster.
Oh, yes, with pleasure. There. Deal them out. May the best team win. Shall we play a set game, gentlemen, or shall we cut or rotate after every rubber?
Oh, by all means, let's stay where we are. I'm not the athletic type myself. I loathe a lot of bobbing about. Too much like playing musical chairs.
Spades are trumps. Lead, please. And that gives us 3 tricks, which means game and rubber. Not to mention a 4 on account. Let me see. Yes, you each lose another £2, 11 and sixpence, gentlemen.
Dear me, so we do, Watson? Oh, settle up, old chap. That's a good fellow.
What?
Afraid all I have in my pocket's my lucky shilling.
Doesn't seem to have brought you much luck so far, Holmes.
Give it time, Watson. Give it time.
Pomfret, Mr. Holmes's glass is empty.
Thank you, Pomfret.
Cut, please, Mr. Holmes. Thank you. I hope you don't mind the way old Pomfret hangs around the table. He's been a waiter here for 40 years. The game still fascinates him.
Yes, so it seems. Ever try a hand at it himself?
Good Lord, no. He doesn't know one card from another. Clubs are trump this time, gentlemen. Four more points for our side. I'm afraid that's another rubber for us. You better throw away that lucky shilling, Mr. Holmes. Oh, what's that, Pomfret? The same all round. Pomfret has indicated the bar is about to close.
Great Scott, is it that late?
You sure you wouldn't like to quit, Mr. Webster?
Not me, as long as my luck holds out, Mr. Holmes. Of course, if you've had enough...
Oh, not at all. We haven't even started to warm up. Watson?
Warm up? Really, Holmes, the way you're playing tonight. Twice you've trumped a good trick of mine. And that last lead, what in heaven's name was that?
My dear Watson, don't tell me you didn't recognize it. That's the new American lead. 4th from your longest and strongest suit. Very ably explained in the little treatise by Mr. Nicholas Browse Trist of New Orleans, USA.
Oh, to blazes with Mr. Trist.
That gives us another game in rubber.
It's getting to be positively monotonous, Watson?
Holmes, have you any idea how much we've lost during the night?
Vaguely, Watson, vaguely.
Confound that fly. Go away.
Yes, it's getting to be daylight. Even the flies are waking up. Sure you don't want to call it quits?
Just one more rubber.
One more loss and we'll be cleaned out, Holmes.
Oh, very well, Watson. Before that happens, I'll make you a little side bet. Put a shilling on the table in your corner. Now, I'll put my lucky shilling here in mine. I'll bet you a guinea that fly lights on my shilling before he does on yours.
Now, There he goes again over in my corner. That's a good chap.
That makes 10 guineas I owe you, Watson.
Yes.
Hello, here comes another fly to get in the game. Perhaps he'll bring me luck.
I doubt it. But let's get on with the rubber. It's my deal, I believe.
It's funny how the last rubber is always the longest. I say, Mr. Holmes, I wonder if I could enter a shilling on your sweepstakes.
Certainly, Mr. Webster. But in that case, I think I'll turn my coin over. Just for luck. Your shuffle, I believe, Mr. Webster.
Yeah. Coy little beggar, that fly. Nearly had him on my coin that time. No, by Jove, he's lit on yours, Mr. Holmes.
Perhaps my luck has changed, at last.
Here's 5 guineas says it hasn't.
Fair enough.
I'm out. That's too steep for me. Cut, Mr. Webster. Thank you.
By Jove, look at the silly little buzzer. Oh, you win again, Mr. Holmes. How about another go at it? Same stakes.
Delighted, Mr. Webster.
Have you ever thought this to yourself? How can I get the advantages of group buying and still trade at the local independent store I trust? Well, the answer is really a very simple one, for through the amazing Clippercraft plan, we've made it our business to bring you remarkable values in clothes at the local store of your choice. It took real planning to accomplish this, and here's what happened. The Clippercraft plan concentrates the buying power of 1,036 stores from coast to coast, bringing you beautifully tailored Clippercraft suits at only $40 and $45, top coats and overcoats at only $40, and sport jackets at only $26.50. Yes, selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest independent stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suit, top coat, and overcoat. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Now let's return to the Bagatelle Club, where Holmes is trying to lure a fly with his lucky shilling.
Confound it. You win again, Mr. Holmes.
That makes 200 guineas you owe me, Mr. Webster. Shall we say double or nothing?
Sold.
Oh, gentlemen, let's not forget there's a whist game going on.
That's right, you are. Hearts a trump. Your lucky suit, I believe, Watson. By the way, did you know that the original name for trumps is triumphs? There's the little beast on my coin again. It makes 400 guineas you owe me, Mr. Webster.
I'll double the bet, Mr. Holmes.
If you like.
Holmes, are you out of your mind? You've nearly won back our losses.
As I was saying, trumps were once called triumphs. That's what Shakespeare's alluding to in Antony and Cleopatra when he says, "She, Eros, has packed cards with Caesar and false played my glory unto an enemy's triumph." Act 4, Scene 12.
Confound it, Holmes. The fly has chosen your coin again.
That's 800 you owe me. The usual, Mr. Webster? Double or nothing?
Holmes, are you out of your senses?
Suits me, Mr. Holmes. I figure the law of averages must break in my direction for a change.
Nice little fly. Careful now. There's 1,600 guineas riding on you, old chap. Careful, Watson, don't provoke.
Oh, confound it, Holmes. How can I keep my mind on the game with a 1,600 guinea bet on the table?
Just follow suit, Watson. Just follow suit.
Oh, confound it. Will that fly never light?
Patience, Mr. Webster, patience. The history of the game called whist is rather colourful, you know. The earliest form was called ruff and honours.
Holmes, did anyone ever tell you the word whist means hush or shut up? Pray do so.
Sorry, Watson.
Confound it, Holmes. The fly has chosen your shilling.
And I take the final trick, which makes game and rubber. The evening is finished, gentlemen.
One moment, Mr. Holmes. Before I settle up, I'd like one look at that shilling of yours.
With pleasure, Mr. Webster. Careful of your fingers, though. It's slightly sticky.
Sticky, by the Lord Harry. And sweet to the taste. I have been robbed. Holmes, you're a cheat and a thief. I refuse to pay my losses.
Better welsh on your debts, eh? I wouldn't advise it, you know. Really, I wouldn't. Or I shall be forced to report to the governors of this club that the Webster luck at cards is largely due to old Pomfret, the waiter. He stands behind your opponent's chair with his silver serving tray, angled in such a way that from where you sit, it mirrors every card in your opponent's hand.
Well, that was a neat little trick on Holmes' part, Dr. Watson. Did Mr. Webster pay his debt?
Oh, naturally. There was more than enough to cover Lady Maynooth's operation and recoup our losses.
But tell me, what was it Holmes had on his lucky shilling to attract the fly?
A mixture of rum and sugar. Absolutely invisible, you know. It's an old trick, invented by two famous racetrack touts in the 90s. When they had a particularly bad day at the track, they always managed to get into the same railway carriage with a heavy winner. Needless to say, by the time they'd reached London, the winner generally had empty pockets.
And now, Dr. Watson, would you like to tell us what story you have in store for us for next week?
Now, let me see. Well, next week, I think I'll tell you a story that began with a young man in a gory bandage who collapsed on my waiting room floor, and which ended with Holmes finding himself in the tightest spot, literally as well as figuratively, of his entire career.
Sounds promising, Dr. Watson. What do you call the story?
The Adventure of the Engineer's Thumb.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. If you'd like to serve with America's foremost military organization and yet remain at home as a civilian, sign up as a citizen Marine with the organized Marine Corps Reserve. Inquire at your local Marine Corps recruiting office tomorrow. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Case of the Engineer's Thumb. If you'd like to attend the Sherlock Holmes broadcasts in New York, see your local Clippercraft dealer, and he'll tell you how to obtain your tickets. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the world's largest network serving more than 450 radio stations and mutual broadcasting systems.
In just 25 seconds, you'll hear 15 minutes of news reported by Melvin Elliott. Fly Eastern Airlines new type Constellations nonstop to West Palm Beach in only 3 hours and 53 minutes. For reservations, simply call Eastern Airlines or your travel agent. The Bamberger Broadcasting Service, WOR, New York.
Personal notice changes my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Greetings, mystery lover. Welcome to another George Valentine adventure, better known as Let George Do It. I think we have a real George story for you. even though the title may do nothing for your goosebumps. It's called The Sedan from the City, which I must admit is kind of mild. However, it all takes place on Halloween, which is something at least. And even though it might not be Halloween where you are, I think this story with its goblins and its witches and stuff should kind of scare 'em your harem.
Hey, Ro. You want some gas, mister? Better drive closer to the... What? Yeah, this Broomville. The way you're headed, though, is Timber Corner. Hey, look out! Holy smoke, mister, where do you think you're going? Just 'cause you drive a fancy sedan from the city.
Yeah, I know. I heard your car. Heard it drive up. I'm coming. Now, shoes now. Where to put those? All right. Just a minute. Wonder who it could be. Yeah, I bet I'm going to be surprised. Now, wait a minute. I got a little surprise for you, too. Don't go away. Just take a minute. Yeah, big sedan. Whose car is that, for God's sake?
Mervyn Brewster, huh? B-R-E-W-S.
But why? Why? Everyone loved my husband. They did.
From the city it was,
There was
Lieutenant
nobody-
Riley. Big black sedan. Didn't catch the license,
Oh, I
but it was
did.
the same car they saw drive away from the house here.
Didn't they, Fred? They loved Mervyn. Everyone did.
Now, Dora, wait a second till I tell him.
Take hold of yourself, Dora. The lieutenant has
But,
to.
Mac, I just came home, and there he was, lying there dead by the door. I'd been out visiting. I wanted him to go with me. It's such a beautiful night. But when I
Mrs.
came
Brewster,
home...
please, we've got to work fast. Several people spotted the strange car, and Fred, in the service station, couldn't you see what the man looked like?
Well, a dark hat, Lieutenant. An overcoat pulled up, he's sort of a fish-colored face. I remember that. Little skinny shrimp, I'd guess, and he had a funny eye, sort of pushed out of place. Scarred, I guess.
What? Merv didn't know anyone
Well,
like
we'll
that.
radio the highway patrol. They're setting up roadblocks.
There's never been anyone like that in Broomville.
That's right, Lieutenant.
People love Merv. He was the nicest man in the world.
Yes.
Why would anyone like that from the city just come out and shoot him?
Now, Mrs. Brewster,
Here, Lieutenant,
please.
I'll take care of it.
Yeah, thanks, sister. Huh? Miss Brooks. What in the name of heaven are you...
Come on, Mrs. Brewster, we'll go.
Wait a minute. What are you doing here?
Well, I came with George, naturally.
But what? Who sent for him? Come on. What's going on here tonight? Who sent for Valentine?
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment. Now back to Let George Do It and George Valentine.
Everybody loved him, Mr. Valentine. That's why I called you so quick. I didn't know the city police would be called in, too.
Okay, Fred, so you phoned me.
Well, you see, Dora come home and found Merv. Went to the nearest neighbor, first place down the other road from Timber Corner. Only that's old Fawnville. He wouldn't help his dying mother. So she called Mackenzie.
Wait a minute. Let me get these people straight.
Mackenzie, he's in there in the other room. You saw him. Merv Brewster's assistant down at the factory. Whisk Broom, Merv called him. Gosh, Merv always had a funny word.
What? Well, what's this factory you're talking about?
Brewster's Brooms. Haven't you heard of them? Sweep the skies, sweep the world. Yeah, that's Merv. Yeah, it's his factory, and this is his town. Gosh, he built the whole
You mean
thing.
the chubby man in the suspenders in there who's dead, Merv Brewster? You mean he owned a factory?
Well, sort of one. But it don't make him no rich man. He never cared about profit, just for the good of the town. See, practically everyone here works in the...
Okay, I understand. Brewster's Brooms. But you didn't work for him. You own a service station, so where do you fit?
Well, but Merv's my cousin, don't you understand? Gosh, I'm the only relative he had. Always a joke for everybody. And you should have seen how the kids loved him. And then an hour ago comes a big sedan from the city, and this stranger...
He didn't know anyone in the city, Fred.
Huh?
This is Mackenzie. You saw him.
Hello, Mr. Valentine. I suppose it's confusing when you
Yeah,
first...
sure, of course it is. Every murder is.
Until it's solved. Merv was a genius in his own way, you know. He drew his own labels. Witch riding on a broom is the trademark. Made up his own slogans. Rebuilt a barn for a factory all by himself. Sort of a rustic one-man band.
Okay, I get the idea. Well, that's the real mystery, isn't it? The town Santa Claus gets murdered. A man you say everybody loved.
Do you blame us for being surprised? Being shocked? Yelling for help? There's no one in Broomville with a fish-colored face and a bad eye who drives a big black sedan.
It looked like one of them armor-proof jobs you see in the movies.
Mr. Mackenzie, your boss or your partner, whatever it was, he must have done business in the city. Maybe he had enemies there.
No, he didn't.
Merv was born in Broomville, Mr. Valentine. Born and raised. Married 27 years. Didn't no children himself, but 20 times a godfather.
Now, look, somewhere there's got to be somebody who didn't
No,
like
I
this
tell
guy.
you there isn't. That's why you're here. To solve a riddle that's impossible.
Uh-huh. Impossible. But it happened.
Valentine, forget the sedan. Just think about Brewster. He sat here. Room was dark. Doorbell must have rung. Walked to the door.
Well, of course, Lieutenant.
Just a minute, I said. Little alcove by the door, see? Did Brewster go straight to the door? Did he flip on the porch lights like a friendly guy in a small town would do?
He was shot from the porch through the alcove window. That I know.
He was peering out to see who was ringing the bell. Now tell me Merv Brewster wasn't afraid. Now tell me he didn't expect a strange collar in a big sedan.
And a person saw him through the glass and shot him.
Shell casings, 2 of them, and they checked with the slugs. Found them right on the grass, right next to the window box here.
What kind of a gun?
A Luger, my friend, the special type with a special shell. A very popular gun in the city, in the dirtier parts of the city.
And gang killing.
Exactly.
But we already know it has all the earmarks
Of
of
a rub-out, Miss Brooks. Yeah, a killer and a rub-out.
Ronnie, if the killer stood here on the wet grass by the door, there's bound
Now
to be...
you're getting it. Now you see him. Oh, we'll chase the sedan from the city, sure. But right here in Broomville, we've got something. No? Because where the killer stood, there are no tracks.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh,
there
yeah?
were.
Yeah, sure. But some of these local lovable people have very carefully trampled all over them with a pair of rubber boots. You see, somebody's been killed that everybody likes. Then we find that he really sneaked to the door like a rat in a trap to peer out. Look, we don't know what kind of motives people really have underneath all that.
Okay, Riley, go ahead. Make like a detective.
Huh?
Me, I'm going to follow the footprints. The footprints of the rubber boots that spoiled the killer's tracks.
Here, George. They turn in here.
Yeah, across the road. Broomville, so innocent, so shocked. A sedan from the city, and to them it's like a man from Mars. You can't kid me what's going on right here.
Okay, here we are. White House. Tracks turn up the drive. You see it?
Yeah, come on.
Hey, wait a second.
Huh?
Yeah, number 3, Cedar Road.
Mailbox says...
Everett W. Fonville. Wow. Fonville, huh? First place down the other road from Timber Corner.
What's the matter with...
Oh, well, somebody said that, that's all.
The house is dark.
Yeah. The neighbor, Mrs. Brewster, came to for help, only he wouldn't help his dying mother.
What in the devil was...
It's a bell.
Oh.
Like a homemade burglar alarm.
Yeah, it's a tripwire. Here it is.
Well, that does it. Oh, these rubes. They don't expect trouble. Oh, no. Imagine running a tripwire across your lawn.
Riley.
Huh?
Straight up the driveway. See?
George, in the shadow by the garage, something moved.
Yeah, well, here's where we get our answer to what's going on in this nice...
There we are.
Hey.
There's a barrel full of birdshot for the first one of you that moves.
That's not from the garage.
Someplace overhead, George, back there.
I saw you. Oh, yes, I saw you. And grown up, every one of you. Well, you ought to be ashamed.
Hey, now look, friend, what do you mean?
No light. You think I'm asleep. Well, I've seen every one of your little games around here tonight. You'll get old fondle, you say. Kind of forget a man might keep a watch out of his attic window. Well, it's private property you're tramping on. Trespass, malicious...
Hey, slow down, Buster.
If this were any place but Boomville, I'd have every one of you arrested.
You'd what? Climb down from that attic. And get down here fast, my friend, because you're under arrest.
So Mervyn Brewster was murdered. Huh. That's too bad. But I don't know anything about it.
Is that so, Mr. Fonville?
I've hardly met the man.
You what? But everybody in town...
I'm not from this town, lady, though sometimes I wish I were. Far from it. Brewster's brooms. Huh. That's all you hear. What a funny thing Mr. Brewster said. Well, I've had enough of it. I retired here for my health and let
For
me
your
tell you-
health? And a lawyer, too, huh? From the city, no doubt. And your doctor says surround your house with burglar alarms and sit up nights with a shotgun across
Hold it,
the
Riley.
road.
You're barking up the wrong tree.
Huh?
He didn't trample around in rubber boots.
George, can you still...
Yeah, still by the garage, Angel. There's somebody else here, all right, Riley.
What?
No, wait a minute. I'll do this. I don't want you embarrassing yourself anymore, barking at all the wrong things at the wrong time.
Valentine, what are
Saying the small town must be up to something mysterious tonight. Broomville with a trademark as a witch on a broomstick.
George, right here.
Uh-huh. Know who it is, Riley? Wearing great big boots and sneaking around? Oh, I know. We've still got a crime to solve. Only tonight it's going to be a lot tougher than you ever figured.
Well, who is it? Who is it? Just
Take it
don't-
easy now. It's only a little short guy carrying his head under his arm.
Huh?
But the head is a pumpkin. And the rubber boots are his father's.
What?
It's all right, Sonny. Come on out. The man here comes from the big city. He just forgot the date, that's all.
Trick or treat, sir.
Yeah, Riley. It's Halloween.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment.
And now, back to George Valentine. A sedan from the city. Before the car disappeared into the dark again, its driver had murdered Broomville's leading citizen, Marvin Brewster, the man that everybody loves. Well, naturally, the highway patrol is out frantically searching for the big black sedan. But if your name is George Valentine, your problem is right here. Your problem is why. Why would anyone even think of killing a jovial man like Brewster? And needless to say, Lieutenant Riley is not so jovial when he is reminded that tonight, whatever clues there are, may only be the work of goblins or witches. That tonight is Halloween.
All right, Mrs. Brewster, so none of it makes sense.
Well, this part does, Riley. Donuts.
What?
Oh, yes, those. I fried them myself just this afternoon.
Donuts. Now, look.
There was cider, too, on the little table, see? Poor Mervyn always liked to have something ready for the kids. It was sort of his day, you know, Halloween. We built this factory out of a witch's broom. He was so full of fun himself, you know. He wouldn't let anyone interfere, the police or anyone on Halloween.
No, sure, a big joker. Only Valentine...
Look, the donuts mean this, Riley. He wasn't sneaking to the door when he was shot into the alcove to peer out. He was just reaching for some donuts to give to the kids. That's what he must have thought the doorbell was, a trick-or-treat.
So he wasn't scared. He didn't expect a stranger from the city tonight. Oh, brother, the man that nobody hated. So maybe it's true that...
What? No, everybody loved him. That's what I told you. Until I heard about the telegram, I still don't believe...
What's this
What telegram?
Well, didn't Mr. Mackenzie tell you? He's the one who took the message from Priscilla. Maybe he told the local police.
Priscilla, what are you talking about, Mrs. Brewster?
Well, she's down at the telegraph office. It's really a part of the post office, and that's part of the general store. Priscilla's a lovely person.
What telegram?
A carbon or something that came through. The telegram somebody in Broomville sent today to somebody in the city. Somebody who came out here in a sedan.
Who sent this? In a little place like this, you must
But
have a
they
record.
just write them out and leave the money. I'm so busy at the other window, you
Hey, Riley,
see.
listen. It says, you don't something. Anyway, don't get paid until he's gone.
Paid until he's gone. Dead. There. There, you see what I mean? The guy in the sedan was a killer from the city. And somebody right here in Broomville hired him.
Oh, yeah? Well, that's not the way I figure it, Riley. Come on, I'll show you. Okay, here we are, Timber Corner. Now, give me your flashlight.
What in the world?
Riley, what's the Brewster's address?
Huh? Well, the house on Cedar Lane beyond the corner. That's what I phoned my crew and wrote in the report.
Sure, but you've never been here before. You came out with a native cop. He wouldn't notice.
But look at the street sign, you idiot. Take a look at that.
Wait a minute. Get out of the way.
Huh? Right here, Miss Brooks, cutting out paper dolls.
You check at the newspapers, Brooksy?
Would you ask me to look up Mr. Farnville, George? It's true he's a lawyer from the city, sort of a big-time ambulance chaser.
Uh-huh. Now, Riley, I said there was another way. Even the telegram could work. It didn't have to be sent by somebody from town, did it?
Huh?
Gangland stuff. Somebody might have spotted the victim and wired the killer how to find him.
Hey, I'm beginning to get you.
Yeah. And this street sign is loose, all right. Don't you remember Farnville's mailbox? It said Cedar Lane.
George, the street sign...
Sure. It turns. Now, which street is which? First house beyond the corner.
The oldest Halloween trick in the book. Changing street signs.
So maybe Merv Brewster didn't have any enemies. Just a big, loud, lovable guy who was so crazy about Halloween that by some kid's prank he died for it.
Farnville. He was the one they meant to kill. Come on.
Well, we're too late. He's dead.
It was the same gun, same empty shells.
It all must have been the same. Came to answer the door
Yeah,
and...
that's right. 2 shots.
George, he was the kind of a man some gang might want to get. Retired criminal lawyer who didn't pick his clients too well.
Yeah, that's it, all right. The killer's set out to get Farnville, only tangles up with a Halloween prank and picks the wrong house. Kills the wrong man. Then finds his mistake and comes back.
Riley, this couldn't have happened very long ago.
No, I know. So, let's go. We'll,
Oh, hello.
It's Fred, the guy who got me into this.
Yeah, the guy who found the car. The sedan.
You what?
Yeah. Killer ditched it down the woods. Engine's still warm. Come on. It's all over but the shouting. We found it.
Not surprising you ditched it, sir. We got 100 patrol cars out on the highways, roadblocks set up at every crossing.
It's the same sedan. I'm sure of that. I'm positive.
Not going to be easy to trace, neither. No registration.
The driver will be easy to find. Little fish-faced guy with his eye all scarred up. How many men have you got, officer?
Oh, plenty, and everybody in Broomville will be only too glad to
Hey,
help
wait a minute.
us.
Don't touch that.
What?
There won't be any fingerprints, Valentine. We know he was wearing a hat, an overcoat, and probably gloves.
Yeah. Well, I was looking for something else, but I can't find it.
Oh, now, don't you start playing detective. We'll get him. This is Broomville, and we're going to sweep the woods for a killer.
All right. But remember, it's still Halloween.
Men, fan out there more. Move slower. Keep your flashlights on the ground.
I hope they find him.
Yeah. Mind if I take a look at something inside your house, Mrs. Brewster?
Oh, no. Miss Brooks is already in here someplace, I think.
Hello. Remember me?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Mackenzie.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were out on the manhunt.
I thought Dora might need me. They're coming closer, you know.
Yeah, looks like he's hiding right around Timber Corner here someplace.
Right close. And the closer they get, the more wrong I am.
Wrong? What do you mean?
Oh, something Lieutenant Riley said earlier. And he was right. When you investigate a case this fast, you don't know what kind of motives people really have underneath.
Motives? Everyone around here knows that old Farmville was mixed up in all sorts of things. Back in the city, that is.
Halloween. Gosh, if Merv hadn't always been so considerate, telling the cops to lay off and everything, then the kids never would have even thought of twisting that road sign.
George, what's happening? What? Oh, excuse me.
It's all right, Angel. What'd you find?
Well, I looked for it. I've been upstairs.
She's what?
It's all right.
But I didn't find it. And it wasn't around the car anyplace.
Someplace in between, I guess, huh?
Hey, how you doing out there? Hey, Lieutenant, you catch him yet?
George, he's leaving.
No, Brooks, it's all right. Fred's a tall guy. Let him go. It's a false alarm anyway. They haven't found the killer yet. They won't.
Mr. Valentine, will you please tell me what in the name of blue blazes...
Yes, I'll tell you, Mr. McKenzie. Now, suppose somebody wanted to kill Mervyn Brewster. Oh, I don't know why yet.
But everybody loved my
George,
husband.
Upstairs.
Suppose that person set up the phony telegram. Suppose that person dug up a big sedan from the city. That part'd be easy.
Why, of all
and most important, suppose that person took advantage of Halloween by twisting the road sign. On purpose.
George.
Sure, Brooksy. What would everybody say? Kids. An unfortunate accident corroborated by the Halloween road sign and the telegram. Oh, yeah, sure. Everybody knows Farmville has enemies. And forever after, the police would be combing the city for some mythical gangster killer.
Mythical? Well, people saw him. Fred saw him. Of all
Mr.
the
McKenzie, what do you think I was looking for at the deserted car? Miss Brooks looking for here?
I haven't the slightest idea.
It's Halloween, Buster, remember? Well, what's been the greatest boost to Halloween since the Headless Horseman? The rubber mask. The skin mask. The rubber horror mask. You've seen him. And think back, Mackenzie. Fish-colored face, a funny eye, sort of pushed out of place, all scarred.
Oh, no, it couldn't possibly have been anyone.
Those guys outside are getting closer and closer, lady. And I'm getting more and more sure all the time. It was somebody from Broomville, changing his voice and wearing a mask and an overcoat. It was somebody in this room.
Mr. Valentine, I think you're forgetting Farmville. He was murdered, too, you know. The killer made a mistake and then killed Farmville.
Yes, but Mr. Farmville told us he'd been watching from his attic. He'd seen every one of the little games around here tonight and the pranks.
Exactly, Angel. And he could have, from that attic, very easily seen who changed that road sign.
Mr. Farmville?
As I remember, there's only one person who's been over to talk to Farmville since Brewster's death, who might have guessed and been told that the old coot had been watching from his attic, who would have known that he had to be killed, too.
I'm afraid
You,
that
Mrs. Brewster, when you went for help.
No, what are you trying
It was dark. If a stranger from the city came out and did get mixed up by road signs, how would he know it was your husband or even a man behind that darkened glass in the alcove? How would a stranger standing at the door think to look in that window and see him?
Stop it.
But if you heard
Stop
him
it.
trapping around, you'd know what he was doing, you and nobody else. If he stepped aside to get a surprise for the kids, some donuts maybe, you'd know where to look for him, wait for his shadow to fire at, because you were the one who put him in the alcove with the cider.
Put your hands up, all of you. Oh. Yeah, sure. He loved Halloween. The Brewster broom, it's built around Halloween. You know, even the trademark. Oh, he was such a funny man, my husband. Everybody loved him.
Except you, huh, lady? All right, now, come on. Give me that gun. Give me the Luger. There's a lot of policemen getting closer all the time, and you can't get away with it.
Stay where you are. I'm going. I can go past those policemen. They know me. I'm just a meek little housewife.
There's Fred coming on the lawn.
There's a side porch to this house. I can see you from there. I have my own car. If you move, I'll kill you.
Dora, please.
No. Don't move. Let her go.
Oh, but it's Halloween. The police won't pay any attention to it.
George, what happened?
Some kids piled trash cans on the porch. Brooksy, it's Halloween.
Back to the conclusion of our Let George Do It adventure in just a moment.
So I was right. You see, Valentine, we don't know how people really feel underneath. There she is, married for 27 years to a perfectly nice guy.
Oh, just a minute, Lieutenant. It must have worked both ways.
Huh?
Well, when I was upstairs, George, I started to tell you. In Mervyn Brewster's study. He drew his own labels, remember? The witch riding on the broom.
Yeah, that's right. It's on every broom.
It was a big sketch. The original, I guess, in the drawer. Oh, he must have been a lovely man to live with.
What do you mean?
Well, you can't see it on the little ones. But guess whose face he drew on that witch? And then probably laughed about it, thought it was funny.
Hey, yeah, that's right. Dora did look a little like a witch.
Santa Claus to everybody but her. Kind to everybody but her. Well, it worked both ways, all right. She's hated him.
Halloween. She used it to kill him. It trapped her. Well, Brooksy, somewhere the witches and goblins are laughing real loud. They had a big night.
You have just heard The Sedan from the City, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly, inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Taxi! Taxi! 4500 Sutter, please.
It's kind of late, ain't it?
Yes, it is.
It comes this time of night, I figure a guy should order...
4500 Sutter, please.
Mind you, I don't like to get personal, you
Driver.
know, but, yeah?
Of all the cabs in San Francisco, most of them operated by drivers who mind their own business. Why did I have to get your cab?
Well, I like... Who are you going to see at 4500?
My name is Simon Templar. I'm 6'1" tall, and I have a birthmark on my right shoulder blade. My income for last year
That's
was...
all right. Evading the question, huh?
I give up. I'm going to visit a man named Clarence Quigley.
Clarence Quigley?
Clarence Quigley.
You going to see this alleged Clarence Quigley
Look,
about...
he's got a collection of paintings. I like to look at paintings. Maybe that will seem odd to you, but...
Oh, come now, no temper. Now, if I was your wife, you'd have to do better than that, you know.
Oh. So how much do I owe you, and go away?
Well, would you think I was soaking you if I suggested $3?
I would.
As one man of the world to another, let's make it $3 anyway.
Let's just be yokels and make it 50 cents. Here you are.
Well, Hey, is that blonde giving you the eye or me?
Blonde?
Yeah, the one coming down the street towards us.
Oh, yeah.
Best foot forward.
I never saw her before in my life.
Ellsworth, dear. Oh, Ellsworth, dear.
I beg your pardon, but that's my neck you've got your arms around, Miss...
A man named Clarence Quigley, huh?
Driver, stop heckling. Look, miss, whatever your name is, the way you're strangling me is a pleasant way to be strangled, but...
Ellsworth, dear, you sound so cold.
I'm not Ellsworth, dear. I think I can honestly say I have never been Ellsworth, dear.
You're not?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were. Or maybe I just hoped you were.
Don't you know Ellsworth, dear, when you see him?
No, I don't, I guess.
But,
I saw you, and then the name came to me, so I just thought...
who is Ellsworth?
I don't know.
Well, I suppose a certain amount of confusion about who or what Ellsworth is understandable,
But that isn't the worst.
It isn't?
No, see, not only don't I know who Ellsworth is, but
Yes?
I don't even know who I am.
Now, what I want to know in a general sort of way is how Mr. Clarence Quigley is going to feel.
Driver, would you mind concentrating on your driving?
You know, he's liable to be frustrated, like, I'm taking you and a lady right back to where you started.
My apartment, yes, because Miss X needs help.
Oh, I feel as though I'm imposing on you, Mr. Temple.
Nonsense. The hour's late. You couldn't very well go wandering about the streets indefinitely.
Especially in that hat.
Is anything wrong with my hat?
Not a thing. No, it's very charming and immaculate.
Yeah, also, it resembles a bird's home away from home. Well, mister, we have returned from where we went away.
Good. Miss X?
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
You're going to keep on being a yokel, huh?
Here.
Mm-hmm. This time only half a yokel. Well, goodbye. You know where I'm going?
No.
I'm going to lurk outside of Clarence Quigley's. I think tonight he's a fellow who needs a friend.
I need one, too.
Oh, come along now. There you go. Now, take your hat off and make yourself comfortable.
All right. Oh, I'm so afraid.
Oh,
Lost.
quiet now. Let's take a look at your back.
Here.
Mm-hmm. Usual odds and ends, and a compact, initialed. DM. DM, does that suggest anything?
DM?
Hmm.
No. No, it doesn't. Nothing means anything. All I remember is being outside an art gallery on Sutter.
Hey, you're well dressed. Compact's gold, no latchkey, which means you probably don't live alone, which could also mean you've been missed.
You're phoning?
Yes, the police, Missing Persons Bureau. They, hello? Oh, get me Inspector Murray, Thanks, I'll hold on.
Oh, I hope maybe they know about me. Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, I just touched the back of my head. It's terribly painful.
Come here. Huh. Yeah, bruised the size of what I wish my bank account was. And there's the cause of your amnesia. Hello, Inspector. Simon Templar. Inspector, your language is deplorable. Inspector, I'm looking for someone, a blonde. Inspector, no. No, well, maybe, but not tonight. At any rate, the girl I'm looking for is around 22 years old, blonde hair, blue eyes, height 5'3" or thereabouts, wearing a street suit, brown white blouse with ruffles at the neck and... What? Oh, you're looking for her, too. Her name's Dorothy Moore. Why do you want her? Oh, I see. Then I guess you've got priority. Goodbye.
They want me.
Yes, so it seems.
Because I've been reported missing?
Partially that.
What else do they want me for?
Murder. Here, now, try another cup of coffee. Dorothy, I guess we'll call you that unless we get evidence to the contrary. Dorothy Moore would fit the initials on your compact.
What am I going to do?
You stay here and wait for me.
Where are you going?
Well, from the information I've been able to get on the phone, your guardian, a man named Matthew Schreiber, was shot and killed earlier this evening. You disappeared. That's all the information in the public domain at the moment. I'm going to look for more.
At my house?
Yes.
Oh, shouldn't you turn me over to the police?
Oh, well, actually, I don't really know that you are Dorothy Moore. I'd like to know a little more about the murder itself before coming to any decisions.
You mean you want to help me?
Yes.
And I need help so, because you see what's so terrible about it all is that I don't remember anything at all, so I can't even say I didn't murder anyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, it's been fun meeting you. Goodbye.
Now, wait a minute. Don't shut the door.
Why not?
I'm coming in.
Oh, all right. I hate to seem prying, but
Who are you?
Simon Templar.
An attractive name, much more distinguished than mine.
Oh, what's your name?
Walters. Not the most glamorous name in the world, but I'm a butler, so I bear up.
Good. Where is everybody?
In the library. They're so well bred.
Oh, who is in the library?
Mrs. Atkins, the housekeeper, the Cassandra of our day.
A gloomy lady prophesying disaster, hmm?
Yes. And, of course, there's Mr. Tinsley.
Mr. Tinsley?
A strange fellow who spends a good deal of his time sitting on small horses and hitting a large ball with a long wooden stick.
A polo player.
Doesn't matter what you call it. It's no job for a grown man.
What's his relationship to Miss Moore?
Oh, let's not start prying, shall we?
Expound.
Well, to breach your confidence, he's engaged to marry Miss Moore, if and when she's found, and if she happens to be innocent of her guardian's assassination.
Oh. Anyone else in the library?
No. Mr. Schreiber, dear departed soul, is detained elsewhere, at the morgue. He was shot in the library.
Oh, that's a bad place to be shot. Usually fatal. Suppose you take me to the library. Tell me, why did the police suspect Miss Moore?
Because of me. You see, I told them that I heard shots in the house. I left my quarters on the Gallant, ran towards the library. Just before I got there, the door opened and Miss Dorothy ran out. Ran down the hall and out the front door.
Is that true?
My dear Mr. Templar, if not, would I have told the police otherwise?
I don't know.
Besides, it isn't good form to suspect the butler. The library, sir.
Okay.
Mrs. Atkins, Mr. Tinsley, Mr. Templar.
What do you want?
I'm looking for Miss Moore.
So, young man, are the police.
Why?
Her guardian was murdered. All his money goes to her, and she's disappeared. Perhaps she didn't murder Mr. Schreiber.
But you wouldn't bet on it.
Perhaps I did. I hated him. Perhaps Mr. Tinsley there did.
Now, look here.
Isn't he priceless? Now, look here. Such a typical phrase. So typical, I wonder if he can really be so stupid.
I love Dorothy, and
no one has questioned that. But what is it about her that you love? The money she was to get when Mr. Schreiber died? The money you wouldn't have got if you'd married Dorothy? Against Mr. Schreiber's wishes?
Mr. Schreiber didn't approve of the marriage?
He hesitated about it, but we were working on it.
And then became impatient.
Now, look here.
There
you have...
goes again.
I resent that.
Good. It is now on record that you resent it.
How about Walters?
Walters?
Yes, what motive would he have?
What makes you think he has one?
Oh, I'm the hopeful type.
Walters is a man with a criminal past. Whether or not he got tired of his upright life here, I cannot say.
But it wouldn't surprise you. What may surprise both of you, however, is an odd fact. Dorothy Moore is suffering from total amnesia.
Amnesia? What do you mean?
She remembers nothing of her past, herself, neither name nor habitation.
How horrible.
How convenient.
Wait a minute. How do you know that?
Why get around?
Well, then you must know where she is. You've got to tell me.
Mr. Tinsley is now being the ardent lover.
I can't tell you.
Why?
Well, whoever shot Schreiber, there's very little doubt that Dorothy saw the killer, but Dorothy doesn't remember. The killer, therefore, would have an urgent interest in getting hold of Dorothy before she did remember, and making sure that she would never remember anything again. Well, good night, you lovely people. Dorothy? 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 Dorothy!
Oh, you again.
It's me again.
Did you like the place so much the first time?
Where's Dorothy?
Miss Moore?
Yes, did she come back here?
Back? From where?
She was at my apartment. When I got there, she was gone.
She did come back here. She didn't ring.
Let's find out. Tinsley and Mrs. Atkins still around?
Mrs. Atkins has gone up to bed, I think. As for Mr. Tinsley, I imagine he's sampling the whiskey.
We'll find out. Tinsley,
What?
Oh, it's you.
Yes, where's Dorothy?
You're the one who knows.
I'm the one who knew. Did she come back here?
I haven't seen her.
Walters, where's Mrs. Atkins' room?
This way, sir.
Come along, Tinsley. I'd like both of you in sight.
If you insist.
Mrs. Atkins will not be pleased at having her sleep interrupted.
I'm not pleased either.
This is her room, sir.
Oh, thanks.
The old girl must be asleep.
Then we must wake her up.
She's a very sound sleeper.
Then we'll go in and wake her.
Wow. How do you like that?
Mrs. Atkins. Strung up to a beam. Anyone got a knife?
Yes, here you are.
Now, we'll cut the rope and get her down.
The bed's over there.
Uh-huh. Well, that's that.
Is she dead?
She's dead.
Poor old girl. Although, you know something?
What?
She must have killed the old man. Shriver, I mean. Then she committed suicide. In remorse, I mean. For heaven's sakes, Templar, stop playing with that rope.
This is a very interesting rope.
Is it? Why?
Because it proves, you see, that she didn't commit suicide. She was murdered.
Templar?
Yes, Inspector Murray.
I understand you don't think that Mrs. Atkins committed suicide.
I know she didn't.
Well, while the boys are playing with fingerprints and stuff, would you mind explaining to a poor benighted member of the lower intellectual classes, a cop like me?
Oh, Murray, now stop pulling my leg. You're one of the brainiest men I know.
Then why do you always beat me to a case?
Oh, I'm prettier.
Uh-huh. Now, about this alleged phony suicide.
Well, take a look at the rope with which Mrs. Atkins is supposed to have hanged herself.
Now, let's see. The rope was thrown over the beam there. I'm afraid you're right, Templar.
Yeah, it wasn't hard to spot. Her weight would have pulled the rope sharply down over the beam. The fibers of the rope, therefore, should have slanted upward.
Instead of which they slant down, indicating that somebody put the rope around Mrs. Atkins' neck and then hauled her up. We were supposed to think that Mrs. Atkins committed suicide as a confession of guilt. Which leaves us where?
In the Schreiber home.
I'm more interested in where the girl is.
Dorothy Moore?
Uh-huh.
Why?
Because I have...
Hey, Mary. Look, coming through the door.
I'm not sure. Simon.
Oh, hello, Dorothy.
I don't know exactly how I got here, but I don't recognize the place at all. Yet I should, shouldn't I?
Yes, you should, Miss Moore. Because this is where you live. But I'm afraid you're not going to stay very long.
What do you mean?
I'm placing you under arrest on suspicion of murder.
You know, I love police headquarters. They're so romantic.
Uh-huh.
Murray, how are you going to prove anything against that girl if she's suffering total amnesia?
By proving that her amnesia is a fake.
Oh, how?
I have an alienist coming over here to look at one of our guests. I'll have him see Miss Moore, too. He's due any minute. I'll go get the girl now.
I wonder. Oh, the other door. Come in.
Hello. Well, you're not Murray. I was supposed...
Who are you?
Doll, of course. What's the matter with you? What are you complaining of?
But I'm not the one...
Come. We've got to get to the bottom of these things, don't we?
I suppose so.
Now, when you were a little boy, what did you want most of all?
To be a big boy.
Mm-hmm. Are you afraid of the dark?
No.
No? You are not afraid because you have little friends who come to you in the dark, perhaps, eh?
No. Now, why are you afraid of the dark?
Oh, it's a long, long story. And,
You know, you don't look at all well.
Well, I don't feel so good either.
No, you should see a doctor.
Thank you. I think I will.
Goodbye.
Oh, Templar.
Yeah. Your alienist was here, Murray, but he left.
Alienist? Well, I just phoned him and told him not to come. The district attorney wouldn't hold the girl. Insufficient evidence and ballistics. Ran a paraffin test. No proof that she'd fired a gun.
But the man who was just in here, Dahl, I think his name was?
Dahl?
Uh-huh.
He's not the alienist. He's the guy the alienist was coming to examine. He's nuts.
Oh, dear.
Well, I guess you're happy now that we can't hold the girl.
No, because while you were holding her, things were safe. Now, Murray, let's go visit.
Go visit where?
The Schreiber house. A house where 2 people have died. A house very convenient for murder.
Yes?
It's no Oz, Walters. We're coming in.
Yes, sir.
Dorothy's home?
Yes, sir.
She got here when?
10 minutes ago, perhaps.
Well, we'll go to the library.
Yes, sir.
She got here 10 minutes ago, and then?
She sat in this room for a few minutes, made a phone call, and went up to bed. She tried to phone you, Mr. Templar.
I'll wake her up and get her down here. Hold on. Tinsley around?
In the guest room, playing solitaire, I think.
Get him down here, too.
That I will, sir.
And Walters.
Yes?
You come back, too.
Sure.
Having fun, Templar?
I don't care very much for this stage of any case, but
What are you doing with that telephone?
Hiding it under the couch here.
Are you being subtle again?
Again? Oh, you flatter me.
Simon.
Hello, Dorothy. Sorry to have had you waked, but
I wasn't asleep. I was trying to remember.
You will if you get the chance. Tinsley's here in the house, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
For heaven's sakes, is a man never to get any peace?
You know Inspector Murray, Mr. Tinsley?
Oh, yes. The policeman.
Oh, look, now get off your polo pony and... Where's Walters?
By now, on his way to Canada, I imagine.
Dorothy, get on the phone right away.
The phone? Yes, of course. Oh, well, there doesn't seem to be one in here. Perhaps in the next room. Why do you want me to phone?
I don't.
But you just said...
Dorothy, didn't there used to be a phone in this room?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Oh, yes, your amnesia. But you remember everything that happened since the blow on your head, don't you?
Well, of course.
Well, then equally, of course, since you were in this room a very little while ago, and since you used a phone in here, you should have remembered that. Why didn't you?
Well, I don't know. It slipped my mind.
No, Dorothy, it didn't slip your mind. You were merely being over-careful.
What does that mean?
It means that you are not now, nor ever were, suffering from amnesia.
Why should I pretend to have amnesia?
Because you killed your uncle. You knew you'd need something to help you out in court, so you wandered about until you found someone on whom you could try out your amnesia. That happened to be me.
You're just saying those things without proof. Besides, there was a paraffin test.
It indicates merely that you wore gloves when you shot your uncle.
It indicates I might have worn them. If I'd shot him, you can't prove I did.
I can prove your amnesia was phony, that along with some other things.
How can you prove it?
Very simple. Your hat.
What?
When you arrived at my apartment, you took your hat off, discovered a large bruise on the back of your head. That was to supply a plausible reason for your amnesia. But, Dorothy, as I remarked to the cab driver at the time, your hat was immaculate, untouched. You asking us to believe that the killer knocked you out and then carefully put your hat back on your head again?
I'm not asking you to believe anything. I'm going.
Oh, what a charming revolver. The one you used on your uncle?
It still has bullets in it, so don't try to stop me.
Dorothy, you didn't ask me how I could be so sure the killer hadn't done that business with your hat.
I don't care.
I'm so sure because of Walter's statement. Remember, he saw you rush out immediately after the shot?
All right, you're smart, but you'll never stop me.
Perhaps not, but Walters, who's right behind you,
Oh,
will.
no, you can't fool me with
He
that.
wasn't trying to, Miss Dorothy. I think I'd better...
What? You're no gentleman. You knocked Miss Moore out with a bottle.
Yes, sir.
But you said you were going to
You
Canada.
misunderstood me, sir. I merely said I was going to get some Canada Dry. Now the bottle's ruined. That's too bad.
Oh, never mind, Walters. No harm done. Inspector Murray, you'll take Miss Moore, and I'll take an old-fashioned.
You have been listening to another adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, next week most of you will be enjoying a wonderful Thanksgiving dinner. And while you're eating your Thanksgiving turkey and counting your blessings of the past year, think. Think for a moment of the millions of people who don't get enough to eat. Think, and then send your subscription right away for a food package to be delivered to some needy family in Europe. Send your contribution to CARE, C-A-R-E, New York, This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Lou Vittes. Our cast included Peggy Weber, Ted Von Elst, Jerry Hausner, Tom Brown, and Dan O'Hurley. The music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Thomas A. McAvity. Vincent Price is soon to be seen in Robert Lippert's production of The Baron of Arizona. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer, Merrill Ross. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Personal notice changes my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Greetings, mystery lover. Have another helping of homicide on the half-shell. Our Let George Do It adventure is a real killer, to coin a phrase, which I didn't. Anyway, it's called Tag, You're It, which, believe me, has nothing to do with Junior trying to catch the little girl next door. On the contrary, it deals with an officious master of ceremonies of an audience participation program. Now, this fellow was an eager little beaver who got along on poking fun at people. Until one day, someone took a poke at him. Then even George Valentine couldn't help him.
Well, here's a lady with a letter. Yes, sir, she's got one. Right here in her purse.
Give me that. Give it back.
No, lady. Wait a minute. Here's your letter. Now, what's the matter? Don't you want me to read it? Oh, you wrote this. That's it. You wrote it and haven't mailed it. You probably mad at the postman. He only rang once. Ladies, listen to this. Listen. My dear Mr. Valentine. Valentine.
Mr. McMurtry, would you please?
Now, don't blush, lady. Don't blush. If our radio audience could only see her. Her, I said, not me. But, madam, if I'm brave enough to wear your scarf over my head, it's really a good fit, don't you think? Don't you think it is? Over the face. What do you say? It's not a fit, it's a convulsion. Oh, you're real cute. Listen, how about your husband, madam? Huh? You suppose he's listening? I'll bet he doesn't know about this, Mr. Valentine. Ladies, isn't that a romantic name for you? Valentine. I'll bet your husband's out buying a gun right now. He's got a rifle. But you remember our bargain now, lady, on this program. You dared me to wear your scarf so I can read anything I find in your purse. Shall I read it, ladies? Yeah! All right, that's right. All right, ladies, here goes now. Dear Mr. Valentine, I've got to see you about a telephone call. A telephone call, huh? Well, let's make her do the call right here from the studio, shall we? All right, ladies, but here's the rest of the letter. Listen. I've got to see you because I'm not sure, but I think somebody is trying to murder me. Murder? Trying to murder?
Mr. McMurtry, all I wanted to tell you was that it isn't my letter. It's not my purse. A large woman. She got up and left in a hurry. She must have taken mine. It's her letter.
Mrs. Oscar Pettyman, 432 West 16th Street.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment. Now back to Let George Do It and George Valentine.
all right, I'm coming. What do you want?
Mrs. Oscar Pettyman. This is 432
Ain't
West.
here.
You her husband, friend, Mr. Pettyman?
He's in Chicago. Can't stand her. Leaves every chance he can get. Ansel Pettyman's my name, her brother-in-law. I board here.
Well, Mr. Pettyman...
Yes, the police phoned me, miss, and no, I don't know anything.
You hung up on him?
Well, why not? Bunch of pests. Anybody tries to kill Birdie, it wouldn't hurt anybody. Why should they care?
Wow, you're a nice guy.
Puzzles, contest prizes. Yeah, you ought to see what she looks like.
Well, what do you mean?
Birdie's as big as a horse. My dear sister-in-law. So she started to write you a letter. Think somebody's trying to kill her. All right. What's all the fuss? Let him. Yeah, there's a time-wasting contraption.
Now, wait a minute. I'll answer that. I asked somebody to call me here. Valentine speaking.
Hal McMurtry. Mr. Valentine, now listen.
Did you find her?
There are cops all over the studio. I want you to understand, though, that I didn't know who you were when I read that letter.
Did you find her?
No, not exactly, not yet. But believe me, we're turning the place upside down. Now, about that game I play on my program.
Give me that phone. Give it to me.
Well, look, I want to explain to
Hey,
you.
what's going on? What's going on? McMurtry.
Hello, this is Holman speaking, F.J. Holman.
What? Who? What?
I'm the studio manager, Mr. Valentine, and as I told the police, we'll do everything possible. I've warned McMurtry before about that silly game he plays with those women, wearing their scarves and then trying to embarrass them by prying into their purses.
Well, they love it. You know they love that.
Be quiet. I just wanted you to understand, Mr. Valentine.
Well, yeah, sure, Mr. Holman, sure. Nobody's going to sue anybody. Skip it.
But you can ask Ansel there. He's been our janitor here at the radio station, you know.
He's what? No, I didn't know anything.
That Birdie Pettyman, she's the sort of a person any number of people might want to kill. She's a pest, you understand? A pest.
Okay.
A professional radio contestant who's forever snooping around here. And sooner or later, she'll be back. You see, that's what I mean. You don't need to worry. She's an unpleasant woman that lots of people...
Oh, tell it to McMurtry. I'm busy.
Hey, bunch of characters work at that place.
Including you, huh?
Gosh, 20 years, never a day sick. How else do you think my sister-in-law get all the broadcast tickets I get them for? Keeps her away out of my brother's hair.
Look, I just want facts. Never mind the double talk like that Holman gives out. Because he's scared his radio station will get involved.
Hello from Tag. You're it. You're wealthy.
What?
Letter she started said something about a phone call, didn't it?
That's right. And when the police asked you about
Trying
it...
to remember. Only a phone call I know anything about happened yesterday when I was home for lunch. Bertie stepped out to look up something for a newspaper contest. Voice says, hello from Tag. You're it. You're wealthy.
What?
I'm not fooling. That's the kind of crazy stuff goes on around here. No greeting, no nothing. I remember every word. If you look in your mail today, you'll find you're a winner. We hope you enjoy your award.
And that's all? Look in your mail. Hope you enjoy your award.
It happens all the time. She don't do anything for a living except that. Puzzles, contests, coupons are always ringing up, delivering things. You ought to see her stuff. She's got 5 vacuum cleaners in this house, and she doesn't use one of them.
What was in it, the mail? What was the award that they...
Search me, friend. I wasn't here. I work for a living.
Okay. Hey, Brooksy, phone Riley. Get him to check the mailman.
Sure, George.
So you don't like your sister-in-law, huh? Nobody seems to.
Doesn't do anything.
I know, yeah. Nut on contests. Well, sometimes I like contests myself. But I suppose it's a little different if that's all she does.
Always trying to get something for nothing.
Well, that's not the point. The idea is she was worried, wrote to me.
It is the point. How worried could Birdie be if she went gallivanting off to a radio studio to have fun before she mailed your letter?
Well, I'll grant you that it's...
I don't take it seriously because neither did she. Murder. Yes, it's just another idea to waste time with. You ask me, she's out someplace now. Forget all about it.
Wait a minute now. Tell me, what kind of a voice was that on the phone? That Tag, you're it. Man or woman?
Man, I guess. I don't know. It lisped.
It what?
Lisped. Like this. Soft voice. Just barely hear it.
Lieutenant Riley? Well, this is Claire Brooks.
Oh, wait a minute. Here, let me have it, Angel. Hello, Riley.
Listen, Valentine. We haven't found that Pettyman dame yet, but we just put out a bigger alarm on her because...
Riley, look, now, wait a minute. A quick angle. Her husband's out of town, so he
Yeah,
doesn't
but I
like
wanna-
her. Yesterday, she got a phone call, and later on, some kind of package in the
wait,
mail.
will you wait?
Are you trying to accuse my
I
brother
already
of...
got in touch with her husband. He's in Chicago. He's got nothing to do with it.
Oh, Riley, everybody seems to think this is just a false alarm. She's just some kind of a crackpot.
I want it...
All right, maybe so. But if there's 1 chance in 50 of our preventing a real murder...
I said wait, will you? It's already happened.
Huh?
I'm busy, I told you, with a blonde. And I don't mean Mrs. Pettyman. The exact opposite. Beautiful, young, real diamond.
Riley, for the love of heavens, will you...
My boys will keep on helping you look for Mrs. Pettyman, all right, but don't bother me. This one's a real case, my friend. This blonde, see, and the only clue I've got to go on is a note in her purse which says, "Tag, you're it. You're wealthy." Ah, she's wealthy, all right. She's dead.
How long ago did the doctor say, Lieutenant?
Oh, it happened the first thing this morning. The traffic officer found her body in the car packed up an alley.
Girl was shot, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Nobody would have noticed it for hours. The best place in the world. Right in the middle of town, an alley in commercial district. But, oh, brother, how you get a connection between Mrs. Pettyman and something like this?
Maybe you don't, Riley.
This girl certainly lived in a fancy apartment house.
That's what I mean. What was she doing in the commercial district? 3A to the left, I guess. What's she doing with a note in her purse that says the same thing as... Huh?
Yeah, there we are.
Miss Dorothy Cheever, huh?
There, I got the housemaid. She can never stop crying.
Oh, Lieutenant, she was such a lovely person.
Yes,
such a lovely person.
George, she really did do all right, didn't she?
No one hated her.
Yeah, you can say that
Simply
again.
no one. I can't understand it.
But
She
I'll
was
bet
so
the
popular.
bald-headed guy in
Now,
that photograph isn't her father.
No, she was alone, I think. So
F.
well
J.
liked, so
H.
lovely.
Yes, yes. Well, so you said, well, now take hold of yourself, see?
She's done so well. She's...
I'm sorry, lady, I'm sorry, but here. Here, take a look at this.
Tag, you're it. You're wealthy.
Yeah, that's right. We found this note in Miss Cheever's purse. Now, the handwriting doesn't check with the signature on a driver's
Well,
license.
of course not. It's mine. I wrote it.
Oh? Well, then you better start drying your eyes, lady, and explain what in the name of...
I wrote that note for her, so she'd remember, that's all, after the phone call.
The phone call? Oh, no, not
Wait
the
a
same...
minute. Go on, please, go on.
Well, there was this phone call first thing after breakfast. I was in to clean up. A voice says, "Tag, you're it. You're wealthy."
What else?
Well, an address. I took the message for Miss Cheever.
An address of what?
I'm trying to tell you. It said she should drive a car and park a car in that alley. It's the back entrance of Benson's first store.
Hey, wait a minute. Sure it is, and it's the most expensive place in town.
Yeah, sure, go on.
The voice says she's picked for a chance at a mink coat. You know, one of them giveaways or something. I guess they take your name from a phone book. Well, of course, she went right away. Wouldn't you, miss? A chance at a real mink coat? Huh? Free? Just 'cause you're lucky and your name's been picked for...
Say, tell me, what kind of a voice was it?
It lisped. It was, "Hello from Tag, you're it. You're wealthy." Soft like that. "Miss Dorothy Cheever hath been selected for a chance at..."
Some crackpot.
No.
Some absolute nut. Sergeant, get hold of whoever runs that program and the radio station.
You haven't heard the worst of it, Riley.
Huh?
Go ahead, tell him, Brooksy. Tell him what kind of a case he's got, what kind of a connection there is between Mrs. Pettyman and this.
Well, we already did call the radio stations, Lieutenant, and the newspaper contest editors, all of them. There isn't any such thing as Tag, you're it, you're wealthy. They've never even heard of it.
Oh, brother. Well, that does it. You mean Mrs. Pettyman will turn up dead, too, huh? And anybody who's tagged will jump for it, just like the poor girl here did. Oh, my friends, we're up against a phony giveaway. Somebody just calling people up and giving away death.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment.
And now back to George Valentine.
Yes, Tag, you're it, you're wealthy, and the lisping voice on the telephone really means that you've been selected for death. A fictitious giveaway, a contest, and you're the winner. At least that's what happened to Miss Dorothy Cheever. She went to collect on a chance at a mink and was shot. And earlier, a message came from Mrs. Oscar Pettyman promising a prize in the mail. And no sooner had she written her fear to you than she disappeared. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you'll have to agree with Lieutenant Riley, as back at the radio station, he puts it so mildly.
An absolute madman is calling up everybody, taking anybody's name from the phone book. And we'll never find Mrs. Pettyman. She'll probably walk into something just like the blonde did. Like everybody else.
Hey, wait a minute, listen.
Huh? Mr. Russell, you have won. Your name has been selected.
Hey,
You will just stay in your
the lisp.
office wherever you are.
So it wouldn't happen again, huh?
It's from this way someplace.
Here, come on, in here.
All right, whoever you are, put up your hand.
Hey, what goes on?
Who are you? You were whispering just a second ago.
Why don't you ring the bell or not? Uh-oh. The law, huh?
Stand still, I said.
All right, I'll take it easy. I didn't do anything. Here.
Hello from Tag. You're it. You're...
See? Just a gadget. I like gadgets. I hate the work. Oh, I'm Russell, Johnny Russell, night engineer.
That was a record, you mean?
Where'd you get it?
Oh, the telephone. I'm too lazy to answer it. I'm out of the room for a minute. Telephone rings, goes on the tape. Listen.
Hello from Tag. You're it. You're wealthy, Mr. Russell. You have won. Your name has been selected. If you will just stay in your office wherever you are, your prize will come to you. We wish you happiness as a winner in our contest.
See? Came on my telephone a few minutes ago, I guess, Mr. Valentine. I stepped out for a second. Tape machine rig picked it up. So I'm tapped. So it's me.
Don't you have any idea who it could be?
Look, Detective, I'm a lazy guy. I don't like old women and dogs, but I don't want anybody who wants to kill me for it. So just hand me my coat there, friend. I'm on my way. Tell the boss and McMurphy
No, you don't. Wait a minute.
Ouch! Hey, let go. There we are. Smiling, the boy dropped dead. You don't think I'm going to stick around here, do you?
We'll find out what happens. I'll stay right with you, pal.
And wait for my prize to come, huh? I'm not that curious. I'm going to put as many miles between me and this place
Then
as
you get a bodyguard.
Huh?
Sergeant.
All the same by me.
Oh, janitor. Janitor, get the sergeant.
Stay here, Angel. Well, McMurtry, huh?
Holy smoke. Hey, it could be me next, or you, or just anybody.
Oh, no, it couldn't. Say, it's quite a place Russell has here, isn't it? All these gadgets, pinups, hot plate for coffee, and this picture.
George.
Uh-huh. The blonde.
Yeah, Dorothy Cheever. Russell ran around with her once in a while.
Yeah, it all starts to tie together. Not the way I figured, but...
Well, she used to work here, you know.
Oh, no, we didn't.
Well, if you could call it that. She's not the working type, if you know what I mean. I took her out once or twice myself, but she's too rich for my blood.
Well, just what do you mean?
Well, don't misunderstand, but you know, ambitious. She wouldn't turn down that Duesenberg if you offered it to her. Out for the best she could get, you know. But that certainly wasn't Johnny here.
No, she liked men with more money. Like, FJH.
What, George?
Initials on the picture of the other guy. Bald-headed one back at her place, remember? Well, I wanted to see if F.J. Holman is bald.
Hey, now, look here, friend. The boss is all right. Sure, he dated Dorothy, so what? It's him, sure, but there's no love triangle.
Hey, Valentine!
George.
Yeah, hold it. Come on.
Busman's holiday, my friend. In a radio station. What do they listen to? Other radio stations.
Don't you understand? We found her, my sister-in-law. Bertie's all right. She ain't even halfway dead. Listen to her.
Well, I don't see anything to laugh at. Well, I don't. I answered the question right, didn't I?
Back to the microphone, please, Mrs. Springer.
Oh, excuse me. But I'm going to get a prize, ain't I? I mean, oh, my goodness, I'm so embarrassed.
Yeah. Told you what she's like. Might have known it. Ran out in McMurtry's program this afternoon because she remembered she had tickets to this one. She was just telling them over there.
Well, we'll have her under protection, too, Valentine.
Yeah. Told the audience her cat was sick. They laughed. Don't blame them. Piece of candy Bertie got in the mail yesterday.
What?
Huh?
Yeah.
What is all this? I'm so confused.
Well, apparently
I can't-
Mrs. Pettyman got a box of candy. That's what the package in the mail was yesterday. The award the Lisper sent her. But anyway, she's out of danger now, like Russell is.
Hey, Riley. Take a look at Johnny Russell there.
What?
Hey. My arm. I can't move.
Get him to the hospital. Come on, lift him. Come on, step on it.
Fast as we can, sir.
George, his coat. That's what it was. He said ouch when he put it on, remember?
Let me see that. Yeah, you see that needle there hooked in the lining? You put on your coat, you get a scratch that you don't even notice. Oh, brother, how fast you have to work in this three-ring circus to keep people alive.
Mr. Holman's not in his office, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, well, never mind. Where are you going, Ansel?
I work for a living. What do you think? Instruction box says sweep Studio B. Well, janitor's hard paid.
All right.
George, I don't understand.
Well, take them one at a time, Brooksy. Mrs. Pettyman got her call first. In some kind of murder attempt through the mail. Candy or whatever it was.
Yeah.
The whole case got thrown in the open fast because her letter was read right out on the air for everybody to hear. But in the meantime, Dorothy Cheever had got her call and had been killed. Then Johnny Russell. You see, Angel, the murderer was working against time, making mistakes, because it was really going too fast for him, too.
George, they're tied together, though. I mean, the blonde...
Well, they've all been around here in the studio, sure. The blonde, Johnny Russell, even Mrs. Pettyman, always snooping around trying to get free broadcast tickets, remember?
Who's going to be next? I mean, what's the pattern? A killer like that doesn't stop. It just...
Hold it. What's the matter, Ansel?
I just happened to think Studio B isn't being used tonight. It's a spare down in the basement with the reserve switchboard.
What?
Yeah.
Supposed to sweep it out for a broadcast, you said.
The note told me to do it. It was in the instruction box. Just a type note. Only now it's not there.
Ansel, you're the janitor. You see everything that goes on around here. Logically, you'd be the next person that...
Hey, Brooksy, get Riley back here. I'm going to be the next person.
What?
Yeah, stay up here, Ansel. I'll take a look at Studio B for you. Record storage, music library, phone booths. Ah, here we are. It's a pretty good-sized studio. What? All right, come on now. Turn them on. Turn the lights on. Come on now. There's a master board around here someplace.
What's the matter? Can't you see?
Look, it's too late to play games, friend. Put your lip back in shape.
Where am I? Yes. Where am I? You can't tell in the dark, can you? Where am I?
Oh, now, look for the love of...
Music stands set up for an orchestra. Did you hurt yourself?
Not half as much as you're going to be, friend. Come on, tell me. I know where you are. You haven't moved, so you're still somewhere by the big control switchboard.
Mr. Valentine.
Look, now, I won't hurt you. Yeah, I'm on your side. In fact, I'm almost on you.
Hey, let go of that gun. Get away from those switches. Hey,
The wrong switch, Mr. Valentine.
No, what a madhouse. No, you don't, Buster. Get away. I'll get the lights. Get over there.
And I still have the gun.
Well. Hello, Ansel. You couldn't shoot me in the dark, could you?
You guessed who I was.
It wasn't a guess, Buster. You made a mistake. But skip that part of it. I'm on your side. Forget it.
Of course you're on my side. But I was fired. You guessed that.
Fired? After 20 years of service?
Holman said I should rest. But I work for a living. I'm not like the others.
Yeah, I know. The girl who was out for everything she could get without working for it. Johnny Russell, he's that type, too. And Bertie, always looking for a free prize someplace.
Stop looking past my shoulder. I'm not going to turn around. The worthless one. And I work. And I get flustered.
Are you going to kill Holman, too, the boss?
Lots of people I'm going to kill. Parasites who toil not.
Sure.
Yeah.
Upstairs, you pulled that gag to get me down here. It was going too fast for you, wasn't it? Holman was out, and you had to have time for him.
You understand, don't you? You're in the way.
Now, look, Ansel, you know this is all in your imagination. Those people you tried to kill are all right. Holman's all right. I know too much, but I'm not so bad either.
Shut up!
Why don't you lisp like you did in the phone calls? That was your mistake, you know.
I don't make mistakes.
You're the first one who told me about the lisp. And you pretended you'd taken the first call from that voice. You said you remembered every word. Hello from Tag. You're rich. You're wealthy. If you look in the mail today, you'll find you're a winner. We hope you enjoy your award. Friend, in that entire message, there's not a single S for anybody to lisp on.
For the last time, look at me. Now! And look at the gun! You can't fool me. There's no one behind me. I locked that door when I followed you in here. What difference does it make what I say? I've worked all my life. Every penny I've made because I worked.
Sure, that's right, friend. This is a radio.
I'm going to kill you, and no one will ever know that it was I.
No one's ever going to know what. Let me tell you just one thing, mister. It's just what I've been staring at. One of those switches we hit. Maybe lots of people will know about you, friend.
Mr. Valentine.
Now, you listen to me. Now, I don't know what it means. You could tell me. But right behind you, back there over the door, there's a big red sign that's all lit up. Yeah, look at it. In great big red letters, it says, "On the air."
What? No, this studio
That's
is...
all, sucker!
Back to the conclusion of our Let George Do It adventure in just a moment.
It was strange. Mr. Holman told you that. He'd saved enough money. He didn't need the job.
I wouldn't try to explain him.
Of course, I never paid much attention to him.
We know you were busy all the time doing what Ansel didn't like.
I beg your pardon. There's nothing wrong with contests, is there? With a bit of skill and a bit of luck?
Oh, no. We just...
You can't tell me there's anything to any of those ideas he had. A madman like that, a man who'd kill people.
Oh, no,
who'd try to...
No. I like puzzles myself. You're perfectly right. Now, there's no excuse for him. He's locked up where he should have been long ago.
Well, I just wondered, that's all. Because, you see, I just heard about another contest.
Uh-oh.
They're going to give away the most beautiful prizes. And it ain't really getting something for nothing either. Because it's a mystery quiz. And I thought if you'd give me some help, Mr. Valentine,
That's all,
I might
Brooksy.
even...
This is where we came in. Good night, Bertie. We're going to a movie.
Yes, George, to the Tivoli.
Why the Tivoli?
They're giving away a set of dishes.
Oh.
You have just heard Tag, You're It, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Wanted. Wanted for jailbreak. Presented in the public interest, the program that brings you for the first time on the air a nationwide manhunt in action. The actual facts to date on a man wanted. From the record, hear the on-the-spot reports of the people involved. Real names are used. Nothing is withheld. No one is protected. Here are the dramatic eyewitness accounts of a man wanted. Wanted for jailbreak. And now, Wanted's on-the-spot investigator, Walter McGraw.
Good evening. Every week at this time, I take you on a cross-country search for a criminal who is, at this very moment, at large. The actual people who know him, his victims, his friends, his relatives and law enforcement officials who are involved will talk directly to you. They'll tell you their own stories in their own way, giving you the facts as they know them. Remember, these eyewitnesses are putting themselves on the spot to give you first-hand information about a man who is wanted. Tonight we turn Wanted Spotlight to crime in the South. We're dealing with a case of Kenneth Wagner, a case in which there are many fabulous and unbelievable, contradictory and confusing factors. Wagner is a legend. He is also a convicted murderer accused of killing 5 men. Down Mississippi way, the legend is that Kinney shoots a perfect circle around a man's heart and then puts the 7th bullet in the center of that circle. But this is just legend. To the people who know him well, Kinney Wagner is a hero and a martyr, a man unjustly hunted, a poet and a superman, a Jesse James of the Southern Hills. Tonight we bring you as completely as we can both sides of this story. Listen, these are the facts.
The date, early spring 1920. The location, the tri-state area of North Carolina, Virginia, and Tennessee.
The voices you hear next are the actual voices of the people who, through no fault of their own, are involved in the case of Kenneth Wagner, called Big Boy or Spacho.
I'm Ollie Cunningham, Kenny Wagner's sister. Kenny was a very honest, truthful kind of boy. He learned to shoot on the farm at home. Most farm boys do learn to shoot early. I didn't get to know him too well because he ran away from home when he was 14 to join the circus at Gate City.
An itinerant circus, a carny, and Big Boy Wagner started his career right then. Under the big top, he was a roustabout. He got the smell and feel of the sawdust. He took to the big ring, especially horses. He had learned about horses from his kinfolk and trained to be a bareback rider, a western hotshot mountain horseman. Trick stuff, good stuff, new stuff.
Kenny didn't learn to shoot no gun in the circus like some folks say. He always knew how to shoot. Down here, there's times you got no fresh meat and only one bullet. That's the way we live.
Kenneth Wagner, headed for stardom, decided to quit the circus and get another job. He moved to Loosedale, Mississippi.
I'm Ed Worley from Loosedale. Kenny Wagner, he had a job in a sawmill, but he was more interested in making a sawbuck. His real occupation was transporting moonshine. He was a runner. He'd take that there moonshine, carry it on horseback from Mobile County over in Mississippi and sell it. All the time the revenuers were after him.
They didn't catch him.
Big Boy Wagner was fast on a horse, faster than the revenue men, and he knew the back country of the tri-state region. He also knew the hills of Mississippi, and he knew the people who lived back there.
About this time, Kenny fell in love. He was planning to get married. She was a mighty popular girl. Next beau of hers, a deputy sheriff's brother, was mighty jealous of Kenny. And the story is, don't know how true it is, somebody planted a watch in his coat and said Kenny stole it.
A stolen watch. A small, cheap wristwatch.
Wagner was walking down the railroad tracks on the outskirts of Loosedale when he was stopped by the local law and searched. The watch was found, and Kenny Wagner was arrested and taken into custody.
Wagner proclaimed his innocence, but the case of the stolen watch was never resolved.
Big Boy Wagner, after 1 month and a day of awaiting judgment, became proficient in another trade. According to official files, he borrowed a hacksaw from a fellow prisoner who just happened to have one and sawed his way to freedom. 6 weeks of freedom in his beloved hill country. Then...
Wagner's hiding out in a cabin 4 miles out of McLean. If you want to get him, you gotta be careful. He's got a load of ammunition on him.
It was the night before Christmas, 1924. The night before Wagner was supposed to have been married.
My name's T.M. Hempstead, and I'm past sheriff of George County, Mississippi. On December the 24th, 1924, at approximately 3:30 in the afternoon, Deputy Sheriff Murdoch McIntosh came to me and asked me to accompany him and Sheriff Jonathan Turner to McLean, where they were going after Kenny Wagner. I told Deputy McIntosh that I would accompany them. This is Larry Cooley tonight, Marshal of Leaksville. Jonathan Turner led a bunch of men over to McLean to capture Kenny Wagner, where he was camping out in an old house. They called him out, and Kenny started out without his gun. McIntosh shot him. And so Wagner stepped back and got his gun and said he killed him. Then run out over him and made his getaway.
Kenneth Wagner had walked out of that cabin with his arms raised, and Deputy Murdoch McIntosh had opened fire on the helpless Wagner. Helpless until the wounded Kinney returned to the cabin, got his gun, and shot back.
Killing number 1.
Mississippi's wire sang out the story of the murder of McIntosh. It became known there was a reward of $1,000 on Kinney's head. $1,000 brought out the huntsman in men who never thought of hunting before.
Sure, half the county was hoping to collect that reward money.
The hunters didn't have to wait long for information. There are 2 stories about what happened next. One is that a woman reported that a group of young people were misbehaving on the banks of the Holston River, and that 5 men with 10 guns went down to investigate. The other story is that someone tipped off the law who saw opportunity for ambush. At any rate, 5 heavily armed men from the sheriff's office started for Lynn's Ford. But Wagner had friends.
This is Jerry Nelson of Nelsontown, Kingsport, Tennessee. I was out riding one day down the river and just happened to see some boys and girls sitting up on the riverbank, and I saw the law coming, which I thought it was my duty to warn them to get away. So I told them they better skedaddle, and so they did get up, or started up through the field. Pretty soon the law was pretty close, so I had to make some little excuse for myself. So I just waited till the law got up even with me, and then I asked them, could I ford the river? And they said I could. So I rode on out into the water about 50 or 60 feet, and I heard some shooting. So I heard a bullet zizz. I felt sure if I should get shot, even if I wouldn't be killed, I'd drown if I'd get shot and wounded and fall in the water. So I turned the horse and rode back out again, and rode a little ways up the road, and I heard a girl holler and say, Lord have mercy, somebody's killed, because I saw him fall. So they started on towards me, and I started riding on back up the road. I saw Kenny coming across the field towards the road where I was at. So we all met, even the girls and myself and the other boy and Wagner all met. And Wagner walked up to me, and I was still on the horse, and put his gun in my ribs and said, get off from that horse. So I got off from the horse, and he asked me to tighten the girt, and I told him to tighten it himself, which he did tighten it and got on the horse. Well, he told the girl, said, don't worry about me. He said, this law won't get me. And then he turned to me and said, you can follow me and get your horse, said, or I'll send him back. And away he rode. I just soon not follow him.
Killings number 2 and 3.
Kinney got away, but Sheriff Webb and Policeman Smith were killed, the victims of his deadly aim. Now the tri-state area organized a posse to hunt the 3-time killer.
100 men on horseback, armed and angry, went out.
I am J.D. Newland, President Sheriff of Sullivan County. After Kenny Wagner escaped this ambush at Kingsport, a posse of 100 men or more was sent out in search for him. They searched all night, and by the time daylight arrived, he'd been out so far in front that the officers lost all track of him.
The posse lost Wagner, but they found his horse near Cloud Ford. As for Wagner, Kinney had swum across the Holston River to safety despite a bullet wound. Then...
My name is Mary Bell Rose, Waycross, Virginia. We heard someone knocking on the window, and then he called and wanted in. And my mother, who was in an upper bedroom, came out on the front porch, so he talked to her. He told her all about what he had done. Said he had shot 2 men and maybe 3, and that one run and said I wouldn't shoot a man in the back. And he asked her to let him in, and he asked if her husband was home, and she told him, no, there isn't a man person on the place, not a one, just myself and the children. And so he says, oh, I see then why you won't let me in. He said he had never done a woman harm in his life, never had. Finally, he left and went to our barn. And so the next morning, she went to the barn and walked up on the hay, and then as she started to walk down off at the hay, she said he crawled out from under the hay and talked to her. and she told him that he ought to give up, that he might be in danger. Then he wrote a note to his sister, telling her that he was giving up and that it would be all right, that she could go on with her school. So she came back to the house and fixed his breakfast and took it back to him and talked to him a while. And then she came back to the house again, and directly Kenny came out of the barn and gave up to Mr. Poe, who was a merchant in the store building near our home.
I'm D.R. Poe, operator of the store at Waycross. I heard someone at the back of the store hollering. I recognized him as Kenny Wagner from the description I'd had of him. The rest of the men didn't want to have anything to do with it, so I told him I hadn't done anything to him, and I didn't think it'd harm me, so I went out and asked him what he wanted. Said he wanted to give up. And he wanted me to collect $1,000 reward. He wanted me to know if I'd agree to collect that and give his sister half of it, finish her education. So I made a note to that effect. Then Mr. Bussell come along, and we decided that rather than take him in my car myself, we'd put him in between us in the Ford Roadster. So we just loaded him up in the Roadster and started down to Gate City.
Wagner, convinced now that he had done the right thing, was docile and sat between his self-appointed captors, C.R. Poe and Neil Bussell. At sunbreak, this strange trio drove along the thin, gutted dirt roads for the sheriff's office in Gate City, Virginia.
Meanwhile, the law was still looking for him.
My name is Reuben Poe, Deputy Sheriff of Sullivan County. We spotted Kenny Wagner, which we was hunting for. And I was going west, and he was coming east. And two other fellows was with him, Mr. Bussell and Poe. Recognized, and I said to the man sitting by me, "There come Wagner. Look out." And I tried to hit his left front wheel, but I missed it and hit the running board right beside of it, and I turned his car over. Well, Wagner, after I wrecked him, just raised his hand so high. Took 38 special off of him. Kenny acted just as nice as he could be with us. He never caused us a bit of trouble. Never even handcuffed him. We brought him back to Kingsport jail.
Now Mississippi was faced with the prospect of paying that $1,000 reward. Suddenly, she found herself unable to pay off. Besides, Mississippi wanted Wagner for the murder of McIntosh, and since Tennessee had him already, she sulked. Tennessee, on the other hand, was in a hurry. The case was rushed to court, and in less than 10 days, Wagner went to trial in Bluntsville for the murder of policeman Smith.
Feeling was high in town, I can tell you, on both sides. There was talk of lynching Wagner, but then lots of other folks sympathized with Kenny. They chipped in their dimes and nickels and quarters to help him buy legal counsel.
6 lawyers rejected the money and volunteered their services for Wagner. As for the prosecution...
I am T.R. Bandy, at present County Judge of Sullivan County, Tennessee. I was city attorney and assisted in the prosecution of Kenny Wagner for the murder of John Smith. And as a result of the trial, which lasted several days, the jury found Wagner guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced him to death in the electric chair. A motion was made by his attorneys to set aside the verdict and grant him a new trial on the ground that the court had committed error in his charge to the jury. After due consideration, the trial judge granted the motion and allowed the defendant a new trial.
Big Boy was placed in the county jail while his attorneys went to work collecting evidence for his new trial. But once again, Wagner's reluctance to remain behind prison bars made itself known.
Kenneth Wagner and Bert Davenport and 4 other prisoners broke out of jail at 6 p.m. this evening. They are wanted by this department for jailbreak.
Wagner was loose again. This time he headed for Mexico, and taking no chance on immigration authorities at the border, Big Boy Wagner dove into the Rio Grande and swam across the river to the state of Chihuahua. Wagner hoped to settle down in Juarez, but a strange situation between Mexico and the United States turned Mexican attention on Kinney. They thought he was a spy. In danger of his life, Kinney forswore the pleasures of bullfights and banditos and headed back across the Rio Grande to settle in the little town of Texarkana. Wagner worked in a sawmill there. At first, he got along just fine. Then he got himself into trouble. And according to our reconstruction from the many legends...
That was over a girl. Nice girl in dance hall. Seems that Kenny said something that her brothers didn't like. Well, the brothers didn't know about Kenny's reputation. They had a fight with him in the dance hall, then they followed him out and ambushed him. There's a law that says you got no right to kill, but there's no law that says you got to stand still and be killed.
Killings number 4 and 5.
2 more murders laid to Kinney. Now Wagner, of his own free will, walked into the sheriff's office in Texarkana and gave himself up. He gave himself up to a woman sheriff named Lil Barker.
Now, Walter McGraw.
Much of the Texarkana story is lost in legend and dimmed by time. But one fact is clear. No charges were preferred against Kinney for the killing of the Carper brothers. Instead, Sheriff Lil Barker turned him over to Mississippi, who wanted him for the murder of Deputy Sheriff Mert McIntosh.
Again, Wagner went on trial for murder. Disgusted with the way his trial was handled in Tennessee, he handed his own defense in Mississippi. And once again, he pleaded self-defense.
The jury brought in a verdict of guilty, and Wagner's sentence was fixed at life imprisonment at the Mississippi State Prison at Parchman.
With Wagner in jail in Mississippi, Tennessee entered a retaining order at the penitentiary. This order demanded that should Wagner be paroled, he must be returned to Tennessee to face a retrial. And if found guilty a second time, he was to face the electric chair.
Wagner wasn't happy with the order of retention. He wasn't particularly anxious for parole. He only wanted a happy life in the penitentiary. He became a trustee guard. Parchman presented him with 2 police dogs, which he trained for prison duty.
My name's Tommy Martin. I worked for the Mississippi Highway Safety Patrol. I first met Kinney at Parchman, where he was instrumental in bringing 3 or 4 prisoners back who had escaped from Parchman. He aided us and with the dogs. He was mighty good, and he also was a good shot with the rifle. One particular time, I picked him up and proceeded to Brookhaven with him and the dogs, where a safe cracker had shot 2 city policemen. We got to Brookhaven. We was unable to pick up too much trail with the dogs, but we tried. We stayed there for 3 days, and on the way back home, we stopped side the road to let the dogs get out and walk around for exercise, and he was showing me how he could shoot by taking a rifle to his hip and shooting fence posters with it. And I also had an extra box of cartridges in the car, and he asked me, could he have them? And I gave them to him because there wasn't any use of keeping them from having them, because he told it to Thompson Sub at Parchman, as a guard.
For 6 years, Wagner's record was so good, there was talk of parole. But the dog trainer of Parchman didn't like his too-good record.
I'm Al Holman, radio newsman for WALA in Mobile. Here's an item that came over our state wire on the night of October 27th, 1940, and was broadcast over our facilities to audiences in the Deep South. Dateline, Parchman, Mississippi. Kenny Wagner, at one time known as the South's #1 public enemy, has just escaped from Mississippi State Reformatory at Parchman. Wagner was being used to track down an escaped prisoner in his capacity as keeper of the bloodhounds when he escaped. He turned the gun, which he was using in the hunt, on prison guard Ben Fowler and forced Fowler to drive him to a nearby town. Wagner not only stole his clothes, but also his gun. It is reported that by the time the guard returned to Parchman to bring news of the escape to prison authorities, the trail was too cold for even Kenny Wagner's dogs to do much good.
Kenny Wagner was loose again. Now 4 more charges were added to his record. The state wanted him for jailbreak, the federal government for kidnapping, unlawful flight, and for failure to register for the draft. The FBI joined in the manhunt, and results were fast in coming.
This is Howard I. Bobbitt, formerly Special Agent in charge of the Federal Bureau of Investigation at Richmond, Virginia. The officers of the Virginia State Police and agents of the FBI received information to the effect that Kenneth Wagner was to be at a residence a short distance from Gate City. Surveillance maintained upon the residence showed Wagner getting into a car with another individual driving and proceeding to Gate City. The Virginia State Police and the agents followed Wagner into Gate City and through Gate City for a distance of about 7 miles. They arrived at a place in the road where it would be possible to apprehend Wagner without him escaping. The siren was blown upon the police car, and the driver of the car pulled over. Wagner was commanded to get out of the car. Wagner got out, raised his hand, stood for an instant, and then dove back into the car to obtain a sawed-off shotgun. Shots were fired at him by the officers. He straightened up and dove into a shallow ditch alongside the car. He was given a command to come out of the ditch within 30 seconds. He complied with the officer's orders, and walking back into the headlights upon the officer's orders, he was commanded to take off his jacket. He did this. He was carrying 238s on a gun belt. He was commanded to drop these guns. He did that. He also took off his shirt upon orders of the officers, and in further compliance, to show that he had no further guns upon him, took off his trousers and dropped them to the road about 1 a.m. in the moonlight.
Wagner was taken before a United States commissioner. He waived preliminary hearing, saying he didn't want to deal with small shots. He wanted to tell his story only to big shots, and he did.
All 3 federal indictments were dismissed.
And Wagner was returned to the state penitentiary at Parchman, Mississippi. All possibility of parole was dismissed now, and Kinney was happy. Once again, Kenny Wagner proved himself and became Parchman's model, part prisoner, part guard. He was such an excellent prisoner that he was rewarded.
Kenneth Wagner, along with a group of other deserving convicts, was given a 10-day Christmas furlough home to see his kin and celebrate the holidays. And like a model prisoner, he returned to Parchman when his furlough was over.
But not for long.
Once again, the hillbilly Superman saw in the not-too-distant future another chance of parole. Once again, he was mindful of Tennessee's electric chair.
I'm Officer Tommy Martin with the Mississippi Highway Safety Patrol. On March the 15th, 1948, I was on patrol duty around Loosedale, where I received an item over my car radio that Kenny Wagner had walked off in the State Farm with a Thompson submachine gun and a .22 pistol, which he was carried as a trusty guard up there, and he had forced some people to carry him from Parchman to Greenwood, Mississippi. We was ordered to be on the alert.
They watched, but from March 15th, 1948 until the present time, Big Boy Wagner, the tri-state problem boy, has remained at large. It is not our function here to determine the guilt or innocence of a man, nor do we intend to. But according to the facts you've heard tonight, and or other pertinent material, Kenneth Wagner is wanted.
Here again is Walter McGraw.
In this case, you must be informed of all the facts. What does Wagner look like? How does he dress? What are his habits? These we will give you, so stand by. How can you recognize him? Listen, and listen carefully.
The following is a description of William Kenneth Wagner, age 47, height 6 feet 2 inches, weight 235 pounds, eyes brown, hair dark brown, graying, bald on top. Marks of identification, cut scar under chin, another on the upper front part of the right ear, bullet scar on left hip and thigh, irregular cut scar on ball of each thumb.
And now back to Walter McGraw in New York.
There is one more voice to add to the sum total you've heard tonight. A man who knows Kenny Wagner better than anyone else.
I'm Kelsey Wagner, brother of Kenny. I'm making this statement on behalf of Kenny as to why he wants to give himself up to be a free man, and he says that some of our greatest apostles was former sinners. And if there's no forgiveness, what's the use to repent? Kenny feels that he has paid his debt to society with 21 years of his life. His main ambition in the rest of his life is to help youngsters that might get on the wrong track or maybe take to using guns. And why he wants to give himself up. He wants to be a free man. He wants to make amends for the wrongs he's done. And to make these amends, he'd have to have a guarantee of a charges dropped in Tennessee and a pardon from Mississippi, which has been offered years ago. An assurance that he can give himself up without a possibility of gunplay or getting shot in the back And being his brother, I know him like no one else do.
Tonight you've heard many confusing, contradictory reports on Kinney Wagner. The question of whether or not Kenneth Wagner has been unjustly sentenced is not our problem. Wagner is a fugitive. But the fact remains that Mississippi has offered to parole him several times. In Tennessee, I've talked to many law enforcement officials, and many of these men gave me the impression of a closed-eye policy on Wagner. For instance, I talked to Judge Bandy of Kingsport, Tennessee, and he said,
Mr. McGraw, you have asked me why Tennessee is not interested in prosecuting Kenny Wagner on these charges. The reason is that the eyewitnesses and all material witnesses to the tragedy are now dead. If we undertook to try him, we wouldn't have any evidence that would justify the case being submitted to the jury. Consequently, it would be wasted time and effort under existing conditions.
So here is the situation. We have a wanted man who isn't wanted. This doesn't make sense. If Wagner is wanted, let's have the police go after him, which they are not doing. But if he is not wanted, let's clean this up legally. Free Wagner or bring him back to jail. And if Wagner will help himself and surrender, I'm sure justice will be done and this incredible situation will be cleaned up. Now, this is Walter McGraw saying there's no time like now to wipe out crime.
Be with us next week when you will hear the actual people involved give their eyewitness account of the cop killer of the West, who is wanted. Wanted for armed robbery.
All material heard on tonight's program was factual, from the record. Real names were used. No one was protected. Tonight's report was written by P.L. Mayer. Music by Morris Momorsky. The narrator was Fred Collins. Wanted was supervised for NBC by James Kovac and was produced and directed by Walter McGraw. Hear Bill Stern's Sports Newsreel next on NBC.
The American Broadcasting Company presents Counter Spy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counter Spy. Washington calling David Harding, Counter Spy.
Harding, Counter Spy. Calling Washington.
United States Counter Spies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
These counter spy reports to the American people are brought to you each Tuesday and Thursday. Tonight, Case of the Foolish Father.
Here's your regular table, Mr. Baker. You please sit down.
Yeah, sure, pal. I'll get some bread and rolls on this table. I haven't got all night. What's the good of my owning this joint if I can't get
Mr.
served?
Baker, sure.
Oh, why hasn't the floor show started yet? What goes on here, anyway?
Take it easy, Lefty. It's only 10:30.
Bobo, you know I got that date with Hickman. Pal, I'll get going. Will you go tell the band leader, tell Charlie to start the floor show? I want to see that new dame. Put her on first.
Sure, Mr. Baker. Right away, Mr. Baker.
Oh, people take all year to do the simplest things.
Your trouble is you're a hurrysome guy, Lefty. Take it easy.
Yeah, like you, Bobo, you fat monkey. I got a lot of things to do in my life. Why don't they start the show?
The show. What's so terrific about the show? A crummy comic and 6 tired chorus babes.
Selena.
Oh, the new snake dancer?
Uh-huh. I saw the photos when Charlie booked her. She dances in a filmy costume with a fake snake. Oh, hold it.
Thank you, and good evening, folks. Good evening.
It's a privilege to welcome you to the Green Grotto, Liberty City's snappiest recreation center. Tonight we've got a special treat for you, and here it is.
That guy talks too long.
The Dance of the Surfing Queen by Selena. Joe, the violet spotlight, please. Oompa, 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 music.
Holy smoke, Bobo. Look at her.
Yeah. Why does she waste time with that snake?
Oh, Mother, get my asbestos suit. I'm going to a fire.
Excuse me, Mr. Baker, your rolls and butter. You want a drink?
Shut up, Paolo. Leave me alone.
I'm sorry, sir.
Hey, Lefty, you know what time it is?
What a disharoo.
You'll be late for seeing Hickman.
Yeah, let him wait, let him wait.
Lefty, everything hangs on that.
Look, Bobo, the minute she finishes, go back and tell her to wait for me in the dressing room. Don't let her leave, huh?
Okay.
I'll be back as soon as I finish with Hickman. Look at her, Bobo. I'll see you later.
Well, you're a little early, Lefty.
Oh, it's better than late, isn't it?
Yeah. Sit down.
Look, I'm in a hurry, Hickman.
Aren't you always? That's why I picked you, Lefty, as my right-hand man a year ago. And you've done all right, haven't you?
Not all right enough.
I don't get you, Lefty.
Things have to move faster. I got no time for them.
Impatience is foolish, my boy. Took me 20 years to work up to the head of the organization. Today I control every racket in Liberty City.
Uh-huh. None of them amount to beans except the numbers, and I want a bigger cut.
Greedy, aren't you?
Well, I take all the chances. The runners all know me, not you. I have the policy slips printed and distributed. It's worth more than 1/3.
I could get angry at you, Lefty. But I'm going to try persuasion first, because you're a good man. You know my basic idea. Run a racket like a respectable business. Build confidence among the men. A clear line of promotion for merit. Now, you know you're going to take my place someday. You'll deserve it. Then you'll sit in this hideout office.
All very pretty, Hickman, but 100 years from now we'll be dead. I ain't got time to wait.
I won't give you a bigger cut. That's final.
Mm-hmm. Well, I got something even more final.
A gun. You fool. We all end up in the grave, Lefty. Why hurry to get there?
Selena! All right, hold everything. Selena will be back for the late show, midnight, with an even more daring dance.
Hey, Paolo.
Yes, Mr. Folk.
Hold the next course for a few minutes. I gotta go backstage and see Selena. Mr. Baker wants to talk to her when he gets back.
In their interpretation of Oink Oink, life down on the farm. Here we go.
Hello, honey. I'm Lefty Baker.
Yes, a funny little man named Bobo said you were coming.
I own this joint, you know.
Somebody has to own it. Why not you?
You know, you're terrific.
I'm supposed to be.
Tomorrow morning, your name goes up in lights outside the club.
Good.
I'm going to have 2 dressing rooms made into one and fixed up to knock your eye out.
Good.
I'm going to double your salary.
Good.
In exchange, no guys around you but me.
You move fast, don't you?
I think fast, talk fast, and act fast. I hate molasses. If you don't do, you oughta.
Well, see if you can listen as fast as you do everything else. I'm turning you down cold.
Oh, what's the matter?
I like everything about the setup except...
Except what? Come on.
The biggest mistake a girl like me can make is take on guys like you. There's no security in it.
All right, stop talking from left field. Tell me what else you want. You can have it.
Marriage. I thought that'd cool you out. Well, it's been nice knowing you, Lefty.
How long does it take to get married?
You need licenses and things. Wait 2 weeks. After that, maybe 5 minutes.
I'll get everything set tomorrow.
Are you on the level?
Where you staying?
Liberty City Arms Hotel.
All right, I'll pick you up there tomorrow morning at 11. We'll set everything. People get married in church, don't they?
Okay, Lefty. I'll take you up. You just got yourself engaged. On one condition.
All right, don't drag this out. I got an appointment on the other side of town in 10 minutes.
I've been taking care of my father for 4 years, since Mom died. You have to let him live with us.
Is that all? Sure. Oh, I may not get back here to see a second show, but I'll be at your hotel 11 tomorrow morning.
Well.
Attention, all Washington counter-spy personnel. This is David Harding's assistant, Harry Peters, speaking. Here's Mr. Harding.
8 days ago, C.J. Hickman, the crime boss of Liberty City, District 11, was found shot to death in his hideaway private office. According to the facts received here in Counter-Spy Central Analysis, no clues to his murder have been found, though we have our suspicions. First result of the murder is the accession to gang leadership of George Baker, known in the underworld as Hurry Up Lefty. Second result is a grand jury investigation of criminal corruption in Liberty City, and counter-spy aid has been officially requested by the City Council. From tonight on, my assistant Peters and I will be working out of temporary headquarters in Liberty City.
Get a load of this, honey. Private elevator to my penthouse apartment. I had it souped up fast.
Our penthouse apartment.
Yeah, that's right, baby. Well, we only been married 20 minutes. Let me catch my breath, eh?
What's the matter? Things too fast for you?
Well, that's why I go for you, sweetheart. You're the fastest thing next to me I ever heard of. Well, top floor. Heaven. Like it?
How many rooms?
Oh, 5, 6, I forget. 3 baths, 2 terraces.
Rooms all as big as this one?
Well, the kitchen's kind of small.
Servant?
Yeah, Bobo Falk, the little fat guy that's with me all the time. He's my right-hand man, personal stooge, and cook. Think you made a bum deal, sweetheart?
Put your arms around me, Lefty.
I heard you the first time, baby.
You always hear of dopes getting married fast, and they tell you it lasts a lifetime. Why shouldn't smarties like us have the same luck?
Well, me, I live for now. And I got you.
You sure have. Oh, what's that? Beginning of the second round?
Somebody coming up in the elevator. Bobo, maybe.
Oh, Lefty. I forgot.
What? Her husband someplace?
My pappy.
Who?
My father, don't you remember? He's going to live here, too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, there's an extra bedroom and bath in the back you can have.
Oh, hiya, Pop. Come on in. Lefty, this is Pop. Pop, this is Lefty.
Hiya, Pop.
Hi. Oh, that elevator come up so fast I'm dizzy.
Oh, Pop, didn't you bring some bags or something?
Bags? Oh, I wasn't sure this was all on the level, so I checked my stuff at the depot. Any ale in the house, Elsie?
Ale? I don't know. Oh, Pop drinks ale all day long, Lefty.
Well, there's everything out in the kitchen.
Yeah, I'll go find it. What'd you say your name is, Elsie?
Mrs. George Baker.
Used to know a linotype operator named Barker. No. Well, I'm awful thirsty. I'll go see about that ale. Call me when you want supper cooked, Elsie.
You bet, Pop.
Oh, what's the matter?
You ought to see your face.
Is that old Crumb really your old man?
Well, he and Mom always said so.
Yeah, but look at you and look at him. Yeah, the way he dresses. Sort of a cowboy felt hat, a shirt with no collar, and a gold collar button showing. Yeah. What's he mean, let him know when you want supper cooked?
He likes to cook. He'll insist on doing all the cooking.
Oh, great. Bobo will love that. Is that what he is, a cook? Short order?
Oh, no. Cooking's just for fun. He's a printing compositor. Has been ever since he got out of school. Say, maybe you can find him a job.
What's he need a job for? You just give him all the dough he wants.
No, it'll be better if he works. You can find him something, I bet you.
No. I got a little print shop in the cellar of the Green Grotto Club. Prints all the menus and stuff. Maybe you could take that over.
No, you're sweet, Lefty.
Yeah.
I mean it. I'm not going to do a thing but make you a real home here.
Oh, we got a home, baby. And what are you talking about, doing nothing else? You're going to go right on dancing at the Green Grotto. I want the whole world to know what I got, baby.
This Liberty City setup is trouble, Dave.
They all are, Peters, at first.
The worst is it looks easy. Here we've got a couple of hundred of the policy slips used by the racket, but no luck in tracing them.
You heard yet from all the paper companies?
Well, it narrowed down pretty fast to that jobber in Kansas City, Chief. He sold a carload lot of this paper 5 months ago to a printer in Independence, Missouri. Now, that printer failed, and the paper was sold off at auction. No record of who bought it.
Yeah, but the chances are these policy slips are printed somewhere here in Liberty City.
Well, we've checked every printer, Dave, big and little. There are 27 all told, including the printing plant at the university outside the city. Not one has this particular typeface.
Vogue Bold, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. 8-point and 12-point. And it ought to be easy to trace. You can see that a lot of the characters are defaced.
Well, we can't sit here all night and stew about it, Peters. There's only one possible lead at the moment, the one turned up in our surveillance reports.
The father of Selena, the snake dancer. Hmm?
Yes, Lefty Baker's father-in-law, Pop Wilbarger. He's a printer by trade. See what that leads to, Peters.
You're listening to the case of the foolish father on Counter Spy.
From the slot machines, Lefty, 16,481.20.
Check.
From the laundry concessions and linen service and all the hotels and restaurants, 6,791 cents.
Check. Should be more. Those guys are slow.
Yeah. Hey, ain't it time for us to go home?
I'll eat upstairs in the club tonight, Bobo. You too.
You got a fight with the missus already?
No, only can't go home to eat no more. It's Pop.
Oh.
He cooks, you know.
Yeah, I know. All right. He run me out of the kitchen practically.
Yeah, he loves to cook, he says, and he cooks dinner every night. Only 3 times a week he cooks the same thing, and it gets me.
The same thing?
Yeah, shepherd's pie.
For dessert? So skip dessert?
No, shepherd's pie is no dessert. It's the main thing when you have it. It's got meat and vegetables and kind of a crust on top.
Yeah? Hey, that could be good.
Yeah, once a year maybe, but not 3 times a week. Yeah, I hope giving that old moocher a job running our printing plant down here to keep him out of the house, but no. Well, let's go up and get a steak, huh?
Yeah. Oh, why don't you throw him out?
I promised the baby. Come on, let's not hang around that. No, just a second. Yeah.
Hello, sweetie.
Oh, baby, how are you?
Sweetie, if you hurry, we can have something to eat together.
Well, honey, I told you I can't stand any more of that
I
shepherd's...
know. But Pop's not fixing dinner tonight. He's going out to meet a new pal of his.
Huh? He's got a pal?
Be glad, sweetie. How fast can you get here?
You know me, baby.
Well, here I go, Dave. I'll check with you later at the office by phone.
What are you calling yourself, by the way?
Harry Peterson. Occupation printer's helper. Union card and all.
Where are you meeting, Pop Wilbarger?
In Sampson's Delicatessen for a sandwich and some ale. When he got talking the other day there, he said he might have a job for me. Well, maybe he was only talking, but we'll see. Well, Pops, nice little print shop you got here.
Oh, not bad, not bad.
Well, seeing as you've just hired me to help you, how about let's get going?
Will you look at this?
A menu for the Green Grotto upstairs. Some prices, huh?
This face type I'm talking about. Caslon, old style. Why, we used to use that on the Tacoma Star News when I was a boy.
Yeah, it does look old-fashioned.
I'm going to change it.
To what? What other types you got here, Pop?
Some fella's been running the shop. Pretty careless. I don't know what there is. Let's look.
You bet. Some cases here. All handset stuff.
Yeah. Looks like old monotype stuff. Cheltenham.
Well, that's no good for smart menus, Pop. Cheltenham's corny.
Yep. Let's keep looking.
A lot of old stuff ought to be melded up.
How you on hand setting, Peterson? Ever do any?
Plenty. I can handle a Ludlow, too. No linotype, though.
My eyes, you know. I'm not so young anymore. Well, maybe you'll reset this menu if we can find a decent typeface.
Hey, Pop.
What?
Here's a typeface that looks possible.
What?
It's Vogue Bold, 8-point and 12-point. Looks okay, huh, Pop?
Vogue. In good shape, is it? No eyes, you know.
No reason why it shouldn't be in good shape, is there? And say...
Yeah?
Back here in the dark. There must be at least 2 tons of paper. Can we use that?
Lefty, he owns all this. He said stick to the regular menu paper, the heavy stuff.
Well, maybe so, Pop, but we want to do a real smart job for the nightclub, don't we? And Lefty will be happy when he sees it. So give me that menu copy and I'll go to work. These will be the most surprising menus Lefty ever saw.
Sweetie, I have to admit it. I like Bobo's cooking better than Pop's.
He's a character, your old man.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, that gold collar button of his always sitting in the kitchen slopping up ale.
Yeah, I'll tell you a secret. He says his eyes are getting weak. Actually, he's boozy half the time and he can't see straight.
Well, let the old kink have some fun.
You know, you're different tonight, Lefty.
Oh, me? Never.
You ate your food as if you had a little time for it. And you're sitting still. You're not looking at your wristwatch every 2 minutes.
Well, I'm a happy guy, that's why. And you did it, baby.
In a month? I'll go on.
No, honest. You make me forget everything else.
Lefty, this grand jury investigation going on with counter spies, are they after you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then...
Now, don't you worry a little sconce about it, huh?
Honest?
What's the matter? You worried you wind up broke?
I'm worried about you, sweetie.
All right, then you forget it. I'm too fast for anybody.
Oh.
What's the matter?
Look at the time. I'm due at the club for the first show.
Oh, okay, baby. You get your duds. Bobo and I'll be waiting for you downstairs in the car. I think I'll take in the show tonight.
You take it in every night.
Well, I gotta keep an eye on my good luck, John. Come on, you better hustle.
Dave. Hello, Dave.
Yes, Peters, what's up?
I can't explain now. I just ducked out of the print shop to a phone booth. Can you come to the Green Grotto for dinner?
Of course. You expect something?
I've taken a wild chance, and it may lead to a blow-off. Now, when you get there, keep your eyes on Lefty Baker, especially when he sees the newly printed menu.
Good evening, folks. Good evening, and welcome to the Green Grotto and another evening of fun and frivol in Liberty City's gayest gay spot. Yes, sirree. Well, we start off our all-star floor show with a little girl who's captured every heart in the city, the beautiful, exotic charmer in her dance of the Serpent Queen, Selena!
Wow. That's all I gotta say, Bobo. Wow. Yeah. Mine. All mine. Yeah.
How good of you, Mr. Baker. Is dinner as usual?
No hurry tonight, Paolo.
Okay, Mr. Baker. I leave 2 menus with you.
Okay, Paolo. Look at it, Bobo. It's murder. Plain murder. I'll say it is. Lefty, look at this menu. That pipe down, will you? I'm not ready to order. Lefty, look at this menu. Yeah, so? So you like the paper it's printed on? Yeah, sure, it's the same as... Hey. And how do you like the type it's printed with? Oh, for the love of it. Well, come over the old sauce. If nothing has yet, something better. Maybe he's down in a print shop. You go keep Selena company till I get back. I'm going down and take real good care of Pop.
Here you are, Pop. I brought back some more ale.
That's the stuff. Sit down, boy. Nothing I like better than sitting around a print shop. Gassing.
Here's yours.
Ah, thanks. Now, reminds me of one of Jim Bates out in the old Mountain Valley Press. Oh, yeah. He could set more type and drink more ale than any journeyman printer in the country. Yes, sir, and never pie a line or spill a drop. It's funny, I don't know why I'm yawning. Nerves, I guess.
Could be.
Peterson, you like shepherd pie?
I never had any, I don't think, Pop.
Yes, sir. He could drink more ale and set more type than any printer in the country. Jim Bates could. Has hunks of meat in it, and any kind of meat. What if he got lying around?
Shepherd's pie.
And he'd never pie a line, no, sir. Coarse potatoes and vegetables, anything that's lying around. Different every time, see? Only always the same. I'll make you some.
Here's more ale, Pop.
Hey, Pop. Hey, Pop, did you print up these new... Who are you, Jack?
Peterson's the name, Mr. Baker. Mr. Wilbarger's helper.
Helper? Since when?
Since tonight, Mr. Baker. Did we do anything wrong?
Somebody did. I told this old goat not to touch anything in the shop but what he needed for menus and table cards. He used the wrong paper and the wrong type.
Well, I know they're the same as the policy slips printed down there.
Policy slips? What do you know about policy slips? Come on, spill it, wise guy. What's your rank?
I just wanted you and me to have a talk.
We're having it with a gun in my hand, so talk fast.
Well, like you say, Mr. Baker, I've got an angle. I want to tie up with a smart guy like you. You wouldn't want me unless I did something smart, so I conned Pop into hiring me.
You're not smart after all, Peterson, because you did something that can wipe out my whole racket. That's why you and the old South's here going to get it.
Lefty!
What? Selena, for the love of Mike.
She got the whole story out of me, Lefty.
What are you going to do to Pop? You were going to kill him, weren't you?
Oh, gee, honey.
Yes, he was, Selena.
Lefty, you crummy crumb.
Ah, honey, I took the old bum on because you asked me. That don't give him the right to louse up my whole racket. Bobo, take her out of here.
Yes, sure, Lefty.
Oh, will you touch me and I'll claw you wide open.
Hey, geez, Lefty!
Go on, you sap. You scared of a dame?
Let's see you do it, Lefty. Why don't you give her what you gave your old boss, Hickman?
Shut up.
Lefty, I draw the line at murder. Pop and me are getting out of here. Come on, Pop, wake up. This is no place for us. Oh!
All right, everybody stand where they are. That shot went into the floor just as a warning. Now, everybody...
Grab his gun, Peter. I've got it covered.
Got it, Chief. Got some handcuffs for Lefty.
Hey, well, what are you guys, cops or what?
United States counterspies. You and your boss are both under arrest on suspicion of murder.
Murder? Murder? I didn't kill Hickman. He done it. Lefty done it.
Shut up, you crummy heel.
We'll take them all in, Peter.
Hold everything, boys.
Yes, miss, what is it?
I had no part of Lefty's racket. I was just looking for a roof over me and Pop. And we had it for a while. All I want now is plenty of publicity. I think I'll look pretty good on page 1.
That's a nice wife you got, Lefty.
Drop dead.
Come on, Pop. Hey, Pop, Ollie, hit the deck.
Well, sir, any time you want shepherd's pot.
Look, get me a doctor, will you? My shoulder's bleeding.
You bet, Lefty, a doctor and the penitentiary, the way you like everything, on the double.
Tune in every Tuesday and Thursday, same time, same station, to Counter Spy. Listen on Thursday for the exciting Case of the Coral Key.
Suddenly, in Europe, inferior counterfeit United States money appeared, a plot to damage confidence in the dollar. But the solution lay not in Europe, but off the Keys of Florida, in a strange murder and an even stranger fishing trip. Listen on Thursday to Case of the Coral Key on Counter Spy. Tonight's Counter Spy program originated in New York, was directed by Leonard L. Bass, dramatized by Paul Milton, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer. Counter Spy is a Phillips H. Lord production. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Say, when you were a kid, did you like to go skiing? Now, by that I don't mean chasing the girl next door around the block, but rather the manly art of climbing the nearest snow-capped hill and then returning down said hill on a pair of skis. Of course, you probably know them as skis. Oh, but that's become a peasant term. Now, if you were to use that outmoded expression around the Sun Valley set, they wouldn't know what you were talking about. On the other hand, George Valentine had never heard of skiing, as you will find out in our Let George Do It adventure. It's called Red Spots in the Snow, and you can take it from me, it wasn't borscht.
My dear Mr. Valentine, I have never been a violent man, so when I'm threatened I need a professional to, frankly, to act as my bodyguard. I don't expect you to follow me around ostentatiously with drawn revolver, but I will expect continuous protection night and day. You will fly to Snow Valley Lodge,
where you will be my guest. Oh, George, did you hear that? Snow Valley.
Yes, I heard it, Brooksy.
Snow Valley's fabulous. The latest, most up-to-date resort in the whole country.
I've read the circulars, too, Angel.
Oh, we could have a wonderful time there.
Well, you'd better finish the letter before you start packing.
Oh, where you will be my guest.
Uh-huh.
I don't think you will find your duties too arduous. There's skating, skiing, dancing, and entertainment. Oh, George, it sounds heavenly.
Yes, it does. Who's it from?
Oh, it's signed Herbert Judson.
Oh.
George, do you think it could be...
Only one Herbert Judson, I guess.
Oh, who'd threaten a famous picture director like Herbert Judson?
Probably not over half the population of Hollywood.
Well, he's handsome, he's famous, he's clever.
And quite a lady killer. I was reading about his latest heartthrob in one of the gossip columns.
Well, then you don't want to take the case.
Oh, I didn't say that. If you'd like a vacation.
Oh, come to think of it, I'm not invited.
The minute Judson sets eyes on you, I'm sure you will be.
Oh, thank you. That was a compliment, wasn't it, George?
No comment. Well, write him we'll be there.
I'll telegraph him.
Hey, I'm not made of money.
Collect. Oh, George, it'll be wonderful. Skating in the moonlight, dancing under soft lights.
Yeah, and Herbert Judson in person. All right, go home and pack, Angel, and don't forget, plenty of woolies.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment. Now back to George Valentine and Let George Do It.
Good of you to take the morning plane, Valentine. and to bring Miss Brooks.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Judson.
After lunch, we'll go out and try the she run.
She?
That's the right way to pronounce S-K-I, George.
Ah, thanks.
You're welcome.
Sorry I wasn't here to welcome you when you arrived. Special events on the she run this morning.
Oh, well, that's okay. We spent the time looking at the photograph albums in the lobby.
You're on almost every page, Mr. Judson.
Oh, yes, the publicity men here, you know, always snapping off-the-record pictures of well-known people on the she run.
Well, if I may be permitted a pun, there was one she in particular who was posing with you in a good many of the pictures.
Well, all the girls like to have their pictures taken with me.
Well, this one was very pretty, in spite of the fact that her dark glasses almost covered her face.
Did you ever think of going in for pictures, Miss Brooks?
Me? Oh, heavens, no.
Oh, really? You're extremely photogenic, you know. I can get you a screen test.
Incidentally, Mr. Judson...
Now, don't worry about your fee, Valentine. It'll be over and above your hotel expenses. Everything's on me.
Yeah, well, while we're waiting for lunch, perhaps you'd tell us just how you were threatened.
I found this note under the door to my room.
Oh? Yeah, words cut out of the newspaper. Better keep your promises if you expect to remain healthy. Is that all?
It's enough, isn't it?
What promises does it allude to?
I haven't the faintest idea. I was sure a clever man like you would find a lot of clues in this.
Well, I'm not a movie detective, Mr. Judson, just a troubleshooter who occasionally gets a good idea.
Well, whatever the danger is, I'm sure you can cope with it. Mere fact that you're here is very comforting. Here's little Mary with the succulent viands. You know, Pierre used to be chef at the St. Moritz?
You're Mr. Valentine, aren't you?
Yes, Mary, this is Mr. Valentine.
Well, the desk clerk said that this note was left for you. Miss Mark delivered it once, so he sent it in.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Will you excuse me?
Why, certainly.
I wonder who's sending me. Look at this.
What is it, George?
Just like yours, Mr. Judson. Words cut out of a newspaper.
With your advertisement at the top, George.
If this is you, you're wasting your time. A man must pay for his sins, and you can't stop it. Better leave here at once. I won't warn you twice.
Well, whoever's sending these threats isn't wasting any time, is he?
Say, tell me, have you had any disagreements with anyone here?
Why, no, nothing of any importance. I had a little argument with Jacques, the she instructor.
Maybe you'd better tell me about it. I might find it more important than you think.
No, it really isn't anything. Little Mary, the waitress here, is quite a she expert. The help, you see, are allowed to use the hill back of the lodge. Jacques and Mary are great friends. Or at least they were until the girl who sings arrived.
Hey, wait a minute. You're going too fast. The girl who sings?
Her name is Jill Drew. She sings during cocktail hour. Hasn't anything to do with the argument I had with Jacques. I mentioned her because, Jacques is infatuated with her, and Mary is crazy about Jacques. Quite a little triangle.
Well, this trouble you had with Jacques.
Well, Mary's quite pretty, as you may have noticed. I have always been on the lookout for photogenic faces. I asked her how she would like to have a screen test. Jacques didn't seem to like the idea. But now that his interests are elsewhere, I'm sure he doesn't care.
I'd like to meet this Jacques.
Oh, you'll meet him, yes. We'll go up the mountain right after lunch. Well, Miss Brooks, you manage your she's wonderfully.
Well, they don't bother me, but that chairlift frightens me.
Now, it's really very simple. You just climb aboard one of the chairs as it swings round.
You mean those little chairs hanging like a swing are all you have?
Well, surely you've been on a she lift before.
They didn't have one on the little slope back of the schoolhouse where I learned.
Well, you won't have any trouble. As soon as you get on, you rest your feet on the footboard, and then you pull the bar down in front of you, and you're locked in.
Well, the wire that it swings on, suppose it should break.
Now, that wire is good and strong.
But it goes up so high, and when it stops, you're dangling there.
Oh, and this is the girl who couldn't get to Snow Valley fast enough. You know, for myself, I've always thought this was a silly sport. 20 minutes to go up, 20 seconds to come down.
Well, I thought I could just play around down here.
Well, you don't have to come down the she trail if you don't want to. Jacques gives his lessons on that plateau up there at the top. See that space between the trees where the lift goes over the hills?
You can watch Mr. Judson, Angel.
Yes, and when you're ready to return to the lodge, you can ride back on the chairlift if you want to. Now, let's see. I'd better take the first chair. Miss Brooks, you take the next, and Valentine the rear car.
Okay.
All right, here goes nothing.
I'll show you how it's done. You see how slowly the chairs move? You just jump on. And put your shoes on the footrest. Pull down the bar, and there you are. See you at the top.
Okay, you're next, Angel. I'll help you. On you go.
We're awfully high up, George.
Yeah, it's a beautiful view, though.
I'm afraid to look. I get dizzy.
Surely you're not frightened now. We're almost there. And did you ever see a clearer day?
Yeah, it is pretty, but those treetops down there look awfully sharp.
Oh, don't look down. Look ahead toward that opening between the trees. When we get through there, we'll be only a few feet off the ground. And just beyond, you'll be able to get off.
Hey, look back and see how far we've come, Angel.
I wish I were an angel. With wings.
What's that?
Someone in the woods must be hunting.
I didn't know they allowed it.
They must have hit something, George. Look down there. Red spots in the snow.
Hey, that's blood. Hey, good night. Look, Angel, Judson slumped over the bar. He's been shot.
Mr. Judson?
Someone in the woods there to the left. Hey, Brooksy, look down there.
What?
Yeah, going down the far side of the hill out of the woods.
Someone skiing awfully fast.
Yes, and not on the regular ski run. That must be the person who shot Mr. Judson, a blue sweater with a yellow band.
Too far off to see what he looks like.
Oh, I wish this plane contraption would move faster. I'll phone down the minute we get to the top and see if we can head him off. Hey, you up there. Help Mr. Judson off. He's been hurt. Yes, sir. What happened? Someone shot him from the woods.
All right, I'll get him off the chair.
Well, someone will have to help me, too.
Just a minute, lady. Wait till I get him on the ground. Well, wait now. Don't try to jump off.
Don't.
There you are, ma'am.
Oh, thanks. George, he seems to be hurt badly.
Yeah, okay, I'll be there in a second. All right, give me a hand.
There you are, sir.
Okay. All right, let's have a look at him. Now, phone for the police. Tell them to hold anyone wearing a blue sweater with a yellow band around it.
Yes, sir. Shall I send for a doctor, too?
Too late for that. Mr. Judson is dead. All right, please, folks, keep back. Will you, everyone, keep back? Don't touch him until the police arrive.
They'll be here shortly, sir.
Did you phone the lodge about the blue sweater with the yellow band?
Oh, no, sir. I'm afraid I forgot it.
Oh, fine help you are, Buster. You know anyone who has an outfit like that?
No, sir. Jacques might know.
Well, where is he? Get him.
Well, he left a little while ago, just before you arrived.
He left? I thought his job was here.
Well, he said he had to pick up some supplies in town and he'd be right back.
Hey, Brooksy.
Yes, George.
Looks as if we have to ski down the hill back there. Are you game?
Well, I've never tried a long hill like... Well, whatever you say.
All right, come on then. Now, look, don't let anyone touch the body.
No, sir. Hey, you're going the wrong way. The ski run...
We're taking the same route the killer took. Come on, Angel, don't break your neck.
Oh, George, I'm so glad you care.
Oh, you bet I care.
Oh, George.
All right, I'll need you to help me when we get down. Lots of things that have to be...
George.
Come on, hold your hat. Here we go.
It's like flying, isn't it, George?
Yeah, pretty fast.
George, look out. That snowbank.
Huh?
Be careful.
Oh, hey. Hey, Brooksy, help me out of this, will you?
Are you all right?
Yeah, I guess so. Half the snow on the country went down my neck. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. But it was certainly bumpy. The man must have been an expert.
Yeah, but he slipped up. Nice of him to leave a trail in the snow for us to follow.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, come on. What are we waiting for?
He's way ahead by now.
I know, but we can tell the way he went. Duck down, Angel. Get behind that snowbank. We've caught up with our friend, the killer.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment.
Now, back to George Valentine. You are invited to Snow Valley Lodge to act as guardian for the well-known Hollywood director, Herbert Judson. And now Judson is dead, shot while riding on the ski lift just in front of you and Claire Brooks. And now that you've followed the suspected killer's trail, you find yourself hiding behind a snowbank, trying to avoid being a target. Well, if your name is George Valentine, that's only going to make you more anxious to catch the person who's been doing the shooting.
Okay, Angel, according to my calculations, that's the last shot in his gun.
Be careful, George.
Okay, I'll take a look. No sign of anyone. From here on, he followed the road, and there isn't any more trail.
Yes, road's too cut up by automobile chains.
Well, let's get to the hotel. I want to check a few things before the police begin their inquiry. You check the drying room and ask about blue sweaters and yellow stripes. I'll phone Hollywood and get the latest dope on Judson. Any pay dirt, Brooksy?
None. The man in the drying room says there are several people who have sweaters like that, but none of them wore them this morning.
Was Jacques one of them?
No. Jacques always wears black. Did you talk to Hollywood?
Yeah, I did. Signet Studios was very much upset at the news, naturally. Everyone seemed to like Judson. Due back at the studio next week to make a picture. No recent scandals, no big romance since last year. But one of the newspaper boys said that his death would cause a lot of weeping and wailing among aspiring actresses.
Popular, huh?
Well, he was always promising to get girls into pictures, never making good. Hey, didn't he ask you if you wanted a screen test?
Yes, he did. George, that note he received warned him he'd better keep his promises. Do you suppose one of the girls?
I can't imagine why failure to get a screen test is motive enough for murder. But we mustn't pass up anything. Okay, promise Mary a test. Let's see her.
George, do you remember these photo albums we looked at before lunch?
Yeah, sure. Judson and his sheaves.
Well, maybe one of them had a dark sweater with a light stripe.
Oh. Brooksy, what would I do without you?
Well, I hope you couldn't, George. I thought...
Here they are. Ah.
Anything wrong?
Yeah. Someone tore out all the pages from the front of this book.
Do you suppose it might have been someone who had a dark sweater with a light stripe?
I wouldn't be surprised. Come on, let's find Mary. I beg your pardon. I'm looking for a waitress named Mary. Have you,
You wouldn't find her here now. She's off in the afternoons.
Oh, I see. You're Jill Drew, the singer, aren't you?
Yes.
My name is Valentine. This is Miss Brooks.
Hello. How do you do?
You heard about Mr. Judson, I suppose.
Yes.
Well, I'm asking a few questions before the police arrive. Would you mind telling me if you were one of the girls Mr. Judson promised a screen test to?
I hardly knew Mr. Judson.
By any chance, do you have a ski outfit? A blue sweater with a yellow stripe?
No, I don't ski. I'm engaged to sing and play the piano. Where would I find time to ski? Now, if you don't mind, I have to practice.
Yeah, the show must go on, I see. Oh, I'm sorry. I knocked them over to the floor. Sounds like a junk cart. Here, I'll pick them up.
They're beautiful bracelets you have, Miss Drew.
Rather heavy, aren't they, when you're playing the piano?
Oh, I never wear them when I play. But I don't like to leave them in my room.
It's marvelous what they can do with costume jewelry these days.
My dear young lady, those are real. They're from Elwood's in Beverly Hills.
Oh. Singing for your supper must be profitable.
Oh, I have admirers.
I don't doubt it.
Now, if you don't mind...
Oh, sure. Sorry to have interrupted your practicing.
If you're looking for Mary, you might find her in her room.
And where is that?
In the annex, back of the main lodge. If she isn't there, she may be skiing on the hill, back of the annex. She's very proficient.
Mary, you've been crying.
Yes, Mr. Valentine. Poor Mr. Judson.
You liked him a lot, didn't you?
Well, he was always so kind and generous. Next week he was going to take me back to Hollywood with him for a picture test.
Well, look, Mary, murder is a serious matter. You're in the dining room a lot. Did you ever hear Mr. Judson in an argument with Jacques?
What? No, Mr. Valentine. Well, Jacques would
Mary,
never...
there will be an inquest. You'll be asked questions, and you'll get yourself into a lot of trouble if you hide anything. Mr. Judson admitted he and Jacques had an argument about you.
Well, he only warned Mr. Judson not to make any promises he couldn't keep. And Mr. Judson was going to give me
Jacques
the test.
threatened Mr. Judson?
Oh, no, Mr. Valentine. It wasn't a threat. Just a friendly warning.
Don't you think you'd better tell us all about it?
Well, Jacques and I... Well, he used to be kind of attentive until Miss Drew came. I wanted to make him jealous, so I told him about Mr. Judson promising me a chance in pictures. And he warned Mr. Judson not to make any promises he couldn't keep. That was all.
Where can I find Jacques when he isn't teaching?
Well, if he isn't with Miss Drew, he's usually in his cabin.
And that is?
Back at the lodge. Jacques doesn't live in the lodge. He has a cabin of his own. It's number 26.
Okay, thanks. I'll see you later. Seem to be at home.
Maybe the door's open.
We can try.
A man who leaves his door open can't have anything to hide.
Usually.
Well, has a nice cabin. Fireplace and everything.
Yeah. Quite cozy.
Oh, I'd like to have time to look at all the pictures he has on the walls.
Well, go ahead and look. I'll see what else there is.
These must be his pupils.
Oh, publicity stills. Well, let's see now. The table. And there. Scrap basket.
What is it, George?
This newspaper. I haven't the slightest doubt that both Judson's message and mine were cut right out of this.
George, if he wanted to hide it, why didn't he burn it?
I was thinking the same thing, Angel. I'll keep it anyway. Now let's have a look at the pictures. Well, Jacques seems to have had his picture taken with every well-known star in Hollywood. To Jacques, who helped me stay on my feet, Grant Cooper. To Jacques, the best there is, Norma Lewis. And here he is with Mr. Judson and Jill Drew.
In memory of a happy vacation. George, isn't this like one of the pictures from the book?
Uh-huh. Only she isn't wearing the dark glasses here.
She was prettier then.
She wasn't posing when we saw her.
Well, her sweater has a stripe. Only it's a light sweater with a dark stripe instead of the other way around. Thought she couldn't ski.
Doesn't mean you can ski just because you're photographed with them on.
George, do you smell something burning?
Yeah, it smells like cloth.
Hey, it is, here in the fireplace.
I wonder we couldn't locate the missing suit. Where are you going?
Well, to get some water to throw in the fire.
Hasn't been in the fire very long. I'll get it out with a poker. There we are. Well, it's a shame to spoil this
Don't
rug,
burn
but...
your hands. I'm getting the water.
No, I got it, Angel. Just have to stamp on it a bit more.
Look out, George.
Huh? Oh, good. Well, what do you know? Blue sweater and yellow stripe, all right.
I'm glad we found it before it had time to burn completely.
Let's see if there's anything in the pocket. Nothing but what's left of this handkerchief. Hey, his initial, too.
Well, that sort of settles it, doesn't it, George?
Yeah, perhaps. We'll hold it for the sheriff when he arrives.
What are you doing in my room?
Oh, hello there. I suppose you're Jacques. Didn't think you'd be back so soon.
Evidently, you did not. I ought to turn you over to the police.
Well, for the moment, I represent the police.
You're lying.
Now, listen, Buster. Maybe you don't know that you're the #1 suspect for a murder.
What's that?
Good imitation of a man indicating surprise.
You think I killed Mr. Judson?
Now, look, your ski suit...
Oh, that isn't mine. I never had one like that.
Your handkerchief was in the pocket.
Oh, that isn't mine either. It's none of your business. Now, will you get out of here, or
Look
must
out,
I...
George.
Oh, another bit of evidence, huh? All right, put that gun down, Buster. Drop it, I say. Drop it, Buster. It isn't loaded.
What?
Yeah, don't you remember? You used up all the bullets shooting at us. Okay, pick it up carefully, Brooksy, while I hold our friend here.
All the shots have been fired, George.
Yeah, I thought so. Come on, Buster. We're going to find the sheriff. Sorry to disturb you again, Miss Drew, but have the police arrived?
I haven't seen them, Mr. Valentine.
Come along, Jacques.
Jill,
Mr. Valentine, where are you taking Jacques?
We're on our way to the police, Mary.
This fool is trying to say that I killed Judson.
We found the gun and the ski suit in his room. He tried to burn it. We got there in time.
Jacques says the suit is too small for him, and I'm inclined to agree with him.
Wait, it wasn't Jacques. He didn't do it. I know it.
Mary, be quiet.
He didn't do it because I did it.
Huh?
It does look like a girl's sweater, George. And what's left of the handkerchief looks like a woman's.
Mary, are you trying to protect Jacques?
No,
She might have done it, George. She knows how to ski, and the sweater could fit her.
Okay, motive, Angel?
Mr. Judson promised her a test in pictures. He hadn't kept his promise.
Look, not a very good motive for shooting a man, as I remarked before. Would you say so, Miss Drew?
Please, can't you discuss this somewhere else? I have to...
Oh, yeah, sure, I know. You have to rehearse. We'll only be a minute. And you might be interested in this.
Do you think failure to give a girl a screen test is good and sufficient reason to...
Mr. Judson made fun of me because Jacques had fallen in love with Miss Drew.
Please, leave me out of this.
You say you shot him, Mary, huh?
Yes.
And then came down the other side of the mountain and reached the hotel in time to go to work?
That's it, George.
And then planted the suit and the newspaper and Jacques' gun back in his room?
She tried to burn the suit. Jacques' cabin was the only one with a fireplace, and it was only natural that she should return the gun.
But she happens to love Jacques, is even willing to confess to a crime she didn't commit to save his life. Why would she leave the stuff in his room for the police to find?
Well, maybe she was jealous and then changed her mind when she saw he was suspected. Girls in love often do strange things.
Oh, yeah, they certainly do. Well, it's an interesting theory, Brooksy. Only if you remember, when we started up the ski lift, Mary was still at the bottom. We just left her in the dining room. She couldn't possibly have reached the top before we did. Yeah, you're a sweet kid, Mary, trying to save the man you love. But it isn't a good idea to get mixed up with the law.
Then you think it really was, Jack?
Oh, no. I agree with you that it was a woman, all right. A woman's sweater, a woman's handkerchief. And do you remember the initial on the handkerchief?
Yes. J for Jack.
Why not J for Jill? Don't go away, Miss Drew.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Is it? We saw your photograph in a blue sweater and a yellow band. You destroyed the pictures in the album, but you forgot the one in Jacques' room.
But she had on a light sweater with a dark band.
The strange peculiarities of photography, Angel. Unless you're using panchromatic film, blue comes out light and yellow comes out dark. And I think when I check with Elwoods and Beverly Hills about those bangles, we'll find that Judson bought them. Yeah, I think we'll find out that they were presents from him before he got tired of her and started sheeing elsewhere.
All right, I did it. I didn't mean to kill him. I just wanted to frighten him. But he deserved to die. He was a pig. He was always promising women the world and giving them nothing. He even promised to marry me. Then he met this little nobody and treated me like the dirt under his feet. I tried to make him jealous by pretending I cared for Jacques.
Uh-huh. Brooksy, I'll turn this little lady over to the sheriff. Phone the jeweler in Beverly Hills. And then I'll meet you back in the lobby.
Back to the conclusion of our Let George Do It adventure in just a moment.
Well, I was right, Angel. Judson bought those presents and bracelets for Jill.
But, George, did she tear the pictures out of the book so we wouldn't know she could ski?
That's right. I don't think she meant to implicate Jacques, but his cabin was the only one near hers that had a fireplace. So when she went there to return his gun, she thought of burning the sweater, which she knew we'd seen from the chairlift.
Well, how did you know Jack didn't do it?
Well, he didn't know the gun didn't have any bullets in it, for one thing.
And now Mary and Jack can live happily ever after.
Can anyone really live happily ever after?
Oh, George, you're so cynical. If you don't look out, some girl will take a shot at you for a warning.
Not from a ski lift, Angel. The only girl who'd take a shot at me doesn't like dangling from the sky.
You have just heard Red Spots in the Snow, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Davis Kent wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you'll again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good evening.
This is your Rexall family druggist with a welcome from the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Like Plenamins, for example. Rexall's famous multivitamin capsules. 2 Plenamins a day give you more than your daily minimum requirements of every vitamin for which such requirements have been established, plus valuable liver concentrate and iron. And yet, Plenamins cost only pennies per day. Ask for Plenamins at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Now, your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. Handy hints on happy homicide.
I beg your pardon?
I said Diamond Detective Agency. Handy hints.
Yes, I heard the last part, but I just wanted to be sure there was nothing the matter with my phone. Mr. Diamond, I wish to hire you.
I'm touched. $100 a day in expenses.
I'm touched.
Well, if the figure depresses you a little, I suggest getting out in the fresh air. Exercise. Play a little golf. If you could use a dandy caddy on Sunday.
I can easily afford the fee, Mr. Diamond, but to be frank, it wasn't exactly what I expected. Isn't it a little high?
Well, frankly, yes. But if you hire another detective, you won't be getting the prettiest.
I see. Can you come to my house at 6 this evening?
Name, address, and reason for hiring me?
George Lexington, Golden Strand, Long Island. And I'm in fear of my life.
I'll see you at 6, Mr. Lexington.
On the dot. Please be prompt.
Just have a substantial retainer ready. Aside from my blue eyes, greed and promptness are my 2 most outstanding features. Well, that's the way a buck's made in my business. I sit around the office for a week, passing the idle hours, playing old Welsh mining tunes on a comb. Then someone gets in trouble, opens the phone book, and naturally the first thing that must catch their eye is my very gaudy full-page advertisement on the Diamond Detective Agency. After that, a phone call, and I'm in business. At 6 sharp, I was ringing the doorbell at the home of Mr. George Lexington, client in fear of his life.
Yes, sir?
Mr. Diamond, to see Mr. Lexington.
Mr. Lexington is busy at the moment. Does he expect you?
I have an appointment with him at 6.
Oh, I see. Please step in. If you'll wait in the library, sir, I'll tell Mr. Lexington you are here. What was that?
Unless you keep a car in one of the upstairs rooms, that, my friend, was a gun going off. Come on. With the butler right behind me, we took the long, curved staircase 3 steps at a time. The butler managed to pant out that Mr. Lexington was in the study at the head of the stairs, so that was the door we went through, only to be stopped cold on the other side. Standing in the middle of the room was a girl. The word girl, in this case, to be identified with adjectives one might think up after having spent 3 lonely years on a life raft in the middle of the Atlantic. The only thing that kept my eyes from melting and running down on my shirt was the .32 revolver she held in her gloved hand.
Miss Morris, no!
Give her the gun, honey.
No! No!
Drop it, honey. You just scorched my money belt. She dropped it, and we all went to pieces. I helped her to a seat and let her cry it out. The gun I could have passed off as a whim or too many Hopalong Cassidy adventures, but the man sprawled across his desk on the other side of the room changed the whole picture. I called the 5th Precinct Police Station and got Lieutenant Walter Levinson started for Long Island.
The police?
You shot a man, didn't you?
Yes.
You tried to kill yourself, didn't you? Well, they're both against the law. Want to tell me about it?
He deserved it.
Mr. Diamond?
Yes?
I just found something rather strange.
Well, don't scratch it.
Miss Morris shot Mr. Lexington, all right.
I never denied it.
Well, what's bothering you?
The thought just occurred to me. Who also took the trouble of stabbing him?
Stabbing him? He was shot.
Then how do you explain this carving knife in his back?
Oh, now, Diamond, you stop that.
But it's true, Walt.
Sure is, Lieutenant. Been shot in the chest and got a knife in his back. Oh, how do I get in on these things?
This is Miss Morris, Walt, the girl who shot him.
How do you do? Oh, You shot him, huh?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Well, who stabbed him?
Have no idea.
Swell. Miss Morris, why did you shoot this, what's his name?
Lexington, George.
Why did you shoot him?
I refuse to answer.
Okay, suit yourself.
Where's the coroner, Walt?
Should be here any minute.
I didn't stab him, Mr. Diamond.
When you came in, did you talk with Lexington?
I just opened the door, saw him sitting at the desk, and I shot him.
Did you talk to him?
Oh, sure, Walt. She played 20 questions with him while he was trying to paw the knife out of his back.
I was just trying to trap her.
Why?
Why? Because if she said she'd talk to him, it would have been an admission that,
She'd talk to him.
No, that he was still alive before she shot him.
Okay, who stabbed him?
How do I know?
Well, if he was still alive before she shot him, she talked to him, then she must have seen who stabbed him, right?
Yeah.
Well, if she saw who stabbed him, she couldn't have done it, right?
Right.
And no one would have stabbed Lexington if he'd already been shot, right?
No one would have stabbed Lexington if he'd already... Yeah, of course. You think I'm stupid? Lieutenant... You shut up.
So if they stabbed him, he hadn't been shot and he was alive.
Of course.
Then if he was alive and they stabbed him, the girl didn't do it to confuse you.
Huh?
So if she didn't do it, she can go home. Go on home, Miss Morris.
But, Mr. Diamond...
You heard him. Go on. That's what I was trying to tell you, Lieutenant. Diamond's at it again. Otis. Yeah, Lieutenant? Take the girl, the butler, and Diamond down to the car. And when the coroner gets here, we'll all take a little drive down to the station. Understand?
Yes, Lieutenant.
What are you yelling at?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, the coroner finally arrived and suggested an autopsy for the corpse and a bath in some hot mud for Walt. Then we all climbed into the squad car and headed for downtown New York and the 5th Precinct Police Station. On the way, I told Walt about my phone call from Lexington about 3:45 that afternoon and the few details leading up to finding June Morris with a smoking gun and the dead Mr. Lexington. At the station, we continued to question the girl as to her motive for the killing, but she refused to say anything. The butler could add nothing, so they were taken out to await further questioning. She was allowed to call her lawyer, and we all settled down to wait for the coroner's report on the autopsy.
Yeah?
The dame's lawyer is here. Wants to see you first.
Okay. Girl's lawyer. Mr. Farnsworth, Lieutenant.
Hello, Lieutenant. What is this all about?
Mr. Diamond, Mr. Farnsworth.
How do you do?
How are you?
I just got a call from Miss Morris.
Lieutenant. Pardon me a minute. Well, what do you want, Hammerhead? I got the girl's personal effects. Well, give them to me.
Okay. Gee, what did I do?
Nothing, Sergeant, but your family sure botched things up.
Oh, there you are, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Gee, I don't know.
Am I to understand that Miss Morris is being held here on a murder charge?
That's right.
Just whom is Miss Morris supposed to have killed?
You know a Mr. George Lexington?
Why, yes.
He's the boy.
Maybe you can tell us why she would want to kill him.
I suggest you question the witness, Mr. Diamond. But let me warn you beforehand. My advice to my client will be to say nothing until I can find out more about this thing for myself. Now, about Miss Morris.
She stays put.
Lieutenant, I have a great deal of influence.
Then get her rich. She stays put.
What about this George Lexington's background, Mr. Farnsworth?
Let me give you one more suggestion before I leave. Find these things out for yourself. I have a fair reputation in the legal profession.
Good evening, Mr. Farnsworth.
I'll have that writ, Lieutenant.
Ah, go to blazes.
Nice fella.
A doll. Well, let's see if there's anything in these personal effects here. Take a look through the purse.
Okay.
Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Bring in the butler.
Right.
Here's something, Walt.
What is it?
A typewritten note in the bottom of her purse.
What's that?
Meet me at the house at 5:15 this evening. Bring $15,000 and be prompt, or you will regret it for the rest of your life.
Signed, George. George Lexington.
Well, bully for you.
Diamond, I swear.
Out to the butler, Lieutenant.
Come in. Sit down.
Well, thanks. My face...
That's you, melonhead. Get out of here.
Oh, well, okay. I just thought...
Otis.
Yeah?
When the coroner's report comes in, bring it right in and bring the girl along with it.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
How do you feel, Arthur?
A little upset, sir. This has been quite a strain.
Last name Cameron?
Yes, sir.
How long have you worked for George Lexington?
About 4 years, sir. Ever since Mr. Lexington came east.
Did you know him before that?
No, sir.
You ever mention where he was from?
California, I think.
Had a lot of money?
I presume so. I was paid regularly. He maintained a good-sized house and entertained frequently. To my knowledge, he never had any debts that weren't paid immediately.
How long have you known Miss Morris?
She and Mr. Lexington were engaged 2 years ago. It only lasted a few months. But they still saw each other occasionally.
Did you know Miss Morris was expected tonight?
Yes, sir. She called and said she would be there at 5:45.
You sure about the time?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't expect me at 6.
No, sir. Mr. Lexington said nothing about it.
Is there another way into that study?
Yes, sir. A back door leading down to the garden.
Did Lexington have any other visitors during the day?
No, sir.
Was he in from 3 to 5?
Yes, sir.
I got the coroner's report and Miss Morris, Lieutenant.
Okay, that's all, Arthur. We'll have to hold you until this thing straightens itself out. You go along with Sergeant Loveloon.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Arthur,
Yes, sir.
does Mr. Lexington own a typewriter?
No, sir.
All right. Come in, Miss Morris. Sit down.
Here's the report and the bullet taken out of Lexington and the knife.
Take the butler downstairs.
Right. Let's go, Arthur.
Yes.
When did you receive this note, Miss Morris?
Oh, where?
We found it in your purse. When you become a murder suspect, I'm afraid nothing's very private.
This morning.
It's from George Lexington?
Yes.
He have something on you? Okay, you're just hurting yourself.
Miss Morris, did you know a man named Jack Short?
No.
Who's Jack Short, Walt?
Just read this report. Here's what it says about the late Mr. George Lexington. Fingerprints check one Jack Short, arrested 1936, 38, 39, petty theft, suspicion of robbery, suspicion of possessing narcotics, 3 arrests, 1 conviction. Did a year and a day in Alcatraz.
When did he have time to do his laundry?
He was arrested again in 1942 for manslaughter. Went to trial, case dismissed for lack of evidence. Lovely boy.
You mean George Lexington?
Was really Jack Short a criminal with a record?
But his house, servants, the money he spent.
That's something we're going to find out about.
What does the coroner's report say, Walt?
The knife did kill him, not the bullet. And the knife has got your fingerprints all over it, Miss Morris.
What?
It's got a what?
That's right. Ever see it before, Miss Morris?
I don't know.
It's a carving knife. One that might belong to a set. Something wrong?
That's my carving knife. I missed it this morning.
Sure.
When was the last time you used it?
Last night. I gave a small dinner party.
Do you own a typewriter, Miss Morris?
Yes, I do.
Hello, June. You'd better come along with me.
Oh, Mr. Farnsworth.
Just a minute. What's the idea of busting in here like this, Farnsworth?
I tried to stop him,
You
Lieutenant.
should have stuck out one of your big feet. Those things could trip a tank.
I told you I would be back with a writ. Well, I'm here, and there's the writ. Come, June.
She stays right here.
Lieutenant, you don't seem to
No,
understand.
you don't seem to understand, Mr. Farnsworth. You got that written and it was sustained because I was nice enough not to issue a formal complaint.
Also, there's a little matter of influence.
You're darn right, and I'm going to show you how it works. I'm making a formal complaint right now, and the charge is murder. And if you don't think I can make it stick, I won't even bother to throw you out of my office. I'll let the commissioner do it for me. Now get out of here.
Gee, you're wonderful, Lieutenant.
You shut up.
Before we continue with the adventures of Richard Diamond, private detective, here's your Rexall family druggist.
One of the questions most often asked a druggist is this: what can I take for fast relief from acid stomach?
I've often wanted to know that myself. What's your answer?
Naturally, ma'am, it's Bismarex, Rexall's justly famous antacid.
Why? What is it that makes it so outstanding?
Well, the secret lies in the scientifically developed formula. You see, the active ingredients in Bismarex vary in the time it takes them to dissolve in the stomach. That way, the relief it gives is not only fast, but continuous and prolonged. Excess acidity is often neutralized in less than 1 minute. Then the other ingredients, dissolving more slowly, ease up that gastric distress. And finally, Bismarex leaves a soothing protective covering on irritated stomach membranes.
Well, I'll have to remember that. Bismarex. Is that how you say it?
That's right, ma'am. BISMA-REX. Bismarex. Ask for Bismarex at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, Farnsworth got the idea in a hurry and took off like a rabbit with his tail on fire. Walt lived up to his word. After making the formal charge and producing the evidence, the writ was dismissed. He then secured a search warrant for both Miss Morris's flat and George Lexington's house on Long Island. Our first stop was Miss Morris's apartment, and when we went in, I thought how much it looked like her. Small, beautifully decorated. We went over the whole place, nothing except in the small den.
Here's the party list she told us about.
Good 30 names here. Typed.
And there's a typewriter.
You got that note you had in the purse?
Yeah, here. Top of the E is blocked out like on the note. Same machine.
No.
Bring the typewriter, Otis.
Right, Lieutenant.
You going over to Lexington's home?
Yeah, aren't you coming along?
No, I got an idea. Do me a favor, will you, Walt?
Well, sure, why?
When you get over there, besides checking that back door to the study, put in a call to the phone company and see if a call was made around 3:45 this afternoon to El Dorado 1234. It's a toll call from there, and they'd have a record.
Now, let me write that down. El Dorado 1234.
Yeah. I'll call you at Lexington's in about an hour. If that number wasn't called from there, check every name on that party list.
Well, about 30 names there. You want me to check each one to see whether a call was made to El...
What's the matter?
El Dorado 1234. That's your office number.
Walt.
Yeah?
Bye. I left Walt turning that awful green and headed for the Times building. It was a little late when I got there, but an old friend at the morgue noticed the $5 bill I was wearing in my lapel and agreed to take care of it for me while I looked through the newspaper files. I dug up everything on Jack Short and his alias George Lexington. The stuff on Short wasn't much, except the trial for manslaughter had made the front page. The items on George Lexington could all be found in the society columns. From what I could gather, he'd started his social whirl in 1944. He'd been engaged several times, and each time to a wealthy woman. I even came across a picture of June Morris on the evening they had announced their engagement. Well, having all the information I could get, and with one little item dated California, June 26, 1942, tucked away in my pocket, I put in a fast call to Walt, who was at the home of the late George Lexington.
Yeah?
What did you find out?
Well, someone could have gotten in the back door. There were some blurred footprints outside in the garden, but they won't help. If you had a key, you could let yourself in and walk right up the study.
What about the phone call?
There was no call made from here to your office, but one of the names on the list paid off. Mrs. Julia Wright out on Long Island. Now, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
You stay right there, Walt. I'm going out to see Mrs. Julia Wright.
If she called your office today at 3:45, you certainly must have talked to her.
George Lexington called my office today at 3:45.
But he couldn't have. The butler said Lexington wasn't out of the house and the call wasn't made from here.
Well, someone called.
Maybe it was the right day. Maybe she got a low voice and told you she was Lexington.
Walt.
Yeah?
Oh, forget it. You wouldn't like it anyway.
Mr. Diamond?
How do you do, Mrs. Wright?
My butler says your business is a matter of life or death.
Well, that's a little exaggerated, but it's one sure way of getting by the red tape.
Then what is your business, Mr. Diamond?
I'm from the police.
Oh.
Do you know Mr. George Lexington?
Why, yes, slightly.
Are you married, Mrs. Wright?
Very happily. What is your interest in Mr. Lexington, Mr. Diamond?
Do you know June Morris?
Oh, quite well. I've known her family for at least 10 years.
She's being held for the murder of George Lexington.
Oh, that poor girl.
She was engaged to Lexington at one time, wasn't she?
Yes. He was a beast. Believe me, Mr. Diamond, he deserved killing.
I thought you said you only knew him slightly.
June used to tell me how terribly he treated her.
A phone call was made from your house yesterday at approximately 3:45 to El Dorado 1234.
I don't believe I know anyone at that number. Are you sure?
A man made it. I talked to him.
My husband wasn't home yesterday. Oh, perhaps it was my lawyer. He was here about that time. In fact, I believe he did make a call. Said it was on business. A call from the library.
What's your lawyer's name, Mrs. Wright?
Why, Mr. Lucius Farnsworth.
I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. I certainly don't like the guy, but his reputation's been spotless.
It's just got to be, Walt.
Here's the girl, Lieutenant.
Come in, Miss Morris.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Hello, Mr. Diamond.
June, the note you received was written on the typewriter in your den.
What?
Lab just sent up a report.
You think I sent that note to myself?
No. But can you remember anyone using the typewriter in the last 2 days?
No. No one has used it but myself.
What about the night of the party?
Who uses a typewriter at a party?
Anyone go in the den and maybe lock the door?
What? Why, yes. As a matter of fact, Mr. Farnsworth said he had to make some business calls. He went in and closed. You don't think that...
That Farnsworth did it?
It's absurd. He's been with my family for years.
Did he introduce you to George Lexington?
Yes, it was at a party at Julia Wright's.
Did Mr. Farnsworth know that you owned a gun?
No one knew it.
Were you actually using that knife the night of the party?
Yes, I sliced some turkey.
You remember what kind of a suit Mr. Farnsworth was wearing that night?
He was wearing a dinner jacket.
Lexington was blackmailing you, wasn't he?
I can't answer that.
Oh, honey, believe me, if you don't trust us and it comes out anyway, we'll have no way of stopping it.
Oh, right, it was blackmail. I was going to marry George. There were some letters, a picture. He broke off the engagement and began demanding money. Last week he mentioned something about leaving town, and I received the note. I couldn't afford that kind of money, and I was just tired of paying month after month. I decided to kill him, and I was going to kill myself. I guess I lost my nerve.
Let's go see Mr. Luke Farnsworth, Rick.
June, you sit right here until we get back.
Be careful.
You can make a book on it. I'm going to drive you home. Use your paw.
All right.
There he comes.
Yes, what is... Oh. What do you want, Lieutenant?
Got any hot coffee?
If this is your idea of some kind of a joke...
Mind if we come in?
I most certainly do.
Thanks.
How dare you break in here like this? I can cause you a great deal of trouble, Lieutenant.
How well did you say you knew George Lexington?
Only slightly.
Hey, get a load of these fancy ashtrays, Walt.
Yeah, but I don't go much from modern. Pretty drapes, though.
Oh, the policemen are being casual.
You only knew Lexington slightly, huh?
Yes, and this is the third time I've said it.
You must make a lot of money.
I have wealthy clients.
How much did Jack Short pay you to get him out of that manslaughter charge?
What?
You remember him. Sensational case. Made you quite a reputation.
Of course I remember it.
This Short was sure a handsome fella. Did he change his name later?
I don't know. That was a long time ago.
Didn't he change it to Lexington? George Lexington?
What is this all about?
Mind if we look around the place?
I most certainly do.
Is that your bedroom?
You have no right to go in there. Where's your warrant?
Nice bedroom.
Get out. Get out. I'll call the commissioner.
Why don't you do that? These your keys?
Put those down.
Take it easy.
I wonder if one of these fits a back door to George Lexington's study.
Don't be ridiculous. I've only been to Mr. Lexington's house twice in my life. Arthur, the butler, will verify to that.
You mean you've only been there twice but the front way?
I mean exactly that. What are you doing in that closet?
Nice wardrobe. This your dinner jacket?
Lieutenant, I warn you.
No, I'm going to warn you, Farnsworth, officially. Anything that you may say will be held against you. I'm charging you with the murder of George Lexington.
Well, this is really one for the books. Would you mind telling me what proof you have?
You called my office at 3:45 this afternoon from the home of Mrs. Julia Wright. Disguised your voice and told me you were George Lexington.
Really? Hearsay.
You were at a party given by June Morris. You stole a carving knife that she'd been using, probably wrapped it up in a handkerchief to keep her fingerprints on the handle.
Did someone see me?
For some reason, you wanted George Lexington out of the way. He'd been blackmailing victims that you introduced him to. You made sure that Miss Morris would be at his home at exactly 5:45. You wrote a note on her typewriter telling her to be there. You called me to be sure that someone would catch her.
Interesting theory.
You went up the back way into the study, probably with one of these keys. You stabbed Lexington and got out just before the girl came up.
You made one mistake. You didn't figure that the girl might try to kill Lexington.
What?
Yeah, she shot him. But she shot a dead man.
She shot him?
After he was dead. You don't know it, Buster, but you just missed the perfect crime.
Now prove it.
The girl said you were wearing a dinner jacket the night of her party. This the coat?
Yes?
And to get the knife out, you had to put it in a pocket or someplace on you. She'd been carving turkey. Ever hear of a spectrograph?
Of course.
Sure. Have the pockets analyzed, and if we find traces of turkey, we'll know you swiped the knife.
And if the key to Lexington's back door is on this ring, it'll cinch it.
I'm afraid not. Come back here, Farnsworth.
He's going for the window.
Farnsworth, stop. Let me go. Let me go.
Not on your life. Not on your life. You don't take it the easy way.
Get out of his hair.
No. Got him.
No. Why didn't you let me jump? What difference would it have made?
Well, it sure would have saved the state some money. But a quick trip to the sidewalk doesn't make up for a killing. That's the easy way, Farnsworth. You forget when you commit murder, there's a little thing called society. And if you can't live with people, they'll decide what to do with you. Oh, that last mile is a lulu.
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist.
If you're a user of mineral oil, remember that Rexall mineral oil is carefully refined by a special process to achieve an extra heavy body. What's more, because it's so exceptionally pure and gentle in its action, Rexall mineral oil is non-irritating, non-habit-forming. You'll also like the fact that it's tasteless, odorless, colorless. Next time, try Rexall mineral oil. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and is written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Featured in tonight's cast were Ted DeCorsia, Wilms Herbert, Ted Osborne, Betty Moran, Howard McNear, and Virginia Gregg. Richard Diamond, Private Detective is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go Stag.
Go Stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids, like Stag Brushless Shave Cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on, and presto, you get a clean, close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yeah.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.